In the general's residence, a new daughter has finally been born. Old Lynn, brimming with joy, cradles the soft little Lin Bao'er in his arms. Father is invincible in battle, upright and just, and quite handsome as well. Before old Lin could bask in his daughter's praises, he was struck by a darker thought. Regrettably, he ultimately met a fate of treason and was executed in a gruesome manner. Mother, gentle as water, virtuous and kind, was falsely accused of infidelity and succumbed to illness, passing away in despair. The eldest brother, talented and handsome, was supposed to have a bright future but was forced to marry the daughter of a treacherous prime minister, ultimately leading to his ruin. The second brother, innocent by nature, was manipulated by cunning villains and became a target for their treachery, meeting a heart-wrenching end. The third brother, a business prodigy who had amassed wealth by the age of 7, inexplicably vanished, reduced to a beggar on the streets. My entire family, renowned for their loyalty, ended up meeting tragic ends, and even I, as a child, was destined to perish young, cast into an icy lake. The Lin family exclaimed, "How dare anyone harm our precious darling? We shall ensure that villain meets a fitting end." In the end, Lin Bao'er gazed upon her harmonious and thriving family, with her eldest brother becoming a prime minister, her second brother a general, and her third brother mastering the nation's economy. At last, she felt a sense of peace as the cherished little one of the family. Chapter 1. Reborn as a little child. Wah! A loud wail pierced through the door as a rosy little baby entered the world. She has been born. It's a little princess. Congratulations to the master and madam on their precious daughter. Wonderful, splendid. Amidst the commotion, Lin Bao'er, with her round, dark eyes, gazed up at the middle-aged woman in ancient attire who held her, then looked at her own tiny hands, gradually, realizing that she had traversed time and found herself in the body of a newborn. Strange memories began to flow through her mind. Goodness, she witnessed the scenes of her current family over the next 5 years. The Lin family, known for their loyalty, would become embroiled in royal conflicts, ultimately being framed for treason and facing execution. Even she, as a child, was destined to die at the tender age of 4, cast onto an icy lake during the harsh winter, meeting an untimely demise. She had committed no wrongs in her previous life. How could fate be so cruel as to allow her to die so young in this new existence? No way. She resolutely refused to accept such a fate. She must devise a plan. First and foremost, she needed to protect her family. If her family was safe, she, as a little girl, would have guardians to ensure her longevity. "My lady, you have worked hard." A tall man strode into the room, standing by the bedside with a tender gaze fixed on his wife. Lin Bao'er was gently placed at the head of the bed. "My husband, we finally have a daughter." The tired yet joyous voice resonated beside her. Lin Bao'er felt herself being lifted in warm, strong hands. Hey, be careful, don't drop me." Lin Bao'er silently shouted in her heart. "Who was that just now?" Lin Qiming wondered, glancing around, but no one spoke. Seeing the concern on Shen Shuelan's face, he replied, "Oh, it's nothing." He smiled as he leaned closer to his precious daughter. "Our daughter will be named Lin Bao'er. She is the treasure of our entire family. Just like my name from my previous life." Lin Bao'er mused silently. Lin Qiming's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes nearly bulging out as he stared at his daughter. Had he just heard his newborn daughter's thoughts? Noticing Shen Shuelan looking at him, Lin Qiming quickly regained his composure, though he remained deeply astonished. How could he hear the thoughts of his newborn daughter? Unaware that her thoughts were audible, Lin Bao'er continued to murmur in her mind. "Indeed, father is quite handsome. It's remarkable how a general, fierce in battle, can appear so refined." Lin Qiming's face instantly brightened. His daughter thought him handsome indeed. A daughter is the most affectionate companion. Regrettably, he would be falsely accused of treason and meet a horrific end 4 years hence. Lin Qiming's smile faltered, his blood running cold. He would ultimately be accused of treason. "Do not worry, father, I shall protect everyone. I refuse to be a child who dies young." Lin Qiming composed himself and gently caressed her small face. "Father will ensure Bao'er and the entire Lin family are safe." Shen Shuelan smiled gently. "Why so serious all of a sudden? She's just a little girl. She can't possibly understand your words." "That may not be the case. What if our Bao'er is exceptionally clever?" As he spoke, he placed Lin Bao'er beside Shen Shuelon and said, "You haven't had the chance to truly look at her, yet let her be with you." Shen Shuelon smiled tenderly. "Very well. And what about those three little rascals?" Shen Shuelon nodded, cradling Lin Bao'er gently, her gaze as warm as flowing water. "Our Bao'er will have three older brothers to protect her. She must live a joyful and carefree life." "My mother is so beautiful." Shen Shuelon paused, as if she had just heard someone call her mother. Oblivious, Lin Bao'er continued to revel in her thoughts. "Truly, just as those memories suggested, my mother is gentle as water and stunningly beautiful. I hope to inherit even half of her beauty. Am not greedy. Please." Realizing that she had indeed heard her daughter's thoughts, Shen Shuelon felt her heart soften as she gently reassured, "Bao'er is truly adorable. She will undoubtedly surpass me. In beauty one day, my mother praised me, so I am sure to be beautiful. In my previous life, I was merely ordinary, but with these genes, I will surely become a great beauty." As Shen Shuelon absorbed her daughter's thoughts, a smile graced her lips. She understood that her daughter's ability to think so deeply upon birth was unusual. If others were to discover this, it would surely lead to peril. Such matters must remain unspoken. While Lin Qiming watched his wife and daughter in blissful harmony, he too harbored similar thoughts. Regardless of what he heard, it must remain a secret, known only to him. Exchanging a knowing glance with his wife, they concealed their thoughts. At that moment, the third son of the Lin family dashed in, clamoring to see his little sister. Lin Qiming playfully kicked him, admonishing, "Lin Ruqian, keep your voice down. You'll scare your sister." Lin Ruqian rubbed his backside and chuckled. "Got it. I hurried ahead of the elder brothers, just to see my sister. Where is she?" As Lin Bao'er lay on the bed, she turned her eyes toward the sound. "Quick, show me Lin San." Shen Shuelon, hearing her thoughts, helped her turn just in time to see Lin Ruqian's round, cherubic face. At 7 or 8 years old, though still not fully developed, his features are quite handsome. He will surely be a handsome lad when he grows up. Upon seeing the two, Lin Bao'er's eyes instantly sparkled. "So, this is my eldest and second brothers? I knew they wouldn't be unattractive, but I didn't expect them to be so striking." The eldest brother, Lin Jiyu, donned a moon-white robe, exuding a serene elegance, while the second brother, Lin Mo Bai, dressed in black attire, appeared dignified and courteous. "Let me hold our little sister. She is the treasure of our family." Lin Jiyu stepped forward, reaching out, only to have Lin Qiming swat his hand away. "Mind yourself. Don't drop, Bao'er." Lin Qiming glared at him sternly. Shen Shuelon smiled warmly. "Let them hold her. They have been eagerly awaiting this sister for quite some time. They'll do it." Lin Jiyu, filled with excitement, carefully took Lin Bao'er from her mother's arms, shedding his usual gentlemanly demeanor. The elder brother possesses remarkable beauty, his skin fair as snow, having wholly inherited the virtues of their mother. Lin Jiyu inquired, What is it?" Lin Mo Bai, the second son of the Lin family, approached Lin Bao'er eagerly, puzzled. Lin Ruqian, the third son, also wished to embrace his little sister, but alas, his height was insufficient. He could only circle around his two brothers, anxiously pacing. Noticing both younger brothers and their parents gazing at her, Lin Jiu shook her head. "It is nothing. I merely find our sister exceedingly adorable. Of course, daughters are the most precious. Do you think she resembles you three cheeky monkeys?" Lin Qiming remarked disdainfully. Yet Lin Jiu fixed his gaze on Lin Bao'er, his gentle eyes tinged with a hint of inquiry. Was it truly the younger sister speaking, just now? Chapter 2. A shared secret. Regrettably, the elder brother's heart belonged elsewhere, yet he was compelled to marry the ruthless daughter of the prime minister, a woman who was also a spy planted by their family to entrap the Lin clan. After their father was torn apart by horses, the elder brother killed that woman and ultimately took poison to end his life. My brother, who was as clear and bright as the moon, should have been the youngest scholar, poised to guide the nation at court. Lin Bao'er incessantly murmured within her heart. Lin Jiu, who heard everything clearly, transitioned from an initial state of shock to a tranquil acceptance, experiencing a profound transformation in mindset. Indeed, his heart was claimed by another. He could not fathom how his little sister knew these things, yet he felt a sense of urgency arise within him. Regarding the safety of the Lin family, it is better to believe than to doubt. If he was forced to marry that prime minister's daughter, he must find a way to evade her, leaving no opportunity for the prime minister's residents to exploit. With this thought, Lin Jiu gradually calmed himself and began to tease Lin Bao'er. The second brother watched with envy from the side, reaching out to touch her soft cheek. My second brother is so annoying, does he not realize his hands are calloused? My delicate little face is going to be hurt. Lin Jiu admonished, second brother, your hands are rough, be careful not to hurt Bao'er. In the next moment, Lin Bao'er resumed her murmuring. My second brother is good in every way, but he is too naive, deceived by the third prince into becoming his good brother, only to fight on the battlefield and meet a tragic end. While the third prince ascended to the throne atop my brother's corpse. It infuriates me. Lin Mo suddenly lifted his head, glancing at the equally astonished Lin Jiu. The two brothers shared an unspoken understanding, aware that they both had heard their sister's thoughts, and silently chose to remain quiet. Only Lin Ruqian, the third brother, was still nearby, standing on tiptoe, grasping Lin Bao'er's small hand, grinning, I've caught my sister. Sister, grow up quickly, third brother will take you out to play, I have money. Truly, the little money-making expert of the Lin family on his 7th birthday, third brother asked our mother for a tea house, and now it thrives under his management, bringing him immense wealth. How do you know? Lin Ruqian, being younger, was momentarily shocked and spoke out loud. Lin Bao'er blinked her big, watery eyes and yawned. I'm so sleepy I want to sleep. In the next instant, she could not resist her drowsiness, closing her eyes and drifting off. Lin Mo covered Lin Ruqian's mouth, while Lin Jiu shot him a glance, signaling him to take Lin Ruqian away. The three brothers had always been in sync as long as they did not harm their precious daughter. Their parents, Lin Qiming and Shun Xuelan, allowed them to play freely. Lin Jiu gently placed Lin Bao'er beside Shun Xuelan, saying, Mother, my second brother, and I just remembered something we need to discuss with our third brother. We will step outside for a moment. Please rest well. Go ahead, Shun Xuelan replied, her eyes full of tenderness as she watched her three sons leave. With the presence of a daughter, Lin Qiming had softened considerably, commenting, these three brothers share their little secrets. Let them be. Shun Xuelan smiled, feeling quite fatigued, and soon fell into a deep slumber with her daughter. Lin Qiming remained by her side, observing his wife and daughter, his resolve growing ever more steadfast. He would never allow anyone to scheme against the Lin family. His intentions had always been for the nation. He never engaged in factionalism or personal gain. Yet in the end, he was wrongfully accused of treason and met a tragic fate. If that were the case, he must select a path for the future with foresight. On another side, coward, Lin Mo playfully slapped him, asking, did you hear it too? Lin Ruqian, caught off guard, stared blankly at the two. Lin Jiu patted Lin Mo saying, he is still young, do not frighten him. Exactly, I am still young. You are 14, one punch could knock out a tooth. Lin Ruqian complained, relying on his brother's support. He then received another playful slap from Lin Mo. Let's talk business. Lin Jiu pressed down on his bickering brothers and asked, did you both hear what her sister just said? Lin Mo nodded. Though Lin Ruqian was younger, he quickly understood that his brothers meant they had heard their sister's inner thoughts. He nodded in agreement. Lin Jiu's expression grew serious. If we heard it, we must keep it to ourselves. Under no circumstances should we tell anyone, lest others harm Bao'er. Do you understand? We understand. The brothers replied in unison. They were not foolish. If a newborn baby could think like an adult and foresee the future, they would suspect it was some kind of anomaly. But this baby was not just any child, she was their beloved sister. They were determined to keep the secret and protect their sister. After establishing their pact, the three brothers pretended nothing had occurred and dispersed. As evening fell, but her mind flashed back to thoughts of her parents, sending a shiver down her spine. Please, father, do not leave. Someone is trying to bully mother. Lin Qiming, who was holding her, froze in place. Someone was attempting to harm his wife? Who could be so audacious, daring to challenge his twin blades? On the very first night after mother gave birth, a man sneaked into her room, trying to harm her. I was thrown to the ground, hitting my head, leaving me unable to speak properly until I was 3. Everyone said mother was not virtuous, although father did not care. This incident became a burden on her heart. From then on, mother fell into melancholy, and later, Many troubles befell the Lin family, causing her great distress until she fell ill and ultimately passed away. What? Hearing everything, Lin Qiming felt a mix of rage and hatred, his eyes turning crimson. He sat down abruptly on the edge of the bed, declaring, "My lady, Bao'er is bound to cry. It is difficult for you to manage alone. Allow me to stay with you. You are truly a considerate man." Flattered, Lin Qiming could not help but feel pride swell within him, yet he remained resolute about ensuring his wife would not be harmed. Shen Shualan interpreted his kindness as concern for her, feeling warmth in her heart, and agreed to let him stay. Meanwhile, Lin Qiming pondered deeply. Knowing that the assailant must have taken advantage of his absence to infiltrate their residence, there must be an insider among them. He needed to devise a proper plan. Chapter 3. Can we have credit? Just as he relaxed, drowsiness began to envelop him. All right. Shen Shualan nodded with a smile. Although she appeared slightly stiff as she gazed at her daughter, who resembled a little dough ball, her mind was racing with thoughts of potential intruders. Could it be that someone truly intended to invade their home? Mother is simply too beautiful, attracting jealousy that evildoer must have an accomplice. It would be better if more guards were stationed in the courtyard. Shen Shualan's gaze turned cool, a thin layer of cold sweat forming in her palms. If indeed someone were to infiltrate during this moment, with her husband absent, how could she explain herself? A woman's virtue could not be sullied. Qing Lian, Shen Shualan called for her personal maid, quietly instructing, "Go and arrange for more personnel. Do not be ostentatious, though," discreetly. Qing Lian looked puzzled. "Madam, what do you mean?" A joyous occasion at home often leads to a lapse in vigilance, making one susceptible to the intentions of others, Shen Shualan remarked with a calm demeanor. Qing Lian nodded in agreement. "This servant shall attend to it once." "Do not make it known," Shen Shualan instructed. "Understood," Qing Lian replied, bowing slightly before exiting the room. Qing Lian was a devoted maid when a nefarious individual sought to harm Shen Shualan. It was Qing Lian who fought valiantly, sacrificing her life in the process, though she was grievously injured and succumbed shortly thereafter. Upon hearing this, Shen Shualan felt a surge of shock and horror. She had grown up alongside Qing Lian. Although they were bound by the master-servant relationship, their bond was akin to that of sisters. Shen Shualan had hoped to secure a prosperous future for Qing Lian, only to be met with the tragic reality of her premature death. Determined to protect Qing Lian at all costs, Shen Shualan inhaled deeply, retrieving a pair of scissors from the sewing basket and placing them beneath her pillow. Seeing Shen Shualan arm herself brought a sense of relief to the slumbering figure on the bed. Despite her confusion over the discrepancies between her parents and her memories, she felt reassured that circumstances were improving. Ding! What was that noise? Lin Bao'er, who had begun to feel drowsy, startled awake, her large, watery eyes scanning her surroundings. A voice echoed in her mind. "You have activated the Goodwill system. You currently possess a novice level. Protect your mother, Shen Shualan, from harm to earn points. Do you accept?" "Accept." Without hesitation, Lin Bao'er agreed, eager to explore the capabilities of her newfound system. She had expected to exist merely as a helpless infant, yet fortune smiled upon her, granting her a system. As she closed her eyes, the system's introduction unfolded in her mind. The system was in its initial stage, allowing her to accumulate points through good deeds, which could then be exchanged for various items. Among the items available for exchange were basic necessities such as formula, diapers, and bottles, though these held little value for her mother. These could be obtained for a few points. More valuable items included miraculous potions for beauty, antidotes, and fragrant pills, each requiring 20 points or more. The system had indicated that protecting her mother would yield points, and Lin Bao'er recognized that her primary objective was to shield her family from false accusations. By averting the tragedies that befell the Lin family, she could indeed perform good deeds and earn sufficient points for valuable exchanges. Moreover, by punishing those who conspired against the Lin family, she would contribute to justice, fulfilling her role as a force for good. Good deeds, it seemed, had multiple interpretations. Her tiny, rosy lips puffed out in determination. This night, she resolved to stay vigilant for her mother. As a newborn, her only recourse was to remain alert and cry out should danger arise. Thus, she steeled herself. Yet, she was so very tired. Which newborn could possibly endure the night? "Oh, system, Is there anything that can invigorate me? Ding. She glanced at her initial point tally. 0. After a moment of silence, she inquired, is it possible to incur a debt? Thank you for your unfeeling indifference. Pouting, Lynn Bao'er clenched her tiny fists, trying to rouse herself. She could not afford to sleep. Just one more hour of perseverance, and the villain would surely make an appearance. Meanwhile, Shan Xuelon lay beside her, gently patting her back and softly humming a lullaby. Already struggling to keep her eyes open, Lin Bao'er found it increasingly difficult to resist slumber. Shan Xuelon's hand rested against her back. Though she did not comprehend why her daughter exhibited such maturity from birth, Shan Xuelon felt warmth in her heart. Her daughter was wholly devoted to her. Gently, she reassured Lin Bao'er, sleep now, your father and I have everything arranged. No harm shall come to you. As Shan Xuelon's caresses grew softer, the soothing scent enveloped them in a tranquil embrace. Despite her efforts to remain awake for a while, Lin Bao'er ultimately succumbed to the inevitable fatigue, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into slumber. Shan Xuelon lay in bed, her bright almond-shaped eyes harboring a hint of calculation. Qinglian entered quietly, whispering, everything is prepared. Good, you may rest now, Shan Xuelon replied, recalling the foreboding fate that awaited Qinglian that night. Qinglian will stay with the lady, Qinglian insisted firmly, sensing Shan Xuelon's desire for her to take a break. Do you doubt my loyalty? The night was deep, and the moonlight bathed the courtyard in a silvery glow. The yard was eerily silent. Lin Qiming entered the courtyard stealthily, pushing the door open. As Shan Xuelon reclined on the bed, her gaze met him, and she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Madam, sleep now, I'll keep watch over you, he said. Shan Xuelon nodded slightly, finally allowing herself to rest. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the doorway. Shan Xuelon's eyes flew open, but Lin Qiming pressed a hand on her shoulder, saying, Madam, do not worry, I will handle everything. With that, he strode out, and chaos erupted outside. Lin Bao'er awoke with a start, her eyes meeting her mother's warm, smiling gaze. Ding! Good deed accomplished, earn 50 points. Her eyes brightened at the prospect. 50 points could prove invaluable in a critical moment. My dear Bao'er, have you been disturbed by the noise? Fear not, your father will handle it swiftly. Chapter 4. Unrecognizable even to his own father in the courtyard, Lin Qiming mercilessly pummeled the intruder into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Upon having him subdued, he was astonished to recognize the man as a familiar face. Wang Yukai, as the brother-in-law of the Prime Minister, you may bully the weak at your leisure. But how dare you bring your insolence to me today? The words of Lin Bao'er, echoing in his mind, ignited a fury that rendered him shuddering with rage. He lunged forth, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Wang Yukai. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The man stammered, his speech slurred. I was invited by Lady Lin for a late-night rendezvous. It was her initiative. Curse you. Lin Qiming retorted, landing a punch that knocked out 2 of the man's teeth. Do not presume that your connection to the Prime Minister grants you the audacity to slander. Beat him. Spare me, Lord Lin, spare me. It truly was Lady Lin who made the first move. Look at your pig-like visage. How dare you claim that my wife, a celestial beauty, would even cast a glance your way? Not to mention your debauched character. My wife would never look upon you favorably. Beat him. We shall not cease until we uncover the reason behind your clandestine intrusion into my residence. As the last words left his mouth, a foul odor permeated the air. Lin Qiming, repulsed, covered his nose, only to discover that the Prime Minister's brother-in-law had wet himself in fright. Continue. What are you waiting for? Lin Qiming bellowed, noticing the hesitation among his subordinates. He re-established his authority by replacing the guards in Lady Lin's quarters with his trusted allies, subsequently tracing the source of the breach to a servant who had admitted the scoundrel. The trembling servant now knelt at the entrance, helplessly witnessing Wang Youtsai's beating. You. Lin Qiming pointed at the quaking servant. What role do you serve in this household? I am Zhang Ge, responsible for the garden and its maintenance, the servant stammered, his knees knocking together in fear. Please, master, spare me. I was merely tempted by greed. Lord Wang claimed that Lady Lin possessed a priceless piece of ink jade, which he wished to present to his newly acquired 18th concubine. My greed led me to secretly grant him entry. Please, master, spare me. You lie. Wang Yukai roared, his eyes bulging. It was clearly Lady Lin. Before he could finish his accusation, Lin Qiming delivered a kick to his chest, leaving him gasping for breath. Inside, Lin Bao'er, hearing the commotion, sensed that the scoundrel was receiving a thorough thrashing, and her heart raced with excitement. I longed to see that villain being beaten to the point of unrecognizability by his own father. He is not merely driven by lust. He has been incited by the Prime Minister to sow discord between my father and mother, thereby facilitating the introduction of beautiful women and the placement of spies. Their schemes must be utterly thwarted. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Shen Shuolan realized that capturing Wang Yukai was not enough. His mouth must be silenced to prevent further gossip. With this resolve, she instructed Qing Lian to help her tidy her appearance and carried Lin Bao'er out of the room. I cannot wait to see how badly he has been beaten. Lin Bao'er squirmed in her mother's embrace, eager to witness Wang Youcai's disgrace. To accommodate her curiosity, Shen Shuolan held her facing forward, enabling her to see Wang Youcai's pitiful state. His once round face was now bruised and battered, resembling that of a pig. Deservedly so. The perpetrator of my mother's demise deserves nothing less than this retribution. As Lin Qiming's words fell, Wang Yukai crawled towards Shen Shuolan, wailing, "Shuolan, do you not remember? Just half a month ago, you gifted me a handkerchief embroidered with orchids, claiming you had infused it with your fragrance. To possess it is to carry a piece of you. Cease your nonsensical babble." Lin Qiming was ready to strike again. However, Lin Bao'er, nestled in Shen Shuolan's arms, whined. Wang Yukai is nothing but a scoundrel, indulging in debauchery and gambling, incapable of distinguishing between daffodils and orchids. He swore his affection. Yet my mother met her end in despair, and only later did my father uncover the truth to clear her name. Alas, by then it was too late. Shen Shuolan, upon hearing these words, felt a swell of complex emotions, yet was deeply moved. Her resolve strengthened. She instructed Qing Lian, "Fetch the orchid-embroidered handkerchief I stitched recently." Understanding her intent, Qing Lian retrieved the handkerchief and presented it to Wang Yukai, asking, "Is this the one?" "Yes, indeed. That is the orchid-embroidered handkerchief," Wang Yukai insisted, his tone unwavering. "Are you certain?" Shen Shuolan's voice turned icy. "Absolutely. Shuolan, do you not recall? My feelings for you were sincere." Wang Yukai grinned, attempting to appear more presentable. Unfortunately, his battered visage only elicited disgust from Lin Bao'er. "You." Lin Qiming's desire to strike was thwarted as Shen Shuolan placed Lin Bao'er into his arms, halting his advance. With unwavering conviction, Shen Shuolan declared, "How dare he attempt to tarnish your mother's honor? We shall not allow even the slightest transgression." Lin Qiming, attuned to his daughter's thoughts, found himself in agreement. Recognizing his wife's intentions, he proclaimed, "Madam speaks wisely. Since there are those who seek to defame my wife's honor, let them perish. Consider this scoundrel merely an intruder in our abode. If he must die, then let it be so." Lin Bao'er's heart surged with excitement. "Father, had you possessed this discerning mind sooner, how could you have been falsely accused of treason?" Lin Qiming, "I shall take my daughter's praise as a testament to my intellect. Let us maintain this momentum." In the next moment, Shen Shuolan inflicted a wound upon Wang Youcai's arm, blood gushing forth, and as he cried out in agony, he surrendered, aligning himself with Zhang Gui's narrative. "I only desired Lady Lin's ink jade. I beg for mercy, my lady." This night, the Prime Minister's residence would be anything but tranquil. Lin Bao'er yawned. Feeling the fatigue wash over her, she yearned for sleep. With a thief in the Prime Minister's household, the ensuing chaos would surely erupt by dawn, and she could not afford to miss this spectacle. Chapter 5. A face unfit to be seen the following morning. Lin Bao'er awoke to find she had wet the bed. As an infant with the thoughts of an adult, she could only lament, how embarrassing. Yet, she found herself unable to control her tiny body. Once dressed in a fresh, comfortable outfit, a servant arrived with news that visitors had come from the Prime Minister's residence. Shen Shuolan, engaged in breakfast, did not lift her gaze, responding nonchalantly, "There is no rush. Let them enjoy their tea." Qing Lian acknowledged and departed to carry out her instructions. In the hall, the Prime Minister glared at Wang Yukai, who was being carried in, his expression dark and brooding. He wished fervently that Wang would have perished the previous night at Lin's residence. The path had been laid out for him, yet he had failed, instead confessing to breaking into Lynn's residence and tarnishing the Prime Minister's reputation. Now, the Lin family likely suspected his intentions, leaving them to stew in embarrassment. The Prime Minister's family waited in the hall for a full 2 hours before Lin Qiming and Shun Xuelan, accompanied by Lin Bao'er, finally made their entrance. The Lin brothers, having caught wind of the events, did not miss the opportunity to join, especially after learning Wang Yukai's true aim was to undermine their mother's reputation. This only fueled their rage. As the Lin family entered the hall, tensions flared, their hostility palpable, as if they were ready to tear the Prime Minister's family apart. Lord Lin, regarding last night's incident, Yukai acted impulsively out of drunkenness. I have brought him here today to apologize. I implore you to forgive him, the Prime Minister stated. However, nestled in Lin Qiming's arms, Lin Bao'er could only scoff coldly. The old Prime Minister colludes with the third prince, hoping to marry his daughter to my elder brother, using her as a spy within our family, ultimately leading to our downfall. How disgraceful! Lin Qiming, upon hearing this, felt his anger intensify, yet he maintained his composure. He had always believed the Prime Minister aligned with the second prince against the crown prince, only to discover he was in league with the third prince all along. This old schemer had begun plotting against the Lin family long ago. Should he escape unscathed today, it would be an affront to the years of hospitality he had received. Lord Lin, I am aware of Yotsai's misguided intentions. Despite my strict discipline over the years, he still acts out of line while intoxicated. If you're displeased, I am willing to purchase Lady Lin's ink jade at tenfold its value. No need. Lin Qiming, cradling his precious daughter, plopped down beside Shun Xuelan and declared, as long as the Prime Minister breaks one of his hands, rendering him incapable of committing further misdeeds, I shall not hold him accountable. What? Wang Yotsai's face turned pale with fear. You, Lin, are not a man of your word. What have I said? Lin Qiming shot back, his eyes narrowing, causing Wang Yukai to fall silent and seek help from the Prime Minister. Yet the cunning old fox, wishing to placate Lin Qiming, unhesitatingly acquiesced to his demand, taking the stick presented by a servant and striking Wang Yotsai's injured arm several times. Wang Yukai let out a few agonized cries before losing consciousness. The Prime Minister waved his hand, and the servants carried Wang Yukai outside, out of sight. Minister Lin, is this matter resolved? He asked with a smile, showing no trace of his earlier ruthlessness. I have another matter, the Prime Minister continued as he sat down, turning to Lin Jiu, the eldest son of the Lin family. Hasn't the eldest young master reached the age for betrothal? My unworthy daughter has harbored feelings for him for many years. I was wondering if we could give these two young people a chance to get to know each other better. Lin Bao'er scoffed, recognizing the old trick. My brother already has someone he loves. It was the Prime Minister's family that instigated the separation from his beloved. The Prime Minister's daughter is merely scheming to ensnare my brother again. Lin Qiming, upon hearing this, discreetly cast a glance at his eldest son, Lin Jiu. He was surprised to discover that this quiet lad had already captured someone's heart. Thus, he was even more determined to refuse the old fox as proposition. Husband, please hold Bao'er for me, Shun Xuelan interjected, taking Lin Bao'er from his arms. However, before she could hold her for long, Lin Jiu and Lin Mabai took turns carrying the child away. Lin Bao'er was still seething with resentment. The Prime Minister's daughter, Shun Ryu, merely used a chance meeting with my brother to feign drowning, compelling him to save her, then accusing him of ruining her virtue. Lin Jiu's expression turned icy. Is it truly so? While he could not ascertain the truth of his sister's thoughts, he resolved to remain vigilant. Even if Shun Ryu were to perish before him, he would never grant her the opportunity to trap him. Lin Qiming shared the same sentiment, resolutely deciding that his eldest son must not meet the old fox's daughter. Henceforth, he decreed that his eldest would not attend any gatherings hosted by the Prime Minister's family. Consequently, he firmly rejected the Prime Minister's proposal, stating, my son may be lacking in capability, but is high-spirited. He would likely disdain the daughter of someone engaged in petty thievery. Shun Xuelan chimed in. What my husband says is true. The couple's exchange incensed the Prime Minister to the point of near apoplexy, leaving him to regret not having killed Wang Yukai. At this juncture, it was too late for any words. With a wave of his hand, Lin Qiming dismissed the Prime Minister, leaving him with no opportunity to retort. Witnessing the Prime Minister's darkening countenance, Lin Bao'er could not help but smile. Bao'er is smiling. Does that mean you think father is right? Lin Mabai asked loudly. The prime minister, nearing the door, stumbled in exasperation, almost falling flat on his face. I understand Minister Lin's intention, but we must consider the young people's fate. Wouldn't you agree? The prime minister, huffing with irritation, left with Wang Yukai in tow. In the next moment, Lin Qiming turned a stern gaze toward Lin Jiyu, warning, "From now on, keep your distance from anyone associated with the prime minister's residence. Otherwise, do not blame me for breaking your legs." He concluded with a pointed glance at Lin Jiyu's legs. The eldest son, holding the child, shivered and quickly promised, "Even if I see a dog from the prime minister's family, I will take a detour." Good. Lin Qiming finally relaxed. Yet the Lin family understood that since the prime minister had spoken, he would not easily relent. Like a venomous snake, he could strike at the Lin family at any moment. Lin Bao'er was placed in her cradle by her brother Lin Jiyu, drowsily listening to their conversation. Upon learning that their father would accompany the emperor outside the city to the Qianfua temple to pray for blessings, she suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no! Father is in danger. Chapter hot on nop 100 points. Lin Bao'er was in a state of panic. However, the overwhelming drowsiness besieged her, and after a struggle between her eyelids, she succumbed to sleep. Yet it was not a peaceful slumber, as a tear escaped her eye. Why is Bao'er crying? Shun Xuelan noticed her daughter's distress. Lin Jiyu leaned in, speculating, could it be that she doesn't want father to go to the Qianfua temple? Lin Qiming furrowed his brows, his gaze softening as he looked at Lin Bao'er. For the sake of his precious daughter, he too needed to protect himself. Shun Xuelan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She lifted Lin Bao'er from the cradle, gently rocking her, hoping fervently that she would awaken and clearly inform her of what might happen at the temple. Yet, Lin Bao'er remained soundly asleep. With time slipping away, Lin Qiming prepared to depart. Just then, Lin Bao'er, having fought off her sleepiness, struggled to open her eyes and uttered, "Father must tie the soft armor to his right ankle." Having said this, she promptly fell back into slumber. Both Lin Qiming and Shun Xuelan exchanged a glance, understanding her words. "Third, go fetch my soft armor." Lin Ruqian, bewildered, asked, "Father, you're going to accompany the emperor to pray, not to battle. Why do you need armor?" Lin Qiming responded with a swift kick to his behind. "Stop your chatter. Hurry." Lin Ruqian, clutching his rear, wore a face of utmost grievance as he rushed off, muttering about creating some cushioning for the protection of all boys' posteriors. Shun Xuelan shook her head helplessly, saying, "Husband, you are too harsh on the children." Lin Qiming sighed repeatedly. What else can be done? If we leave those 3 mischievous monkeys alone for 3 days, they would tear the house down. As for the third, if I did not give him a kick, he would dig until he found a root. Shun Xuelan chuckled softly, her gaze tenderly fixed on the exquisite Lin Bao'er in her arms. As long as they are happy and healthy, I am content. As parents, we do not seek for our children to become dragons or phoenixes, only that they remain safe and sound. Lin Jiyu was the first to inquire, "Father, what is the meaning of this?" This soft armor, forged from the mystical iron of Tianshan, is not only impervious to blades and arrows, but is also a rare and exquisite craftsmanship. It takes 1,000 pounds of this iron to produce just 1 ounce of armor. This particular set was a reward from the emperor for Lin Qiming's service. Yet today he chooses to bind it to his ankle. Is he not disrespecting the emperor? Lin Qiming, aware of his child's thoughts, raised a hand dismissively. As long as my Lin family keeps silent, outsiders will remain unaware of this matter. The 3 sons of the Lin family shook their heads vehemently, with Lin Ruqian tightly covering his mouth. "Husband, please be cautious on this journey." Shun Xuelan entrusted Lin Bao'er to Lin Jiyu's care, linking her arm with Lin Qiming's. Her brow furrowed with worry. "I feel restless today." Lin Qiming nodded in agreement, calming Shun Xuelan before striding out of the minister's residence. Lin Bao'er awoke to the sun high in the sky, finding herself alone, save for the wind chimes Lin Jiyu had crafted, chiming sweetly in the breeze. Suddenly, a chime rang out, ding. Good fortune accomplished, gain 100 points. Lin Bao'er was left momentarily stunned. How did I complete a task just by sleeping? Her delicate brows furrowed in confusion until the sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by hearty laughter. Lin Bao'er was lifted into the air by a pair of strong hands. My precious darling. Lin Shiming beamed, showering kisses on Lin Bao'er's soft cheeks. Today, I owe it all to you. Though he appeared unscathed, Shun Xuelan remained unconvinced, promptly lifting Lin Qiming's outer robe. My lady, Bao'er is still here. A fleeting blush crossed Lin Qiming's face. It is said that a 3-year-old child is unaware of the world. Yet how could his Bao'er be ordinary, possessing innate wisdom? She understood familial bonds and the propriety between men and women, naturally mindful of the moral distinctions. Lin Bao'er stared with her round, clear eyes, with such a fine figure. What harm is there in letting me take a look? How stingy. Oh dear. No, no. The real question is my father injured or not? Lin Qiming bent down and playfully rubbed Lin Bao'er's small nose, assuring her, do not worry, dear. Father has not lost a single piece of skin. He is perfectly fine. After years of marriage, a mere glance at Lin Qiming's demeanor was enough for Shun Xuelan to know that all was well. She gently inquired, husband, what exactly transpired today? At this mention, Lin Bao'er too curiously craned her neck. Seeing her father's glowing complexion, could it be related to the reward she had received? Lin Qiming, cradling Lin Bao'er in one arm and holding Shun Xuelan's hand with the other, sat on the bed and slowly recounted. Today, the emperor's visit to Qinfu Temple for prayers was leaked, and he was ambushed by thieves on Qinfu Mountain. As a martial general, it is my duty to protect the emperor. Little did I know, before I could engage with the thief, a gigantic python appeared out of nowhere, aiming directly at my right foot. Fortunately, I had on my soft armor. Otherwise, even if I would not have been defeated, I would surely have been injured and unable to return home unscathed. More importantly, while it seemed the thieves targeted the emperor, their every move was directed at him, suggesting he might be the true objective of the attack. However, he refrained from sharing this with Shun Xuelan, fearing it would cause her distress. After speaking, he lifted his robe to show Shun Xuelan the soft armor. To her astonishment, she saw 2 rows of tiny bite marks on the silver armor, stained with a faint black substance. Is the python venomous? She gasped. Gently pinching the armor, she brought it to her nose for a cautious sniff. Her expression suddenly darkened. While the poison was not fatal, it contained a softening powder. If you had made a misstep today, my husband, you may find it difficult to wield your sword in the future. In the stillness of the room, Shun Xuelan realized the gravity of the situation. Gripping Lin Qiming's arm tightly, her eyes filled with concern, it's aimed at you. Lin Qiming wished to shield her from worry and sighed softly. Yet, Shun Xuelan's master was a renowned physician in the Deping kingdom, skilled in both medicine and poison, and as his prized disciple, she could easily discern the threat posed by the softening powder. Who could be targeting the minister's household? She pondered anxiously. Lin Qiming had no answers. He felt fortunate to have narrowly escaped disaster today. Unknowingly, he found himself gazing at Lin Bao'er, whose wide eyes were filled with curiosity, muttering softly, I wonder if Bao'er is aware. Lin Bao'er, brimming with pride, exclaimed, the mother of the 3rd prince is actually a princess from an enemy nation. Hearing her thoughts, Lin Qiming and Shun Xuelan were taken aback. The late consort Ro was indeed a princess from a rival kingdom, and the 3rd prince, with his unparalleled beauty resembling a jade gentleman, was lacking in both scholarly and martial prowess. Following consort Ro's demise, the emperor had gradually forgotten about the 3rd prince, and even the court had overlooked his existence. Yet, who could have guessed the truth behind the 3rd prince? Shun Xuelan could not help but gasp. After finishing her thoughts, she yawned. Feeling sleepy, she wished to rest. Lin Bao'er, nestled in Shun Xuelan's embrace, began to softly snore. While she vaguely heard Lin Qiming and Shun Xuelan discussing matters in hushed tones, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Upon waking again, the night had fallen. Lin Bao'er stretched and yawned widely, her eyes blinking sleepily. Soon, Shun Xuelan brought her a bowl of milk soup, saying, You must be hungry, dear. Your mother has given birth to 3 children, and my milk supply is insufficient for you. I apologize for your discomfort. Shun Xuelan sometimes found it hard to comprehend what Lin Bao'er was saying, but seeing her enjoy the milk soup so heartily, she chose not to dwell on it. In the stillness of the night, Lin Bao'er accessed her system to check her current points, which had accumulated to a total of 150, sufficient to exchange for various items. Her modern shopping habits brought her joy in the system store, apart from food and necessities. She prudently purchased items beneficial to the minister's household. After contemplating the unfolding events, Lin Manor decided to buy 2 beauty pills, thus exhausting her 150 points. Satisfied, she closed the system. Her small goal was to avoid becoming short-lived and to aid the Lin family in overcoming their crisis. Currently, the only threats looming over the minister's household were the third prince and the prime minister's residence. The third prince, biding his time to build his power, was unlikely to act recklessly for the moment. The immediate concern lay with the prime minister's schemes against her elder brother, Lin Jiu. Lost in her thoughts, the little one soon fell into a deep slumber. In the following days, Lin Manor focused on recuperating, eating well, and sleeping soundly to prepare for the significant events ahead. Lin Jiu and Lin Qiming went to check the examination results. Shun Xiulan, recuperating from childbirth, was in the room burning mugwort, entrusting Lin Manor and Lin Ruqian with the care of Lin Manor. Lin Ruqian sat cross-legged before the desk, busily calculating, frowning at times, and lost in thought as he remarked, "Our elder brother, with his handsome demeanor, is a well-known talent from Jiangdong in the Deping Kingdom. Surely he has excelled in the examination." Lin Manor nodded silently. Indeed, all 3 sons of the Lin family had achieved success. The eldest, Lin Jiu, had topped the list with his exceptional literary talent and had gained the emperor's favor at young age. The second son, Lin Manor, inherited Lin Qiming's martial arts skills, having fought alongside him since childhood, and later became a young general. As for the third son, Lin Ruqian, although lacking in both literature and martial arts, was adept at calculating accounts and had found his business acumen after taking over a tea house, with the greatest wish of making a fortune. With these 3 brothers as her support, as long as the minister's household remained stable, her future days would surely be vibrant and fulfilling. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted. Lin Manor instinctively dropped the rattle in his hand, and Lin Ruqian rushed over. One covered Lin Manor's ears while the other held her tightly, both reassuring her. "Do not be afraid, dear sister. Your second brother is here. Do not worry, little sister. Your third brother is here too." While comforting her, both stretched their necks to peek outside, curious about the joyous occasion that warranted such celebration. "He did it. Our eldest brother has passed the examination." The steward, beaming with joy, beat the drum to announce the happy news while running around, calling out loudly. Lin Manor, holding Lin Manor, instantly stood up. Lin Manor excitedly waved at Lin Jiu, who entered wearing a red official robe, and after a lively exchange, many well-wishers arrived at the minister's residence. "My dear elder brother, you must keep your wits about you today and not let Shun Ryu outsmart you." In the midst of his joy over passing the examination, Lin Jiu suddenly shivered, his gaze sharpening. "How dare the prime minister's residence plot against me on the day of my triumph? Very well. Let them learn what it means to hunt geese only to have their eyes pecked out." Chapter 8. A clear objective in disguise, Shun Ryu stealthily infiltrated the minister's residence. Her intentions clear as she made her way toward Lin Jiu's courtyard. Having arranged for someone to wet his clothes, she hesitated a moment, pulling out a handkerchief from her bosom, carefully tracing the patterns as she murmured, "Your Highness, for you, I am willing to give up everything, even if it means marrying another. I only hope you will not betray my deep affections." The handkerchief was embroidered with ink-wash bamboo, and amidst the heavy strokes, a small character was faintly visible, tightly concealed by Shun Ryu. She pressed the handkerchief to her heart, tears streaming down her face. As she walked, she deliberately ruffled her dress to facilitate the execution of her next plan. However, just as she turned into the long corridor, she was unexpectedly doused with filthy water. The foul stench wafted through her hair, exploding at her nostrils, nearly rendering her unconscious. In disbelief, she glared at the elderly woman before her, Shun Ryu trembling with rage. "How dare this blind old hag douse me with filthy water?" She exuded an air of authority, yet the old crone swiftly hurled the copper basin to the ground, placing her hands on her hips as she scolded. "Who is this woman, daring to intrude upon the inner quarters of the minister's residence? Surely, she intends to seize the opportunity presented by our esteemed household to commit theft. Guards, seize this thief and expel her from the minister's estate." At the sound of her commanding voice, Shun Ruyu, who was already retching from the stench, found herself enveloped in a sack. Following a flurry of punches and kicks, she shrieked, "Unbelievable! How dare you, a bunch of insolent servants, lay a hand on me? I am the daughter of the chancellor. If my father learns of this, he will have you all executed." Upon hearing her cries, Shun Shiulan, who had been forewarned, arrived and reprimanded. How outrageous! A thief daring to sully the name of the chancellor's household. She turned to the old crone, Wang Posey, "Take this shameless thief to the authorities." At these words, Shun Ryu was struck with terror, her mind in disarray, and the noxious odor overwhelmed her senses, causing her to faint. A handkerchief slowly fell to the ground. Shun Shiulan bent to retrieve it, noticing that while Shun Ryu was drenched in filthy water, the handkerchief remained pristine. Curiously examining it, she discovered a small character, Chu, hidden among the inky patterns. Her expression shifted, tightening her grip on the handkerchief as she quelled the tumult within her heart, swiftly making her way to the front hall. Upon her return, Shun Shiulan exchanged a discreet nod with Lin Jiyu. He raised his voice, addressing the guests, "Ladies and gentlemen, a female thief has infiltrated my inner quarters and has now been apprehended and handed to the authorities. Please check to see if any valuables have gone missing." His proclamation stirred the guests into a flurry of inspection. In no time, the scandal of a thief infiltrating the minister's residence on the day of the eldest son's examination spread across Yanjing City. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the thief was none other than Shun Ryu, the sole daughter of the chancellor. Shun Ryu, upon being brought before the assembly, spewed nonsensical claims, asserting she had only ventured to the inner quarters at the invitation of her elder brother. During dinner, Lin Manor recounted the events he had uncovered. Thankfully, the magistrate, keenly observant, demanded evidence from Shun Ryu. When she could not provide any, she feigned unconsciousness. Word of the chancellor's embarrassment spread as Lin Manor laughed heartily at the thought of the chancellor's flushed face when he sought to redeem her. Exchanging glances, Shun Shiulan and Lin Qiming both perceived the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Although this incident spared Shun Ryu from being dishonored within the minister's estate, the matter of the chancellor's brother-in-law loomed. It was likely that the chancellor's household bore a grudge against the minister's residence. "We must all be cautious henceforth," Lin Qiming advised. Once inside, Lin Qiming and Shun Shiulan deliberated strategies. "The chancellor is notoriously petty. He is likely to retaliate," Lin Qiming warned. "My dear, you must remain ever vigilant within the inner quarters." Shun Shiulan produced the handkerchief she had hidden away for half the day, saying, "My husband, look at this." After examining it, Lin Qiming's expression turned grave. "Is this the handkerchief of the third prince? How could it have fallen from Shun Ryu?" Both harbored suspicions, yet neither voiced them. Lin Bao'er, nestled between them, rolled her eyes. "How worrisome. If father wishes to eliminate future threats, he must eradicate the chancellor's household entirely. After all, the chancellor has long conspired with the third prince, Song Chu. That Shun Ryu, with her deceitful charm, has already pledged her heart to Song Chu, scheming against her elder brother merely to curry favor with the minister's influence, all for the third prince's gain. Thankfully, my elder brother's wisdom prevailed, averting a potential conflict for the minister's residence." "Oh dear," Lin Bao'er yawned. The little infant's body was easily fatigued. She needed a rest. Lin Qiming and Shun Shiulan watched over her, absorbing her words, yet their anxious hearts remained uncalmed. The battle for succession could lead to either great fortune or utter ruin. How could they bear to lose their precious Bao'er? "My love, since the chancellor's household has already embroiled the minister's residence in chaos, perhaps we should take the initiative and uncover their misdeeds to safeguard ourselves," Shun Shiulan proposed earnestly. Lin Qiming, a martial man devoted to his sovereign, had never resorted to scheming against others, desiring only peace for the realm. Yet, should the battle for succession ignite, blood would surely flow. The repercussions would not merely affect the minister's household. "Indeed, I am of the same mind," Lin Qiming concurred. "Although I occupy a position within the court, I have witnessed both overt and covert plots. For the sake of this family, I must remain vigilant and engage in a careful examination of the chancellor's household." United in their resolve, the couple spent a sleepless night. At dawn, Lin Qiming visited the East Palace, only to hear news that the third prince, Song Chu, sought to marry Shunryu. He claims to be motivated by a desire to protect Shunryu's reputation, Lin Manor reported. The emperor, wishing to placate the chancellor's family, has bestowed generous rewards upon the third prince for this proposal. These two have brazenly displayed their collusion. The emperor, advanced in years, has relinquished control, and by the time the crown prince attempts to intervene, the third prince has already exchanged nuptial tokens with Shunryu. This affair appears to be sealed. Gently rocking the still-sleeping Lin Bao'er, Shan Shuolan murmured, "At least this proves our Bao'er's intuition was correct. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and the minister's residence is at a disadvantage. Fortunately, we are prepared, for the enemy is now in the open." Chapter 9. My Contribution? Lin Manor shared this sentiment. Watching Lin Bao'er's adorable sleeping face, he could not resist pinching her soft, fair cheek. I, Lin Manor, am blessed to have such a daughter, thanks to the protection of our ancestors. Shan Shuolan playfully struck him. Why can't it be my contribution? Lin Manor chuckled. My wife, a celestial being descended to earth. It is my greatest fortune to have married you. The harmony we share is my utmost blessing. But what is wrong with your hand? Lin Manor suddenly noticed a rash forming on Shan Shuolan's hand and gently lifted it to inspect. Shan Shuolan, too, realized, exclaiming in surprise. She hadn't noticed it during her morning wash. As she pondered, she felt an itch on her neck. Hastily entrusting Lin Bao'er to Lin Manor, she approached the vanity mirror for a closer look. Upon seeing her reflection, she gasped, "Why do I have rashes all over my body, even on my face?" After the initial shock, she calmly retrieved a silver needle from her box, pricking the rash and dabbing it with the resulting pus. The needle quickly darkened to a faint black. "Madam, have you been poisoned?" Lin Manor exclaimed in alarm. Shan Shuolan, silent, brought the silver needle to her nose for a gentle sniff, then shook her head lightly. She could not identify the poison. At that moment, Lin Bao'er woke up and, upon seeing her mother's pockmarked face, gasped, "My heavens! How could this rash appear so suddenly?" In the original plot, Mother was schemed against by the third prince at a palace banquet, encountering a specially crafted poison, leading to her breaking out in rashes and nearly losing her composure before the emperor. Later, the third prince approached Father, claiming he possessed a remedy to alleviate Mother's rashes, for which Father was deeply grateful, unaware that the poison had been orchestrated by the third prince. This incident drew the chancellor's household closer to the third prince, stirring rumors throughout Yanjing City. But that one tea happened for another month. Why does Mother have rashes today? Could it be that she came into contact with something belonging to the third prince? The handkerchief! The handkerchief! Lin Bao'er's eyes were drawn to the inky bamboo-handled handkerchief on the dressing table, nudging Lin Manor insistently to draw attention to it. Upon merely observing Shan Shuolan's symptoms, the physician from the Song residence remarked, "My lord, the poison afflicting madam is derived from the unique Zhu Chui grass found solely in Shaanxi. This particular herb is particularly potent against women. Once touched, within 12 hours, the afflicted will develop rashes all over their bodies. Unless one consumes the Jingming powder, these rashes will remain for a lifetime." Hearing this, both Shan Shuolan and Lin Manor could not help but gasp in horror. A lifetime of affliction? Where might one procure the Jingming powder? Lin Manor, unwilling to see his wife suffer eternally, anxiously pressed for answers. "Oh dear, I can cure my beautiful mother's poison." Lin Bao'er, who had been overlooked for quite some time, kicked her legs in her cradle, filled with urgency. Just 2 days ago, she had exchanged points in the system for a beauty-enhancing elixir, which contained Jingming powder, exactly what was needed. She was aware that the third prince would soon target her mother to curry favor with General Father, and thus had resolutely spent 50 points to procure 2 pills. Shan Shuolan caught a glimpse of her daughter's thoughts, a fleeting hesitation flickering in her eyes. However, wary of the physician's warning that Zhu Chui grass could easily infect women, she secretly signaled Lin Manor, "You should go first." Receiving the glance, Lin Manor instructed the physician, "We can afford to wait over a month." The physician immediately began to pack his belongings, then quickly approached Shan Shuolan, inquiring, "Madam, what troubles you?" Her gaze fell upon Lin Bao'er, who was reaching out, yearning to be held. Although Lin Manor was puzzled, seeing Lin Bao'er's desolate state in the cradle prompted him to swiftly lift her into his arms to comfort her. "Just let me kiss my beautiful mother, and her poison will be resolved. Father, do not hesitate, Lin Manor exclaimed. The third prince is ruthless. The poison he devised cannot possibly have a month's antidote period. At most, it lasts 15 hours, and 12 of those hours have already passed. Time is of the essence. According to the system's instructions, the beauty-enhancing elixir could either be administered directly or fed to her, allowing it to reach Shun Shualan through her mouth, yielding equal effects. Lin Qiming trembled at her words. What? His wife had only 3 hours left to live? Upon observing Shun Shualan's pallor, which had significantly worsened, and her already frail form beginning to sway as if a gust of wind could whisk her away, he could no longer afford to ponder. He hastily handed Lin Manor over to Shun Shualan. No, Shun Shualan, still clinging to a modicum of rationality, clasped her hands behind her back, refusing to let Lin Manor touch her. My dear husband, have you forgotten what the physician said? This poison targets women. Bao'er is also a girl. Do you wish for her to suffer the same rashes as I do? She can endure my fate, but not that of my precious Bao'er. She is not yet a month old. How could I bear to let her share my misfortune? Woo! Even at this moment, my beautiful mother still worries about me. But I have already taken a beauty-enhancing elixir. I will be just fine. Mother, let me kiss you just once. Lin Manor shouted desperately. Upon hearing her near-shouting voice, Shun Shualan paused momentarily. However, Lin Qiming had already placed Lin Manor into Shun Shualan's embrace. My dear wife, if both you and Bao'er suffer, I shall resign from my office and hasten to Shaanxi to procure the Jingming powder for you both. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Instinctively, Shun Shualan clutched Lin Manor, yet before she could fully grasp the situation, Lin Manor swiftly pressed her lips against Shun Shualan's. Chapter 10. Indeed, it worked. Lin Manor was nestled in Shun Shualan's embrace. Shun Shualan instinctively held her close, and before she could react, Lin Manor quickly kissed her. The warmth, infused with the unique scent of a newborn, wafted towards her, and something from Lin Manor's lips trickled into her mouth, dissolving instantly. Before she could comprehend, it slid down her throat, sending a refreshing sensation coursing through her, dispelling the previous heaviness, replaced by an unprecedented clarity that left her momentarily stunned. Then, Lin Qiming's exultant voice rang in her ears. It's done. It's indeed done. Lin Manor's body slumped softly against Shun Shualan. The infant's form was truly delicate. Yet, after just that single kiss, she appeared utterly exhausted, languishing in Shun Shualan's arms, panting heavily. Bao'er is tired, Lin Qiming remarked, glancing at Shun Shualan. He observed that the red rashes on her skin had rapidly faded, and her complexion had transformed into a crystalline beauty, more radiant than snow. A rosy glow illuminating her features. Though her facial structure remained unchanged, she seemed to have ascended to a new level of beauty, leaving Lin Qiming utterly entranced. My dear wife, you appear even more beautiful. When it came to complimenting Shun Shualan, Lin Qiming often found himself at a loss for words. Shun Shualan smiled helplessly, playfully tapping his chest with her small fist. Let us discuss serious matters. Though she had caught a glimpse of her reflection and sensed a change, now was not the time for vanity. The pressing issue was the Zhu Chui grass. I merely brushed that handkerchief, and now I am covered in rashes. Bao'er just mentioned that the third prince had plotted against me. Could it be that the poison was aimed at the minister's daughter, Shun Ruyu? Shun Shualan speculated. But when I encountered Shun Ruyu, I did not observe any rashes like yours, Lin Qiming replied. Aside from her evident panic, she seemed otherwise unperturbed. Lin Qiming wrapped his arm around her shoulder, softly reassuring her, fortunately, this matter has passed. We can only confront whatever comes our way. Shun Shualan nodded in agreement. Wow, the beauty-enhancing elixir from the system is truly miraculous. I feel as though I have become more beautiful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a good deed by successfully protecting the madam of the minister. A reward of 200 points has been credited to your account, and the system mall level has been upgraded. Please check it. Lin Manor immediately accessed the system mall to browse. With her current point shortage, most items available were daily necessities, and the medicinal products were of the initial level. Now that her level had increased, for instance, the price of the beauty-enhancing elixir had doubled, but its efficacy had also significantly improved, leaving her astonished. If she consumed it, would she not become an unparalleled beauty? Just as she was eager to try, Lin Manor suddenly noticed a line of small print beneath the beauty-enhancing elixir. Note: each type of medicine may only be purchased and used once within a year. The same applies to products of different levels. Lin Manor realized she had lost the chance to become an extraordinary beauty. Woe is me. Yet, she felt fortunate to have saved her mother's life. In the grand scheme of things, beauty was trivial compared to life. After completing her mental reassurances, Lin Manor resumed her joyful browsing in the mall and discovered, in addition to basic upgrades, new health-enhancing medicines available. Excellent. She resolved to continue her good deeds to contribute to the Lin family, avoiding misfortune and ensuring she would not become a short-lived soul. During dinner, Shen Xuelon perceptively noticed a fragrant sachet at Lin Qiming's waist and observed Lin Jiyu smiling foolishly upon glancing at it. Jiyu, when will you introduce your beloved to me? Lin Jiyu paused in his actions, a look of resignation crossing his face. Mother, I am preoccupied with official duties. This deftly shifted the topic. Knowing her son well, Shen Xuelon did not press him further, but instead inquired, what matter weighs so heavily on you? The eyes of the entire Lin family gathered on Lin Jiyu, including little Lin Manor, who stared intently with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. Setting down his chopsticks with a sigh, Lin Jiyu began. Ever since I entered the Ministry of Personnel, I have discovered a chaotic mess within the department's accounts, with officials in disarray. A 7th-rank minor official has even managed to dominate a 3rd-rank official, while the latter is bullied by the former, too frightened to utter a word. Such occurrences are truly rare. Lin Qiming furrowed his brow. Having set down my chopsticks, I too had heard whispers of the internal corruption within the Ministry of Personnel, yet I never anticipated it to be of such grave magnitude. I once aspired to clarify the situation and restore the integrity of officialdom, but alas, no one was willing to heed my words. Lin Jiyu's brow furrowed deeper, the lines between his brows growing more pronounced. That is because the ministry is filled with appointees of the Prime Minister. Though he appears to be incorruptible, in reality, he lives in opulence, thriving on the trading of official positions, amassing wealth beyond measure. If you don't believe me, dear brother, venture to the Prime Minister's residence tonight and observe his private treasury. I assure you it is overflowing with gold and jewels, I remarked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Lin family members grew tense. Lin Maobai abruptly stood up, declaring, "It is dark. I shall take a stroll." Lin Jiyu also rose, suddenly recalling that there were still account ledgers in the ministry that required his attention. Lin Ruqian glanced between the two, finally opting to follow Lin Jiyu outside. "Elder brother, wait for me. I am quite adept at examining ledgers." Lin Bao'er, feeling a peculiar sensation, often sensed that those around her could hear her innermost thoughts, particularly the 3rd brother, who seemed to echo her sentiments precisely. Meanwhile, Lin Maobai stealthily approached the Prime Minister's residence. After a period of observation, he skillfully located the inner treasury, slipping inside during the change of guard. The sight of the dazzling array of gold and jewels under the moonlight took his breath away. Chapter 11. A problem overwhelmed by the brilliance of the gold. Lin Maobai's eyes widened in astonishment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed not only the treasures, but also an unexpected scattering of gold and silver powder on the floor. Crouching down to investigate, he pondered the absurdity of such excess. Surely, in a place so lavish, gold and silver dust should not be strewn about. If anyone were to enter or exit, would this not alert the entire estate? Perplexed, he decided not to dwell on it further. After taking a small ingot of silver from each chest, Lin Maobai prepared to leave. However, an abrupt shout from outside pierced the silence. "Who is in the treasury?" Lin Maobai's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt through the window to escape. When the Prime Minister arrived, hastily donning his outer robe, he was met with the sight of the shattered window, inciting a surge of fury within him. Incompetent fools! How could someone breach my residence and enter my treasury? He immediately ordered the execution of all guards on duty that night. Kneeling in a frenzy, they pleaded for mercy. Why must the Prime Minister be so enraged? In the shadows, a tall figure emerged, the moonlight illuminating his face. A visage of unparalleled beauty, clad in flowing white robes, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. The 3rd prince. Upon recognizing him, the Prime Minister restrained his anger, offering a respectful greeting, though his eyes betrayed lingering ire. These inept servants are truly useless. Fortunately, it was my private treasury they breached. Had that thief discovered your highness within, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Song Chu, unfazed, replied, "There is no need for the Prime Minister to fret over what has yet to transpire. These individuals are of no use dead. It would be better to have them redeem themselves by uncovering the identity of the intruder." He glanced at the gold and silver dust on the floor, a smirk gracing his lips. The intruder will not escape. The third prince's compassionate disposition. The Prime Minister understood his intent and bellowed at the guards on the floor. "Did you hear that? Hurry and thank His Highness for his grace. If we fail to uncover the thief's whereabouts tonight, I shall ensure your entire family accompanies you to the grave." Lin Jiyu spoke first. "My third brother and I have reorganized the ministry's ledgers and discovered that, indeed, the accounts have been in disarray since 3 years ago. Previously, the ledgers were clear, with every transaction meticulously recorded, but now Lin Ruqian interjected. The current issue is that the entries do not balance. The expenditures and revenues do not reconcile." Drawing from his experience, he asserted, "I suspect there is a hidden ledger, which contains the true records of the past 3 years. He was well versed in this matter, his analysis both insightful and coherent. Lin Shiming appeared lost in thought. 3 years prior. 3 years ago, the third prince's mother, Consort Ro, passed away. It was also 3 years ago that the Shun family rose to the position of prime minister. Father, elder brother, I too have made a discovery. Lin Mabai produced several ingots of silver pilfered from the prime minister's residence, displaying them before the others. He pointed to one. This one bears the official seal of Jiangzhou. This one, the seal of Suzhou. And this one, counting meticulously, he revealed that there were over 10 official seals from various locations. Lin Qiming's expression shifted, clenching his teeth. No wonder these regions have faced calamities one after another. These places had suffered numerous disasters in recent years, with the court allocating funds continuously, only to find that the money ultimately ended up in the prime minister's private treasury, while the common folk lamented their plight. He maintained a faade of integrity while the populace struggled to secure even the most basic sustenance or clothing. Lin Mabai nodded, affirming that the prime minister's corruption was now a foregone conclusion. Lin Ruqian mused to himself, grateful to Bao'er for the reminder. Otherwise, he too might have believed the prime minister to be the virtuous official spoken of in rumors, compassionate towards the people. Ah, how fortunate to have little Bao'er at home. Yet one matter puzzled him. Lin Mabai furrowed his brow. I observed a floor covered in gold and silver powder in the prime minister's treasury. Is that not excessively extravagant? I find it perplexing. Lin Jiyu responded, the gold and silver dust you saw is likely a means for the prime minister to erase the official seal from the ingots, justifying their privatization. Lin Shiming regarded Lin Jiyu with approving eyes, posing a question. Then why not clean up the gold and silver dust and intentionally leave it scattered? With merely a hint, Lin Jiyu's expression changed dramatically. He forcefully pushed Lin Mabai down, lifting his foot to inspect. Elder brother, what are you doing? Lin Mabai exclaimed in confusion, watching as Lin Jiyu unceremoniously removed his boot, causing him to cry out in alarm. Elder brother, what peculiar habit is this? In the next moment, Lin Jiyu extinguished the candle. A faint glow emerged in the study. Phosphorescent powder. The others exclaimed in unison. Lin Jiyu reignited the candlelight, seizing Lin Mabai as he urged. We must erase all traces of your presence. Lin Mabai stumbled along. Elder brother, I have yet to secure my shoes. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Qiming nodded approvingly. The elder brother was the most composed. As long as his intentions remained pure, he would strive for the people. The second brother, though reckless, possessed exceptional martial prowess. Together, the two brothers complemented each other and were bound for greatness. Now, the pressing matter was to uncover the source of such a large quantity of gold and silver. Lin Qiming turned to Lin Ruqian, the only one still unclear about the situation in the study. Third brother, do you have any insights on this matter? Lin Ruqian, yawning in fatigue, expressed his disinterest in official affairs, letting the discussions flow in one ear and out the other. He preferred to focus on the ledgers. Father, I'm still young. Please do not expect too much from me. As he spoke, he stealthily prepared to slip away. Out of the corner of his eye, He spotted Shun Shulan approaching the study with Lin Bao'er in tow, and he hastily flung open the door, exclaiming, "Mother, Bao'er, you've come." He dashed off in glee. Lin Qiming, following behind, wore a dark expression. "You little rascal, have you once again incurred your father's displeasure?" Shun Shulan saw through his antics. "Father always insists I learn about official matters, but I truly find them uninteresting. A man need not solely rely on academia. I believe it is quite sufficient to manage the accounts and earn a living, providing for a family, while even making a bit of profit," Lin Ruqian boldly declared. "After all, should the sky fall, I have 2 elder brothers to shield me." As the third son, he had grown accustomed to the protection of his elder brothers. Lin Zhiyu's steadfastness and Lin Mabai's formidable strength, allowing him to remain carefree. Lin Qiming delivered a swift slap to his backside. Chapter 12. A temporary task? Absurd. Can a man rely solely on others? Even that tea house of yours was the first pot of gold given to you by the family. Just as you were about to impart some profound wisdom, Lin Ruqian suddenly howled and scurried behind Shun Shulan, wearing a face full of grievance. "Mother," Shun Shulan said helplessly, "your brother is still young. He will naturally understand those principles in due course. There is no need to rush to pressure him." Seeing his mother backing him up, Lin Ruqian beamed with delight, inching closer to Shun Shulan. Gazing at the exquisitely adorable Lin Bao'er, he couldn't help but give her a peck, exclaiming, "Sister, you smell so sweet, so soft, so cute. Just a whiff, and all my worries vanish." Originally on the verge of slumber, Lin Bao'er was rudely awakened by his antics and grumbled in dissatisfaction. His third brother a weirdo? Lin Ruqian's smile froze at his lips, and he immediately wore a look of grievance. "Sister called me a weirdo. Boo-hoo. Father scolds me, and now my sister says I'm a weirdo." The expression on Lin Ruqian's face was one of utmost dejection. Lin Bao'er, who was already fighting to keep her eyes open, after voicing her complaint, nestled into Shun Shulan's warm embrace and began to doze off. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, "Ding. Temporary task activated. Does the host wish to initiate the task?" Lin Bao'er jolted awake. A temporary task? She already knew the outcome of the story 5 years hence, and was intimately familiar with every step the Lin family would take. How could there still be a temporary task? Was it possible that something had changed during second brother's visit to the Prime Minister's residence today, putting him in danger? Initiate. Initiate. Lin Bao'er urged fervently in her mind. Ding. Temporary task issued. Protect Lin Zhiyu and Lin Mabai. Upon task completion, reward, 500 points. Lin Bao'er was taken aback. 500 points. This was the most substantial reward she had received since acquiring the system. But what exactly happened to elder brother and third brother? The system only issued tasks without explaining the background, leaving her utterly bewildered. "I must go and see." Lin Qiming also sensed something was amiss. Lin Bao'er hastily waved her hands and cried out, "I want to go too." She needed to complete the task. "Bao'er, stop making a fuss," Shun Shulan gently coaxed, cradling Lin Bao'er in her arms. "It's late, and you're just a little child. How can your body withstand this? Wah, beautiful mother, if I don't go. Elder brother and second brother will be in trouble." Lin Bao'er was frantic, squirming restlessly in Shun Shulan's embrace. Hearing Lin Bao'er's heartfelt plea, Shun Shulan's expression wavered. The things Bao'er mentioned had indeed come to pass, but she had only been born for half a month. How could she endure such turmoil? Seeing that Shun Shulan remained unmoved, Lin Bao'er turned her gaze to Lin Qiming, silently praying, "I hope there is a meeting of minds. Father, you must take me with you." While praying, she didn't forget to energetically climb onto Lin Qiming's back. "Father, please take Bao'er along." Lin Ruqian had become the most trusting of Lin Bao'er, asserting, "I believe in Bao'er." Lin Qiming hesitated for just a moment before hoisting Lin Bao'er onto his back, solemnly telling Shun Shulan, "My dear, I shall ensure that Bao'er and the 2 children come to no harm." He then instructed Lin Ruqian to stay home with Shun Shulan for the night before setting off. Lin Bao'er felt the lightness of ancient martial arts. The night wind rushed past her cheeks, and she felt a chill in her head. With only a few strands of hair, a baby's head was not quite equipped to withstand such gusts. Lin Bao'er quickly tucked her little head behind Lin Qiming, feeling a bit warmer. While she contemplated what might transpire, based on the few words Lin Ruqian had let slip, She surmised that Lin Mabai must have encountered some mishap while sneaking into the prime minister's residence, leaving behind a flaw. An elder brother Lin Jiu had gone to clean up the mess. Lin Jiu, it's actually you. A furious roar echoed from below. Lin Bao'er looked down to see Lin Jiu and Lin Mabai, surrounded by an aggressive man and his henchmen. The situation dire. Lin Qiming immediately leaped down. Father. The trapped Lin Jiu and Lin Mabai lit up at his appearance, but were momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Bao'er on his back. Lin Bao'er stretched out her hand towards Lin Jiu, who noticed her gesture and took her hand, only to feel a small, warm presence in his palm. Looking down, he discovered it was her. Lin Jiu glanced at Lin Bao'er and quickly lowered his voice, whispering something to Lin Mabai. Lin Bao'er was close enough to hear and couldn't help but giggle. Elder brother is truly amazing. We are indeed siblings, sharing an unspoken bond, haha. Flattered. Lin Jiu lowered his head shyly. Prime Minister. Lin Qiming greeted the official with an impassive expression. Lin Bao'er looked curiously. The little old man was not tall, dressed in a simple gray robe, and his complexion was pale and unassuming, yet his triangular eyes concealed calculations and malice. Upon seeing Lin Qiming, his expression shifted slightly, and he reined in some of his sharpness. Lord Lin, it seems the Ministry of Rights is displeased with my Prime Minister's residence, sending 2 young rascals to sneak about without invitation. Is this the manner of conduct one expects from your ministry? Previously, he had considered courting the Ministry of Rights, especially Lin Jiu, who was exceptionally talented and promising. He genuinely wished to have him as a son-in-law, yet the ministry had repeatedly thwarted his ambitions, and with tonight's incident, it was hard not to suspect that they were aware of something. Lin Qiming remained unfazed, even furrowing his brow. Has my Prime Minister's residence been robbed? Lin Jiu reacted swiftly. Father, second brother, and I were merely on our way to buy something for our sister when we noticed suspicious individuals lurking outside the Prime Minister's residence, which is why we stopped. Saying this, he opened his palm to reveal a small fruit. Lin Mabai nodded in agreement and added earnestly, I observed that individual possessed exceptional martial skills, particularly in lightness, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Prime Minister, you should not waste time here. It will be prudent to pursue that thief. Otherwise, given their agility, they may have already fled beyond the borders of Yanjing. Lin Bao'er thought, even at this critical juncture. Her second brother still had the time to boast about himself. Chapter 13. A meaningful glance. Lin Jiu and Lin Mabai coordinated exceptionally well, managing to sow doubt in the Prime Minister's mind with just a few words. Could it truly not have been the Ministry of Rights doing? However, as he followed the trail of glowing footprints, he found Lin Mabai and Lin Jiu's furtive figures at the end of the path, with no one else in sight. After speaking, he exchanged glances with the two. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Let us keep it brief to avoid revealing any flaws. Both nodded in agreement. Lin Bao'er, feeling a bit lethargic, stifled a yawn, but was nonetheless curious. Logically, the task should have ended here, yet the system remained silent. Was there perhaps another twist in the tale? As this thought struck her, she suddenly shivered, her round almond eyes widening as they darted about. She caught a fleeting glimmer of light from the shadows. Instinctively, she scrambled behind Lin Qiming. Father. Lin Jiu and Lin Mabai were alarmed, seeing Lin Qiming unharmed. Lin Mabai reacted quickly, reaching for his sword to confront the hidden assailant. Don't go. Second brother, please don't. Lin Bao'er thought clearly, and her urgency grew. She shouted silently in her mind. Though Lin Mabai was confused, he suppressed his impulse and stood still. I just saw an arrow from the shadows. Someone is clearly testing to see if second brother has truly come out to buy fruit. After all, who would venture out from a good family with a sword in hand? It's evident they're up to no good, prepared for a fight. Lin Bao'er muttered to herself. As Lin Mabai listened, a sudden tremor coursed through his heart. This was indeed an oversight on his part. In the shadows, Song Chu observed quietly. He noted that although the Lin family appeared somewhat flustered, none of them had drawn their weapons, causing him to furrow his brow in subtle contemplation. Was it merely coincidence? Yet, his suspicions remained unbroken. He glanced at one of his companions, and soon a delicate figure clad in white emerged into the Lin family's view. His father, Shen Ruyu, appeared, respectfully bowing to the chancellor. She had exerted considerable effort only to be sent by Lin Jiu into the bureaucratic establishment, becoming a laughingstock throughout the capital. Had it not been for the third prince's compassion, who petitioned the emperor on her behalf to elevate her to the prince's residence, she, despite being the legitimate daughter of the chancellor's household, would have merely become a concubine to the third prince. Fortunately, with royal protection, she would no longer face public scorn. Otherwise, she feared she would never again have the courage to step outside her home, condemned to a life of solitude. All of this was thanks to Lin Jiu. How could she not harbor hatred? Upon her arrival, the chancellor understood that this was yet another test. He subtly nodded in acknowledgement, silently stepping back to block the Lin family's only escape route. The Lin family found themselves completely encircled. What is Miss Shin implying? Lin Jiu asked, her expression calm, seemingly oblivious to the seething hatred in Shun Ruyu's eyes. She even greeted her with a bow, suggesting that if Miss Shun had matters to discuss, it could be postponed. You are to enter the palace, soon to serve as a concubine for the third prince. It is ill-advised to make your presence known. If this were to reach the ears of those with ill intent, it would surely incite slander once more, and even the third prince could not offer you protection then. Is Lord Lin threatening a mere girl? Shun Ruyu's lips curled into a smile, yet her eyes betrayed her true emotions, swirling with cunning. Lin Bao'er was intrigued by Shun Ryu. So, this was the daughter of the chancellor's household, strikingly beautiful like Lin Mimi. No wonder the texts often described her as having a kind face but a venomous heart. Who would suspect her of being a ruthless schemer based solely on her appearance? You have misunderstood, Miss Shun. Lin Jiu's demeanor remained unruffled, her tone still cool. It is simply that my father and brothers are all men. It is inappropriate for us to meet privately at this moment. Having already plotted against her, tarnishing her reputation, Shun Ruyu's resentment deepened as she observed Lin Jiu's nonchalant attitude. What significance did the minister's residence hold? Lin Jiu reacted swiftly, evading Shun Ruyu's approach, not only distancing herself but also pulling Lin Mabai away, effectively denying Shun Ryu even the slightest opportunity to draw closer. However, what Shun Ryu desired was for them to change positions. Once settled, she looked down and found no traces of luminescence upon the ground. She glanced into the shadows and shook her head slightly. Song Chu departed quietly. Lin Bao'er noticed everything, making her presence known with little hums. It was then that Shun Ryu realized Lin Qiming had even brought a baby along, alleviating much of her suspicion. If this were indeed the doing of the minister's residence, they would never bring a baby along to carry out their schemes, as infants are the most unpredictable, prone to crying at any moment. Just as she pondered this, Lin Bao'er began to cry. She recalled that Shun Ryu detested the sound of children crying. Indeed, Shun Ryu immediately retreated. It is truly a misunderstanding, Shun Ryu conceded. This matter can be considered resolved. But the personal grievances between me and the minister's residence will not be so easily dismissed. The chancellor's household departed in grand fashion. Yet Lin Qiming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the commotion. Did they fear others could not discern their ulterior motives? He found it beneath him. Lin Bao'er shared his sentiments, internally lamenting how poorly the original author orchestrated the plot, allowing the minister's residence to conclude in such a manner. Nevertheless, she would not allow her family to be outmaneuvered. After hearing about the events of the night, Shun Xuelan felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Clearly, the chancellor's residence and the third prince had begun to suspect them. Although they had narrowly escaped a calamity tonight, those suspicions would not dissipate so swiftly. Caution was imperative. Chapter 14. No wonder I am blamed. When Lin Bao'er awoke the next day, she found herself being fussed over by Shun Xuelan, who was diligently grooming her. Upon gazing into the mirror, Lin Bao'er was delighted to see her own enchanting reflection, a vision of youthful beauty. Hee. Lin Bao'er stared at her reflection, grinning foolishly, even drooling without realizing it. Shun Xuelan carefully wiped her mouth, a hint of worry flickering in her beautiful eyes as she turned to Lin Qiming. Husband, must you go? Today marked the occasion of the 100 Court Banquet, an annual gathering in Yanjing where nearly all the nobility and royal relatives would converge at Baicheng Garden. Invited by the Empress herself, compelling everyone to comply. However, despite this, the banquet had long devolved into a battleground for various factions, where alliances were forged and rivalries simmered beneath the surface. Following the events of yesterday, Shun Xuelan was concerned that the chancellor's residents might retaliate or engage in further nefarious acts against them. There is no choice, Lin Qiming sighed. The emperor's command is not to be disregarded, but this also presents a valuable opportunity. Father is correct. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door, clad in a flowing robe that danced with the wind, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Lin Jiu first teased Lin Bao'er before adopting a serious tone. After our investigations yesterday, it has been confirmed that the chancellor is indeed embezzling funds and trading in official positions. If this continues unchecked, it will inevitably bring disaster upon our minister's residence. I have been worried about finding an opportunity to discuss this matter with the crown prince, and this banquet could not be more timely. However, Shun Xuelan hesitated. I am somewhat concerned. This banquet allows family members to accompany their husbands. And while I do not fear for myself, I worry about Bao'er. If something were to occur, given the chancellor's family's malicious intentions, they might have other schemes in store for us. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Isn't this when the crown prince was attacked? Due to Shun Ryu's treachery within the minister's residence at that time, Lin Jiu, in his inebriation, was led astray by the chancellor, and the crown prince was assassinated, making the minister's residence the scapegoat. Though the injustice was later rectified, it was too late. The Lin family's influence had been wholly dismantled and devoured by the chancellor and the third prince, leading to their ultimate downfall. This incident was undoubtedly pivotal in altering the fate of the Lin family. Realizing this, Lin Bao'er grew anxious, babbling incoherently. Yet, during her outburst, no one could understand her words. Seeing her face redden in distress, Shun Xuelan assumed she was hungry and promptly sent for milk. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu and Lin Qiming exchanged knowing glances, concealing their excitement beneath a calm facade. Do not worry, my dear. I will ensure that I am by your side to protect both you and Bao'er, Lin Qiming reassured her. Lin Jiu nodded in agreement, confident that with so many present, their adversaries would not act rashly. When they arrived at Baichun Garden, it was already teeming with people, various carriages lining the entrance, including those of the crown Prince Song Mo and the third Prince Song Chu. Inside the garden, flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a large, clear lake shimmered, seamlessly blending with the horizon. The spring water appeared emerald, and one could envision a talented poet composing verses on the spot. Upon witnessing such a scene, Lin Bao'er felt a thrill of excitement. Wow, is this what an ancient banquet looks like? So extravagant. They were seated on the western side, not far from the princes, while the chancellor's household occupied the opposite end. Father, I will first go greet the crown prince, Lin Jiu declared, casting not a glance toward the others as she bowed to Lin Qiming before making her way towards Song Mo. Seeing this, Shun Ryu shot him a resentful glare before quietly tugging at the chancellor's sleeve to speak a few words, then rising to approach the third prince, Song Chu. Lin Ruqian, carefree and unbothered, dashed off to find her friends, while Lin Mabai remained dutifully by Shun Xuelan and Lin Bao'er's side, steadfast and unwavering. Lord Lin, what transpired yesterday was merely a misunderstanding. I, the Prime Minister, was deceived by the slanderous words of a petty individual and misjudged you. Today, as we gather for the grand banquet, might you grant me an opportunity to make amends? The Prime Minister approached with a smile. Among the esteemed guests present, Lin Qiming, regardless of his reluctance, could not afford to show disdain in such a setting. He could only feign a smile and raise his cup in salute. The Prime Minister's words were exaggerated. It was nothing but childish antics, not worth any guilt. While Lin Qiming engaged in this superficial exchange, Lin Bao'er nestled in Shun Xuelan's embrace, savoring the grapes handed to her by Lin Mabai, her anxious gaze fixated on the Prime Minister. This man surely harbors ill intentions. He must be plotting to frame our Lin family for the heinous crime of attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Lin Mabai's hand faltered, his gaze deepening. Shun Xuelan tightened her grip, her lips parting as if to speak, but suddenly a commotion erupted nearby, drawing the attention of those around. Disaster. An assassin has infiltrated Baichun Garden. The crown prince has gone missing. What? The crowd gasped. Lin Qiming, upon hearing the news, turned towards where the crown prince had been seated, his brow furrowing as he realized both Crown Prince Song Mo and Lin Jiu were nowhere to be found. What are you waiting for? Hurry and search. If anything happens to the crown prince, you can forget about your lives. The prime minister shouted, hurling his cup at the messenger's head, his expression a mix of urgency and anger. In an instant, the atmosphere in Baicheng Garden became tense and chaotic. This is bad. Something has happened to my brother and the crown prince. Lin Bao'er exclaimed, anxiously patting Shun Xuelan's hand, her voice rising in distress. If we're accused of my brother attempting to assassinate the crown prince, our entire Lin family will be ruined. Lin Ma Bai, upon hearing this, panicked. Father, I will find my brother. Having been immersed in court affairs for many years, Lin Qiming was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of today's banquet. He cast a glance at the prime minister's anxious demeanor, his expression growing somber. You stay here and protect your mother. I will go. Father, take me with you. You may encounter danger alone. Shin Xuelan's heart raced, and she promptly thrust Lin Bao'er into Lin Qiming's arms, insisting they go together. Though her words trailed off, she had full faith in her daughter, who had saved them from peril before, and trusted that Lin Qiming understood the necessity of safeguarding her. Acknowledging his wife's concern with a solemn nod, Lin Qiming swiftly vanished into the front garden. Ding! Mission initiated. Protect the crown prince. Completion rewards. 150 points. Chapter 15. Rescuing the crown prince Accept. Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled with excitement, tightening her grip on Lin Qiming's clothing, overwhelmed with joy. With the previous 400 points, she now had 550 points. She could navigate the system's marketplace with ease. Baicheng Garden was divided into the front and back gardens, the former hosting guests while the latter contained various chambers for the nobility's rest and private discussions. As Lin Qiming crossed the corridor, he heard a significant commotion from one of the chambers, causing his eyelids to flutter. He hurried towards the source. Lord Lin, over here. A distressed servant called from a distance, waving frantically. Seeing the servant appear to be one of Baicheng Garden's attendants, Lin Qiming instinctively moved towards him. However, after just a couple of steps, Lin Bao'er's warning halted him in his tracks. Father, don't go near. It's a trap. The prime minister is trying to lure you in to set you up, causing you to get hurt and leaving you unable to rescue the crown prince and my brother, ultimately making you both scapegoats. Lin Bao'er's thoughts were filled with indignation. Had it not been for the prime minister and the third prince's deliberate schemes, Lin Qiming would not be in such a perilous situation, and her mother would not be so despondent. Recalling past experiences, Lin Qiming pivoted, bypassing the servant's cries and heading towards a different garden corridor. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds of conflict became. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, Lin Bao'er gasped in horror. Lin Jiu, a frail scholar, despite having learned a few moves from his father and younger brother, was woefully inadequate in combat. He bore several wounds and appeared pale, on the verge of collapsing. Yet, he steadfastly defended Song Mo, blocking the enemies from advancing, unwilling to give them an advantage. Seeing this, Lin Qiming swiftly enveloped Lin Bao'er in his arms, his sleeves billowing as he moved. In an instant, a fierce punch rendered the closest attacker unconscious. Seizing his sword, Father, Lin Jiu's dim eyes brightened upon seeing him, swallowing the metallic taste of blood in his throat. Be careful, they have hidden weapons. Lin Qiming disdainfully scoffed, evading a thrown projectile, his gaze turning icy. With a flurry of movements, he dispatched the three attackers in mere moments, their eyes wide with terror as their heads severed from their bodies. Wow! Lin Bao'er's heart surged with excitement. Was this truly her father, the undefeated general who commanded the battlefield? He was magnificent, pleased with his daughter's praise. Lin Qiming felt a swell of pride as he dispatched over a dozen foes with his blade. After breaking through, he handed Lin Bao'er to Lin Jiu. Keep her safe. He feared for her safety, knowing that any misstep could lead to dire consequences for her mother. With that, he leaped towards the remaining assailants. And in the blink of an eye, only one enemy remained alive in the courtyard. Speak. Who sent you? Lin Qiming demanded fiercely, pressing his sword against the man's neck, radiating murderous intent. However, the black-clad figure showed no fear. After Lin Qiming's inquiry, he lunged forward, blood spilling instantly. Lin Qiming was taken aback, his expression darkening. Lin Jiu quickly shielded Lin Bao'er's eyes, reassuring her softly, Don't be afraid, Bao'er. The bad guys are gone. Thank you, Lord Lin, for saving my life. Song Mo, having discarded his sword, bowed respectfully to Lin Chiming. Despite his disheveled appearance, he still exuded noble grace. I apologize for arriving late and causing distress to the crown prince. Lin Chiming replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowed. However, I suspect these individuals may be death warriors. Death warriors? Song Mo exclaimed. His lips pressed tightly together as his gaze swept over the fallen foes, his expression grave. How many families in Yinjing could nurture such assassins? And who else? It must be the third prince. His resources are more abundant than you imagine. After this failed assassination attempt, who knows what other treachery he may unleash? Lin Bao'er muset inwartly. Lin Jiyu's expression hardened, suppressing his worries without further comment. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission completed. You have earned 150 points. The earlier discomfort dissipated instantly, as Lin Bao'er's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted outside. Oh dear, my crown prince, are you unhurt? Chief Steward Chong rushed into the courtyard, his voice growing shrill upon witnessing the numerous bodies. So many assassins. What has Baicheng Garden been doing? Such a grave error. If anything happens to the crown prince, their heads will surely roll. Chief Steward Chong, an official sent by the emperor to oversee the crown prince, had come to ensure the safety of the grand banquet, only to find himself amid such chaos. Following closely were the third prince and the prime minister, all offering their condolences to the crown prince. This unwarranted disaster against my royal brother is a blatant affront to our family's dignity. It must be thoroughly investigated. Song Chu feigned outrage, his expression one of concern for his brother, leaving Lin Bao'er incredulous. I am unharmed. Song Mabai's eyes appeared somewhat weary as he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The assassins were mostly death warriors, shrouded in suspicion, necessitating thorough investigation. Steward Chong, please report this matter to the Court of Judicial Review, ensuring that His Majesty remains undisturbed. Upon hearing the term death warriors, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Lin Jiu deliberately observed the third prince, Song Chu, and noted his calm demeanor, which sent a shiver down her spine. It seemed the third prince's depth of character surpassed her expectations. As a result of this farce, the banquet of the 100 Dynasties could only be suspended. Upon returning to the front garden, she indeed found Shun Xuelan and Lin Mabai, along with Lin Ruqian, anxiously glancing towards the crowd. Elder brother, you're injured? Lin Ruqian exclaimed, causing Shun Xuelan's heart to tremble. Seeing the tears welling in her wife's eyes, Lin Chiming hurriedly placed Lin Bao'er in her embrace, reassuring her. It's just some superficial wounds. Jiu insisted on seeing you both before attending to them. There is no need for excessive worry. Lin Jiu echoed. Fortunately, father arrived in time, averting a grave mistake. These wounds will heal with care. They are of no consequence. Chapter 16. Acquisition of the revitalizing pill upon returning to the minister's residence. Lin Chiming summoned the household physician. After confirming that Lin Jiu's injuries were not serious, Shen Xuelan finally felt relieved. Child, should you encounter a similar situation again, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your own safety, she gently admonished while patting Lin Jiu's hand, sighing softly. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? Her eyes reddened as she turned away to wipe away the shimmering tears, burying her face into Lin Chiming's embrace. Lin Chiming gazed at her with deep affection, then discreetly signaled to his 3 mischievous sons. Mother, please do not worry. This incident could be considered a blessing in disguise, wouldn't you agree? Lin Mabai, quick to comprehend, was the first to speak. Thanks to father's timely arrival, he saved elder brother and the crown prince, ensuring that the Court of Judicial Review will not implicate our minister's residence. Lin Bao'er's earlier words echoed in their minds. If the chancellor truly intended to frame their family, his plot would surely unravel. This incident could be seen as a narrow escape. Second brother is indeed correct. Lin Jiu half reclined, smiling faintly, though his lips remained slightly pale. After this event, the crown prince owes our Lin family a favor, and there are few capable of nurturing death warriors within Yinjing City. If we follow this lead and provide subtle guidance, then Lin Chiming, Lin Jiu, and Lin Mabai exchanged knowing glances, their eyes narrowing in unison. In contrast, Lin Ruqian appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend their cryptic conversation. Ultimately, it was a matter for his elder brothers and father, and he chose not to dwell on it, opting instead to cling to Lin Bao'er's cradle, mischievously poking her delicate, sleeping face. How soft, Lin Ruqian mused, delight bubbling within him. However, as he continued to poke, he inadvertently awoke the slumbering child. Wah! The sudden burst of cries startled everyone, causing Lin Ruqian to pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he clumsily pleaded. Please do not cry. I do not mean to. Having been roused too early, Lin Bao'er cried breathlessly, nearly spraying saliva onto Lin Ruqian's face. I no longer like third brother, she wailed. No, Lin Ruqian fretted, spinning in circles as he sought help from the others. Shen Xuelon cast him a reproachful glance, then crossed over to gather Lin Bao'er into her arms, soothing her with soft words. Do not cry, Bao'er. Are you perhaps hungry? The tender warmth of her embrace somewhat eased Lin Bao'er's discomfort, and her fussy demeanor lessened as she clutched at Shen Xuelon's garment, nodding slightly. It seemed she was indeed a bit hungry. Her little body was quick to feel hunger. Observing this, Shen Xuelon promptly instructed Qinglian to bring over some milk. As Lin Bao'er sipped, her round eyes began to survey her elder brother, who lay ill in bed. Elder brother seems to have improved quite a bit, she thought. I wonder if he can recover in time. In half a month, the chancellor will collude with the minister of personnel, but only elder brother can attend. I am uncertain if he will be able to gather evidence by then. Lin Bao'er's silent musings reached Shen Xuelon's ears, causing her to pause. Jiu, she called softly. Lin Jiu looked puzzled. Mother, what is it? Your injury. Shen Xuelon hesitated. You should be recovering soon. Yes? Lin Jiu responded with confusion. Mother, you were just worried to the point of tears. Lin Ruqian struggled to stifle laughter, nearly losing control. He too had heard Lin Bao'er's thoughts, never expecting their mother to be so resolute as to allow her eldest son to face danger while injured, which amused him greatly. Your mother speaks wisely. Recovering swiftly is of utmost importance. Lin Qiming concurred, standing firmly beside his wife. The day is drawing to a close. You should rest well. Later that night, Lin Bao'er found herself unable to sleep, so she opened the system shop to browse. Now in possession of considerable wealth, there was nothing beyond her reach. As she perused, her attention was captured by a small pill. Revitalizing pill? Note, capable of restoring 50% of internal injuries and 30% of external injuries. Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled. This was precisely what she needed. Just when opportunity knocked, it felt like a gift from the heavens. However, when she glanced at the price listed at the bottom, her breath caught in her throat, and a pang of pain shot through her heart. 100 points. How could it be so exorbitant? Lin Bao'er fumed, her teeth grinding in frustration. This was 1/5 of her savings. Yet, contemplating her elder brother's frail condition, she gritted her teeth and, with tears in her eyes, exchanged for 2 pills. No matter how valuable the points were, they could not compare to her brother's life. With the chancellor and the third prince eyeing the Lin residence, she had to prepare herself in advance. Watching her points diminish by 200, Lin Bao'er felt a chill in her heart. Shen Xuelon, sensing something amiss, glanced into her embrace and noticed the tears pooling in Lin Bao'er's eyes. She reached out to caress her forehead, her expression filled with concern. What troubles you? Fearing to alarm her mother, Lin Bao'er stifled a yawn, hoping to divert her attention. Overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events, she felt her eyelids grow heavy and eventually drifted off to sleep. The following morning, due to Lin Jiu's injury, the crown prince voluntarily requested leave from the emperor, allowing him a few days of respite. Meanwhile, Lin Maobai hurried to the court of judicial review early in the morning, hoping to glean some information. By noon, Lin Maobai returned, breathless as he gulped down water before exclaiming, "They found nothing." Lin Jiu sighed at this news, as I suspected. The Lin family traditionally dined together, symbolizing unity and warmth. Thus, even though Lin Jiu was injured, as long as he could rise from his bed, he would not be absent from the table. If they are indeed death warriors, it is not surprising that nothing could be uncovered, Lin Qiming remarked, placing a piece of meat in a Shen Xuelon's bowl, followed by a bowl of herbal soup. However, the inability to uncover the death warriors does not mean that other leads cannot be pursued. Lin Bao'er smacked her lips, thoroughly satisfied. Father is still clever. I remember these individuals are from the chancellor's residence. so there must be a trail to follow. Focusing on one lead is far more effective than aimlessly searching. Chapter 17. Rapid Healing of Wounds. Lin Manor cast a satisfied glance at Lin Bao'er, his heart swelling with joy. "Are you hungry, Bao'er?" he asked, his smile wide. How lewd. Lin Manor's smile froze on his face as he nearly dropped his chopsticks. Shun Shualan, unable to contain her laughter, shot him a playful glare before delicately placing food into her mouth. Indeed, Lin Jiu pondered, "I shall choose another day to seek out the crown prince," subtly hinting at the situation. After all, his intent is to take my life. He cannot remain indifferent. "Second brother, that chicken leg was saved for me by mother." Lin Ruqian's sudden exclamation erupted, turning the dining table into a scene of chaos as the two brothers nearly toppled over each other. "You remain idle at home every day, neglecting your martial training. It is high time you considered a lighter diet to shed some weight." Lin Manor exerted his physical prowess to suppress him, raising an eyebrow as he savagely bit into a chicken leg. Lin Ruqian cried out in despair. Previously, when she was compelled to feed their mother medicine, it was through direct contact, but she could not possibly do the same with her elder brother. Could she? Such an act would be utterly uncouth. Lin Bao'er mentally reprimanded herself and then devised a compromise. She feigned a gesture of wanting Lin Jiu to embrace her. Lin Jiu was taken aback by this unexpected display. Meanwhile, the two combatants vying for the chicken leg froze in place, their hearts simultaneously aching, rendering the chicken leg unpalatable. Bao'er had never before initiated such a request for their embrace. Lin Manor, standing nearby, felt a tinge of jealousy, discreetly positioning himself as a barrier between Lin Jiu and the others, then grinning at Lin Bao'er. "Come here, my dear. Let father hold you." No, father. Go away. I want my elder brother to hold me." After cradling the petite figure in his arms, Lin Jiu's expression softened, and he playfully teased Lin Bao'er. "Are you being good? Are you missing your elder brother?" The pill dissolved in water, leaving no trace visible. In a flurry, she pointed at the teacup before her, nearly speaking in her urgency. "Elder brother, drink up, quickly. This is precious medicine I managed to procure. Do not waste it." Lin Jiu, puzzled by her insistence, glanced at the teacup and obediently lifted it to his lips, downing its contents in one gulp. The effect of the elixir from the system shop was remarkable. In an instant, Lin Jiu felt a transformation within his body, his eyes widening in disbelief. The agonizing pain that had plagued him vanished, and even the symptoms of shortness of breath dissipated, rejuvenating him completely. "Elder brother, what has happened to you?" Lin Ruqian questioned, bewildered by his astonished demeanor. Was it merely the embrace from Bao'er that had such an effect? Yet, a pang of jealousy surged within him, and he silently vowed that he too would elicit an embrace from Bao'er. No, a kiss. Lin Jiu's voice faltered, and despite scanning surroundings, he refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of everyone, instead conveying a subtle signal to his brothers. They understood and ceased their inquiries. "What?" Lin Manor and Lin Ruqian exclaimed in unison, astonished. Was he truly healed? Lin Manor furrowed his brow, inspecting Lin Jiu's injuries, even tearing off the bandages from the wounds that had been tended to. Indeed, the once gruesome wounds had scabbed over, and some minor injuries had already healed without a trace. What miraculous healing medicine is this? Lin Ruqian gasped, unable to resist reaching out to touch Lin Jiu's injury. "Elder brother, does it hurt?" Lin Jiu shook his head. "It does not hurt, just a slight itch." "Itching is a sign of healing," Lin Manor pondered. "Are you certain you heard Bao'er instruct you to drink from that cup?" Lin Jiu sighed. "I did hear her. That is what I find peculiar. There is much mystery surrounding Bao'er, and if someone with ill intentions were to discover this, it could be exploited." His gaze held a warning directed at the two, the implication clear. "Fear not, elder brother, we understand the gravity of the situation," Lin Manor replied solemnly. "Should we not inform our parents?" Lin Ruqian hesitated. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Jiu shook his head. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. This confidential discussion was known only to the three brothers, while others remained oblivious, and Lin Bao'er, after her success, fell into a deep slumber. The news of the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince of Baicheng was poorly contained, ultimately causing widespread alarm throughout Yanjing City. Many who harbored ulterior motives grew anxious, fearing exposure that might implicate their families. However, after several days of investigation, the Ministry of Justice found no leads. The pressure from above left the minister weeping daily, until one day, he received an anonymous letter containing only a single symbol. Tracing the symbol led him directly to a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he suppressed the information hastily. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence, in the Fu Ming courtyard, 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Jiyu, their scrutiny causing his expression to fracture, his ears growing warm and flushed. Miss Chu requests an audience. Elder brother, is this Miss Chu to be my future sister-in-law? Jiyu, do you fancy this Miss Chu? Even Lin Bao'er, nestled in Shun Shuelan's embrace, giggled mischievously. Lin Ruqian also came to inquire about business matters. At that moment, Shun Shuelan, accompanied by Lin Bo, visited Lin Jiyu. Just then, a servant entered, announcing that Miss Chu had come to congratulate Madame Shun on the birth of another daughter and had brought gifts. The etiquette was impeccable, and since the Chu family had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Lin family, the servant did not hinder her entry. However, the true intent behind her visit was not hidden. It had been some time since Shin Shuelan gave birth to Lin Bao'er. Yet Miss Chu chose to come and offer congratulations now, making her intentions abundantly clear to anyone with discerning eyes. Elder brother must treat this Miss Chu well. She has devoted her heart to you. When you were compelled to wed the daughter of the Prime Minister, Miss Chu fell gravely ill, her health deteriorating to the point where she could not even rise from her bed. She became melancholic, ultimately being hastily betrothed to another, leading to her premature demise. Lin Bao'er lamented. Her words left the trio momentarily speechless, stirring a tempest within. Lin Jiyu clenched his fists, his determination solidifying. Chapter 18. The fall of the Gao family. After consuming that cup of tea, Lin Jiyu noticeably felt his injuries healing at an astonishing rate. In just 7 or 8 days, he had nearly fully recovered. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he still chose to remain bedridden for a couple more days. One afternoon, a disheveled figure burst into the Lin residence, moving with such speed that the servants at the door were left dumbfounded. Is this the eldest son? The 2 servants exchanged stunned glances. In Shang Chunyuan, Shun Shuelan was gently entertaining Lin Bao'er with a rattle drum, her demeanor tender. Mother, where is father? Lin Jiyu glanced around, failing to spot Lin Qi Ming, and grew anxious, completely disregarding Shun Shuelan's words. Lin Bao'er, momentarily glancing at him from her cradle, clicked her tongue in disapproval. Who is this haggard, unkempt figure? Elder brother, what has happened to you? Lin Bao'er exclaimed, unable to look at him without discomfort. Hearing her thoughts, Lin Jiyu's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat, brushing off the dust from his official robe. Mother, I have urgent matters to discuss with father. Where is he? What matters? Came a voice from outside the courtyard. Lin Qi Ming, who had just returned from court, glanced disdainfully at his eldest son before picking up Lin Bao'er with a beaming smile. Does Bao'er miss her father? This newfound paternal joy elicited a giggle from Lin Bao'er. Father is the most handsome. I knew you missed me. Lin Qi Ming, elated, tossed Lin Bao'er into the air a few times, ultimately setting her down only after receiving a warning glare from Shun Shuelan. Father, last night, I overheard the Prime Minister and Lord Gao meeting. All eyes turned towards Lin Jiyu. Lin Bao'er, brimming with excitement, asked, Did you catch that old rascal committing a crime? The net of heaven is vast, and nothing escapes its grasp. I knew my elder brother would not disappoint. Lin Jiyu nodded discreetly. They had met in secret, seemingly exchanging ledgers, and, as they departed, Lord Gao handed the ledger to a confidant. I subdued that person and swapped the ledgers. Consequently, the Ministry of Personnel was in disarray for an entire morning, giving me the opportunity to slip away. I suspect it won't be long before the Prime Minister realizes the discrepancy. After speaking, he handed the account book to Lin Qi Ming. Lin Qi Ming, with a composed expression, flipped through the first 2 pages and then let out a cold laugh. I wonder how he could be so audacious. It turns out the officials in the Ministry of Personnel are protecting each other. No wonder he wields such power. Unless, of course, Master Gao is willing to expose him. Lin Jiyu, catching his words, slowly furrowed his brow. Yet, this was undoubtedly impossible. He had overlooked this matter entirely. A carrot for grass, just pull it slowly. There will come a day when we uproot him, Lin Bao'er said to herself, waving her small fist in the air, adorably innocent. Her words, though rough, contained truth. Lin Shiming concealed the smile in his eyes, returning the account book to Lin Jiu. Let us hand this over to the Supreme Court. They should know what to do. Lin Jiu nodded. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice, upon waking from a nap, was astonished to find an account book mysteriously placed on his desk. Upon opening it, he was immediately struck with alarm. This was undoubtedly the work of Lin Manor. That very day, the Supreme Court reported to the Emperor, presenting evidence of the Gao family's assassination attempt on the Crown Prince. The Emperor, enraged, ordered their dismissal and confiscation of their property, with Gao executed publicly, the men of the Gao family exiled, and the women sent to the brothels. The Gao family's reign came to an abrupt end, and the officials who had associated with them hastily distanced themselves, while the Prime Minister's office took this opportunity to sever ties with the Ministry of Personnel. With Gao Xin's dismissal, the position of Minister of Personnel was left vacant, filled by a deputy minister from the Sun family. Consequently, Lin Jiu was reassigned to the examination department, responsible for the evaluation of civil and military officials, effectively curtailing the Prime Minister's ability to sell official positions. Thus, the Gao family had become a scapegoat. Lin Manor furrowed his brow, vexed at the waste of so much wealth being confiscated. Lin Jiqian lamented over the Gao family's misfortunes, privately criticizing the emperor's cunning. At the dining table, Lin Jiu sighed, noting that there was no way to pin down his opponent's actions, as his methods were too meticulous. Even the account book I discovered that day was merely a part of his intricate design to ensnare Master Gao. Should things succeed, he would reap the benefits. Should they fail, he could swiftly withdraw. Such was a cunning scheme. Even Lin Qiming remarked that if the Prime Minister channeled such thoughts into benefiting the people, he would undoubtedly become a renowned minister. But who told him he was not content with that? However, now that my elder brother has been reassigned to the examination department, will such occurrences be prevented in the future? Lin Ruqian mused curiously. After all, that position was responsible for assessing all civil and military officials, and the benefits it entailed made him salivate at the thought. Yet after a long contemplation, he swallowed his thoughts, casting a guilty glance at his elder brother and father, fearing a reprimand. Preventing such matters entirely may be impossible, but they can certainly be minimized, Lin Manor stated seriously. Just like in the military, personal connections exist alongside the law. Every matter must be considered carefully to win the hearts of the soldiers. Manor was indeed correct. Lin Qiming gently tapped Lin Ruqian on the head, chiding him for neglecting his studies in favor of toying with his shop. Chapter 19. The Zhaizhou ceremony. What's wrong with the shop? Lin Ruqian protested loudly. Money is the source of everything. Lin Qiming playfully struck him twice, causing him to scurry about. Third brother speaks with wisdom. Lin Bao'er nodded in agreement, asserting that money can indeed make the world go round, especially for mere mortals. See, I told you. With Lin Bao'er's endorsement, Lin Ruqian beamed, revealing his teeth, much to the amusement of Shun Shuilan beside him. Enough of Ruqian's affairs. He has his own plans, Shun Shuilan interjected, soothingly, while also affectionately pinching Lin Bao'er's delicate hand, contemplating that Lin Bao'er's arrival was indeed a blessing for the Lin family. From that moment onward, the Gao family became a cautionary tale for officials, a constant reminder to act with prudence, lest they find themselves in similar predicaments. As 2 weeks passed, the Lin residence buzzed with excitement, adorned with festive decorations that nearly rivaled an engagement banquet in its grandeur. At the appointed hour, Qinglian joyfully presented a bowl of steaming longevity noodles. Due to previous delays, the Zhaizhou ceremony was held today, marking nearly 100 days since the occasion. Shun Shuilan, her eyes sparkling with joy, could hardly contain her delight, which blossomed like spring flowers, prompting Lin Qiming to glance over repeatedly. Does Bao'er like this? Lin Ruqian, leaning over the table, appeared radiant in his new blue robe and jade crown, his youthful visage akin to a delicate sculpture, smooth and tender, evoking a desire to pinch his collagen-rich cheeks. He fiddled with an abacus, intentionally placing it closest to Lin Bao'er, then casually slid a silver note toward her. The actions of the other two were similarly aligned. Lin Qiming, pretending not to notice, silently grasped a rattledrum, preparing to enthusiastically present it to Lin Bao'er. He wished for Bao'er to spend a few more years with him and shun Xuelan, unlike the troublesome boys who never allowed him peace. Wow, so many things, Lin Bao'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she seized a red hairpin, enchanted by its beauty. If only she could transport everything back to modern times. These would be priceless antiques. Does Bao'er like this? Shun Xuelan asked with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. This is wonderful, as long as the Lin family endures. Bao'er can forever remain a carefree young lady. Unfortunately, after her words, Lin Bao'er tossed the hairpin aside. Forget it. I'd rather have money. It's much more practical. Shun Xuelan's lips twitched, exasperated, wondering if the Lin residents had produced yet another little money grubber. Meanwhile, Lin Ruqian was overjoyed, wishing to embrace Lin Bao'er and shower her with kisses. He knew she would agree with him. Yet in the next moment, Lin Bao'er swatted away the silver note and abacus Lin Ruqian offered. No, I refuse to be a person obsessed with money. At that moment, she realized that being born into the Lin family meant never having to worry about food and drink, with a third brother to support her. Money was merely an extraneous concern that could not bind her. Lin Ruqian's heart shattered at her rejection. Bao'er this. Lin Maobai extended a small wooden sword. His eyes filled with hope. No, practicing martial arts is too exhausting. I'm better suited to being a delicate lady, Lin Bao'er thought, sighing, and resolutely turned her gaze away. Lin Maobai silently set down the sword, turning away to wipe away tears at the corners of his eyes. Bao'er. Lin Jiu smirked, offering a brush, deliberately coaxing her. Are you tired? Would you like to play with this? Lin Ruqian and Lin Maobai both widened their eyes, angrily accusing him of cheating. Lin Bao'er stared at the brush for a long while, and just when Lin Jiu thought he had a chance, she resolutely turned her head away. No, writing with a brush is too difficult. I understand the principles, so there's no need to attend school. Returning to life to study was impossible. It could never happen. Lin Jiu felt despondent, his spirits deflated. Amidst the three troublesome boys, Lin Qiming, beaming with joy, pressed the rattle drum into Lin Bao'er's hands, chuckling heartily, clearly hoping Bao'er wished to spend more time with her father. Not that. I just have a bit of difficulty choosing, Lin Bao'er fretted. Lin Qiming froze, inwardly weeping. Rouge and powder? No, too vulgar. A gourd? No. I just want to laze about. Green onions? No. The five individuals at the table exchanged glances, brows furrowed, momentarily uncertain about what Lin Bao'er truly desired. Most of the items lay discarded, remnants of what Lin Bao'er had previously rejected, leaving only a scarce few. At last, Shun Xuelan tentatively placed the longevity lock in her hand, pausing momentarily before stating, "This is a longevity lock. May it bless our Bao'er with a long life." This time, the small hand surprisingly did not release its grip, bringing a flicker of joy to the eyes of the onlookers. However, Lin Bao'er stared blankly at the lock. In her memories, the Lin family would cease to exist within 5 years, and all present would meet a grim fate. In this life, she had become the variable. Could she alter this outcome? Clutching the longevity lock tightly, she cast her gaze over the 5 individuals before her, gradually revealing a radiant smile. Not only does Bao'er wish for a long life, but she also desires the same for her parents and 3 elder brothers, a lifetime of peace and health. This is the reason I have come here. With the system at her disposal, she was determined to ensure the safety of the entire Lin family in this lifetime. To her surprise, her heartfelt wish prompted the 5 at the table to redden their eyes, resolutely deciding to protect the Lin family and this precious gem before them. Meanwhile, Qinglian and several servants exchanged puzzled glances, observing their master with tears in their eyes and a steadfast demeanor, as if they had made a significant resolution. Yet they thought little of it, attributing it to their master's peculiarities, and chose to remain tight-lipped, as such occurrences had not been uncommon since Lin Bao'er's birth. Chapter 20. Silk Poisoning Elder Brother. Outside the fuming courtyard, Lin Ruqian rushed in with an expression of urgency, nearly tripping over the steps at the entrance. Would it be so pressing? This scene caught the eye of Lin Maobai, who had come to seek Lin Jiu, prompting him to sternly reprimand Lin Ruqian. If others see you like this, they might think our Lin family lacks decorum. Lin Ruqian, too flustered to retort, quickly explained. The batch of silk that arrived at the Shanshan shop 2 days ago has encountered problem. Garments made from it are reported to be poisonous. And many have come to the shop seeking answers, some even bringing corpses. What? Lin Manor exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that it would escalate to such a degree. At that moment, the tightly shut door swung open, and Lin Jiu emerged swiftly, fixing his gaze on Lin Ruqian with a suddenly grave tone. What did you say? Lin Ruqian had just discovered this that morning. The Shanshan shop was one of his more stable businesses, neither particularly profitable nor incurring losses. He had devised a plan to purchase the most popular silk from the western regions to produce garments that would surely be favored by the young ladies of Yinjing. However, after unloading the goods and distracted by recent matters involving the Lin family and the Prime Minister's residence, he had left subsequent affairs to the shopkeeper. To his dismay, it was during this period that the incident occurred. When he had whimsically decided to check on the shop today, he found a throng of citizens gathered outside, denouncing the toxic garments sold by Shanshan, with a fainted woman, her complexion ashen, laid out at the entrance, creating a significant scene that nearly drew the attention of the authorities. The shopkeeper, unable to make decisions, had no choice but to seek him out for help. Yet, this was Lin Ruqian's first encounter with such a dilemma. In his panic, he had no idea what to do and hurried to seek his elder brother's counsel. After hearing the details, Lin Jiu pondered, had the shop personnel been contained? Lin Ruqian nodded. I've closed the shop, and the staff and shopkeeper are being held there. They have yet to be interrogated. Where did this silk come from? Lin Manor inquired. Could the issue stem from the source? It shouldn't. Lin Ruqian shook his head. The silk for Shanshan has always been sourced from a merchant from the western regions. If there was a problem, it would have arisen earlier. I inspected it carefully upon receipt, and there were no issues. If the silk were poisonous, why would only those who wore the garments be affected and not those involved in their production? That does make sense, Lin Manor sighed. So what should we do now? He was not well versed in business matters and could not devise a solution promptly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiu suggested, Ruqian, first investigate the identities of those who were poisoned, and check if that batch of silk indeed contains toxins. Manor, you will be responsible for interrogating the Shanshan shop staff, and also look into whether that merchant from the western regions is involved. I will report this to our parents and decide how to proceed from there. The two nodded and departed. Meanwhile, in the Shanshan courtyard, Lin Bao'er, feeling drowsy, suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in her mind. Ding. Temporary mission issued. Preserve the Shanshan shop. Completion reward, 150 points. Do you accept this mission? This startled her awake. The Shanshan shop? It seemed to be a shop managed by Lin Ruqian. What had transpired there? After pondering for a moment, she chose to accept the mission. After all, 150 points were nothing to scoff at. Just then, Lin Jiu rushed in anxiously. Father, mother. After a while, the entire situation was laid bare, leaving Lin Bao'er in deep thought. She realized that since her arrival in this world, this was already her second temporary mission, seemingly unrelated to the main plot. Was this a result of her presence creating a butterfly effect? You did well. For now, send someone to comfort the poisoned individuals, and we will discuss further once the investigation yields results. Lin Qiming instructed solemnly, pausing to add discreetly. We must avoid letting this escalate to the Dali Temple. Lin Jiu acknowledged his orders. Could this be yet another scheme orchestrated by that old fox from the Prime Minister's residence? But this method does not quite align with his style. Lin Bao'er musit internadi. In fact, based on the original plot, this seemed more akin to the third prince's actions. The third prince, having been neglected since childhood, had found himself impoverished. It was only after seizing a portion of the Lin family's assets that he acquired the means to retaliate. Yet, why had this not been reflected in the original storyline? Lin Bao'er found herself perplexed. However, this line of thought prompted Lin Qiming to remain vigilant, instructing his men to investigate the Prime Minister's residence and the third prince's connections. 2 hours later, the three who had gone out returned one by one. Lin Ruqian reported, "There is something amiss with those poisoned. Most of them are unfamiliar faces who do not frequently shop at Shanshan. However, they coincidentally came to the shop after the garments made from that batch of silk were released, purchasing several pieces. Upon further inquiry, they claimed it was merely a coincidence, angrily driving our people out and refusing to accept any money, seemingly intent on escalating the situation. Delving deeper into their motives yielded no leads. If this continues, The authorities will certainly find out, he expressed worryingly, feeling a sense of guilt, believing that his mismanagement had contributed to this predicament. Regarding that batch of silk, I examined it, and it indeed contains toxins. Lin Ruqian clenched his fists, furrowing his brow, frustration boiling within him. But I handled it myself. The material was of excellent quality, without any unpleasant odor. If it were poisonous, I would have succumbed by now. Why only after it was made into garments does it become toxic? Toxins do not necessarily manifest in the fabric or its scent. Perhaps the vibrant colors were merely a disguise. Lin Bao'er had suspected as much upon hearing Lin Ruqian describe the colorful silks. Shun Xuelan, sensing his agitation, gently stroked his head. Do not fret. There is always a solution. Lin Qiming remained silent, directing his gaze toward Lin Maobai. Lin Maobai spoke earnestly. The shop staff and the shopkeeper are not at fault. However, the merchant from the western regions, under my interrogation, revealed another matter concerning the silk. Chapter 21. Formulating a strategy, the silk was imbued with a pigment that, upon prolonged contact, would induce unbearable itching across the skin, symptomatic of poisoning. Thus, during the washing process, they would incorporate a herb known as linba, which neutralizes and expels toxins. Hence, the finished garments posed no issues. Lin Maobai's eyes gleamed with a cold light. That merchant from the frontier had concealed this fact, as it was our first foray into purchasing silk from the western regions. We were entirely ignorant, and those involved in the transaction were unaware that linba was necessary to detoxify the fabric, ultimately leading to the garments being sold without precaution. Given that the silk is toxic, why are there so many eager to acquire it? Shen Xuelan questioned, perplexed. Do they not fear for their lives? After all, a single incomplete process could result in fatality. My dear, you are unaware, Lin Ruqian sighed, exhaling a breath of frustration. Silk from the western regions differs vastly from that of the Central Plains. It is vibrant and striking, with bold and unique designs. It has recently become quite favored amongst the ladies of Yanjing, which is why I ventured to procure a batch, and indeed, it was met with great acclaim, yielding substantial profits. Who could have anticipated that we had stepped into someone else's trap from the very beginning? Regret filled his eyes as his fists clenched tightly. Elder brother, have you interrogated that frontier merchant as to why he acted thus? The Lin family has never withheld payment from him. In fact, to cultivate a relationship, we even increased our offers. I thought it prudent to test the waters first. If this method proved successful, it would indeed be a lucrative avenue. In truth, had there not been a complication with the frontier merchant, given third brother's keen insight, the Shanshan shop would likely have already achieved great sales. What a pity. What a loss. One cannot help but wonder how much we have lost. If it were foreign goods, would it not be exceedingly costly? Lin Bao'er's lament was palpable, her heart aching. Upon catching her thoughts, Lin Ruqian's countenance twisted slightly. Exceedingly costly indeed. I nearly expended half the shop's revenue to acquire this silk, and now the losses are staggering. I could almost kill that frontier merchant. His desire for vengeance was palpable. He had initially concealed the truth to maximize profit, but later, a group had approached him, coercing him into complete silence on the matter, offering him a handsome sum to leave Yanjing. Lin Maobai narrowed his eyes, instinctively brushing his hand against the dagger at his waist. Yet consumed by greed, the merchant remained undeterred, hiding in Yanjing, biding his time to extort the Shanshan shop further. I exerted immense effort to capture him, and he is currently detained outside the city, awaiting disposition. Lin Qiming pondered, have we discerned the identity of that group? Lin Maobai shook his head. When he met with the frontier merchant, they were all masked and had altered their attire, making identification exceedingly difficult. However, he hesitated before revealing that he sensed a faint fragrance, and the leader appeared to be a woman. Lin Bao'er's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I recall that the third prince has a maid named One. She is a trusted confidant of the enemy nation's princess. And after the consort's demise, she has remained by the third prince's side, assisting him in various clandestine dealings. In the original narrative, One was notorious for her ruthless and cold-blooded nature. Later, smitten by the third Prince Song Chu, she willingly became a weapon in his hand. The group exchanged knowing glances, each convinced by Lin Bao'er's assertion. Even if they identified the instigator, it would be of little consequence. Lin Jiu furrowed her brow, concern etched upon her features. Many had already witnessed those poison-donning garments from the Shanshan shop. The matter of poisoning was indisputable. Even if the truth were uncovered, we would bear the brunt of the blame, leading to a significant decline in the Lin family's reputation, which would subsequently impact all enterprises under its banner. Lin Ruqian's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling. So this is their intent? To first dismantle the Lin family's financial power through commercial means, then gradually consume us. Father, mother, I, Lin Ruqian, have lost my former vitality, filled with guilt and remorse. His eyes reddened as he lowered his head, feeling unworthy to face his parents and elder brother. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair. Shun Xuelan felt a pang of sympathy for his demeanor. And just as she contemplated offering words of comfort, the little one in her arms began to stir. Fear not. Let them perish without a trace. Lin Bao'er scoffed, her round eyes widening as she eagerly accessed the system's marketplace to search for a remedy. At last, she spotted a small jar at the very bottom, a slow smile spreading across her face. Detoxification pill. Note, capable of neutralizing all poisons, priced at 100 points. She was about to make a grand purchase when a sudden realization halted her in her tracks. With so many afflicted, how many would she need to procure for sufficient antidote? Moreover, her points only sufficed for 3 pills, which was woefully inadequate. Lin Bao'er winced, feeling an acute pang of regret. Oh no, I haven't even sprouted teeth yet, but my chest aches with distress. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly inquired of the system whether there existed a powder-like antidote, which might alleviate her budget. Upon uttering her request, another vial materialized in the marketplace, and as she read the description, her smile returned. Note, detoxification granules, effective against common toxins, priced at 30 points per vial. This is perfect. Lin Bao'er exchanged 2 vials in one breath. Meanwhile, in the Shanshan garden, after Lin Bao'er's declaration, 5 pairs of eyes fixed on her, holding their breath in anticipation of her next words. Yet, as time passed, the little one remained silent. Lin Ruqian nearly shook her in desperation, but, fortunate enough to retain some composure, refrained from revealing Lin Bao'er's unique ability. After acquiring the detoxification granules, Lin Bao'er pondered how to discreetly deliver them. How shall I administer this medicine to them? She mused. Shun Xuelan, momentarily taken aback, exchanged glances with Lin Qiming before feigning nonchalance as she embraced Lin Bao'er, bringing her close. Are you tired, dear? Last time, it seemed you used this method to administer the antidote. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bao'er deftly slipped the 2 vials into Shun Xuelan's garment, feigning a yawn. Let us hope for the best. Surely, my clever parents will deduce that this is an antidote. Chapter 22. A grand performance as long as we can have second brother surreptitiously administer this medicine to those afflicted, alleviating their poison. Even if they report it to the authorities later, there will be no evidence to incriminate us. If their bodies are unscathed, how can there be talk of poisoning? All right. We must also set fire to the garments in the shop. This will ensure there is no evidence. That third prince is causing a ruckus, isn't he? I recall that the shop opposite Shanshan belongs to him. Let us quietly replace the batch of silk, and on the following day, send a few individuals to feign affliction and create an uproar. I refuse to believe we cannot stir up a storm in the city. The more Lin Bao'er contemplated, the brighter her eyes shone. It would be ideal to lure the authorities as well, when the time comes. They will be unable to clarify the situation. This tactic of redirecting blame is truly brilliant. Ha. Shun Xuelan cleared her throat, feigning casualness as she produced the vial from her bosom. My dear husband, is this not the medicine previously sent by the Chu family? It seems to be an antidote. I cannot recall if it can counteract the poison in the silk. Lin Qiming played along, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. I am uncertain. Perhaps it might. Currently, we have no other options. Let us have Ruqian give it a try. Who knows, it may indeed counter the poison. Indeed, if it can neutralize this toxin, then we shall have no evidence against us. Lin Ruqian exclaimed with excitement, snatching the 2 bottles of medicine and tossing them to Lin Maobai beside him. However, it seemed that this matter would require the involvement of the second brother, ensuring it remained unnoticed. Lin Jiyu smiled and nodded, suggesting that when the time comes, they would employ the same strategy of diverting the blame, allowing the Lin family to turn their crisis into safety. Although Lin Bao'er found their discussion peculiar, she chose not to dwell on it. Merely feeling that her family was astute and could easily grasp the situation, proving they were worthy of guidance. Once reassured, Lin Bao stifled a yawn and succumbed to slumber once more, finally able to sleep peacefully. That night, a sudden flood engulfed the Shanshan shop, igniting a fire that consumed half of the establishment. The ferocity of the flames attracted an entire street's worth of people to extinguish it. Yet, no matter how swiftly they tried to quench the fire, they could not outpace its raging force. The shop suffered catastrophic losses, with nearly all garments reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was said that the shopkeeper fainted at the entrance and was subsequently taken to a nearby clinic. Meanwhile, those who had been poisoned at home inexplicably awoke refreshed after a deep sleep, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Nonetheless, they feigned their condition, continuing to disrupt the Shanshan shop, intent on creating chaos that would tarnish the Lin family's reputation in Yanjing City. Early the next morning, upon waking, Lin Bao heard about the incident and tugged at Shun Xuelan's sleeve in a frenzy. I want to see. Mother, let us go see the commotion. It would be such a pity to miss such a splendid show. Now that she was unable to speak freely or walk unimpeded, she seized the opportunity to witness the spectacle. Reluctantly, Shun Xuelan complied with her wishes and headed to the west street of Yanjing City. Upon arriving, she observed numerous shops. Yet the once bustling street was now sparsely populated, with most people congregated at the far end, creating quite a clamor. Will your Lin family not provide us with an explanation? Even if we are mere common folk, we cannot allow such incompetent officials to trample on us. At the entrance of the charred Shanshan shop, a man clad in coarse cloth pointed angrily at Lin Jiu, who stood nearby. On a straw mat beside him lay a woman with a darkened complexion, evidently one of those poisoned by the silk garments. Surrounding the man were several others, some pale and coughing up blood, others moaning in agony, all bearing reddened and scratched skin. It is outrageous that the Lin family would engage in such heartless business. And how could such a cruel person even hold an official position? Who knows how many citizens will suffer under such a tyrant? Indeed, I will never purchase anything from any Lin family shop again. What if I were to meet a similar fate one day? Various voices in the crowd erupted in anger, mostly condemning the Lin family, leading to a one-sided public opinion. Lin Jiu observed the scene with a calm demeanor, unperturbed, and raised her voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet and allow me, Lin, to speak. If it is truly the fault of the Lin family that so many innocent citizens have been poisoned, I, Lin Jiu, shall willingly discard this official title and ensure we provide you with proper recompense. That sounds noble, but the evidence is right before us. We were poisoned because we wore the clothes your Lin family sold to us. What more can you say? What have you done? Do you intend to silence us with money? I assure you, that will not happen. We demand justice. The man who had shouted earlier, filled with hatred, deliberately incited the crowd against her. Lin Jiu's forehead pulsed with indignation as she clenched her fists, slowly exhaling her pent-up frustration. With a forced smile that failed to reach her eyes, she glared at the man. If it is the Lin family's fault, we shall take responsibility. However, if there are those among you who intentionally slander us, we will pursue the matter to the end and ensure they face consequences. Under the chilling gaze of her dark eyes, the man's expression faltered, and he quickly averted his gaze. Since you claim to have been poisoned, would it not be prudent for me to summon a physician to verify your condition? Lin Jiu continued in a firm tone. The man furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. Did we not already verify this yesterday? Why must we do so again? Are you attempting to pull some sort of trick? If you are truly poisoned, you should seek treatment. I will personally cover the cost of a physician, yet you refuse? Are you perhaps feeling guilty? Is it possible that you are not actually poisoned and are merely pretending? Lin Jiu countered. You speak nonsense. The man, feeling cornered, retorted angrily. I cannot trust your people. Rest assured, I have invited Dr. Huang to come. Do any of you have objections? Lin Jiu said with a smile, as murmurs rippled through the crowd. More voices of support arose. Indeed, my daughter was cured of her childhood ailment by Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang is reliable. If he examines them, we will feel much more assured that he will be fair and just. Dr. Huang, renowned in the West Street for his compassionate nature and exceptional medical skills, was a beloved figure among the impoverished who could not afford treatment at clinics. earning him considerable respect among the common folk. Lin Jiu had invited him precisely because of this reputation. Seeing no support on his side, the man in coarse cloth could only curse under his breath, inwardly hoping that Dr. Huang would not uncover anything amiss. Dr. Huang, true to his name, was a tall, thin man clad in a worn, oversized robe, with a white beard reaching his neck and kind eyes that radiated the compassion of a healer. He approached the poisoned individuals, taking their pulses one by one, his brow furrowing deeper with each examination. After a while, he calmly stood and bowed to Lin Jiu, stating, "My lady, I have found no signs of poisoning in them. At most, they appear to be suffering from insufficient vitality." Astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? So these individuals were never poisoned? Dr. Huang's word is beyond reproach. These people are frauds. Clearly, they intend to frame the Lin family. I knew Lin Jiu was upright and incorruptible. She does not seem like the type to harm others. Panic flickered across the man's face as he stubbornly countered, "They are clearly poisoned. How can you not see that? And you call yourself a doctor?" Suddenly, a rotten egg struck him on the head, oozing down his face, distorting his expression with disgust. "Silence. Do not insult Dr. Huang." Soon after, various vegetable scraps rained down upon him, causing him to flee in terror, along with those pretending to be poisoned, who also found themselves under attack, scrambling to escape. The truth of the matter had been laid bare. These individuals had intentionally sought to tarnish the reputation of the Lin family. "Seize them," Lin Jiu commanded coldly, and immediately, several young servants emerged and charged at the group. "The officials from the Jingzhou prefecture have arrived." Someone cried out, and the crowd fell silent, parting to make way. At the forefront was one of the deputy magistrates of Jingzhou, a serious-looking man with a deep, authoritative voice. "Lord Wang," Lin Jiu greeted with a bow. A flicker of surprise crossed Lord Wang's face, and a smile broke through his stern demeanor. "Ah, it is you, Lord Lin. What brings you here?" Lin Jiu recounted the entire sequence of events. "This group of rascals has committed such a blatant act of slander. I shall ensure they are punished," Lord Wang declared, his indignation evident. Just as he prepared to apprehend the group, another wave of cries erupted from the edge of the crowd. "Lord! Lord! I wish to sue this clothing shop. After wearing their garments, I was unjustly poisoned, and I have only this one daughter. How can I bear this?" The heart-wrenching wails echoed, drawing everyone's attention to a mother and her daughter, the latter, merely 18 years old, covered in welts and scratches, resembling the symptoms previously displayed by the others. "Another one? Is this never-ending?" Murmurs spread through the crowd, filled with whispers and speculation. Lord Wang furrowed his brow, ready to reprimand, when Dr. Huang hurried over, exclaiming, "Wait." After a moment of solemnity, he declared, "There are indeed signs of poisoning. Immediate detoxification is imperative, lest lives be endangered." "What?" Lord Wang was taken aback, abruptly turning to Lin Jiu. "Lin, you are wronged." Dr. Huang cautiously approached to examine the matter, and upon inspecting one item, he emphatically stated, "This object is toxic. It must not be used close to the body. The mild effects include swelling and itching, while severe cases may lead to fainting." Lin Jiu, observing the unfolding drama, raised an eyebrow and provocatively suggested, "Since you claim it is not from your shop, why not produce the account books for scrutiny? Every item entering or leaving the shop is recorded. It will be evident." However, after flipping through just a couple of pages, Lord Wang suddenly hurled the account book at him, exclaiming in anger, "Look for yourself. What do you see?" The trembling clerk from the fragrance shop peered at the pages, and upon recognizing the entries, he nearly fainted. On May 17th, 120 bolts of Western silk were received, along with the corresponding silver. In the corner, Lin Mao's lips curled into a fleeting smile before vanishing into thin air, concealing his achievements and reputation. What a splendid performance! I never anticipated my elder brother could be so authoritative when dealing with serious matters. I am almost smitten by him. Lin Bao'er nestlet in Shenxuelan's embrace, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. That was a splendid strike. Truly, my elder brother's prowess knows no bounds. As a consequence, the chancellor's reputation plummeted, nearly transforming him into an object of public scorn. Ultimately, he had to relinquish all the shops, as if excising flesh from bone, to distance himself from the scandal. thus preventing the situation from escalating further. Otherwise, had anyone with ill intentions reported him to the emperor, his position would surely have been jeopardized. Consequently, the chancellor became the unfortunate scapegoat, which was entirely deserved. In the Lin residence, within the Fu Shao garden, Lin Ruqian stared at the pages filled with red ink, feeling an unbearable pain. Although the chancellor and the third prince had suffered great losses, the situation at the Shangshan shop had been quite dire as well. All things considered, the losses were substantial, nearly causing him a heart attack on the spot. From that day forth, Lin Ruqian developed a habit of keeping 2 contingency plans for any business venture, fearful of repeating such a misstep. Chapter 24. Gained weight? Lin Bao'er gazed at the 150 points garnered after completing her task, her joy stretching her smile to her ears. She had flawlessly resolved the matter at minimal cost. Indeed, she was deserving of praise. The system store has been updated. Please check it out. Lin Bao'er raised her brows, perusing the myriad of products, her gaze first drawn to the array of medicinal items. Nutritional supplements, brain tonics, stamina pills, poisonous insects, soft muscle powder, heart-corroding poison. Something felt amiss, as even poisons had found their way into the mix. A shiver ran down Lin Bao'er's spine as she hurried to the back section. The means of wealth generation, embroidered needles, Lady Nio's iron fan, passion fruits, cantaloupes, and a plethora of other assorted items were available, nearly encompassing the full spectrum of modern goods. However, many remained locked and shrouded in a gray haze. Nevertheless, rather than disheartening her, this prospect brought Lin Bao'er immense comfort, for it suggested that almost anything could be found within this system store. With early unlocking, she could exchange for many items unavailable elsewhere. Had it not been for the random nature of the system tasks and their ties to the plot, she might have resolved to forego sleep to accumulate points, rather than living so frugally as she did now. Sigh, life is not easy, Lin Bao'er lamented. Perhaps due to the genuine losses suffered by the chancellor and the third prince, they had not caused any further disturbances over the following weeks, allowing the Lin residence to remain tranquil. Lin Bao'er enjoyed a brief respite, indulging in sleep and food, reveling in her carefree existence. One day, Lin Bao'er felt herself being lifted while still in a drowsy state, then placed upon a cool, swaying square object. The object was not particularly spacious, but rather soothing, reminiscent of a swing. Unfortunately, just as she was about to drift into a deeper slumber, the movement was accompanied by the clinking of chains, which became quite bothersome. Congratulations, madam. The young lady has gained 1 pound and 4 ounces. Qinglian's cheerful voice rang in Lin Bao'er's ears, startling her awake. What? Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of her beautiful mother, who cradled her in her arms and playfully bounced her, her tone filled with satisfaction. Yes, this way. Bao'er will surely grow plump and healthy, fulfilling the expectations of our ancestors. Previously, the 3 mischievous boys had never been fond of food, causing much distress for her and her husband, yet they had managed to raise them safely. Lin Bao'er felt her face crack in disbelief. Had she truly gained 1 pound and 4 ounces in just a few days? Did she eat that much? If this continued, would she indeed become a plump young lady? She refused to allow that. Yet, even as Lin Bao'er shook her head vigorously in Shen Shuolan's embrace, Shen Shuolan remained oblivious, gently pressing the milk bottle to her lips. Bao'er is awake. You must be hungry. Eat more to grow strong. I don't want to. Lin Bao'er turned her head away, her dark, glistening eyes reflecting a hint of resistance. I refuse to become a fatty. Ooh. Shen Shuolan tilted her head, momentarily puzzled, before feigning ignorance to Lin Bao'er's protests. Tenderly yet firmly inserting the milk bottle in her mouth, gently reasoning, when I bore you, I nearly gave birth prematurely. That is why you have always been so frail. I fear for your life. Shen Shuolan let out a soft sigh, her expression tender. Thankfully, Lin Bao'er had proven her resilience, thriving and bringing great fortune to the Lin family. Though the reasons were unknown, Shen Shuolan firmly believed it was the will of heaven, and that all would unfold according to fate. Lady, you are favored by the heavens. Surely, you will have smooth sailing ahead. Qinglian chimed in, offering commendation. Initially resistant, Lin Bao'er gradually succumbed to the allure of the milk. I suppose I am a bit hungry. Perhaps one more sip wouldn't tea hurt. With this thought, she embraced the milk bottle, sucking contentedly as her small chest rose and fell. Shun Xuelan's heart melted at the sight, and she could not resist planting a couple of kisses on her daughter's cherubic face. Such a good girl, my Bao'er. Just then, footsteps approached the courtyard, steady and deliberate. Mother. The newcomer was Lin Jiyu. I came to see Bao'er. He smiled, his features strikingly handsome after having dressed up. His black hair meticulously tied back with a jade crown, clad in a pristine white garment, appearing transformed from his previous self at the Ministry of Personnel. Is today not a day of rest? Are you going out? Shun Xuelan noticed his new attire with mild astonishment and curiosity, teasingly inquiring. Are you off to meet that Miss Chu? Unexpectedly teased by his own mother, Lin Jiyu's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. Mother! Qinglian beside them could not help but chuckle. Today, the Changsheng Pavilion is hosting a poetry festival. Brother Sun invited me to join him. I thought it would be a pleasant diversion. He emphasized the words brother Sun, hinting at something unspoken. Shun Xuelan understood, pondering the poetry festival, the one open to all talented individuals in Yanjing. Lin Jiyu nodded. I wish to go too. I wonder if my elder brother will take me. I feel as though I'm suffocating in the house. Lin Bao'er sighed internally, her expression one of grievance. While others might be confined, at least they could roam freely within the residence. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Lin Bao'er's round eyes fixated on Lin Jiyu as she tossed aside the milk bottle and reached out with open arms. Bao'er. Lin Jiyu's expression was somewhat ambiguous, as he hesitated internally about whether to take her along. He had just heard her heartfelt sentiments. Chapter 25, The Poetry Gathering. However, if he brought her along, it would create complications with Miss Chu. Lin Jiyu found himself momentarily at a loss. Upon noticing that her usually doting elder brother showed no reaction, Lin Bao'er's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice unconsciously rising in volume. My brother doesn't even want to hold me anymore. It seems our bond has faded. I knew men were all pigs, not a single good one among them. It hasn't been long, and he's already impatient with his own sister, Boo-hoo. Shun Xuelan watched the little actress in her arms, unable to contain her amusement, while Qinglian looked on in confusion, wondering why her mistress was trying to suppress laughter. What could possibly be so funny? Eventually, Qinglian decided to discreetly inquire with other servants to see if they had noticed this peculiar phenomenon. Lin Bao'er's antics startled Lin Jiyu, prompting him to quickly take her from Shun Xuelan's arms. He gently stroked her, feeling quite helpless. Bao'er. Yet, she pretended not to hear, stubbornly clinging to him, her tiny hands gripping tightly, visibly exerting force. Observing this scene, Lin Jiyu felt equally helpless and, after failing to seek assistance from Shun Xuelan, reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall take you along. He sighed, yielding to her insistence. However, Qinglian, unaware of their little secrets, was somewhat astonished. Young master, are you really bringing the young lady with you? Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? She advised gently. The young lady is still quite young and is at an age where she cannot be separated from her mother. How can she leave Lin Manor? At this moment, Shun Xuelan smiled and said, in that case, Qinglian, why don't you accompany them? It would be a good opportunity for you to experience the poetry gathering. I recall you have always loved poetry and literature since childhood, but you've been delayed by following me. Now that you have this chance, you should take a look. Madam, I, Qinglian, am somewhat flustered. Your words are misguided. I have been a part of Lin Manor since childhood. How could I have been delayed? Shun Xuelan interrupted her with a gentle pat on the hand. No need for further words. Besides, if I let Jiyu take Bao'er alone, I wouldn't feel at ease. He is just a young man and may not handle everything well. With you there, I'll be more reassured. At that moment, Lin Jiyu exhaled in relief. What mother says makes sense. Although I am the elder brother, I am still a man and may not manage various situations well. Having you present is certainly better. Thus, Qinglian gradually agreed. Since Lin Jiyu had already prepared for this outing, they merely waited for Qinglian to gather the items that Lin Bao'er would need before setting off together. Since becoming an infant, Lin Bao'er rarely ventured outside, mostly remaining in Lin Manor. As a result, any initial curiosity she had gradually faded away. This time out, the myriad of fresh sights captivated her attention, and her naive demeanor left Qinglian amazed. She had never encountered such an eccentric child. Outside the carriage, Sun Zeiss curiously examined it, frequently glancing at Lin Jiu with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Lin brother, why did you bring a baby along for this outing? Lin Jiu found himself at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't admit that his little sister insisted on accompanying him. Such a confession would undoubtedly provoke Sun Zeiss laughter. With my parents away, I have to manage things for a bit. You invited me to the poetry gathering, so I brought her along. Lin Jiu fabricated an excuse. However, this reasoning did not fool Sun Zeiss, who raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. What? I was unaware that your household lacked a wet nurse, requiring a young man like you to bring a baby out. Are you perhaps fearing that Sun Zeiss might utter some nonsensical remarks? Lin Jiu felt embarrassed, but quickly silenced him, attempting to redirect the topic. I heard that many distinguished individuals will attend this year's poetry gathering, which may make it livelier than in previous years. I'm not saying this lightly, but you should keep a low profile to avoid being teased by them. They already have their grievances regarding your status as a top scholar. Adding a baby to the mix might give them even more to gossip about. Although we have never lost in the past, it can become tiresome with time. Sun Zeiss grimaced at the thought. The individuals he referred to were the heirs of prominent families in the capital, often critical of upright gentlemen like Lin Jiu, viewing them as mere facades and seeking to stir trouble. I have never feared them. Lin Jiu replied nonchalantly, dismissing their significance entirely. You're still the same. Sun Zeiss shook his head in resignation, but then flashed Lin Jiu a conspiratorial grin. I heard that Miss Chu will also be attending. Lin Jiu's expression faltered as he avoided his gaze. Seize this opportunity and make your move. Sun Zeiss smirked. Just leave the baby to me and go pursue your Miss Chu. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of Chongqing Building. Due to the annual poetry gathering, the entrance was bustling with activity, with a continuous flow of carriages and a myriad of people engaged in animated discussions. This place offered an opportunity to encounter individuals from various strata of society. After presenting their tokens, Lin Jiu and his companions were led to a private room on the second floor. The private rooms at Chongqing Building were distinct from ordinary ones. They featured openwork designs on both front and back, providing good ventilation while allowing a spacious view of the happenings inside. Furthermore, the private room connected to a curved corridor that encircled Chongqing Building, where those of status often sought positions on the second floor, while other guests congregated in the grand hall on the first floor. In the center of the building, there was a small stage surrounded by flowing water, creating an expansive visual experience. Chapter 26, Uniting the Older Brother and Sister-in-Law. In the private room, Sun Zeiss playfully teased Lin Bao'er in Qinglian's arms, his eyes squinting with delight. Little one, call me brother Sun. Lin Bao'er looked at him as if he were foolish, turning her back to him while nestled in Qinglian's embrace. Oh, Sun Zeiss found this amusing, poking her cheek with a finger. The soft, tender sensation made him widen his eyes, and he continued to poke, thoroughly entertained. How annoying. Don't you know that boys and girls should maintain distance? Brother Sun, just wait until I grow up. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Lin Bao'er fumed inwardly, her face scrunching up as if she might cry. Seeing this, Sun Zeiss quickly halted, fearing he might provoke her into tears, which would create a difficult situation. Lin Jiu, having overheard the silent exchange, cast a sympathetic glance at Sun Zeiss, resolving to ignore any future mischief inflicted upon him by his little sister. Lin brother, today's topic is a tiger. Do you have any thoughts on it? Sun Zeiss gestured toward the outside, directing Lin Jiu's attention. You advised me to keep a low profile, Lin Jiu replied, scanning the second floor for the figure he sought, but feeling a twinge of disappointment when he could not find her. Perhaps it is best to let them take the lead this time. You seem distracted. Are you looking for Miss Chu? Sun Zeiss sidled up to him, grinning playfully and gesturing downstairs. Stop searching. Yes, right here. A group entered Chongqing Building, led by a woman adorned with a delicate veil. Her graceful figure and captivating gaze reminiscent of spring flowers. It was none other than Miss Chu Jingjia. The ever-impulsive Sun Zeiss boldly waved and called out, Miss Chu, over here. Lin Jiu, caught off guard, could not stop him in time. Upon raising his gaze, he met her clear and captivating eyes. Upon catching sight of him, her eyes subtly brimmed with a hint of shyness and coyness, no longer exuding the previous composure. So this is Miss Chu. She truly compliments my elder brother. Only such a beauty is worthy of being my sister-in-law. How dare Shinryu harbor such thoughts? How preposterous! Lin Bao'er was utterly captivated by her beauty, finally understanding why her brother remained steadfastly devoted to her. Shinryu? Mia dreams. When Chu Jingjia and her entourage ascended the stairs, Lin Bao'er was astonished to discover that they were, in fact, neighbors. What a serendipitous fate. If this opportunity slips away, my brother may remain a recluse for life. I certainly do not wish for Shunryu to be my sister-in-law. Should that day come, I would undoubtedly run away from home. But she decided to defer her thoughts for the moment, reasoning that it would be too presumptuous to approach them now. However, on the other side, someone was already dispatched with a message. Young Master Lin, young Master Sun, my lady requests your presence for a discussion. The messenger, a maidservant accompanying Chu Jingjia, was insistent. Before Lin Jiyu could respond, Sun Zeiss swiftly opened his fan, half covering his face with a teasing tone, relay to your lady that I shall not be attending. I must remain here to watch the children. Let Lin brother take my place and catch up with Miss Chu. If both of them chose not to attend, it would be a blatant disregard for her invitation, and Sun Zeiss's antics were clearly intended to compel Lin Jiyu to go. Lin Jiyu hesitated for a moment, suppressing his anxious heart, and finally stood up to comply. That's more like it. Sun Zeiss is perceptive enough, Lin Bao'er mused, glancing longingly at the delicate osmanthus cake on the table, though she regrettably could not indulge at this moment. With a resounding chime, the hall fell silent for a brief instant before someone took to the stage to speak. Lin Bao'er caught snippets of the discourse, which revolved around the theme's points and rewards of the upcoming poetry gathering, as well as the regulations. Following this, various opinions began to flow, a true cacophony of voices expressing diverse perspectives. Of course, many were merely there to listen, much like Lin Jiyu and Sun Zeiss, treating it as a form of entertainment. After an interminable half-hour of deliberation, Lin Bao'er found herself yawning with boredom. How dull! She would rather have been admiring the scenery from a carriage. Conversely, Qing Lian was utterly engrossed in the discussions, and Lin Bao'er refrained from insisting on leaving, recognizing her own eagerness to attend. She was a considerate and understanding child. Here, little darling, would you care for a grape? Sun Zeiss, feeling equally bored, peeled a grape and offered it to her, testing her response. Young Master Sun, the young lady is not permitted to eat such things. Qing Lian gently reminded him. Sun Zeiss and Lin Jiyu had been childhood friends, having grown up together in the Lin household, known for his lively intelligence. Qing Lian understood this and did not perceive his actions as overstepping, merely providing a gentle reminder. Who says I cannot eat it? Lin Bao'er retorted, defiantly sticking out her delicate tongue to taste the juicy grape. Delightful. You see, she's eating, Sun Zeiss exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world, eagerly offering her another peeled grape. During her time at the Lin residence, Shun Shuilan occasionally indulged Lin Bao'er in this manner, leading Qing Lian to turn a blind eye. Qing Lian's sister, I know you must enjoy listening to them speak. Why not let Bao'er come to me? I can hold her while you listen intently, Sun Zeiss suggested sweetly, his demeanor charming. He had keenly observed Qing Lian's reactions and, finding the little girl delightful, sought to divert her attention. Qing Lian hesitated, concerned for her young charge. No, the young lady is still very small. Fear not. I shall remain right here, Sun Zeiss assured her. You're not far from me. Just a turn of your head, and you can see. Besides, you know me well enough. I would never jeopardize Bao'er's safety. With those reassurances, Qing Lian ultimately relented. Little darling, you are so light, Sun Zeiss remarked, struggling momentarily until he secured her in his arms, playfully teasing her, and each time Lin Bao'er responded with laughter, he wore an expression of sheer delight. At that moment, Lin Bao'er found herself yearning for her charming elder brother, feeling slightly disdainful of the boy before her, whose foolish grin was rather hard on the eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he continued to rattle a rattle drum, attempting to capture Lin Bao'er's attention. Still hungry? He repeated, offering another grape. Eat. Lin Bao'er finally succumbed to the allure of the grape juice, licking her lips with satisfaction. She realized that perhaps due to her own essence inhabiting this body, she could consume things normally off-limits to infants, and her body exhibited no adverse reactions. This was likely why Shun Shuilan felt at ease allowing Lin Jiyu to take her out. However, even so, she could only sample juices and not solid fruits, as she had yet to sprout any teeth. I wish my father could have another baby for me to play with. Son Zeiss mused, pausing after peeling 2 more grapes, thoughtfully replacing the soiled cloth that had caught Lynn Bao'er's drool, and then tossing her playfully into the air. To her surprise, it was quite enjoyable. Lynn Bao'er giggled uncontrollably. Suddenly, an inappropriate commotion erupted from outside the parlor, accompanied by laughter filled with malice and mockery, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. In the next moment, the screen was pushed aside, and approximately 3 to 5 elegantly dressed young men sauntered in, twirling their fans and grinning nonchalantly, their lewd gazes lingering on Lynn Bao'er. "Oh, what a tiny little darling. Why not lend her to us for a few days? Rest assured, we shall take good care of her." Qinglian instinctively stepped back, eyeing the lead man warily. "Hugo, it seems you have not had your fill even after all this time. Should you desire more, I can arrange another taste for you." Son Zeiss's gaze turned icy, positioning himself protectively in front of Qinglian, his smile devoid of warmth. "You." Hu Tianquan's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, seething with rage at the affront. He yearned to tear apart the one before him. "I will ensure you pay for that incident eventually." He seethed, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. Their enmity had roots in their childhood, characterized by petty squabbles, but the real animosity blossomed when the Lin brothers had orchestrated a humiliating scene for these young scions, with Son Zeiss ingeniously orchestrating Hu Tianquan's fall from grace in front of everyone. Indeed, he had fallen and ingested the very filth he had mocked. Shocked onlookers had stared, their appalled expressions etching into his memory. The humiliation was unbearable, a memory that ignited his fury. Consequently, tales of Hu Tianquan's disgrace spread throughout the city, nearly igniting rumors of mistreatment within his family, leading to a summons from the emperor for his father, testing their familial bonds to the brink of breaking. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged. "Oh, is that so? I shall wait and see," Son Zeiss retorted, digging at his ear with disdain. "Son Zeiss, do not presume that your father holds the title of Minister of Revenue. We are not powerless against you. I have long been aware of the trivial matters concerning you and the young lady of the Wei family. If you wish to keep the entire city of Yinjing from discovering this, you ought to kneel and offer an apology to us at once. We shall regard the previous incident as settled. Otherwise, allow me to introduce myself. I am the son of a Hanlin Academy scholar, Wen Shitao, and I stand as a partner in crime with Hu Tianquan, as we often wield our influence in Yinjing." His voice rang with menace, yet before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared before him, sending him hurtling away like a fallen kite. The arched corridor was slightly dented, drawing the attention of many below. However, the privacy of the second-floor parlor was such that even those eager to witness the spectacle below could see nothing. "Should you dare to mention her again, believe me when I say I will break your legs." Son Zeiss's voice was like frost in a 10-mile stretch, chilling and fearsome. Yet Hu Tianquan remained unfazed. The more agitated Son Zeiss became, the more exhilarated he felt. "It seems you truly care for that young lady of the Wei family, do you not? Is this little child perhaps the result of your union with her?" Clang! The bottle shattered at his feet, and Hu Tianquan, maintaining a posture of awkward evasion, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with anger. "Have you lost your mind? Kill this filthy creature. A dog cannot produce ivory. Who dares to fabricate such tales? No wonder you will meet a tragic end. It is well deserved." Lin Bao'er's voice seethed with fury as she mentally cursed, wishing to leap out and confront Son Zeiss. "No, Son Zeiss, strike him again. I cannot swallow this indignity. Sister Qinglian, please seek out Brother Lin. I will handle this situation." Son Zeiss seized a suitable object, standing resolutely as a bulwark against the two adversaries, his expression solemn. "Seeking to escape? Not a chance. Seize that child and bring her to me," Hu Tianquan bellowed, flinging his folding fan aside as he lunged at Son Zeiss. "Damn it, Son Zeiss, if you do not lose a leg today, I shall not bear the surname Hu." Instantly, chaos erupted, fists flew, and winds howled. Son Zeiss held his ground against Hu Tianquan and Wen Shitao, yet he could not fend off the other three, who seized the opportunity to intercept Qinglian, converging upon her to snatch the child from her embrace. Chapter 28. The Clash of Deities. How outrageous! The young lady of the Lin family, is not someone you can lay a finger on. Lin clung tightly to Lin Bao'er, evading left and right, her face a mask of fury. The commotion soon reached the adjoining room. "Miss, it seems a fight has broken out next door." Chu Jingzhi's maid rushed in, her expression fraught with worry. Upon hearing the first words from Lin Jiyu, she sprang to her feet and, not bothering to hear more, dashed outside. Recognizing the urgency, Chu Jingzhi added, "Gather a few people and follow me to investigate." Yes. Just as Lin Jiyu approached the door, he caught snippets of conversation amidst the scuffle. The Lin family? Which Lin family? It appears Sun Zais has entangled himself with quite a few individuals. Enough talk. Hurry and retrieve the child. I refuse to believe he does not care for her. Help. Brother, they are fighting. They are fighting. Lin Bao'er clung desperately to Lin, praying she could evade capture. Otherwise, she would be offered as a sacrifice. Just as a claw reached for her, Lin Bao'er squeezed her eyes shut. Crash! The room filled with wails, echoing throughout the parlor. "It hurts! Who dares touch me? Xie Xiao, do you even have the audacity to lay a hand on my people?" Lin Jiyu sneered, his gaze fierce as he pressed down hard on Xie Xiao's hand. A sharp crack reverberated, the sound of a bone breaking clear as day. The other two nearby froze in shock. My hand! My hand!" Xie Xiao curled on the ground, howling in pain, veins bulging in his neck. His face as pale as death. "Wah! Brother, you finally came. I thought I would die." Lin Bao'er nearly wept, nestled in Lin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, drawing concern from onlookers. Eldest young master, Lin sighed in relief, patting Lin Bao'er's back soothingly. She quickly recounted the events to him. With each word, Lin Jiyu's expression grew colder, eventually culminating in a chilling smile. "Hu Tianxuan, he truly has a death wish. Brother, how formidable." In the midst of chaos, Lin Bao'er did not forget to praise her brother. Hearing her heartfelt words, Lin Jiyu's expression softened as he stroked her small hand, instructing Lin, "Take Bao'er to a safe place. I will handle matters here." Just then, Chu Jingzhi arrived. Her brows furrowed as she observed the three engaged in battle before quickly approaching Lin Jiyu. "Perhaps we should go to my place." "That works," Lin Jiyu nodded. Meanwhile, Hu Tianxuan and Wen Shidao had finally managed to pin Sun Zais to the ground when, suddenly, a tremendous force sent Hu Tianxuan flying. The impact nearly made him vomit his bile. "Lin Jiyu!" He glared with fury. Lin Jiyu ignored him, employing the same technique to kick Wen Shidao aside. As they prepared to charge again, he coldly declared, "If you wish to escalate this to the authorities, feel free to come at me. I would like to see if Lord Hu and Lord Wen will still protect you." They froze. "Are you all right?" Lin Jiyu pulled Sun Zais to his feet. Sun Zais spat out a mouthful of blood, rubbed his aching wrist, and grinned fiercely. "This is merely a tickle for me." "What?" "Sun Zais, if you cannot prevail, you resort to calling for help. I had thought you a hero, yet here you are, merely a coward, hiding like a turtle. How laughable." Hu Tianxuan scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "And you, Lin Jiyu, do not think I fear you. I have not forgotten our previous grievances. Sooner or later, I will make you three brothers of the Lin family pay the price. Indeed, young master who, dealing with such lowly scum, is beneath your dignity." A sweet voice chimed in from the side, drawing everyone's attention. Shun Ruyu, having come to join the fray, covered her mouth with a laugh, though a glimmer of resentment flickered in her eyes. She feigned a high-minded demeanor while secretly engaging in unsavory dealings, framing and scheming without restraint. "Young master Hu, it would be wise for you to exercise caution. Even I was deceived by his guise of a virtuous man." Shun Ruyu, who had rarely shown him any courtesy, now stood beside him, causing Hu Tianxuan to beam with delight, feeling rather elated. "Miss Shun, your words are misguided. What constitutes a hypocrite? It is one who appears kind and virtuous on the surface while being vile and unethical beneath. As far as I know, young Master Lin is known for his integrity, talent, and public service. Anyone with discernment can see this. How could he possibly be associated with the term hypocrite?" Chu Jingzhi's melodious voice resonated from behind Lin Jiyu. After a deliberate pause, she continued, "Conversely, some individuals exhibit despicable traits, betraying trust, and shamelessly so. The entire city of Yinjing is aware of this. Why then does Miss Shun confuse the genuine with the false? muddling the judgments of everyone present. Chu Jingde, Hu Tianxuan's face darkened like coal. Whom do you dare insult? Chu Jingzhe smiled softly, stepping closer to Lin Jiyu. I could never insult you, young master Hu. I was merely providing an example. Yet, everyone could see she was indeed targeting Hu Tianxuan. However, he could hardly retaliate against a delicate woman like her and was forced to swallow his indignation in silence. Yet, another dared to speak without restraint. Sister Chu, your words are inappropriate. Shinryu narrowed her eyes, her crimson lips curling slightly. Such character traits can certainly be feigned. Unless one is intimately acquainted with another day in and day out. How can you be so certain, Sister Chu, that you have grown so familiar with young Master Lin? Lin Jiyu furrowed his brows, his fists clenched tightly. Should Chu Jingzhe dare to accept this insinuation, it would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Yanjing city by the morrow, tarnishing his reputation and possibly subjecting him to unfounded slander. This maneuver revealed Shinryu's malicious intent. He was about to voice his defense when the person beside him gently tugged at his sleeve. In the next moment, Chu Jingzhe tilted her head slightly, her delicate adornments swaying, and her cool, striking visage was captivating. Calmly, she spoke. Nay, young Master Lin is indeed a prodigious talent. Does Miss Shan dare to question the Emperor's discernment? Chapter 29. The elder brother's majestic defense of his wife. At her words, the expressions of those around them shifted. Chu Jingzhe had invoked the Emperor himself. If Shinryu were to accept this challenge, it would spell disaster for the Shun family in Yanjing City. On the other side of the private room, Lin Bao'er was thoroughly entertained, occasionally attempting to peek around the screen for a clear view. Truly, she is my sister-in-law, a renowned talented woman in Yanjing. Absolutely stunning. Her eloquence is unparalleled. Isn't it evident to all who the phoenix is and who merely a chicken? Lin Jiyu stood not far from Lin Bao'er, inwardly nodding in agreement. She was indeed the woman he admired. Shinryu's face darkened, her lips pressed together in frustration, clearly unwilling to concede. Oh, it seems this prince has misjudged, for I did not expect Miss Chu to be so articulate. It appears she stands on par with the talented scholars below. A deep, melodious voice resonated, surprising everyone. The third prince. We pay our respects to His Highness. Numerous respectful voices echoed, causing Lin Jiyu to furrow his brow slightly. Why has this third prince also decided to join the fray? Lin Bao'er felt an ominous premonition. The current situation resembled a celestial battle. Beep. A temporary mission has been issued. Protect Chu Jingzhe. Completion rewards 100 points. Does the host accept? The familiar electronic voice echoed in Lin Bao'er's mind, prompting a resigned sigh. It seemed this grand spectacle awaited her arrival. Accept. Of course I will. She is my future sister-in-law. I must ensure her safety. The third prince offered compliment. Chu Jingzhe returned a graceful curtsy, exhibiting remarkable poise. At this, Song Chu's gaze fell upon her with an air of arrogance, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was a pity, however, that as a woman, no matter how eloquent, she could not ascend to the grand halls of elegance. Chu Jingzhe's expression slightly altered, but she restrained herself from retorting. In contrast, Shinryu felt a surge of joy. The third prince's actions were surely meant to vindicate her. At this thought, her heart swelled with delight, almost wishing to express her gratitude to Song and Mo openly. How absurd! A woman cannot ascend to the grand halls? I dare say it is you who cannot. Lin Bao'er was nearly ready to leap forward and claw at his face, wishing to tear apart the vile words of the third prince. Moreover, your insult implicates your mother. As a princess of a rival nation, she endured and sacrificed for her country's people, showing commendable valor. How can that be considered unworthy of the grand halls? Hearing such words stirred something in Lin Jiyu's heart, his resolve strengthening. He slowly raised his gaze, clasping his hands. I beg your pardon, but I cannot concur with the third princess remarks. Oh, Song Chu regarded him with interest. There is no distinction between men and women. We are both favored by the world, which is why we have achieved our current standing. Throughout history, women have often surpassed men. For instance, General Feng of the previous dynasty was granted amnesty by the Tang Emperor, becoming the first female general, her prowess unmatched by any man. Lin Jiyu spoke with conviction, adding, furthermore, During the Yuan dynasty, Lady Fu was the first female prime minister. With the emperor's establishment of opportunities for women in government, there were numerous female officials in the court. Such a flourishing era raises the question, how can one claim women are unworthy of the grand halls? With each statement, Chu Jingzha's eyes sparkled brighter, until finally the corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a bittersweet smile dancing within. Perhaps she was born in the wrong era, but to encounter someone who resonated with her soul was more than enough. Indeed, Lin Manor speaks true. It is this prince who has misspoken, Song Chu chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Being publicly humiliated was not something he could easily swallow. Previously, he had considered aligning with the Lin family's talented scholar. But after the incident involving the prime minister's residence, he began to suspect they were aware of something, for they had thwarted his plans repeatedly, even casting aside Shen Ruyu, an exceptional pawn in his game. Ultimately, fearing the prime minister's potential discontent, he reluctantly took Shen Ruyu as a concubine to pacify her. Now, publicly humiliated, how could he endure such a slight? Yet, as you suggested, if it is indeed correct for women to engage in governance, why has history not preserved this? It seems Lin Manor may harbor discontent with the emperor's decisions. Song Chu feigned contemplation, casting the dilemma back to Lin Jiyu. This dogged response is rather quick. Fortunately, my brother will handle you with ease. Lin Bao'er watched Lin Jiyu with eager anticipation, waiting for him to strike decisively. I am but a humble servant. His Majesty, as the sovereign, has his reasons for all decisions. I would never presume to criticize. However, akin to examination topics, if the subject pertains to the state's affairs, our expressions may traverse the thoughts of historical monarchs. Does that imply disrespect or dissatisfaction? Lin Jiyu, with a semblance of a smile, calmly articulated, why must the third prince take my fleeting words so gravely? Those in the know might consider you unintentional. Those unaware may think you are deliberately targeting me. This man was far more eloquent than Chu Jingzha. Song Chu nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Lin Manor is overly suspicious. This prince harbors no ulterior motives, merely expressing a sentiment. Song Chu forced a smile, struggling to maintain his facade. Yet, Lin Manor's ardent defense of Miss Chu hinted at deeper affections. If so, this prince could serve as a witness today. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with mischief. Ultimately, his attention returned to Chu Jingzha. But how could Lin Jiyu fall for such a ploy? He shook his head, stating, Miss Chu possesses profound knowledge and grace. We have admired her for a long time. However, matters of romance should not be speculated upon, as it would be disrespectful to Miss Chu. Your Highness, I appreciate your concern. The repeated veiled insults had turned Song Mo's expression frigid. He smirked, his eyes cold. Is that so? This prince also believes Miss Chu to be remarkably talented and has admired her for a long time. I wonder, would Miss Chu be willing to grant this prince an opportunity? Chapter 30. The fox relying on the tiger. Might the crowd murmured, their gazes fixed on Chu Jingzha, some filled with envy and jealousy, like Shen Ruyu, who glared at Chu Jingzha, her eyes brimming with hostility. She could not comprehend when Chu Jingzha had ensnared the third prince. Pretending to be so lofty, she was no different from a cunning fox, charming those around her. Look, now 2 men were revolving around her. The more Shen Ruyu pondered, the more infuriated she became. If not for the public setting, she would have surely seized that vixen's face to make her aware of who truly held the favor of the third prince. It was a privilege for Jingzha to be favored by him, yet Jingzha was currently engrossed in the study of the 5 classics, perhaps still indifferent to such matters. And she hoped the third prince could understand. Chu Jingzha's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she softly and politely declined. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jiyu quietly heaved a sigh of relief. This prompted Lin Bao'er to raise an eyebrow, unable to resist mocking her elder brother. You must be sweating profusely, brother. If Miss Chu had agreed, I wonder if you would still be able to laugh. Lin Jiyu twitched his lips, a fleeting look of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Very well. Song Chu, in a fit of rage, forced a smile, unable to maintain his facade any longer. After casting a fierce glare at Hu Qianxuan and his companions, he swept away, stating that he had other matters to attend to and would discuss this another day. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 100 points. With the points credited to her account, Lin Manor yawned wearily. It cannot be denied that this time the points came effortlessly, without her intervention. Lin Jiu had swiftly protected Chu Jingjia, likely earning considerable goodwill in the process. A most profitable venture indeed. With the formidable presence finally departed, Hu Tianxuan and his companions exchanged glances, preparing to leave when they were unexpectedly blocked by Sun Zeiss, who wore a blank expression. "Where do you gentlemen think you are going?" "Sun Zeiss, do not overstep," Hu Tianxuan threatened in a low voice. "Do not think I fear you. I simply wish to avoid escalating matters. If you possess any sense, step aside." Sun Zeiss scoffed. "So our esteemed young master, who has something to fear? Let's then settle the accounts. You openly assaulted an official of the court. How shall we address this?" The group of young nobles widened their eyes in disbelief, with Wen Shitao being the first to exclaim, "What official? Do not slander." "Am I slandering?" Sun Zeiss retorted coldly, casually pulling a nearby spectator into the conversation. "Do you know Lin Jiu?" The individual, taken aback, hesitated before replying. "Yes, I know him. He is the esteemed Lin Manor from the 5th rank." The 5 young gentlemen were momentarily stunned, slowly realizing that Lin Jiu had already attained an official title after his successful examinations. He was no longer just the eldest son of the Lin family. "We did not lay a hand on you." Hu Tianxuan, filled with rage and humiliation, interrupted. "It was you we struck. Do not attempt to frame us." When it came to the prospect of exile, these young nobles shrank back, desperately trying to shed their responsibilities. Yet the onlookers clearly witnessed the events, did they not? Sun Zeiss feigned ignorance, digging at his ear while surveying the crowd. Most of those present, apart from a few patrons in adjacent private rooms, were servants of Chongqing Tower and those accompanying Chu Jingjia. To avoid offending the Lin and Sun families, they all nodded in agreement. Indeed, I vaguely recall seeing Lin Manor being struck. After all, it was a chaotic scene. Perhaps there was indeed some scuffle. "You!" Hu Tianxuan nearly choked with fury, wishing he could bind all these people and throw them out. Satisfied with the outcome, Sun Zeiss smirked as he casually approached Hu Tianxuan, draping an arm over his shoulder, applying subtle pressure while maintaining a playful smile. "But do not say I lack consideration for your families. If you sincerely apologize, we can consider the matter settled. What say you, Lin brother?" He cast a glance towards Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu remained indifferent, merely nodding. "You see, our Lin Manor has consented. How about it, young master Hu, young master Wen?" Sun Zeiss mockingly patted Hu Tianxuan on the shoulder. Though Hu Tianxuan was seething with resentment, he could not devise a better plan under such circumstances. If Sun Zeiss and Lin Jiu reported him to the authorities, not only would he suffer, but his father might also be implicated. The chilling thought of exile sent shivers down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form. After a pause, Hu Tianxuan begrudgingly lowered his head. "Very well." Wen Shitao, Xie Xiao, and the others likewise submitted in humiliation. "Truly impressive, Sun Zeiss. What a splendid performance." Lin Manor, who had been fighting drowsiness, suddenly opened her eyes wide, eager to witness this hard-won spectacle. "Then let us commence," Sun Zeiss said, crossing his arms with a smirk, observing them with an air of leisure. Hu Tianxuan clenched his teeth, wishing to land a few punches on that smug face. "I apologize," he ground out through clenched jaws. "Do you require me to teach you how?" Sun Zeiss took on the role of Lin Jiu's mouthpiece, picking apart their apologies. "Is it so difficult to utter a few humble words? Do you truly wish to face exile? I could have, Lin brother, put in a good word for you. It need not be far. Right here in Yinjing would suffice, allowing all to witness the splendor of young Master Hu." "Sun Ziche, do not push your luck," Hu Tianxuan hissed, his eyes reddening with rage, wishing he could drink Sun Zeiss' blood and gnaw on his flesh. But Sun Zeiss remained unfazed, a sly smile creeping across his thin lips. He even pulled a chair over, sitting before them like a lord. "What is it? Am I being unreasonable? Is requesting an apology from you, esteemed gentlemen, too much to ask? If you cannot manage it, I would be more than willing to assist." He has truly taken the art of intimidation to an extreme. That fox's tail is practically soaring towards the heavens. Lin Manor couldn't help but interject. Chapter 31. 100 Schemes. Hu Tianxuan inhaled deeply, forcing down the fury in his eyes. Glaring at Lin Jiyu with an expressionless face, I apologize, Lin Darren. It was our ignorance and rashness that led to this unfortunate incident. I ask for your forgiveness. TSK. How can one apologize while standing so tall and proud? Sun Zeiss was displeased, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. Lack of sincerity. I imagine Lin brother is not particularly satisfied. Lin Jiyu said nothing, allowing Sun Zeiss to toy with them, relishing the moment. Oh wait, I just remembered. Sun Zeiss suddenly clapped his hands, feigning a realization, flashing a row of sharp teeth. I recall how that fellow from the Su family had offended you. How did you make him apologize? The faces of the men across from him instantly froze, two of them barely managing to suppress their words. But the moment they opened their mouths, a resounding thud echoed. They all turned in shock towards Hu Tianxuan. Lin Darren, I have been indiscreet and have offended you. I hope you can forgive me this once. Hu Tianxuan half knelt on the ground, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Now that is more like it. Sun Zeiss smiled coldly, his gaze shifting to the others. And you? One Shirtao glanced around, his face a picture of distress, before finally kneeling as well, mirroring Hu Tianxuan's actions. Yet Xie Qiao, who had suffered a hand injury at Lin Jiyu's hands, refused to comply, charging at Sun Zeiss. Damn it, Sun Zeiss, you think you can make me kneel? Go to hell. But before he could reach Sun Zeiss, he was forcefully brought down to the ground by a servant brought by Chu Jingzhe. Perhaps this collision aggravated his wound, for he shrieked in pain before promptly losing consciousness. Miss, it seems he has fainted from the pain. The servant signaled to Chu Jingzhe. Indeed. Miss Chu, we are fortunate to have you here. You frighten me. Sun Zeiss exclaimed, patting his chest in feigned relief, acting like a timid wife hiding behind Lin Jiyu, his demeanor utterly insufferable. Seeing Xie Qiao's fate, the remaining two hastily knelt and offered their apologies. Are you satisfied now? Hu Tianxuan glared coldly at them. This time, Sun Zeiss remained silent, tugging at Lin Jiyu's sleeve. Lin Jiyu's gaze swept over Hu Tianxuan and the others, and he uttered a soft HM. Our grievances are personal. I have no desire to escalate matters to our elders. What transpired today shall remain confidential. However, a warning flickered in Lin Jiyu's eyes. Should I discover any further intentions to target Bao'er, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. After they departed, Sun Zeiss slumped in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at the person sitting upright nearby, his heart brimming with confusion. Brother Lin, that was the perfect opportunity to deflate their arrogance. Why did you show them mercy? If the roles were reversed, and they were the ones kneeling, Sun Zeiss had no doubt Hu Tianxuan would force them into disgraceful acts. Those individuals were utterly despicable and would not miss such a golden opportunity. Lin Jiyu, instead of punishing them severely, had even suggested that today's events remain undisclosed, clearly indicating that they need not worry. News of their kneeling would not circulate in the capital. This left Sun Zeiss feeling quite vexed. Your actions today have already trampled their pride. If they were to publicly apologize in a humiliating manner, it would surely provoke a response from the Hu and Wen families seeking an explanation. Moreover, Lin Jiyu pondered, do you not understand the current political situation? Recently, Hu and Li have garnered the emperor's favor. If we offend multiple high-ranking officials at once, even with the backing of Lord Sun and my father, the two ministers of the Ministry of Revenue could easily collaborate to submit a petition. At that time, the repercussions would not only affect us, but also others who may suffer unwarranted consequences. This also afforded them a chance to breathe, clarifying that it was a personal conflict, allowing for retaliation. Given the characters of Hu Tianxuan and Wen Shirtao, they would not stoop so low as to involve their parents. After all, such actions would only invite our disdain and strip them of influence in the capital. Chu Jingzhe nodded in agreement, and Hu Tianxuan, aware of this, had knelt straightforwardly to avoid implicating the Hu family, which showed some degree of integrity. Their mutual understanding quickly clarified the situation, leaving Sun Zeiss at a loss for words. After a moment, he shook his head in resignation, offering a rueful smile. You all are so cunning, while I remain blissfully naive. Did I inadvertently thwart your plans? Sun Zeiss questioned, grappling with self-doubt. Lin Jiyu laughed heartily, patting his shoulder in reassurance. How could that be, since they dared to cause trouble openly? Teaching them a lesson serves to remind them not to provoke those they should not. You excel at inciting anger. Lin Jiu chuckled. Chu Jingzhe also stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. It must be said, no one in the capital could rival Sun Zeiss' sharp tongue. Indeed, Sun Zeiss proudly flicked his fan. When Lin Bao'er awoke once more, she found herself nestled in a specially crafted rocking chair in Shanchuan Garden. So many events had transpired. It was evident that Jiyu had matured significantly, displaying a newfound composure. Shun Xuelan sighed, gently swaying the tea in her cup. She shot him a reproachful glance, snorting lightly. However, if they had truly harmed Bao'er, I would not care about their status. Even if it meant confronting them myself, I would demand an explanation. Chapter 32. Allergic reaction, madam. What are you saying? Lin Qiming quickly interjected. Isn't there still your husband? I will be the first to hold them accountable. With that, he half embraced Shun Xuelan, speaking softly. Bao'er is the treasure of our Lin family. Regardless of our age, those three rascals would likely rush to defend her before we even had a chance. Yet, a woman's focus is often elsewhere. Shun Xuelan stared at him in shock. Her voice trembling, you think I'm old? You actually believe I have aged? Lin Qiming, I never thought you would despise me one day. Lin Qiming's expression showed clear panic, his movements becoming flustered. No, madam, I was merely making a metaphor. Lin Qiming, you have no heart. At that moment, Shun Xuelan could no longer absorb anything, covering her face as tears streamed down. Seeing that softness was ineffective, Lin Qiming resorted to a more forceful approach. He steeled himself and directly pressed her against the bed, leaning down to cover her with kisses. After a long while, Shun Xuelan, cheeks flushed and breathless, pushed him away, her eyes sparkling with playful annoyance. Stop it, Bao'er is still here. At that moment, Lin Qiming, ignited with passion, hardly paid attention to Lin Bao'er. He chuckled softly, his voice low and husky. Bao'er is still young. She won't understand. Madam, it's been a long time since we. Just as Shun Xuelan was about to shyly respond, she turned her head and found herself staring into a pair of bright, round, black eyes. Her expression instantly froze, her body stiffening. Mother, don't stop. Hee, I'm still little. I don't understand anything. Hee, I promise not to look. I'm covering my eyes. Don't believe me? Look. Clearly, Lin Qiming had also heard this voice. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily released Shun Xuelan, sitting up while awkwardly clearing his throat. Madam, it's still early. I will check on Ruchin's studies. You should rest. With that, he hurriedly exited, leaving Lin Bao'er dumbfounded. Wait, he just left like that? Is my father really that thin-skinned? The system couldn't help but interject. Do you think everyone is like you? Lin Bao'er. She was, after all, a model youth. Shun Xuelan looked at her lively daughter in the rocking chair and smiled helplessly, ultimately resigning to call Qinglian in. Please bring me the needle and thread. Qinglian hesitated. Madam, it's too late. Let us sew tomorrow. Continuing now could strain your eyes. Bao'er is growing quickly. I must finish her little clothes soon. Or what will she wear afterward? Shun Xuelan insisted, shaking her head in defiance. After a moment, Qinglian relented, fetching the needle, thread, and fabric. No, mother, don't sew anymore. I can wear anything. If it damages your eyes, I would feel very guilty. Lin Bao'er protested, her little hands patting the rocking chair in an effort to capture Shun Xuelan's attention. I don't want my mother to toil so late. My beautiful mother should be lovely and get a good night's sleep. Qinglian was left bewildered. Shun Xuelan offered no further explanation. Instead, she turned and lifted Lin Bao'er from the rocking chair, teasing her with a gentle smile. Bao'er, would you like to sleep with me tonight? Yes. Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled. Her beautiful mother always exuded a delightful fragrance, and sleeping beside her always brought a sense of swift comfort. All right, then we one tea let your father come over. He might crowd us out. Lin Bao'er silently mourned for Lin Qiming for a second. The next morning, in the Lin family's backyard, the sounds of swords clashing and blades dancing filled the air, reaching Lin Bao'er's ears. Soon after, a sweat-drenched youth clad in black emerged from behind the rockery, wielding a gleaming sword. This was Lin Maobai. Mother, why are you here? Lin Maobai, after gulping down a cup of tea handed to him by a servant, wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached Shun Xuelan. Shun Xuelan handed him a clean handkerchief, her tone filled with concern. I heard from your elder brother that you have developed a rash. I searched for you at Fuxiao Courtyard this morning, but found you here. Aren't you feeling unwell? Why are you still practicing swordplay? It's nothing. It's just an old ailment. Mother, you know this. Lin Manor wiped his neck with the handkerchief and leaned down to tease the spirited Lin Bao'er. Bao'er, come, call your second brother. Lin Bao'er, are you all deliberately ignoring the fact that I am unable to speak? Upon hearing this, Shun Shualan did not feel relieved. Instead, a subtle frown creased her brow. However, this recurring ailment was rather troublesome. Years ago, they had failed to find a permanent remedy. Perhaps I should send your father to seek a royal physician to examine you? No need, mother. It's merely a minor issue. Lin Manor chuckled, unable to suppress a sneeze. It will improve in a few days. Apart from some discomfort, there is nothing more to it. Have you been taking the medicine prescribed by the physician regularly? Alas. Shun Shualan sighed with concern. Initially, the house physician had speculated that his condition was due to allergies, but after thorough investigation, it was discovered that Lin Manor was allergic to ragweed. This resilient plant can grow almost anywhere, and its fragmented flower heads easily release pollen into the air with the slightest breeze, coming into contact with the bustling crowd. When the diagnosis was made, the Lin household had mobilized all resources to eradicate every ragweed plant from the estate. Unfortunately, the spring winds would soon bring them back, making complete eradication impossible. Fortunately, as long as Lin Manor avoided direct contact with the plant, severe allergic reactions would not occur. Thus, the house physician concocted a prescription from ancient texts, which, when taken regularly over the years, managed to somewhat mitigate Lin Manor's allergic responses. In the original narrative, Lin Bao'er recalled that there was an incident where Lin Manor was betrayed by someone close and inadvertently came into contact with ragweed, nearly costing him his life. At the brink of death, their stronghold was breached by enemy forces, leading to his capture. Although Lin Manor eventually escaped due to his own prowess, he suffered a severe injury to his right arm, which left him permanently disabled. Chapter 33. Allergy Medicine. Upon this recollection, Lin Bao'er felt invigorated. How could she have nearly forgotten such a crucial matter? If she did not act now to prevent future troubles, Lin Manor's fate was all too predictable. Lin Bao'er opened the system store, her eyes scanning the myriad of products until she arrived at the last item, exclaiming softly, "Note, this medication requires 3 courses of treatment and may cause mild side effects, which must be explored by the host." The allergy medication was labeled with 3 small vials, clearly marked 1, 2, and 3, making it easily comprehensible. Is your system really this unreliable? 3 courses of treatment, and yet no clarity on the side effects. Lin Bao'er could not help but voice her frustration. System, once exchanged, items cannot be returned, and after-sale service is not guaranteed. Lin Bao'er felt a twitch at her eye, her expression darkening. Fortunately, it was not very expensive. The total was only 100 points, which relieved her. Had it been 100 points per course, she had resolved to find a substitute for Lin Manor, as she had done previously. With that, another 100 points were deducted, and as she gazed at her remaining balance of 440 points, her heart skipped a beat. By the way, do you have beauty elixirs? She suddenly recalled the conversation between Shun Shualan and Lin Qiming from the previous night. It seemed her beautiful mother cared quite a bit about her appearance. System. Yes, there are basic beauty elixirs, intermediate beauty potions, and advanced eternal youth potions. Which one would the host prefer? Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er became intrigued. Show me all of them. Could the eternal youth potion truly grant immortality as depicted in dramas? System. Precisely. However, upon seeing the price of the advanced eternal youth potion, she immediately dismissed the thought of purchasing it. 9,999. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The basic beauty elixir could mildly reduce wrinkles and blemishes, while the intermediate beauty potion could smoothen and tighten the skin, giving it a rosy glow, thus representing a different form of youthful rejuvenation. The former was priced at 30 points, while the latter cost 100 points, a significant disparity. After much deliberation, Lin Bao'er ultimately chose the latter. After all, it was for her mother. She could not afford to be too stingy. Watching the highest digit decrease from 4 to 3 made her heart tremble, and she exhaled a sigh of resignation. Resolving to be more diligent and accompany her brothers on outings, for who knew when they might encounter unexpected tasks that would yield free points. After acquiring the medication, Lin Bao'er looked at the 3 small vials before her, pondering how to present them to her second brother. Shen Shuolan nodded. No. Lin Bao'er suddenly seized her coarse fingers, using all her strength to grip tightly. Yes. How could she forget the medicine? She would simply add it to Lin Maobai's drink when he was about to take his medication. Lin Maobai. Shen Shuolan looked at the little girl in her arms with a puzzled expression. I want to go too. Unsure if her mother and second brother would understand her intentions, Lin Bao'er struggled a bit in Shen Shuolan's embrace before darting towards Lin Maobai. Although unsure of Lin Bao'er's motives, Shen Shuolan decided to indulge her, feigning contemplation before suggesting, why not let mother accompany you? It would be an excellent opportunity to consult old Zhang about whether this prescription needs adjustment. That works. Lin Maobai agreed, gently poking Lin Bao'er's soft little hand. Feeling quite pleased, it seemed Bao'er favored him most. Simultaneously, Lin Bao'er felt delighted, believing her acting skills had successfully conveyed her intentions. Truly, they were all of the Lin family. Upon arriving at Fuchi Courtyard, the entire yard was permeated with the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, nearly making Lin Bao'er gag. Her eyes watering from the smell. What on earth is that foul odor? Get to me. Lin Maobai nodded. Before long, a bowl of dark, murky medicine was placed before Lin Maobai, who appeared unfazed, ready to drink it in one go. Wait, don't drink it so hastily. Lin Bao'er waved her hands anxiously, nearly escaping Shen Shuolan's grasp to rush forward. Lin Maobai paused, the bowl of medicine halting just before his lips. He looked puzzled, tilting his head, thinking Lin Bao'er was intrigued by the medicine, hesitantly bringing it closer, wondering if she wanted to smell it. As he drew near, the strong scent of traditional medicine almost overwhelmed Lin Bao'er. She held her breath, secretly slipping the exchanged allergy medication into the bowl, then swiftly turned to bury her face in Shen Shuolan's embrace, inhaling the cool fragrance emanating from her. Observing Lin Bao'er's apparent aversion, Lin Maobai chose not to comment further. After a moment of silent contemplation, he ultimately downed the medicine in one gulp. The house physician had been a close companion of Lin Qiming since youth, so even if Lin Bao'er had displayed such agitation, neither Lin Maobai nor Shen Shuolan suspected the medicine was toxic. They believed she was merely curious, hence her commotion. Old Zhang, does this prescription still benefit Maobai's condition? He seems to be experiencing infections more frequently lately. Shen Shuolan expressed her concerns. Zhang, the physician, gestured for a servant to bring over the medicine chest, shaking his head with a sigh. After drinking these medicines for so many years, even the most effective remedies develop a certain level of resistance. Moreover, this season is precisely when ragweed flourishes, so it would be best for the young master to remain within the estate. Otherwise, the risk of infection is considerably high. Is that so? Shen Shuolan murmured, feeling somewhat disheartened. She sighed softly, handing Lin Bao'er back to Lin Maobai. It was at this moment that the unexpected occurred. As Shen Shuolan released her grasp, Lin Maobai suddenly felt his body stiffen, followed by an overwhelming weakness that nearly caused him to collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, Lin Bao'er also began to fall, panic evident on her face, tears nearly spilling over. Chapter 34. Aftermath. A resounding thud echoed through the Fuchi courtyard, leaving everyone present in stunned silence as they gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground. Is Bao'er all right? Lin Maobai lay flat on the ground, his handsome face contorted in pain. It's fine, Shen Shuolan said, her heart racing as she quickly took the sobbing Lin Bao'er into her arms. You scared me to death. Whoa, mother. Lin Bao'er buried her face in Shen Shuolan's embrace, sobbing and hiccuping, her little heart racing uncontrollably. That sudden fall felt akin to a free fall without safety harnesses, sending her adrenaline soaring and nearly causing her to faint. It's all right, Bao'er is fine. Shen Shuolan gently reassured her, but she couldn't help glancing at Lin Maobai, still lying on the ground, exasperated. Get up already. Lying there looks ridiculous. After a moment, a hesitant and terrified voice emerged from the ground. Mother, I think I can't move. What? Shen Shuolan froze, panic washing over her. The physician from Zhang's family hurried to assist Lin Maobai, who was utterly limp and unable to stand. The physician's expression turned serious. Quickly, help the second young master into the house. With the help of the maidservants, they managed to lift Lin Manor onto the bed. I don't know. We need to examine him further, the physician said solemnly, placing his hand on Lin Manor's wrist to take his pulse. After a long pause, his brow furrowed in confusion. There's nothing unusual within the second young master's body, nor are there signs of poisoning. Why could this be? Second young master, try to see if you can move. Lin Manor pressed his lips together and, following the physician's instructions, attempted to shift his body. He moved his limbs slightly, but, with a grim expression, shook his head, feeling utterly exhausted. He could move, but not without significant effort, especially his head. After crying enough, Lin Bao'er finally turned her attention to Lin Manor, her expression stiffening with a hint of guilt. Could it be the side effects of that allergy medication? Witnessing the physician's futile attempts to aid Lin Manor, despair washed over Shun Xuelan, while Lin Bao'er felt a surge of anxiety and guilt. Oh no, don't cry. Mother, I didn't expect the side effect to be such fatigue. It should be fine. Maybe after a few hours or a day, my brother will recover. I wonder which genius concocted this allergy medication with such a dreadful side effect. It's truly infuriating. Lin Bao'er lamented, while Shun Xuelan, having stopped her tears, blinked in confusion. So, this is all because of my dear Bao'er. Lin Manor's initially despondent expression gradually improved, finding some solace in the revelation. It had been frightening. He thought he might become a helpless invalid, and if that were the case, death would be preferable. The two, now relieved, were oblivious to the anxious physician, who was sweating profusely. Madam, I will report to the master immediately to see if we can summon a royal physician from the palace. This illness of the second young master is quite peculiar, and even I cannot discern its cause. If we delay, there's no need, Shun Xuelan interrupted, clearing her throat in an attempt to cover her unease. It's nothing. Let Manor rest here for a while. Madam? The physician was puzzled, unable to comprehend why Shun Xuelan, who had been frantic moments ago, suddenly appeared so unconcerned. To explain this oddity, Shun Xuelan had to think quickly and weave a lie. There have been similar situations before. I was simply too anxious to remember. He just needs to rest for a while, right, Manor? Lin Manor, not wishing to escalate the situation, quickly nodded. Yes, I can already feel my strength returning. The physician frowned, seemingly unconvinced and about to inquire further when Lin Manor lifted his right hand and waved it. See, I might have accidentally practiced the new sword technique incorrectly. Given this, the physician had no choice but to relent. Then I shall prepare a prescription for your fatigue. But you must not practice like that again. Lin Manor could only agree. Once the physician left, Shun Xuelan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Manor, both sharing a resigned smile. Lin Bao'er mumbled to herself, causing both adults to exchange surprised glances. Did her words imply she had given Manor a medication to combat the allergy to Carthamus? Shun Xuelan felt a surge of joy. However, Lin Manor couldn't help but shudder slightly, grappling with the implications of her statement. Did that mean he needed to continue taking this medicine? The two were baffled by Lin Bao'er's inexplicable abilities. First the detoxification pill, then the restorative pill, and now this allergy medication, seemingly conjured from thin air. A marvel indeed. Yet they both knew that should any of Lin Bao'er's secrets be leaked, the Lin family would face dire consequences. 2 hours later, Lin Manor indeed regained full sensation in his body, moving as normally as any other person. Reflecting on Lin Bao'er's earlier words, he hesitated before finding a Carthamus plant within the estate. After steeling himself, he tentatively placed his hand upon it. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through him, causing his face to blanch. His past experiences of allergies had instilled a deep-seated fear of this plant. Had it not been for the need to verify the efficacy of the medicine Bao'er had given him, he would never have dared to touch it again. Once he acclimated, Lin Manor discovered that while he had previously developed rashes from merely coming into contact with airborne pollen, this time, after direct contact, only half of his palm exhibited a rash, and the pain was far less intense than before. This revelation filled him with elation, and he rushed to seek out Lin Jiyu. However, upon arriving at the Fu Ming courtyard, he learned that Lin Jiyu had yet to return to the estate. Chapter 35. Crafting a scheme that night, in the main hall of the Lin residence, several individuals gathered around the table for dinner. It was not until they were nearly finished that Lin Jiu finally arrived, slightly out of breath. "It's a long story," he said before downing a cup of tea in one gulp. "Today, the crown prince summoned me for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiming waved his hand, dismissing all the surrounding servants. "Do you remember the former Minister of Personnel, Lord Gao?" Lin Jiu paused momentarily. Lin Mabai pondered. "Wasn't he executed?" Lin Jiu smirked, nodding. "Indeed, but before his death, he left behind numerous valuable items. While they may not be enough to sway the ministers in court, they could serve as bait. To completely eradicate the Prime Minister's residence, we must construct a concealed prison, ensuring a decisive strike." "Brother, please refrain from speaking further. I completely fail to comprehend. This is a matter best left to you all. I shall focus on running my shop properly," Lin Ruqian said, slumping over the table. "Indeed," Lin Mabai nodded solemnly, reaching for a piece of fish from the dish before him. "If there is a need for someone to wield a sword, I still have my role to play." "You all," Lin Jiu chuckled helplessly. "Very well, I shall head to Father S.'s study to discuss this with him." Lin Qiming nodded. "Where's Bao'er?" Lin Jiu suddenly realized. Glancing around, Shun Shualon moved the fish that Lin Mabai had pushed aside and placed another piece into his bowl. "Bao'er is asleep. Qing Lian is watching over her. So I didn't bring her along." It was then that Lin Jiu noticed something amiss with Lin Mabai. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mabai's trembling hand, astonished. "Second brother, what happened to you?" Lin Mabai found it difficult to articulate the truth. The trial with the Carthamus plant earlier had left his right hand slightly numb, and it had not improved in a short time, forcing him to manage the situation awkwardly. "The Carthamus plant," he sighed. "The ailment afflicting my second brother is truly persistent." Lin Ruqian glanced at his hand, covered in a dense array of crimson spots that sent shivers down his spine. "Is there truly no definitive remedy?" Lin Mabai could not help but cast a glance at Shun Shualon, ultimately swallowing the words that hovered on his lips. It will be prudent to wait until he is completely recovered before discussing it with them. Lest premature joy lead to disappointment. Since the time he experienced an allergic reaction to the Carthamus flower, the household physician has tirelessly researched ways to suppress this malady. He has tried numerous remedies and faux prescriptions, yet none have yielded success, which has left him utterly disheartened. Thus, even upon discovering that Lin Bao'er's medicine might be beneficial to him, Lin Mabai never fully embraced that hope. "Enough! Cease your chatter." Shin Shualon playfully tapped Lin Ruqian's head. Her eyes filled with reproach. Lin Ruqian recognized his misstep, pursed his lips, and fell silent. "However, I must venture out tomorrow. There is a grand martial arts competition in the military, and I promised brothering I would cheer for him. I cannot go back on my word," Lin Mabai stated. This commitment has forged a close bond between Lin Mabai and Ing Rushi, leading to frequent interactions within the military. Yet, Shun Shualon harbored concerns. "What is there to worry about?" Lin Qiming interrupted her, raising an eyebrow. "A robust man of 7 feet should not be so anxious. There were no issues in years past. Surely, he can endure tomorrow? Just exercise caution, and if worse comes to worst, take old John along. He must have longed to see his comrades in arms, and would surely be delighted to accompany you." "Indeed," Lin Mabai replied, a flicker of mirth finally gracing his eyes. After dinner, Lin Jiu arrived at Lin Qiming's study as promised, where Lin Qiming had been waiting for some time. "Are you and the Crown Prince preparing to set a trap?" Lin Qiming inquired, as if he had anticipated this, startling Lin Jiu. "Father, how did you know? Surely the Gao family possesses damning evidence of Shun Qiantong's corrupt dealings and bribery. Hasn't there been a stir at the Prime Minister's residence recently?" Lin Jiu nodded. "Indeed. The Prime Minister's household has been dispatching people to investigate the whereabouts of the Gao family's exiles. It was this that prompted the Crown Prince to seek me out today. Have you gained any insights?" Lin Jiu shook his head. "None. The Gao family has hidden their tracks well. Those found have been silenced by the Prime Minister's men, leaving us with no leads. I did, however, covertly monitor Yuan's movements and sensed something unusual. Do you recall the General Chong from the military in the capital?" Lin Jiu was taken aback, realizing his father's intent. Lin Qiming nodded. He has always maintained close ties with Shun Qiantang. As the hunt intensifies, tomorrow's martial arts competition presents an opportunity for Lin Mabai to investigate. If Shun Qiantang has indeed uncovered something, General Chong is bound to be informed. Furthermore, we require the Crown Prince's assistance. Among the officials mingling with Shun Qiantang, the crown prince is most suited to engage. We can offer support from the sidelines. But remember, discretion is paramount. Shun Qiantang is exceedingly cunning. Since he aims to use our Lin family as a stepping stone for the third prince, his ambitions extend beyond that. Recently, the taxation issue in Jiangnan has been assigned to the Ministry of Revenue. Keep a close watch on this matter. It must be said, had Lin Bao'er been present, she would undoubtedly have admired her father's astuteness, as he pieced together the entire situation from mere fragments of information, swiftly grasping the overarching narrative. Chapter 36. A solo venture into danger. Mother. Lin Maobai's voice echoed from outside the spring garden, startling the vibrant blooms within. Aren't you to be at the military today? Why have you come here? Shun Xuelon leisurely arranged flowers in a vase, casting him a slow glance. Whoa, second brother is so handsome. Lin Bao'er, nestled in Qinglian's embrace, brightened at the sight of Lin Maobai, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Perhaps due to his impending military visit, Lin Maobai had donned a more spirited attire. His hair tied back with a crimson ribbon, clad in light armor, exuding a vigorous charm. Brother asked me to retrieve a token from you today. Did father mention it? Lin Maobai inquired. He nodded, and before Lin Bao'er could react, Qinglian chuckled softly. Second young master, the young lady hardly comprehends matters of affection. She is likely enamored by anything that glimmers. That's not true. Is Cuizhu some kind of precious jade? It must be worth quite a bit. I love anything of value. Lin Maobai smiled at her response. Sister Qinglian, you misunderstand. Bao'er has her own preferences. Try offering her a shiny pebble and see if she takes a liking to it. In jest, Qinglian picked up a smooth, glistening pebble from nearby, polished by time, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, easily mistaken for a valuable gem. She presented it to Lin Bao'er, shaking it enticingly. Miss, do you like this? I'm not foolish. What is there to like about this worthless rock? Lin Bao'er thought to herself, deliberately turning away to avoid looking at it. This reaction was unexpected for Qinglian, who pursed her lips in mild frustration, realizing that second young master had a better understanding of the young lady's tastes. Lin Maobai felt a swell of pride, though he was merely benefiting from his ability to perceive Lin Bao'er's thoughts. What you two up to? At that moment, Shun Xuelon emerged with the token. Observing the contrasting expressions of the two. Nothing much. We were merely speculating on what Bao'er might fancy, Lin Maobai replied, taking the token and tucking it away, grinning. And I have one. Lin Maobai raised an eyebrow. Then I'm assured of victory. You too. Shun Xuelon, well aware of Qinglian's shortcomings, shook her head with a smile, gently cradling Lin Bao'er in her arms. Take care and be safe. Yes, Lin Maobai replied. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Bao'er suddenly had a moment of clarity, her eyes widening in realization. Wait. Second brother, you haven't finished your medicine. This medicine seems to require 3 consecutive days. I wonder if skipping today would diminish its effectiveness. What should we do now? How can I approach second brother? Shun Xuelon nodded seriously. All right, I'll have Qinglian fetch it. As she spoke, she sent Qinglian to retrieve it. Moreover, my hands are weary. You can hold Bao'er for a while. Lin Maobai gladly accepted. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. This will allow second brother to take his medicine perfectly. Lin Bao'er, blissfully unaware of the elaborate scheme, believed that fate was smiling upon her. She swung her arm lightly, inadvertently brushing against Lin Maobai's lips, effortlessly placing the tasteless pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. Had Lin Maobai not been vigilant, he might have failed to notice it at all. All done. Flawless execution. Lin Bao'er rejoiced silently, and Lin Maobai chose not to expose her. Once Qinglian returned with the wrist guard, he returned Lin Bao'er to Shun Xuelon. Mother, I shall take my leave. At noon, while Lin Bao'er was dining with Shun Xuelon, a servant rushed into the spring garden, breathless, to report that Lin Maobai had encountered an ambush on his way to the military camp and was missing. What? Shun Xuelon's bowl clattered to the floor, her face a picture of shock. She seized the servant, her eyes brimming with urgency. Have you sent someone to search for him? What shall we do? What shall we do? Shun Xuelon appeared as if the sky had fallen, nearly collapsing, her eyes reddening instantly. And had it not been for Qinglian's timely support, she might have collapsed to the ground. Mother, do not panic. Second brother is quite capable. he will surely escape. The priority now is to inform father. After all, the incident occurred en route to the military. Those there may know something? With Lin Bao'er's reminder, Shen Shuilan reluctantly gathered her wits and commanded, "Hurry, go to the palace and find the eldest son and lord. Inform them of Mo Bei's ambush and disappearance at once." Yes. The servant quickly departed. "Madam, do not fret. The second son will surely be fine." Qing Lian comforted her with a trembling voice, her anxious gaze betraying her inner turmoil. After an agonizing hour of waiting, the messenger returned. "Madam, the Lord requests that you remain calm. He has dispatched people to search, and he will report back as soon as there is news." Shen Shuilan's beautiful eyes glazed over as she collapsed into her chair. However, Lin Bao'er sensed something amiss. The current situation mirrored a scene she would soon encounter. This should not occur for another 2 months, when the Prime Minister's residence is schemed against, leading to an impulsive attempt to harm others from the Lin family, resulting in the second brother being kidnapped outside the city to threaten father. But why are events from the future appearing now? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Bao'er furrowed her small brow. Protect Lin Mo Bei and Lin Qiming. Do you accept this mission to gain points? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Bao'er suddenly realized, so this is a trap. If father goes alone to rescue the second brother, he will undoubtedly fall into the Prime Minister's snare. And at that moment, heaven would not answer, nor would the earth respond. The most crucial task now is to stop father. He must not go alone, otherwise it will be too late. Lin Bao'er, in her anxiety, flailed in Qing Lian's embrace, desperate to alert Shen Shuilan. What to do? What to do? She could neither speak nor write. How could she ward her mother? In her escalating panic, Lin Bao'er caught sight of the jade pendant hanging from her clothing. In a moment of desperation, she yanked it off and hurled it to the ground. The pendant, a precious gift from Lin Qiming during her first birthday celebration, shattered into pieces upon impact, causing Lin Bao'er a pang of regret. Sometimes, a child's instincts can foreshadow events. Lin Bao'er hoped Shen Shuilan would notice this. As the jade shattered, Qing Lian watched in sorrow. "Madam, the young lady seems unwell. Shall I carry her away?" Having heard Lin Bao'er's silent plea, Qing Lian, heartbroken yet resolute, quickly complied with her wishes, knowing that should they fall into the Prime Minister's trap, the consequences would be dire. Though confused, Qing Lian rushed out, seeing Shen Shuilan in such distress. On the other hand, Lin Bao'er felt a wave of relief, pondering that Shen Shuilan must share a motherly instinct, allowing her to respond so swiftly. "Bao'er, do you think Mo Bei will return safely?" Shen Shuilan held Lin Bao'er close, burying her face in the child's small chest with a heavy sigh. "Do not worry, mother. The second brother will surely return safely. Once father realizes what has happened, he will undoubtedly devise a perfect plan." "Let us hope so," Shen Shuilan thought to herself. As time ticked by, from day to night, finally, footsteps echoed at the Lin family's gate. Upon seeing a familiar figure, Shen Shuilan's eyes lit up, and she leaped from her seat. Husband! Yet, after sitting for so long, she stumbled and fell. "Madam!" Lin Qiming swiftly caught her, his gaze filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Shen Shuilan grasped his clothing and shook her head, her expression anxious. "I am fine. Where is Mo Bei? Have you found him?" Tears welled in her eyes, but she refrained from saying more. "Fortunately, madam, you had Qing Lian stop me in time. Otherwise," Lin Qiming's eyes glimmered with realization. "The soldier who came to report was not one of ours, but rather someone under Chang Zaifeng's command. He deliberately sent someone to claim that Mo Bei had been ambushed on his way to the barracks, intending to lure us into a trap. I secretly sent someone to investigate, and they found only disguised assassins. Had we acted rashly, the outcome would have been disastrous. You should thank your good daughter." Lin Qiming's gaze shifted to the sleeping Lin Bao'er nearby, and everything was understood without words. Lin Qiming nodded in acknowledgement, a complex expression in his eyes. "Father, mother." Just then, urgent calls echoed from outside the hall. The two looked up to see Lin Jiyu and Lin Ru Qian returning. Lin Jiyu, more composed, dismissed the surrounding servants before speaking. "Father, I have ascertained that this matter was instigated by the Prime Minister's residence. They acted now because we recently acquired evidence of the Prime Minister's dealings in bribery for official posts from the Yuan family, which explains their urgency. Coincidentally, Mo Bei ventured out alone today, making him an easy target. What the Yuan family? Lin Qiming pondered. Lin Jiyu hesitated, lowering his gaze, his tone somber. By the time our people arrived, she had already perished. Awakened, Lin Bao'er blinked in confusion, slowly grasping the implications of their words. No wonder the main storyline had advanced. It was due to her elder brother and father securing evidence against the prime minister so swiftly. This explained why the second brother found himself ensnared at that moment. Yet, the system's task completion notification had yet to arrive, indicating that the second brother was still in peril. Report. A person burst in, panic-stricken. The second son's signal has vanished. The room fell into chaos. Lin Ruqian, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed, "Father, let me lead a search. What if the second brother is trapped somewhere and cannot escape alone? You will not go." Lin Qiming shot him a glare. Only Lin Jiyu remained calm, asking, "From where did the signal disappear?" "At the broken mountain cliff." Lin Qiming's eyes sharpened, commanding, "Search the base of the broken mountain cliff. I shall accompany you." Lin Ruqian, clearly hearing the unspoken thoughts, insisted, "Father, with so many of us, I will be safe. If the second brother does not trust them, my presence will facilitate matters." "I will go," Lin Jiyu interjected, firmly patting Lin Ruqian's head. "Stay at home with your parents and do not wander." At the hour of the dog, Lin Bao'er suddenly heard the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward, 160 points. Lin Bao'er was overtured." Did this mean the second brother had escaped? But in the next moment, another anomaly caught her attention. Why was it 160 points? Typically, her rewards were round numbers, 150, 100, or 50. The unusual 160 points was rather perplexing. System, you discovered it. It rounded up your balance. Lin Bao'er, hier ist tweetet, frustration evident. Wait, if it was originally 150, why are you so pleased about an extra 10 points? Was it initially 200 points? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Protecting both father and the second brother, 100 points each, indeed amounted to 200 points. Yet the system remained unresponsive to her inquiries, further validating her theory. This nearly caused Lin Bao'er to have a heart attack. Her already meager balance had been further diminished, a source of immense irritation. Mo Bei, second brother, Shun Xuelan and Lin Ru Qian dashed forward, almost weeping with joy. "Everything is fine," he said, gently patting Lin Ruqian's head in a comforting manner. "Are you hurt?" Shun Xuelan asked. Her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized him from head to toe, wishing she could examine him thoroughly. Lin Ruqian's expression was somewhat peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to be honest. "On my way to the military camp, I realized something was wrong too late. There were dozens of people lying in ambush around me. Initially, I intended to flee, but suddenly I felt a jolt throughout my body, as if I possessed boundless strength, akin to a character from A Tale of Great Might, capable of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Thus, I managed to escape their encirclement and ran toward the cliff, leaving signs along the way. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. I could only take refuge in a cave beneath the cliff, waiting for them to leave before emerging. But as fate would have it, I encountered my brothers." "Second brother, have you been possessed?" Lin Ruqian scratched his head in confusion. Lin Mabai chuckled and gave him a playful knock on the head. Lin Jiyu and Lin Qiming exchanged uncertain glances, while Shun Xuelan turned to Lin Bao'er, appearing as if she had something to say but hesitated. Could this be a side effect of that medicine? This is even more outrageous than the last time, transforming him into someone with immense strength. I wonder what other side effects second brother will experience after taking that last vial of medicine tomorrow. I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to it. Lin Bao'er mused, giggling softly to herself. Hearing Lin Bao'er's thoughts, the others quickly grasped the implication, particularly Lin Ruqian, who was intensely curious about what kind of medicine Lin Mabai had ingested. But he held back his questions in the presence of everyone else. "As long as you're fine," Lin Qiming said, patting his shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. "Father," Lin Jiyu paused, his expression somewhat intricate. "Should we deliver the evidence to the Dali Temple soon?" "Not yet. Let wait a bit longer," Lin Qiming replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "We have yet to receive any news regarding the taxation case in Jiangnan. For now, we must remain patient, with only this little evidence. It is insufficient to bring him down completely. We can only await news from the Crown Prince. However, Shun Shintan, due to the Yu family's actions, must be anxious. Today's ambush on Mabai indicates they might be plotting something sinister. Therefore, you all must exercise caution when leaving the residence, avoiding going out alone to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understood, the three brothers replied in unison. Upon returning to Shanchuan courtyard, Lin Bao'er noticed Shun Shiwalan's somewhat haggard face and suddenly felt a jolt of realization. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? Madam, there's no need to worry excessively. You should refrain from leaving the residence for the time being and focus on taking care of Bao'er, Lin Shiming reassured her, gently removing the hairpin from her hair. Shen Qintan is currently desperate, pressured by various ministers in the court. He has harbored much dissatisfaction, which is why he is deliberately targeting the Lin family. Meanwhile, everything seems calm on the third prince's side. It's unclear whether it was his directive or Shen Qintan's own decision. Shen Shualan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her hand dropping in despair. I do not concern myself much with court matters, for I trust you will ensure the Lin residence remains safe. However, if it involves my sons, rest assured Jiyu and Ma Bai are not incompetent. They will find a way to cope. Lin Qiming patted her hand. You only need to take care of yourself. Look at you. Worrying over Ma Bai has caused you undue stress, affecting your health. For the sake of your health, and for Bao'er, you must take good care of yourself, my dear wife. Mother, what father says is true. You mustn't fall ill. My brothers are formidable, and with me around, the Lin family shall face no danger. I will protect both father and mother. Lin Qiming and Shun Shualan exchanged smiles at her spirited declaration. You are right. We have Bao'er, Shun Shualan said, embracing Lin Bao'er and affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Her heart softened. Mother, come a little closer, Lin Bao'er urged. Shun Shualan blinked in confusion, but complied, inching closer. I almost forgot about this beauty-enhancing pill. With this, my beautiful mother will always look radiant. She had only just remembered it after redeeming it some time ago. Shun Shualan was taken aback, unable to resist glancing at the copper mirror. The reflection revealed a woman who was no longer haggard. Her skin was smooth and taut, her complexion vibrant, and the fine lines around her eyes and brows had vanished, as if she had suddenly regained several years of youth. Husband, Shun Shualan exclaimed in delight. Lin Qiming looked up, momentarily stunned. My dear wife, I must say you look exceptionally beautiful tonight. Chapter 39. Have we offended the heavens? Early in the morning, Lin Mabai rushed from Fuchi Courtyard to Shanchuan Courtyard, seeking the last vial of medicine that Lin Bao'er had mentioned. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he learned that Lin Bao'er was still deep in slumber, a most unfortunate timing. Shun Shualan was well aware of his purpose, but felt it inappropriate to wake Lin Bao'er directly, so she had him wait a while longer. Mother, I can't help but notice you seem somewhat different today, Lin Mabai remarked, finally observing the changes in Shun Shualan. His face bore a look of confusion. Just last night, she had appeared quite haggard, yet today she seemed like a different person altogether. What is different? Shun Shualan feigned modesty, taking a sip of tea, the corners of her eyes lifting with a hint of a smile, tinged with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mabai replied without hesitation. You seem to have improved considerably in health and beauty. Furthermore, you have not applied any makeup today, yet you're no different from those young ladies outside, possessing an extraordinary grace. Flattery will get you nowhere, Shun Shualan teased, though a bashful smile had already adorned her face, her eyes sparkling vividly. I speak only the truth, Lin Mabai said, clearing his throat and lifting his teacup to his lips, contemplating that perhaps their father thought the same. Otherwise, why would he have risen so late today? You little rascal, are you jesting about your parents now? Shun Shualan playfully glared, pretending to swat him. Your father is on a day off. Why is he up so early instead of resting? Besides, hasn't he gone to the study to work? At this, Shun Shualan couldn't help but laugh. When he left that morning, Lin Qiming had tiptoed, as if trying not to wake their little ancestor in the room. If those three boys had seen that sneaky behavior, they would have surely laughed at him. By the way, how is your allergy? Did the medicine Bao'er gave you have any effect? Shun Shualan inquired, a mixture of joy and worry in her tone. Fortunately, because of that medicine yesterday, you were able to avoid a calamity. I wonder how the effects of today's medicine will be. Seeing her concern, Lin Mabai, despite his own uncertainty, reassured her, Mother, there is no need to worry too much. I believe Bao'er's medicine is indeed effective. While I cannot say it will completely cure this ailment, any relief is better than none. True, Shan Shuolan sighed. Just then, there was a commotion outside, and a maid hurriedly entered. Madam, the young lady from the chancellor's residence seeks an audience. Shan Shuolan and Lin Manor were both taken aback and furrowed their brows in unison. Is it that Shinryu? Lin Manor's expression turned unkind. Ever since she falsely accused Lin Jiyu, he had lost all regard for her. No, it's not her. The maid shook her head. It is the second young lady of the chancellor's residence. She claims the second young master is in danger and has come today with her cousin to pay a visit. Young master son from the Sun family is also accompanying her. They are both in the main hall. Someone has already gone to inform the elder. After a moment's thought, Shan Shuolan nodded slowly. Very well. I shall go over to meet the second young master. By the way, is the eldest young master in the residence? The maid shook her head. The eldest young master left early this morning and has yet to return. Lin Qiming sat at the head of the table, a smile gracing his lips that did not reach his eyes as he regarded the two individuals from the prime minister's residence. He took a delicate sip of tea and expressed gratitude on behalf of himself for the prime minister's kindness, assuring that Mo Bei had indeed escaped his predicament. And all was well. That is good to hear, replied the prime minister's daughter, Shun Ruyan, with a poised nod and a gentle smile. My father was greatly concerned upon hearing of the troubles faced by the Lin family. He intended to send his trusted guards to assist Lord Lin in searching for the second young master, but unfortunate business matters hindered him. Thus, I have come today with my cousin to express our apologies. Your words are too generous. This is merely a family matter for me. Lin Qiming responded with a feigned smile, though inwardly he had cursed Shun Qiantang, that old scoundrel, countless times. The pretense of sending his daughter to offer condolences was merely a guise to probe for information. The evidence in Yuan's possession had already placed Shun Qiantang's head on the chopping block, yet it was still precariously balanced there. After the failed ambush on Lin Mo Bei yesterday, Shun Qiantang sought to glean Lin Qiming's knowledge of the situation, hoping to find a way out. As expected, Shin Ruyan's next inquiry was precisely that. I wonder if Lord Lin has discovered the identity of the assailant who endangered the second young master yesterday. I heard he was cornered at the edge of the cliff, only rescued at midnight after enduring tremendous suffering. How distressing it sounds. With a feigned look of concern, her dramatics made the bystander, Sun Zeiss, shudder with discomfort. He had come specifically to see Lin Mo Bei and Lin Jiyu, but to his dismay, neither was present, leaving him feeling restless. Just as Lin Qiming was about to speak, hushed voices emerged from the entrance, revealing Shun Shuolan entering with Lin Mo Bei, accompanied by the sound of a child crying. Indeed, Lin Bao'er had also arrived, which explained the delay of Shun Shuolan and Lin Mo Bei. They had intended to leave Shangchuan Garden when Qinglian hurriedly brought Lin Bao'er, who had been crying incessantly for reasons unknown. However, the moment Shun Shuolan held her, the crying ceased. Reluctantly, they had brought Lin Bao'er along. With her bright, inquisitive eyes, Lin Bao'er scanned the surroundings and narrowed her gaze upon Shun Ruyan and the unfamiliar gentleman beside her, filled with suspicion. Her prior tears had been a ruse. She had been jolted by a sudden mission from the system to protect Lin Mo Bei, leaving her in shock and prompting her to feign distress to follow him. Madam, Lin Qiming's face finally bore a trace of genuine warmth. Thank you, brother son. Lin Mo Bei's eyes sparkled with delight as he disregarded the two from the prime minister's residence, opening the food box and sampling a pastry. Delicious. If my third brother knew, he would surely raise a fuss, as he adores these half-crisp pastries. Chapter 40. The relapse of an old malady. Sun Zeiss had always treated the three Lin brothers exceptionally well, his candid and open nature resonating well with Lin Mo Bei, thus forging a strong bond between them. It's nothing. I'll buy him more later, he chuckled heartily. Lin Bao'er, observing this, huffed lightly, casting a longing glance at the pastries. Reflecting, I must admit, brother Sun treats my brothers exceedingly well. During the turmoil caused by the prime minister's residence and the third prince, my eldest brother, after marrying the prime minister's daughter, became ineffectual in the court. Sun Zeiss tried to assist him several times, but unfortunately, he was never successful. When my second brother was deceived by the third prince and sent to battle, Sun Zeiss also made numerous appeals to the court, but all were blocked by the third prince. ultimately leading to my brother's demise. Even later, when the Sun family faced slander, and Sun Zeiss fell to commoner status, he still supported my third brother, ensuring he did not starve. Yet, the whims of fate ultimately led to a tragic conclusion. Lin Manor bei's Hand pauset mit Beta. His gaze toward Sun Zeiss filled with complexity as he tightened his grip on the food box. Lin Qiming and Shun Xuelan shared a similar sentiment, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they regarded Sun Zeiss with newfound affection. I did not realize the depth of the bond between young Master Sun and the second young master. Shen Weiguang feigned admiration. Just as Sun Zeiss opened his mouth to respond, Lin Mo Bei clasped his shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Brother Sun is unlike others. He genuinely cares for me. Shen Weiguang's expression shifted, his fists clenching beneath his sleeves in quiet fury. Lin Mo Bei's words clearly implied that they were not here with sincerity. How dare a mere son of a minister show such disrespect towards the prime minister's residence? Before Shen Weiguang could act, Lin Mo Bei's previously proud demeanor abruptly shifted to one of ashen pallor, his body trembling slightly as red rashes erupted across his skin. A terrifying sight to behold. Sun Zeiss was the first to notice something amiss, instinctively supporting the swaying Lin Mo Bei, his confusion morphing into panic. Montakbai, Montakbai, what is wrong? Mo Bei, what is happening? Do not frighten me. Shen Xuelan rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, frantic yet hesitant to touch him. Quick, summon the physician. Lin Qiming commanded sharply. Why does this symptom resemble an allergic reaction? Lin Bao'er observed the red rashes on Lin Mo Bei, recalling his previous allergic episodes. Shen Xuelan, too, was alarmed, her anxiety mounting. Could the medicine I gave him not be effective? Oh no, the second young master is on the verge of shock. But can antihistamines be administered during an allergic reaction? Lin Bao'er, uncertain, resorted to her system for guidance. System? Affirmative. Then we must administer it quickly. Otherwise, he may succumb to shock. Lin Bao'er squirmed in Qinglian's arms, desperate for attention. Mother, father, look at me. Otherwise, the second young master will be lost. The physician had yet to arrive, and Shen Xuelan wiped her tears, desperately signaling Lin Qiming. Understanding her unspoken plea, he nodded, using the pretext of supporting Lin Mo Bei to obstruct the gazes of the two from the prime minister's residence and Sun Zeiss. Seizing the moment, Shen Xuelan held Lin Bao'er close. Do not cry, Bao'er. Your brother will be fine. Be good. At this moment, Lin Bao'er, oblivious to Shen Xuelan's sudden embrace, approached Lin Mo Bei and discreetly poured the third vial of medicine into his mouth. The physician has arrived. The physician is here. At that moment, a maid appeared with the physician, hastily entering the room. Otsung, holy, examina Montakbai, Lin Qiming urged. Physician Zhang nodded, swiftly unpacking his medical kit to check Lin Mo Bei's pulse. Has the second young master come into contact with the car yellow herb? He asked, his expression grave, as he retrieved silver needles from his kit and deftly began to administer acupuncture to Lin Mo Bei. Mo Bei always reacts immediately upon contact with car yellow herb. Yet, he was standing well just moments ago. What has caused this sudden turn? Lin Qiming's voice was low and serious. This is indeed puzzling. Physician Zhang furrowed his brow. Skotinitzing Lin Manor condition closely. Shen Ruyan and Shen Weiguang exchanged uncertain glances, inching closer to gain a clearer view. It must be these two scoundrels. They have poisoned the second young master. Lin Bao'er's anger simmered, wishing fervently to exact revenge on the two individuals for Lin Manor's sake. Fortunately, she had made a scene today. Otherwise, it would have truly allowed the wicked to prevail. Lin Qiming discreetly cast a glance at the two, his eyes swirling with malevolence. Just as everyone was filled with concern, the red rashes on Lin Manor's body suddenly receded like a tide, and the signs of shock gradually faded away. The physician from the Zhang residence widened his eyes in astonishment, about to inquire further, only to see Lin Qiming subtly shake his head. Understanding the silent cue, he restrained his curiosity and shifted the conversation, suggesting that the second young master had likely not merely brushed against the car yellow grass, but had inadvertently ingested it. Inadvertently ingested? Lin Qiming frowned. Due to the second young master's constitution, He had always been able to identify the cause when he had allergic reactions in the past. However, upon inspection, his subordinates had not discovered any anomalies, and given the extreme swelling in the second young master's mouth, it seemed ingestion was indeed the culprit. But how could he have mistakenly consumed car yellowgrass? Shun Shuolan's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Car yellowgrass was hardly something that could be medicinally ingested. How could it have been consumed? The physician from the Zhang residence asked what the second young master had eaten that morning. Everyone's gaze turned toward the food box. Sun Zai's face turned pale, and he staggered back a step, muttering, "Impossible. I would never harm Albai." Lin Qiming sighed. "We cannot jump to conclusions. Let us first investigate." The servants complied and took the food box away, although Lin Qiming did not directly accuse him. The suspicious glances from Shun Ruyan and Shun Weiguang left Sun Zais feeling exposed, his face drained of color. Absolutely not. Sun Zais could not have done this. It must be that someone is manipulating him from behind the scenes. Perhaps someone with ulterior motives is merely using Sun Zais as a pawn. Chapter 41. Absurd excuses. Lord Lin, might there be a skilled coroner within the residence? If not, the Prime Minister's residence has one with remarkable abilities. If Ruyan could summon him, it would prevent any delays that could result in missing the opportunity, Shen Ruyan proposed, showing genuine concern. Indeed, that coroner was exceptionally skilled and had been invited by her uncle from the Dali Temple. He would surely assist Lord Lin in swiftly uncovering the culprit. Shen Weiguang agreed, casting a sidelong glance at the disheartened Sun Zais, relishing his misfortune. While it remained uncertain whether Sun Zais had genuinely intended to harm Lin Maobai, it was evident that today's events would sow discord between the Lin and Sun families, which they found quite enjoyable, since Lin Qiming had suggested it. Shun Ruyan and Shun Weiguang found it inappropriate to linger any longer, and despite their reluctance, they hurriedly took their leave. Once they departed, Lin Qiming snorted coldly, inwardly cursing the pretentiousness of others. "Maobai, you have awakened?" Shun Shuolan exclaimed, drawing the attention of several others. "It seems this medicine is quite effective. My second brother has awakened so quickly," Lin Bao'er remarked, offering rare praise. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Shen Shuolan grasped his hand, her brows knitted in concern, her tear-streaked face still damp. Lin Maobai, seeing her distress, shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Frowning slightly, he hoarsely asked, "What has happened to me?" "You have ingested car yellowgrass." Shun Shuolan hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Zais before sighing. "We have already begun investigating." From a distance, Sun Zais' expression turned pained, his lips pressed tightly together, too afraid to meet Lin Maobai's gaze. "Inadvertently ingested?" Lin Maobai, slowly processing the information, looked toward the food box and shook his head. "I believe Brother Sun, it cannot be him." Sun Zais stared blankly for a moment, disbelief etched on his face, as a surge of emotion welled up in his eyes. At that moment, the coroner's findings were revealed. "My lord, the pastry indeed contained car yellowgrass. Its sweetness masked its flavor, making it difficult to detect." "How is that possible?" Sun Zais could not believe it, clenching his fists, his eyes wide with panic. "I personally purchased that pastry from the bakery. It was not handled by anyone else. How could this be?" Suddenly, he turned to Lin Qiming and Shun Shuolan, his tone frantic. "Lord Lin, Lady Lin, I have always treated Maobai like my own brother. You both know this. I would never poison him. There must be some mistake." "Brother Sun, I believe you," Lin Maobai said, weakly standing and grasping his hand. "You and my brother are close friends, regardless of anything. I will never believe you would harm me." Tears welled in Sun Zai's eyes, lost in thought. "Maobai is right." Lin Qiming cleared his throat, speaking gravely. "I have witnessed your character, and my wife and I both trust that the Sun family would not raise a treacherous scoundrel. However, while I believe you, you must also prove your innocence. Let this matter be your responsibility to investigate, shall we? How fortunate that my second brother and parents are so reasonable. Otherwise, I would not know how to protect Sun Zais." Lin Bao'er mused inwardly. This task should have been about safeguarding Lin Maobai, yet it appeared to be about protecting Sun Zais instead. Ding. Temporary mission released. Help Sun Zais clear his name. Reward, 50 points. Will the host accept? Truly. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Lin Bao'er felt somewhat speechless. This system was utterly shameless. System, Warning to the host. Any derogatory remarks towards the system will result in point deductions. Lin Bao'er. Fine, you're the master. What about the points I just earned for completing the previous task? System. 100 points have been credited. Will the host accept the mission? Accept. It would be foolish not to accept, though the points for this task were minimal. If Sun Zeiss could prove his innocence by his own efforts, she could claim those points without lifting a finger. Who will be foolish enough not to seize such an opportunity? Rest assured, my lord, I will find the true culprit who harmed Ma Bai, Sun Zeiss vowed, clenching his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. Once Sun Zeiss departed, the physician urgently inquired, My lord, my lady, how was the second young master's ailment resolved? In the past, when he inadvertently touched Car Yellow Grass, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for him to recover fully, enduring countless torments. Yet just now I observe his pulse and complexion, and he has seemingly returned to his usual state almost instantaneously, with signs of healing. What shall we do? How can we explain this? Should we claim a miraculous medicine fell from the heavens? That is how my second brother was cured? Or suggest that he has a strong constitution and healed himself? Lin Bao'er ruminated, watching as a smile gradually crept onto Lin Qiming's face. In the next moment, he leaned in and whispered 2 phrases into the physician's ear. The physician's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips trembling. Yet after a moment, he simply cast a deep glance at Lin Ma Bai before taking his leave. This left Lin Bao'er thoroughly bewildered. What did father say to make him believe without a single question? Shun Xuelan was equally curious, but recognized that this was not the appropriate moment to inquire. Once in the spring courtyard, and after dismissing Qinglian, Shun Xuelan nestled against Lin Qiming, asking with curiosity, What exactly did you tell old Zhang? Why was he so astonished yet asked nothing? After securing her comfortably, Lin Qiming chuckled proudly. I mentioned that not long ago, a reclusive expert visited. At that time, Ma Bai was afflicted with rashes, and the expert provided a miraculous medicine, claiming it would cure him instantly. With this, although surprised, the physician could not help but believe, which conveniently spared him from further questioning. Oh, you? Shun Xuelan smiled helplessly, realizing he had indeed been influenced by Bao'er's words. Hadn't Lin Bao'er just suggested that reasoning? Yet he had directly employed it. And what of it? Lin Qiming let out a cold snort, proclaiming that his daughter was exceptionally gifted. If it weren't for the concern that old Zhang might not withstand the truth, he would have chosen a different approach. After all, the reality was far more outrageous than his current explanation. Chapter 42. Closing the net since that day. Lin Ma Bai's chronic ailment had been entirely cured. He was no longer allergic to the Carthamus tinctorius, which was indeed a stroke of fortune. The following day, under Lin Bao'er's subtle guidance, Sun Zeiss discovered that the mastermind behind the half-soft shop was the Hu family. It was Hu Qinshuan who had proposed to include Carthamus in the pastries as an act of vengeance against the Lin family, seeking retribution for the humiliations suffered at Changxing Tower. Although it remained a mystery how he learned of Lin Ma Bai's allergy, it was of little consequence now. The moment Sun Zeiss confronted him, a fierce altercation ensued. Their clash was so intense that it attracted the attention of the Jingzhou prefecture. Had they not been sons of the Hu and Sun families, the repercussions could have extended beyond mere reprimands to imprisonment. When Lin Bao'er received this news, she was counting her points with her fingers. After resolving the matter with Sun Zeiss, she received an additional 50 points, bringing her total to 650. As she counted, a sense of ambition filled her heart, and she felt that her future was brightening, bringing her one step closer to becoming wealthy. Yet, she couldn't help but sigh, wondering when she would finally escape the confines of her infantile body. In moments of boredom, she often perused the system's shop, but everything available seemed beyond her reach. Pondering over what to buy for her 3 elder brothers, she hesitated, feeling reluctant to spend the hard-earned 650 points so quickly. Ultimately, she decided against any purchases. That day in the study, Lin Jiu placed a letter on the table with a grave expression, his tone heavy with anger. He was appalled to discover that not only was Prime Minister Shan involved in the trafficking of official positions and accepting bribes, but he had also colluded with Mr. Zhang from the Ministry of Revenue, exploiting the ministry's deficiencies to amass ill-gotten gains, even embezzling disaster relief funds. The situation in Huishui County was particularly dire. with less than 1/10 of the allocated relief funds reaching the people. How dare he commit such audacious acts? Lin Jiu, enraged, nearly crushed the jade ring in his grip. Today, Shan Xuelan and Qinglian had gone to the Cold Frost Temple outside the city to fulfill a vow, so they couldn't bring Lin Bao'er along, leaving her in Lin Qiming's care. The one bearing evidence was still on the treacherous road, which explained the delay in any notifications. Lin Jiu furrowed his brow, fearing that should anything happen to that individual, their hopes of completely overpowering Shan would vanish. The person's whereabouts were uncertain, even to the crown prince. Lin Bao'er furrowed her brow, finding the text dense and incomprehensible, inwardly cursing the original author. As she muttered to herself, Lin Qiming's eyes lit up, and he swiftly jotted down a few words. 100 miles outside Yinjing City, Zhongxing Village. So we merely need to set an ambush there? Lin Jiu exclaimed with delight. Lin Bao'er interjected, puzzled. Why do you two seem to have a telepathic connection without me? Lin Qiming nodded, instructing, you need not go. Simply relay the message to the crown prince. He will likely be eager to assist. Understood. Their cryptic conversation left Lin Bao'er momentarily bewildered. But she soon opted to lie down and sleep, knowing her father and elder brother would handle matters without her interference. How wonderful! However, before she could close her eyes, the anguished wails of Lin Ruqian echoed from outside. Father! 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 Where's my soul? Lin Qiming, unable to endure any longer, slapped his head. Lin Ruqian rubbed his head, his handsome face scrunching up in distress. Father, my shop is being targeted. I need to borrow Qin Hu Yuan. Were you not instructed to stay home these past few days? Lin Qiming's forehead twitched ominously, nearly slapping him again. What trouble have your shops encountered now? Hiding behind Lin Jiu, Lin Ruqian cautiously peered out. The weather has become increasingly hot, perfect for cold treats. My shop recently developed a unique cold drink that has become quite popular. However, some scoundrel opened a shop directly across from mine, selling the same items at lower prices, causing most customers to flock to him. As Lin Ruqian spoke, his anger surged. His face flushed, revealing his little tiger teeth. When I confronted him, he dismissed me as a child and kicked me out. He even shamelessly claimed that all my pastries and cold treats were copies of his. So you wish to borrow Qin Hu Yuan to deal with him? Lin Jiu raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily, Lin Ruqian replied, his gaze evasive and lacking conviction. Lin Qiming, feeling exasperated, was about to reprimand him when the little troublemaker in the room began to stir again. Chapter 43. Shameless business warfare. Is this really such a shameless business rivalry? I want to see it. Staying in the Lin residence is so boring that I'm nearly falling asleep. Staring at my father-ass face has become tedious, devoid of any novelty. Lin Qiming's lips twitched. Lin Jiu stifled a laugh, daring not to speak. I really want to go. I wonder if my father will take me out if I cause a ruckus. Why not try? Just as Lin Bao'er prepared to leap into action, a familiar face appeared before her. Lin Qiming, with a dark expression, scooped her up and said through gritted teeth, Perfect. Your elder brother and I have urgent matters to attend to. Since that is the case, take Qin Hu Yuan along and bring Bao'er with you. I imagine she is tired of staying at home. Father, do you truly understand me? You are the best, Lin Bao'er exclaimed, nearly ready to hug Lin Qiming in joy. To secure Qin Hu Yuan's assistance, Lin Ruqian had no choice but to comply. At the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Ruqian observed the expressionless Qin Hu Yuan holding Lin Bao'er and could hardly suppress a laugh. Qin Hu Yuan, you have my gratitude. Father and brother are preoccupied, so I must rely on you to look after Bao'er. I lack the strength to hold her properly, so please bear with me. No trouble at all. It is my duty, Qin Hu Yuan replied stiffly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he walked to the door, fearing he might accidentally drop the cherished treasure of the Lin family. Of course, to ensure their safety, Lin Qiming discreetly dispatched a team to follow them, preventing any reckless actions from the Prime Minister's residence or the third prince. Upon arriving at the shop Lin Ruqian mentioned, Lin Bao'er was astonished to find it resembled the previous shop, now renovated and renamed the soft pastry shop. The similarity in names was striking. Hearing Lin Ruqian's thoughts, he felt utterly defeated, realizing the rival even copied the shop's name. How could he not be enraged? If Lin Bao'er had heard his thoughts, she would have surely scolded him. What good his face? Just act decisively. As long as you can fight back, why waste time thinking? Sometimes, violence is the only solution. Young master, many of our loyal customers have switched to the sweet soft shop, claiming our prices are twice as high and not worth it, the shopkeeper lamented. Lynn Bao'er's gaze swept over the wares displayed in the shop, and she found herself at a loss for words. What is this? Old-fashioned osmanthus cake and plum cake. They are practically ubiquitous. She mused aloud. This one seems to possess a hint of novelty, but its appearance leaves much to be desired, leading one to assume its flavor is equally unimpressive. She continued, "Oh, is this the cold beverage concocted by third brother? Sadly, in this sweltering heat, it would soon melt into a puddle if left too long. What? It costs 20 coins. Who would be foolish enough to purchase this?" Lin Bao'er scoffed, causing Lin Ruqian's expression to darken further, to the point where he appeared on the verge of tears, alarming the shopkeeper. "Young master, what troubles you? Worry not. There are still many patrons who appreciate the traditional flavors." However, Lin Ruqian, enveloped in sorrow, slumped onto a stool and sighed. "Do you think I am unfit for business? This shop has not progressed an inch under my stewardship." "How can that be, young master?" The shopkeeper, flustered, attempted to console the young master of the Lin family, asserting that the initial fault lay with those rascals and had nothing to do with him. In truth, if the young master were willing to leverage the Lin family's connections, he could easily drive them away. "That is precisely why I am unwilling." Lin Ruqian frowned. If even a traveling merchant must rely on his family, then he is truly pathetic, lacking both respect for others and competence himself. Why is third brother so despondent? This is but the beginning. I have plenty of ways to handle those scoundrels. However, third brother is still young and has yet to grow into the formidable Lin San Gongzi of the future. It is only natural for him to feel disheartened at this stage. Ding. Temporary mission released. Assist Lin Ruqian in overcoming this challenge. Completion rewards 200 points. Would the host like to accept? What? She couldn't have heard incorrectly. Could she? 200 points. Lin Bao'er's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with sudden joy. Yes, yes. Yes. What reason could there be not to accept? That is indeed the highest reward I have encountered among all my tasks. Chinhu, the bodyguard, watched his young mistress with a puzzled expression as she grinned foolishly, drooling slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously wiped the drool from her chin, concealing his own accomplishments and accolades. "All right, now is the moment when I shall direct the course of the realm," Lin Bao'er declared boldly, blissfully unaware that Lin Ruqian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her words. He gazed at her with uncertainty, his heart racing, and it took a long while for him to regain his composure. Children speak without restraint, he reminded himself internally. Fortunately, only he could hear Bao'er's thoughts. Otherwise, that single sentence could have brought about dire consequences. Thus, Lin Bao'er opened the system's shop, squinting as she read through the offerings. She recalled having seen a book about making pastries previously. After a while, her eyes lit up. "This is it." Lin Bao'er smiled as she beheld the book titled 100 Desserts, priced at 30 points, and without hesitation, she exchanged her points for it. "This book documents a plethora of desserts. I only wonder which of them could be made here. Nevertheless, even if there are only one or two recipes, they could certainly outshine that sweet pastry shop." Lin Ruqian, who had been despondent from the start, gradually began to feel a sense of anticipation. He distinctly remembered that when Bao'er had administered medicine to their elder brothers, she had to be quite close. He was unsure if the same would apply here. "Chinhu, would you mind crossing over to see what new items they have that we might lack? It would aid us in our preparations." Naturally, Chinhu complied, handing the book over to Lin Ruqian. Upon successfully cradling Bao'er in his arms, Lin Ruqian feigned playfulness, carrying her through the entire shop while avoiding the shopkeeper and the staff's gaze. As they departed from the counter, Lin Bao'er discreetly placed the book on it. "I wonder if third brother will notice that I left it on the counter. What if he is astonished by its sudden appearance? Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to hand it over to the authorities?" She pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. Lin Ruqian, following her gaze toward the counter, suddenly brightened, feigning nonchalance as he eagerly retrieved the book. "What is this?" His heart raced with expectation as he opened it, only to find himself frozen in disbelief. The first page was torn. The second page was also torn. The third and fourth pages were missing as well. That thick volume had been reduced to a mere 7 or 8 pages. Seeing this, Lin Bao'er felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, she had feared that items too advanced for this era would raise Lin Ruqian's suspicions. So she had discreetly instructed the system to remove anything that was not from this time, leaving only those recipes that could feasibly be created in this dynasty. Lin Ruqian's lips twitched as he vaguely guessed Lin Bao'er's thoughts, and with a resigned sigh, he carefully examined the remaining pages. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. His hand trembled as he held the book, and then elation surged through him. He realized that what Bao'er had given him might be something extraordinary, but he had not anticipated it to be such a treasure. The book meticulously detailed numerous innovative dessert styles, complete with detailed recipes and images. The exquisite pastries depicted were undeniably remarkable. While Lin Bao'er fretted over how her third brother would react to the book, she witnessed Lin Ruqian swiftly tuck it into his bosom, his demeanor secretive, as if he feared someone might snatch it away. Lin Bao'er not only did not find this behavior off-putting, but she was also thoroughly pleased. Truly, he is my third brother. He is teachable. With this, Lin Ruqian's confidence soared. Now, I shall surely dominate the entire city of Yanjing. I feel that might be a bit exaggerated. Third brother. Taking over the entire city of Yanjing may present some challenges, she replied. It wasn't that she lacked faith in these desserts, but as seen with the rise of the sweet pastry shop, once these confections sparked a frenzy in Yanjing, countless counterfeit goods would inevitably emerge like mushrooms after rain. Thus, it all depended on Lin Ruqian's capability to maintain this newfound wealth. However, for now, they must first address the sweet pastry shop. Lin Ruqian furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat fatigued as he bounced Lin Bao'er gently in his arms. Lost in thought as they approached the entrance, perhaps noticing Lin Ruqian's struggle to carry her, Qin Hu took over the burden. Thus, the establishment across the way seems to be merely imitating our own, lacking any originality. Lin Ruqian sneered. What should we do now? The shopkeeper inquired cautiously. In my opinion, it would be wise to lure them out of their hiding place. Since they are such cunning imitators, why not let them learn? The desserts in 800 desserts are not so easily mastered. At that point, we could select a dessert with particularly expensive ingredients and challenge the sweet pastry shop's owner to a wager, deliberately escalating the situation. We would wager on the sales over 3 to 5 days. During that time, we would produce and sell it, and once it becomes popular, they will surely covet it, at which point we could intentionally leak the recipe. Given the time constraints, they would have no opportunity to verify whether the recipe is authentic, and we could take advantage of this lapse to increase production, thereby enticing them to take the bait. The more Lin Bao'er contemplated this plan, the more satisfied she became. Although it was not yet fully formed, she felt it had a degree of feasibility. Alas, she could neither speak nor convey her thoughts to third brother at this moment. Lin Bao'er sighed with a mix of worry and amusement. However, Lin Ruqian's heart stirred upon hearing her. If they succeeded, not only would the sweet pastry shop lose, but they would also incur significant losses due to the high costs, while simultaneously raising their own profile. Truly a double victory. Gulp. Qin Hu moved his stiff right hand, wondering if he had misheard, leaning closer to listen. Gulp. He was taken aback, his expression peculiar. Was the young mistress hungry? He tried to inform Lin Ruqian that the young mistress seemed to be in need of sustenance. From the moment it began, the joy in Lin Ruqian's eyes had not diminished. He tore off a piece of paper and hurriedly began to write on it, responding vaguely to the conversation. Qin Huan, please procure some milk for Bao'er. I currently find myself quite occupied. When I left, they thought it would be just a brief delay and thus did not carry any food for Lin Bao'er. Observing the eager gaze of Lin Bao'er, Qin Hu Yuan's expression momentarily faltered but ultimately softened. Excuse me, do you know where fresh milk can be purchased? He inquired. The tavern just ahead has it. Upon arriving at the tavern, Qin Huan hesitated at the entrance, gathering his courage before finally calling to a young attendant. Do you sell fresh milk here? The attendant, initially taken aback, smiled knowingly upon seeing the infant in Qin Hu Yuan's arms. Ah, you must be seeking milk for the little one, correct? Qin Hu Yuan nodded eagerly. Is it available? Indeed, we have it, though it's not considered a valuable item, so we don't sell it often. If you wish, I can fetch some for you. Grateful. Qin Hu Yuan expressed his thanks. After the attendant left, he positioned himself beside the tavern, ensuring not to obstruct passers-by. "Miss, please bear with me. You shall have milk shortly." "How kind of you," Lin Bao'er felt touched. Just then, a voice emerged from behind them, startling Qin Huyuan to the point of nearly drawing his weapon. Turning cautiously, he discovered it was a young woman dressed in coarse fabric. Sensing his unusual attire, she appeared slightly intimidated. "I did not mean to intrude, sir. I have recently given birth as well, and seeing your child appear quite hungry, I dared to approach since I overheard your request for milk. Milk is no substitute for maternal nourishment. Children raised on milk alone tend to be frail. If you have the opportunity, they should ideally be breastfed. I noticed your distinguished attire. Surely you have a wet nurse at home. Yet, here you are alone, which suggests misfortune has befallen you. If you do not object, I could assist you, as I am capable of nursing." "Absolutely not." Lin Bao'er's face contorted with fear. "You want me to drink someone else's milk? I'd rather perish." Qin Huan furrowed his brows, remaining vigilant. "No, thank you. Milk should suffice. Are you concerned I might be a rogue?" The woman tightened her grip on her basket, her voice tinged with unease. "I am called Wan Yang, residing nearby on West River Street. Should I harbor any ill intentions, you could easily summon the authorities to apprehend me." Her words began to sway Qin Huyuan. Fresh maternal milk would indeed be superior to the less fresh milk available here. However, he hesitated, recognizing that without Lin Ruqian's consent, he could not make this decision alone. In the midst of his indecision, Lin Bao'er began to struggle and feign tears, which Qin Huyuan misinterpreted as her being unbearably hungry. His earlier resolve softened. "If that is the case, then I shall trouble you." "No trouble at all." The woman's face brightened with a smile. "Please, no. I don't want it. Help. Brother San." Lin Bao'er's genuine tears flowed as she clutched Qin Huyuan's garment tightly. Sensing her resistance, Qin Huyuan paused. "Here is the milk you requested," he said, as Lin Bao'er joyfully lunged for it. Realizing the situation, Qin Huyuan quickly embraced Lin Bao'er and declined the woman's offer. "I apologize, but that will not be necessary. The milk will suffice." Disappointed, the woman departed. As Lin Bao'er consumed the milk, tears still glistened in her eyes. A while later, Qin Huyuan tenderly squeezed her hand, gazing at her with the warmth of a father watching his child finish her meal. Upon returning to the pastry shop and seeing Lin Ruqian, Lin Bao'er felt as if she had been reunited with her true parents. "Oh, Brother San, how could you want me to drink someone else's milk? I never want you to hold me again." Tears streamed from her eyes, painting a picture of utter distress. In the midst of a heated debate with others, Lin Ruqian paused, surprised by her outburst. His expression shifted subtly before he turned to Qin Huyuan, asking, "Did you fail to find any milk?" He understood that his sister was no ordinary infant. She was sharp-witted and had her own thoughts. The idea of forcing her to drink another's milk was unfathomable. Lin Ruqian exhaled in relief. Thankfully, a grave mistake had been averted. "However, third master, are you engaging in a wager with the establishment across the street?" Qin Huyuan inquired, puzzled by the notice displayed at the shop's entrance. The shop assistant chimed in excitedly, explaining, "You see, upon your departure, the young master instructed us to approach their shopkeeper for a bet. It concerns the revenue of both shops over the next 5 days, with the loser agreeing to fulfill a request from the winner." Initially, the shopkeeper was reluctant, but the young master boldly proposed that if they won, he would willingly relinquish our shop to them. After some persuasion, they agreed to the wager. To ensure their commitment, Lin Ruqian had even summoned the local magistrate, Lord Wang, as a witness, thus solidifying the bet. "Brother San, you are impressive. You thought of the same strategy one did," Lin Bao'er exclaimed, her surprise tinged with excitement, convinced that Lin Ruqian was destined to be a commercial genius. Qin Huyuan gazed at Lin Ruqian, astonished. "Third master, do you possess complete confidence in this endeavor?" Lin Ruqian merely shook his finger with an enigmatic smile, urging Qin Huyuan to observe. "However, I do have one more request." "Please, speak, sir." "Investigate who is backing the sweet pastry shop," Lin Ruqian said, narrowing his eyes. "Everyone around here knows that this shop belongs to the Lin family, yet they appear undeterred, even exuding an air of provocation. Their backer must be formidable." "Understood. This matter is not urgent. We shall address it later. For now, let us focus on our shop's trump card." Lin Ruqian rubbed his hands together eagerly, casting a hopeful gaze towards the kitchen. Is it ready yet? Almost, almost. The assistant carefully brought forth a platter, placing it on the table before them. As the lid was lifted, astonishment filled the eyes of everyone present. Within the transparent cup lay delicate, pink rice balls floating in sweet wine, their charm enhanced by a surface of orange zest, accompanied by tender leaves and ice cubes that released effervescent bubbles, creating a refreshing and delightful atmosphere. Is this truly a dessert? The assistant swallowed hard. Lin Ruqian lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling the refreshing aroma that enveloped him in comfort. On a scorching summer day, this is precisely the kind of cold treat one should savor. Prepare more of these to sell for 10 coins each. 10 coins? Isn't that a bit too little? The shopkeeper winced at the thought. Lin Ruqian shook his head. No, do as I say, and put up the sign now. Due to the wager commencing today, Lin Ruqian opted for a dessert made from readily available ingredients, ensuring minimal cost, thus making 10 coins sufficient. Seeing that Brother San has completely grasped the situation, it's only a matter of time before the task is accomplished. Lin Bao'er thought gleefully, stifling a yawn. I'm feeling a bit tired. Perhaps I should take a nap? Come quickly. The fermented rice wine sold at this shop is unlike anything I've ever encountered. Its taste is surprisingly delightful, refreshingly cool and pleasing. Furthermore, such a visually appealing and delectable treat is priced at merely 10 coins. If one arrives late, it may very well be sold out. Is that not so? We must hasten. Lin Bao'er was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of voices. Upon opening her drowsy eyes, the multitude of heads surrounding her brought her fully to consciousness. This is quite an overwhelming crowd. From the shop to the entrance, and from the entrance stretching down the street, there were surely hundreds of people. Chapter 46. The building is about to collapse. Do not jostle. Form an orderly line. The attendants struggled to weave through the throng, panting heavily. In just one afternoon, they had sold hundreds of servings of fermented rice balls, raking in thousands of coins. In stark contrast, the sweet pastry shop across the way was desolate, with only a few stragglers lingering about, hardly enough to warrant attention. It appeared victory was assured. The attendant was overjoyed. The shopkeeper gave him a light tap on the head, urging him not to dawdle. Go on. Mother, I finally see you. The outside world is truly terrifying. Lin Bao'er clung to her mother tightly, burying herself in her embrace. Shen Shuolan smiled and patted her back. The shop was too busy to spare any time, as Qin, who was explaining. What about Qin Ruqian? The third young master is still inside the shop. Shen Shuolan had heard a whisper of the day's events, and, while she admired Lin Ruqian's cleverness, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for him. Qing Lian gazed curiously at the exquisite dessert, reaching out to poke the cup. Madam, this is simply too beautiful. It's even pink. To her astonishment, the rice balls within the cup seemed to sense her poke, shifting to the other side, which was quite amusing. Since you admire it so, do have a taste. Shen Shuolan encouraged her with a smile. I cannot. Qing Lian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she declined. This was brought for the madam by the third young master. How could a servant such as I partake? Madam, you must try it. After much coaxing from Qing Lian, Shen Shuolan finally took a bite. Immediately, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. It was icy and delightful, with a subtle hint of alcohol and fruit, truly delectable. I wish to try as well. Lin Bao'er exclaimed, nearly in tears from the craving. Perhaps she should exchange some coins for baby-friendly food? If she continued drinking this milk, she would surely ascend to the heavens. However, it felt somewhat wasteful. Lin Bao'er was utterly conflicted. As she wrestled with her thoughts, she drifted off to sleep once more. The following day, the sweet pastry shop, clearly aware of its declining fortunes, resorted to slashing prices, nearly selling at a loss. This tactic did attract a number of customers, but it was not a sustainable solution. By the third day, in the dead of night, Lin Ruqian finally spotted that furtive figure in the back kitchen of the pastry shop. A sly smile crept across his face. It seemed his plan had succeeded. By the time Lin Bao'er heard the system notification in her mind, 5 days had already passed, and the sweet pastry shop had suffered a catastrophic defeat. Lin Ruqian not only adopted her suggestion, but also maliciously altered the recipe, resulting in a bizarre flavor for the fermented rice balls produced the next day. The townsfolk were unimpressed, and even their own staff expressed dissatisfaction. The morale quickly crumbled. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ruqian introduced several innovative desserts, garnering a considerable following. And thus the pastry shop's reputation soared in Yanjing City. As she beheld the additional 200 points in her balance, Lin Bao'er's smile was nearly uncontrollable. 820 points. What a significant milestone. She was on the verge of surpassing the 1,000-point barrier. Mother, where's father? Lin Jiu hurriedly approached, agitated. We must quickly send word to father. The prime minister is surely planning an ambush outside the city. That General Chong is in league with him. Upon receiving news, he will surely bring the imperial troops to betray us, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate him. What if father and my brother fall into a trap and get injured? No, we must inform them at once. Yes, Qing Lian nodded. Thank goodness. Mother and I are in tune with each other. Alas, fate was not on their side. Upon Qing Lian's return, she reported that Lin Jiu had already left the estate, and they could not find him. Hastily, she approached the desk, quickly penning a letter to ensure it reached the esteemed gentleman. Qing Lian, unaware of her mistress's urgency, hurriedly departed. Guoming. After a moment, Shun Xuelan called the person outside into the room, requesting the second young master. Shortly thereafter, Lin Maobai arrived. Maobai, is there a way for you to contact Lording? Shun Xuelan inquired anxiously. Lin Maobai, puzzled, nodded. Mother, what is happening? Listen to me first. You must contact Lording immediately and inform him of unusual movements outside the city. Your father and brother may be in danger. Have him take a look. He and your father are old acquaintances and will not ignore it. Understood. Lin Maobai recognized that this was not the time for questions. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly departed. Shun Xuelan gazed at his retreating figure, her hands clasped tightly together as she prayed. Qi Ming, you must return safely. That night, the Lin Manor was ablaze with light. Madam, you should sit and rest for a while, Qing Lian advised, pouring a cup of hot tea and handing it to her. Surely, the gentleman and the eldest young master would be safe. How can I find peace of mind? Shun Xuelan sighed, her gaze drawn to the boundless night sky, filled with worry. Suddenly, there came a report from the servants outside. Shun Xuelan's heart leaped with joy as she set down her teacup and rushed out. Madam, mother, Lin Qiming, Lin Jiu, and Lin Maobai rushed forward. Are you all right? Shun Xuelan anxiously examined Lin Qiming's bloodied hand, scanning him for injuries. Chapter 47. The fall of the Prime Minister's residence. Where is Bao'er? He glanced around, but did not see the familiar little figure. Shun Xuelan shot him a reproachful look. Finally feeling reassured. Do you think Bao'er is one of you rascals? She has long since gone to bed. This is the first time Madam has scolded me as a rascal. Lin Qiming exclaimed, astonished as he smacked his lips. Beside him, Lin Jiu and Lin Maobai stifled a cough, unable to contain their amusement. How could their father still be so unhinged? The sun was setting, and the day was drawing to a close. In the presence of her two sons, Shun Xuelan shot a bashful glare at Lin Qiming before returning to the matter at hand. What transpired? What else could it be? Lin Qiming smirked. We uprooted him entirely. After obtaining the evidence, Lin Qiming delivered it to the palace the very next morning, shocking the realm and infuriating the emperor. Prime Minister Xin Qianang was found guilty of selling official positions, accepting bribes, embezzling disaster relief funds, and amassing wealth through nefarious means. The evidence was irrefutable, leading to his imprisonment and eventual execution as a public spectacle. Moreover, officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, who had colluded with him, were also exposed, their assets confiscated, their titles stripped, and their families exiled. In an instant, turmoil swept through the court as Shun Qiantang's downfall triggered a sweeping purge. However, during the initial phases of execution, Shen Ryu narrowly escaped due to her engagement to the third prince, and that very night, she was taken into the third prince's residence as a concubine. Thus, the prime minister's residence was obliterated, never to regain its former stature. 3 days later, news emerged from the third prince's residence that Shun Ryu had hanged herself, evoking a mixture of sentiments. I never expected Shun Ryu to possess such spirit, choosing to die for her convictions. But perhaps her death is a blessing, preventing further havoc for my brother. Lin Bao'er mused, recalling previous events with a newfound sense of delight. If that is the case, Does Shun Ryu's demise not signify that my brother can now marry Miss Chu? There is no longer a need for them to perish together. Could it be that she had altered her brother's fate? Lin Bao'er felt an overwhelming surge of joy. At the dining table, Lin Jiu cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. Lin Mabai cast a teasing glance at him, leaning closer and nudging him with his elbow, whispering, "It seems that elder brother will soon marry Miss Chu, and I shall soon have a sister-in-law." "Don't talk nonsense," Lin Jiu retorted, blushing, and hastily shoved a piece of food into his mouth. "Just eat." Lin Mabai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Ruqian, shrugging. It was not just him. Even Lin Qiming deliberately teased him, saying, "Jiu, father thinks you're getting on in years. Do you have someone you fancy? The child from the Qian family already has children at your age." "Oh, I almost forgot. Here, marriage and childbirth seem to happen quite early. Does that mean I might soon welcome my first sister-in-law?" Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Dad!" Lin Jiu's ears turned crimson, and after setting down his bowl, he hurriedly left. How could he not be intimidated and wish to escape? TSK, 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 who would have thought elder brother had such thin skin? How will things unfold from here? Laughter erupted among the group, their faces alight with mirth. Lin Bao'er was puzzled, deep in thought. What were they laughing about? Were they laughing at elder brother? "By the way, third brother, I heard your dessert shop is doing quite well. Save some for me next time." "As I wish to bring some to Brother Sunday," Lin Mabai smiled and added, "Recently, Brother Sun has been punished by Lord Sun, and no one dares to visit him. As his younger brother, I ought to check on him. Leave it to me." Lin Ruqian proudly patted his chest. "But guess who I found behind the sweet pastry shop?" Lin Ruqian squinted mysteriously. "The Hu family?" Lin Mabai pondered. Lin Ruqian's eyes widened in surprise. "Second brother? How did you know?" Lin Mabai chuckled, shaking his head. "The few who oppose us are merely those few families. It's either the Hu family or the Wen family. No one else has the guts." "Not necessarily," Lin Ruqian muttered under his breath. "What about that so-called third prince? After I won the sweet pastry shop, I had them closed down and promised they could no longer engage in this business," Lin Ruqian boasted. "At first, they refused until I presented the official document. Then they reluctantly closed. Later, I found out that the owner behind it was Hu Tianxuan, who opened an identical shop right across from mine, just to annoy me. I heard it nearly drove him insane. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the third brother would grasp the rules of commercial competition at such a young age? Truly remarkable. What a pity. Had I known that the person behind the sweet pastry shop was that scoundrel Hu Tianxuan, I would not have let him off so easily. It would be best to keep him suppressed, so he cannot rise again." In the original narrative, although those few aristocratic families did not pose a significant threat to the Lin residents, they would later be utilized by the third prince to create obstacles for the Lin family, becoming quite bothersome, especially Hu Tianxuan, who, after gaining an official title, became increasingly arrogant, openly opposing Lin Jiu in the officialdom. Like a troublemaker, the foolish man is being manipulated by the third prince. Even if he sells his life for others, he will ultimately be discarded. Be cautious. The Hu family is not to be trifled with, Shun Shulan advised, placing a piece of meat on his plate. One must be careful. Avoid any physical altercations with others. If anything arises, let your second brother handle it. Understood, mother. Lin Ruqian obediently replied. What is there to fear? Lin Qiming scoffed. Does our Lin family fear the Hu family? Enough of your nonsense. Shun Shulan shot him a glare. Your brother is still young. Some matters are beyond his understanding. After being reprimanded, Lin Qiming pouted, half-heartedly agreeing, all right. In truth, he secretly shot a glance at his two sons, causing the brothers to stifle their laughter. However, one thing is certain. As the weather grows increasingly hot, the price of ice has risen, and with rising costs, selling it for 10 coins will soon lead to losses. Lin Ruqian sighed, but if they raise the price, the common folk will be unwilling to buy. It truly vexes him. That's simple. I remember the Sun family has an ice cellar. Let them assist us. Indeed. Lin Ruqian's eyes lit up. Second brother, when you visit Brother Sun, could you please mention this matter? Lin Ruqian leaned in eagerly, his expression pleading. Lin Mabai could only agree reluctantly. Chapter 48. Mischief and Punishment in the Shanghai restaurant of Yanjing City. Sun Zeiss looked at the three before him, his expression one of exasperation. What is the purpose of your disguises? With this little child, Who wouldn't he recognize you as members of the Lin family? The townsfolk say that the Lin family dotes on the fourth miss as if she were a treasure, taking her everywhere. Lin Ruqian scratched his head, while Lin Mabai covered his face. Lin Jiu looked at the little one in his arms, helplessly pursing his lips. They did not wish for this. It was mainly because this little ancestor insisted on following them upon learning they were going out, crying if she were not taken along, leaving them no choice. Son Zeiss, you have no say here. Humph. Lin Bao'er turned her back to him, attempting to climb onto Lin Jiu's shoulder to look down on him, but unfortunately, her short limbs caused her to tumble halfway up. Brother Sun, let's set that aside for now. Lin Mabai coughed lightly, placing a black food box before Sun Zeiss. Look, this is something I had Ruqian specially saved for you. It is quite favored by the ladies of the capital, but unfortunately, it cannot be kept for long and cannot be shared with Lady Sun and Miss Sunday. No worries. If they wish to eat, they will send someone to buy it. Sun Zeiss waved his hand dismissively. Upon opening the food box, his eyes sparkled with surprise. Now I understand why everyone in the household is discussing Ruqian's dessert shop. Did you make these desserts yourself? Inside the box were not only sweet rice dumplings, but also several items resembling egg tarts. As soon as he opened it, a delightful sweetness wafted through the air, tempting his taste buds. These are all that remain. The others were snatched away. I will send more to the Sun residence in due course. Lin Ruqian chuckled, eagerly watching Sun Zeiss. Brother Sun, do taste it. Sun Zeiss nodded and first popped one of the soft, tart-like desserts into his mouth, savoring it. Is there egg in this? Sun Zeiss asked in astonishment. Lin Ruqian nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Yes, mixed with flour and a bit of sweet bean. Seeing this, Lin Bao'er was even more shocked than Sun Zeiss. She knew that this dessert was essentially an egg tart and was amazed that Lin Ruqian could modify it from its original form to make it indistinguishable from modern desserts. One must admit, Lin Ruqian's intelligence truly shines in business. It's soft and delicious, sweet but not cloying, without the fishy taste of eggs. The combination is excellent. Sun Zeiss praised, his surprise evident. I believe Sierra would love it. Ruqian, I did not expect you to have such a talent in culinary arts. Sun Zeiss winked at him. How about I lend you the family restaurant? Sure. Lin Ruqian blinked in surprise. What was initially a jest was unexpectedly accepted by Lin Ruqian, leaving Sun Zeiss somewhat flustered. He quickly clarified, Hey, I was joking. Ruqian, don't take it to heart. Enough, Lin Jiu chuckled lightly. After all this, we still haven't gotten to the main point. Brother Sun, actually, we have a matter we wish to ask for your assistance. What is it? Sun Zeiss inquired, puzzled. As Ruqian's shop becomes increasingly popular, the demand for ice has surged, especially in this weather where ice is in short supply. I recall that the Sun family owns an ice cellar, and we were hoping you could help us facilitate a supply for the pastry shop. Lin Jiu pondered. Of course, seeking your help isn't solely due to the demand. It's primarily because those ice suppliers are outrageous, shamelessly hiking prices. If they simply doubled their prices, it would be one thing, but they have tripled them. Behind them stands the powerful Su family, adhering to a FAAD of compliance while secretly disobeying. When I want to make a purchase, they spoke sweetly, only to turn around and deliver the goods to someone else. They claim that some families cannot be offended, while others must be appeased. Does that mean my Lin family could be disregarded? Lin Ruqian furrowed his brow, visibly agitated. Lin Mabai gently patted his head, placing a large chicken leg into his bowl. Such is the way of things. Lin Jiu sighed, yet rest assured, brother Sun, we shall not take advantage of your goodwill without due recompense. Since you have expressed interest in the pastry shop, we can promise you a share of the shop's revenue. This had been previously agreed upon. If the Sun family is willing to lend support, then a mere 10% of the shop's earnings is negligible. What is a small sum compared to the bonds of friendship? Moreover, given the current state of affairs, the shop's profits are likely to be quite substantial. It is undeniably a lucrative venture. And as for the matters of the shop, you are not lacking in funds. I am merely offering a little assistance. It hardly constitutes a grand affair. Why should we be so distant among brothers? Indeed, it is Sun Zeiss who truly shines. A true friend is far superior to those who feign affection. Lin Bao'er's satisfaction was evident as she caught sight of the rice wine dumplings on the table. Licking her lips, she too was now indulging in solid food. Surely, a little taste of something else would not be amiss? In a flash, Lin Bao'er seized the moment when Lin Jiu let his guard down, pouncing like a tiger. With a loud crash, the food box was overturned, and a cacophony ensued. Bao'er, are you all right, big brother? Lin Jiu remained bent over, tightly clutching Lin Bao'er's clothing, his expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. Had he failed to catch her? Who knows what misfortune could have befallen her? Observing the spilled rice wine dumplings, son Zeiss lamented, "What a pity I hadn't even had a taste yet. But you, little one, what mischief is this?" He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bao'er, unable to conceal his schadenfreude as he remarked, "You stir trouble now? Let us see how your big brother disciplines you." Lin Bao'er shrank back, casting a sheepish glance at Lin Jiu. Feeling the icy glare directed her way, she longed to burrow into Lin Mao'bai's embrace. Woe is me! What wrong have I done? I only wish to savor the rice wine dumplings. Second brother, save me. Third brother, save me. Lin Mao'bai silently covered his face, hesitant to approach the ire of Lin Jiu. As for Lin Ruqian, he cowered in the corner. Avoiding Lin Bao'er's gaze, inwardly repeating, "Do not blame third brother, he dares not oppose. Third brother fears big brother most of all. You are still young. You shall come to no harm." Chapter 49. Agreement reached with a resounding slap. A sharp cry echoed through the private room, causing passers-by outside to pause. "Do you not realize that had I not caught you just now, you would have fallen?" Lin Jiu admonished as he delivered a light smack to Lin Bao'er's rear. Continuing his lecture, "You are not yet of an age to eat such things. You must wait a little longer. Moreover, there is alcohol in that. How could a child like you consume it?" The three onlookers could hardly bear to witness the scene. "Brother, enough already. Bao'er understands her mistake. Let go this time." Lin Ruqian interjected, his heart softening. "Indeed, big brother, Bao'er is still very young. How could she comprehend what is suitable to eat and what is not? Perhaps she merely found it amusing," Lin Mao'bai added, his gaze wandering. Lin Jiu shot them a glance, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Whether she understands or not remains to be seen. She is as clever as a monkey. "Mao'bai, Ruqian, you fail to grasp the seriousness of this," son Zeiss chimed in, reveling in the chaos. "If a mistake is made, it must be corrected. Otherwise, today it is rice wine dumplings. Tomorrow it could be something worse. What if one day I fail to intervene and she gets hurt? Thus, punishment is necessary," he stated earnestly. "Ah, son Zeiss, I implore you, cease your words. Scoundrel, you're doing this on purpose." Lin Bao'er wept, cursing son Zeiss 1,000 times in her heart. Had he known her thoughts, he would have grinned and replied, "Yes. Indeed, I am doing this on purpose." Seeing the little one cry, Lin Jiu's heart softened. He delivered one final warning tap to her backside before enveloping her in his arms, soothing her. "TSK, TSK, son Zeiss shook his head in mock regret, though the mirth in his eyes did not fade. "By the way, brother son, what I said earlier was no mere jest," Lin Ruqian said, blinking as he leaned closer. "Should you wish to join forces, I am amenable." "Why?" Son Zeiss raised an eyebrow. "To my knowledge, your Lin family's shop is already quite renowned, and many are singing its praises. The buyers are plentiful, and the profits appear promising. If I were to join directly, it would not only fail to assist you, but would also siphon off a considerable sum from your earnings. Is it merely due to the matter of ice blocks?" Son Zeiss waved his hand dismissively. "If that is the case, do not fret. As long as I remain a member of the Sun family, the supply of ice will not falter, rest assured." "That is not the reason." Lin Ruqian shook his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Son Zeiss was perplexed. "Then what is it? You, my friend, are likely eyeing my tavern." Lin Jiu chuckled. Though the Lin family boasts several shops, they currently lack a tavern. To seek out a suitable one anew would undoubtedly be time-consuming. "Did you not mention earlier that you happen to have one at hand?" "Indeed," Lin Ruqian chuckled. "If brother son is willing to lease part of the tavern to me, you can simply await the profits. I assure you, I will transform it into the finest tavern in Yinjing City." "Oh, you speak with great ambition." Son Zeiss appeared intrigued. Lin Mao'bai, however, expressed concern. "Are you certain you can manage it? While you excel in running ordinary shops, taverns differ greatly. There are numerous aspects to consider. A misstep could lead to total failure." "Second brother, trust me," Lin Ruqian assured. "I am aware that one cannot consume a whole feast in a single bite. so I will only lease a portion of the tavern to test the waters. Given the current popularity of the pastries, the shop is nearly overflowing, and space is severely limited. If I could secure a larger venue, it would be ideal. After all, Brother Sun has a tavern at his disposal. It would be the perfect choice. With Brother Sun's backing, I believe those unscrupulous individuals will think twice before acting. Yet, it is rather vexing. Why must it be Sun Zeiss' tavern? He does nothing yet reaps such rewards. He ought to be taught a lesson first. Perhaps suffer a small loss to repay the mockery I have endured. Lin Jiu could not help but chuckle, pinching her cheek, pondering whether Lin Bao'er would hold a grudge for the slap she received today. With the discussion reaching this point, Sun Zeiss was not one to lack foresight. For him, this was an entirely advantageous deal, even exceedingly profitable. What was there to hesitate about? Excellent. Agreed. Tomorrow, I shall have the tavern's steward seek you out to finalize the contract. The parties reached a mutual accord. By the way, there is one more thing. Have you heard? Sun Zeiss said mysteriously. What? Lin Manor played along. Lin Jiu, leisurely peeling grapes for Lin Bao'er, remained silent. It is said that a new courtesan has emerged from Mingyan workshop who does not sell her body but rather her talent. She captivated the capital with her dance yesterday, leaving all who witnessed it utterly entranced. They claim she possesses a celestial beauty as if descended from the heavens, enchanting yet unpretentious, unforgettable to behold. Sun Zeiss leaned in eagerly. Due to the workshop's rules, she must dance for 3 consecutive days. So what say you? Are you tempted? Do you wish to attend? Lin Ruqian swallowed hard, his expression one of eager anticipation. Is it truly that captivating? A visit shall reveal the truth. Sun Zeiss teasingly winked at him, stating that such beauty is rare. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again. Then I wish to. At that moment, Lin Jiu covered Lin Bao'er's ears and cast a sidelong glance at Sun Zeiss, cautioning him against corrupting her. I am not corrupting him. I am merely appreciating. Sun Zeiss retorted with a pout. Indeed, appreciation. We are in complete agreement on that. Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled with excitement, saliva pooling in her mouth, wishing she could transform into Lin Ruqian to accompany Sun Zeiss. A beauty, a true beauty. Just one glance could inspire delightful dreams. I must go. Chapter 50, Shop, Shop, Shop. Regardless of Lin Bao'er's antics, Lin Jiu remained unmoved. If you won't go, I shall go alone. Sun Zeiss, greatly disappointed, fumed. Oh. Lin Jiu replied with a smile that held no warmth, glancing at him with a smirk. I wonder if Miss Wei is aware of this? Lin Manor and Lin Ruqian perked up at once. Elder brother, who is this Miss Wei? You. Sun Zeiss' face turned crimson, seemingly unable to bear the threat from Lin Jiu. He pointed at her for a moment before sheepishly turning away, muttering, If I don't go, I don't go. What's so special about it anyway? I've seen beauties before. Only then did Lin Jiu nod in satisfaction. After leaving that remark, he sauntered off, leaving Sun Zeiss gritting his teeth in frustration. The next day, the innkeeper indeed arrived as promised and signed a 1-year contract with the Lin family. Ever since the contract was established, Lin Ruqian became exceedingly busy, hardly finding a moment to rest. Were it not for Lin Qiming occasionally checking his work, he might as well have moved into the inn. Consequently, he was not spared from reprimands. However, this relentless dedication propelled Chuanxiang Tower to become the most popular inn on E Street, drawing patrons primarily for its desserts, which significantly boosted the inn's business and filled Sun Zeiss' coffers. Lin Bao'er stared at the bowl of gloppy food before her face contorted in distaste. Ugh, this is so slimy. It looks utterly revolting. Madam, the young lady refuses to eat, Qing Lian reported, visibly distressed and momentarily at a loss. Can you see how unappetizing this is? Can't we prepare something normal? Lin Bao'er was on the verge of tears. After all, she had finally been able to eat something other than milk, only to be presented with this. For an ordinary infant, it would be inconsequential since they wouldn't understand. But she was not an ordinary infant. Deep within her body resided the essence of an adult. To force her to consume such a concoction was tantamount to wishing her demise. Well, if she doesn't want to eat it, so be it. Shun Shuilan waved her hand in resignation. Have the kitchen prepare a bowl of taro puree. Yes, taro puree? That will do, as long as it isn't this horrid mixture. Lin Bao'er conceded. While waiting for a meal, Lin Bao'er opened the System S store, pouting at the array of goods displayed. With only over 800 points available, she had to be judicious in her spending. Since Lin Ruqian had opened the inn, it was clear that they wouldn't solely be selling desserts. The various items in the System S store could be put to use. For instance, this cookbook of 100 dishes, only 30 points, what a bargain. What's this? Brain-enhancing pills. Only 50 points? Buy. Strengthening pills? They seem quite suitable for elder brother. 50 points? Buy. Until at last, Lin Bao'er's eyes gleamed as she spotted something tucked away in the corner. Growth hormone. Automatically disregarding the subsequent description, she felt elation. For was this not precisely what she needed? 300 points? Never mind. She wasn't that desperate. With reluctance, she removed it from her cart and shut the system store. Yet the next moment, she reopened it and decisively purchased the growth hormone. No, she could not compromise her own needs. However, she pondered, would consuming this growth hormone cause her to grow instantly? If so, would she not appear as a monster in the eyes of others? The system replied, no, according to calculation 115, there will be no noticeable difference in the eyes of others. That was a relief. Lin Bao'er exhaled, swiftly downing the bottle of growth hormone. It seemed tasteless, devoid of any sensation. Very well, she would wait and see. Surely she could not let those 300 points go to waste. If they did, she would promptly take matters into her own hands with the system. Madam, the taro puree has arrived. Indeed, Mother understood her desires. The feeding went remarkably well this time, leaving Qinglian astounded. Madam, how did you know the young lady would enjoy this? Shun Xuelon smiled at Lin Bao'er before shaking her head. It was merely a guess. Previously, Bao'er seemed particularly fond of the scent of taro, so I thought to give it a try. Madam, you are truly observant, Qinglian complimented, having spent nearly half her points. Lin Bao'er lay on her bed with a deep sigh. Earning money is far more challenging than spending it. Why does my stomach feel a bit uneasy? Gurgle, gurgle. Huh, what does that smell? Qinglian frowned and traced the scent, only to be taken aback. Madam, the young lady has an upset stomach. Quickly, summon the physician. Shun Xuelon remained composed. The staff from Chun Spring Courtyard hurriedly rushed about, each carrying a basin of water, their faces grim. After covering Lin Bao'er's abdomen, Physician Zhang chuckled. Madam, it's nothing serious. The young lady merely consumed something too rich and cold, causing her discomfort. After taking 2 doses of medicine, she will be just fine. That is reassuring. Shun Xuelon breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Bao'er lay despondently on her bed, eyes shut, wishing she could vanish. Woe is me. I shall never show my face again. Everyone has seen my backside. Oh, why did I eat that grape? If I had known, I wouldn't have kicked off the covers last night. Each lament drew laughter from Shun Xuelon. Oh dear. She shook her head helplessly, placing a warm cloth on Lin Bao'er's stomach. If they're essay next time, be careful. Your brothers will surely tease you. I am no longer Mother S. adorable little darling. How can you say that? Finally, Shun Xuelon, unable to endure her incessant chatter, deliberately set the bowl of bitter medicine beside her. Feeling the bitter scent in the air, Lin Bao'er finally fell silent. Chapter 51. The resentful elder brother. Early in the morning, Lin Bao'er was pulled from sleep by Shun Xuelon, who dressed her in an array of adornments, gold and silver bangles, longevity locks, a bright red silk gown, and even a delicate silver bell around her ankle that jingled sweetly with each movement. Staring at the unfamiliar figure in the bronze mirror, Lin Bao'er's lips quirked. Mother, is this not a bit too extravagant? It's merely the Emperor's birthday. Must we go to such lengths? In the midst of her hurried preparations, Shun Xuelon shot her a reproachful glance as she hastily helped her into her final shoe. Qinglian, are you ready? Qinglian confirmed with solemnity. All is prepared, madam. The Emperor's birthday banquet required all officials to pay their respects, and on this day, the family would enter the palace together for the celebration. It was a day of utmost caution for both civil and military officials, as well as for the entire city of Yanjing, which would be adorned with vibrant decorations crafted by artisans, transforming the main streets into a dazzling spectacle of song and dance. Additionally, it was the day when prisoners in jail received the finest meals. Good. Quickly inform the eldest young masters and have them meet us at the gate. Yes. At the entrance of the Lin residence, 2 carriages awaited, and once the family boarded, They set off slowly into the faint morning light toward the palace. Wow, is this the palace? It truly is as described in the historical texts. With Qin bricks and Han tiles, purple pillars and golden beams, a pinnacle of opulence. Through the carriage curtains, Lynn Bao'er gazed intently at the grandeur of the palace, her heart brimming with excitement. It was hard to believe that, not long ago, she had yet to visit the Forbidden City in Beijing, and now, unexpectedly, she found herself transported here to witness its reality, a testament to the unpredictable nature of life. At the palace gate, a multitude of carriages had gathered, stretching as far as the eye could see, a clear indication of the numerous officials and their families present. Lin brother, Sun Zeiss spotted Lin Jiyu and his companions from a distance, waving enthusiastically. Clad in a splendid blue-gray attire with a jade crown adorning his head and a silk sash at his waist, he exuded an air of remarkable elegance, reminiscent of a refined young gentleman from a literary classic, if one were to overlook his manner of speaking, of course. But he claims not to have a beloved. His gaze is practically glued to Miss Chu. Lin Bao'er mused, utterly unaware that he could hear her thoughts. It seems my elder brother's pursuit of love is a daunting journey. He toils day in and day out at the Ministry of Personnel, yet even during his leisure, he assists third brother at the tavern. Why can't he make time for a date with Miss Chu? That is his true lifelong endeavor. Truly a stubborn fool. Look at how many eyes are fixated on Miss Chu. The title of the foremost talented woman is not to be taken lightly. If my elder brother does not exert himself to win her affections, he might one day find his future wife spirited away without his knowledge. And then he will be left weeping in some corner, leaning against Qinglian, Lin Bao'er's side, casting a few pointed glances at Lin Jiyu in a bid to stir him to a realization. The ever-curious Lin Ruqian blinked, his eyes darting mischievously as he edged closer to Lin Jiyu. Elder brother, why not greet Miss Chu? Look at how merry young Master Li and young Master Zhang are while conversing with her. What if you find your corner of the wall undermined? How teachable the young ones are. Third brother understands my heart best. Elder brother, with that wooden head of yours, it's truly exasperating. Lin Bao'er pouted, recalling the brain-enhancing pills she had previously exchanged. Perhaps she should offer one to her elder brother? Yet, could such a pill truly elevate emotional intelligence? It seemed her brother's intellect was already quite high. System, no. Lin Bao'er, very well. She promptly dismissed the thought. Their playful banter caused Lin Jiyu's temples to throb, prompting him to physically guide Lin Ruqian toward Lin Qiming. Father, during my inspection last night, I noticed that third brother's essay seems to be missing a piece. Lin Ruqian stared at him incredulously. Father, he lamented, elder brother, you repay kindness with malice. I was merely trying to help. Ignoring him, Lin Xiu strolled gracefully over to Lin Bao'er. What on earth? Lin Bao'er winced, gloating reproachfully at Lin Xiu. Qinglian, I recently heard from the physician of the Zhang family that Bao'er's nutrition is rather unbalanced and requires a variety of supplementary foods. Henceforth, do not provide her with just one type. Understood, young master. Qinglian nodded earnestly, committing it to memory. What are you doing, elder brother? It's not as if I said your wall was being undermined. I refuse to eat that sticky, disgusting stuff. Lin Jiyu paid her no mind and casually sought out Sun Zeiss. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Lin Mabai shivered involuntarily, taking a step back. It appeared that one should be wary of provoking an elder brother with a grudge. As the hour of the rooster approached, all entered the palace. Upon reaching Zeaton Road, the officials and their families divided into two groups. The former proceeded to the Imperial Hall to present gifts to the emperor, navigating through a labyrinth of formalities, while the latter simply awaited their turn at the banquet venue. Within Taypool, seating was arranged according to rank, and a dazzling array of fruit wines adorned the banquet table, surrounded by palace maids awaiting orders, the air fragrant with floral notes, a gentle spring breeze wafting through. Before the emperor's arrival, officials and their families were permitted to socialize, and thus, upon arriving at Tay, Shun Xuelan was summoned by another official's wife, along to taste that jade pastry. The delicacies here are exquisite, truly a hallmark of the palace. Lin Bao'er stared longingly at the array of desserts on the table, her eyes wide with anticipation. Second brother, may I indulge in these treats? Lin Ruqian leaned closer to Lin Mabai, his voice a whisper. Lin Maobai pondered briefly before nodding. A small taste should be fine. Over the past month, Lin Bao'er had sampled various supplementary foods, with her favorite likely being the steamed egg custard, which was flavorful even without any seasoning. With the answer in hand, Lin Ruqian joyfully broke off a small piece of the jade pastry and held it to Lin Bao'er's lips. "Bao'er, would you like to try this?" "Yes." With a delighted bite, Lin Bao'er's eyes squinted in satisfaction. Noticing that Lin Ruqian was about to offer more, Qinglian swiftly interjected, "Third young master. Just this tiny piece is sufficient. Too much will be hard for the young lady to digest." "Very well," Lin Ruqian replied reluctantly, clearing his hands of crumbs. "What about this? Can Bao'er drink this?" He pointed to a nearby fruit juice, his eyes sparkling with hope. At such grand banquets, the palace not only provided various alcoholic beverages, but also catered to the families with non-alcoholic options, such as fruit juices and herbal teas, a thoughtful touch indeed. Lin Ruqian pointed specifically to the chilled peach juice, its aroma tantalizingly inviting. Qinglian furrowed her brow, seemingly torn, but eventually nodded slightly, emphasizing, "Third young master, just a little. This peach juice seems to be chilled and may upset the young lady's stomach if consumed in excess." Lin Ruqian nodded vigorously, "Rest assured, I won't allow Bao'er to have too much." After sipping a few gulps of peach juice, Lin Bao'er's gaze shifted to the fruit platter, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Lychee, I can't believe the palace has such lavish treats." After a while, Lin Ruqian cautiously approached Qinglian with a lychee in hand. Grinning sheepishly, "Sister Qinglian, what about this?" He was genuinely concerned for Bao'er's well-being. "Just a little," Qinglian reiterated. "All right then. Sister Qinglian, can Bao'er eat this sweet soup?" "Just a little." Eventually, Lin Bao'er nestled against Qinglian, allowed a satisfied burp, sighing contentedly. "Second young master." Suddenly, a warm voice broke through the chatter, causing Lin Maobai to glance up, his brow furrowing slightly. "Third prince," he acknowledged, rising to greet Song Chu with a respectful nod. "Is the celebration drawing to a close?" "Not yet. I merely sought an excuse to escape due to father's displeasure." Song Chu feigned a sigh of disappointment before brightening again. "However, it is fortunate that I have encountered second young master." "Such words are too flattering." "Third prince," Lin Maobai replied. "To earn the third prince's favor is indeed an honor." What had initially been mere flattery now seemed to please Song Chu, his smile becoming more genuine. "Surely the third prince is not attempting to win over second brother in the absence of my elder brother?" Lin Bao'er perked up, her gaze cautious. After winning him over, he might ensnare second brother into assisting him in battle, while he himself remains in the capital enjoying the spoils. How cunning. Today, on the occasion of the emperor's birthday, General Fu has also arrived. I recall that second young master has always admired him. "Shall I introduce you?" Song Chu suggested with a smile. "His cavalry unit is renowned for their ferocity. Even I was deeply impressed upon my visit. Though General Fu was fierce in battle, he was known to be warm and generous in private, especially towards spirited young people." "Second young master, you have fought alongside Lord Lin on the battlefield. He would be overjoyed to know of your admiration." "Second brother, you must not be deceived by his eloquent words. If you acquiesce, you will become his puppet. At that point, not only will you suffer grievous losses, but the Lin family will also face dire calamity. Do you wish to witness the downfall of the Lin residence?" This individual may appear affable, yet one can never fathom his true intentions. He may speak sweetly, but he will turn on you in an instant. "Second brother, you must awaken to this reality." Lin Bao'er was so anxious that she felt like she could speak, cursing herself for being unable to act, for otherwise she would have dashed over to give that third prince a piece of her mind. "Thank you for your kind intentions, third prince, but previously the military commander took me to meet General Fu. Just as you described, he is gentle and magnanimous, valiant and skilled in battle. I have learned much from him." Lin Maobai smiled subtly, especially admiring his iron-blood cavalry, unmatched and inspiring in its prowess. "Is that so?" Song Chu's expression darkened, his tone strained. What were those rascals under his command doing? They were completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Maobai was already acquainted with Fu Rue. "What a pity. I initially intended to perform a good deed." Song Chu suppressed the malevolence in his gaze, restoring his gentle smile. "This was indeed a lapse in judgment on my part." "Is that so?" Ha ha ha. Song Chu laughed heartily, declaring that he felt an immediate camaraderie with his second young master Lin. Tomorrow, there will be a banquet at the residence. I wonder if the second young master would be able to. Second brother. Lin Ruqian urgently interrupted Song Chu, provoking a flicker of annoyance within him. Yet, he could not argue with a child, so he momentarily held his tongue. What troubles you? Lin Maobai feigned ignorance, gently ruffling Lin Ruqian's hair. Bao'er may have overeaten and is now experiencing a bit of an upset stomach. Sister Qinglian wishes for you to go check if a doctor can be summoned. Lin Maobai glanced over and indeed saw Lin Bao'er weeping inconsolably, her sorrow palpable. This was, of course, a ruse designed to rescue her third brother from the clutches of the third prince. Third prince, do you see how Lin Maobai appears anxious, frequently casting glances in our direction? Noting this, Song Chu understood that if he continued to impede, it might provoke Lin Maobai's displeasure. So he feigned understanding, saying, no matter, you may go. The physician outside cannot enter. I shall send for the imperial physician shortly. You need not worry. Then I thanked the third prince. Lin Maobai clasped his hands in gratitude and then floated away. As he watched them depart, Song Chu's gaze gradually turned cold. Miss, what are we to do? Qinglian was frantic, searching everywhere but failing to locate her lady. Were it not for Lin Bao'er's predicament, she would have ventured to find her herself. Look at my acting skills. Impeccable. Lin Bao'er felt a surge of satisfaction, and upon seeing Lin Maobai and Lin Ruqian approach, she immediately ceased her lamentation, even savoring the moment with a playful pout. Sister Qinglian, second brother has arrived, Lin Ruqian said obediently, secretly giving Lin Bao'er a thumbs up. Second young master, please check on the miss. She seems to be experiencing a stomach upset. Should we send for a physician? Qinglian urged. Lin Maobai chuckled helplessly, flicking Lin Bao'er on the forehead. I believe she is quite well. Chapter 53. Further complications. Qinglian looked at Lin Bao'er with curiosity, realizing that she had stopped crying and was now smiling brightly. Qinglian? After pondering for a moment, Qinglian nodded in concession. Very well, but second prince, you must not allow the miss to eat anything further. Lin Ruqian awkwardly scratched his nose, his gaze wandering. Before long, Song Chu indeed sent someone with the imperial physician, yet he himself was nowhere to be seen. Lin Maobai felt a sense of relief. He was utterly unwilling to engage further with this third prince, whose words were convoluted and whose traps were numerous. Once the imperial physician departed, Lin Ruqian finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightening his back considerably. See, Bao'er is fine. Alas, poor second brother, we collaborated, yet you bore the brunt of it. I shall remember your kindness. Lin Bao'er gazed at him with affection, tugging at one of his fingers and nuzzling it endearingly. Lin Ruqian twitched his lips, inwardly grumbling, as long as you are aware. Approximately 15 minutes later, the court celebrations concluded and all civil and military officials gathered at Tai Pool, filling every seat. Today marks the emperor's birthday, and all of you. Lin Bao'er craned her neck to sneak a glance at the dignitary seated at the main table, her round eyes darting about. So this is what the emperor looks like. Quite handsome, though a touch too aged. Is that the empress beside him? She appears quite youthful, with a benevolent countenance resembling that of the crown prince, which explains his refined demeanor and admirable virtues. I've heard the emperor possesses a harem of 3,000 beauties. Why is it only the empress present? Are the others unworthy? TSK, truly a cold-hearted sovereign. Hearing the whispers around her, Shan Xuelan felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, silently resolving to teach Bao'er what to say and what to refrain from saying once she could speak. Otherwise, if such occasions arise again, Bao'er's tongue would undoubtedly land them in trouble. Unbeknownst to her, had Lin Bao'er been able to speak at that moment, she would have remained utterly silent in such a setting. To speak too much, to make a mistake, or to stray from the topic could result in dire consequences. She had been brainwashed by drama since childhood, and even with 100 lives, she wouldn't dare to utter a word. Moreover, her current mission was simply to survive and grow. Once all the elaborate ceremonies concluded, the emperor and empress withdrew, alleviating the pressure on the court officials. And at that moment, true camaraderie among the officials began, with cups exchanged and laughter shared. After the earlier incident involving Lin Bao'er, Shan Xuelan dared not venture out, remaining solely focused on watching over her. It can't be that we are to sit here all day. Lin Bao'er yawned in boredom, her eyelids drooping. Perhaps it was best to sleep. This was truly dull. Madam, madam, it seems the third prince has disappeared. Qinglian's panicked voice pierced Lin Bao'er's reverie, momentarily making her feel as though she were dreaming. When she was suddenly lifted and shaken, she blinked in confusion. The scenery before her whizzed past, and she could distinctly hear Shun Xuelan's hurried breaths. Have you sent someone to look for the third prince? Qinglian nodded anxiously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Moments ago, the maidservant had already enlisted the help of the palace maids to search, but he was nowhere to be found. The second young master and the eldest young master had also gone to look, but no news had arrived yet. What of the master? The master is currently entangled with Lord Hu and cannot be disturbed. I cannot report to him. After listening for a while, Lin Bao'er finally understood that Lin Ruqian had gone to the lavatory a half-hour ago and had yet to return. Given the heightened security during the emperor's birthday celebration, there was concern that something unfortunate might have befallen him, prompting the Lin family to panic. Ding! Temporary mission issued. Protect Lin Ruqian. Completion rewards. 100 points. Does the host accept? Accept. Lin Bao'er's expression grew solemn. The issuance of a mission indicated that her third brother must have encountered some trouble. In this heavily guarded palace, they were barred from proceeding. Just as they departed from the front courtyard of Tai Pool, Shun Xuelan and Qinglian were intercepted, forcing them to turn back with frustration. Third brother is usually so sensible. If he were to encounter trouble at this time, it must be someone seeking to cause him harm. Besides the Hu and Wen families, who else could it be? Lin Bao'er's words granted Shun Xuelan a moment of composure. Once she regained her calm, she instructed Qinglian, "Go check if the young masters from the families that have had conflicts with our young master are still at Tai Pool." Yes. Upon returning to Tai Pool, Qinglian reported that those young masters were indeed absent from the banquet. "Mother, please stay here. I will go with my elder brother to search for him. With so many people around, if someone catches wind of us, it could lead to trouble." Lin Mabai reassured her, "Do not worry. My younger brother is always courteous and respectful. He may have simply encountered an unforeseen circumstance. Allow me to search once more." With that, Shun Xuelan could only acquiesce, albeit with lingering concern. "Second brother, I want to go too. In the palace, those people dare to take risks. Surely they are well prepared. Having me along would be prudent. After all, she possessed a system that allowed her to exchange various items. It might even save a life." Hearing this, Shun Xuelan's resolve strengthened. "Take Bao'er with you. In the past, she has always been able to guide me to you when danger arose. Perhaps this time will be no different." Lin Mabai understood her intent and did not refuse. He picked up Lin Bao'er and departed. "Mother trusts me so much. I must not let her down." Lin Bao'er vote, her spirits soaring as she clutched Lin Mabai's garment, ready to navigate their path. If it truly is the Hu family responsible, they would not venture into forbidden areas or the paths leading to the latrines. What places could conceal so many people? She mused this way. We can avoid alarming the enemy while also undermining third brother's authority. Lin Bao'er's words sparked a flicker of thought in Lin Mabai's eyes, but after a moment's contemplation, he veered off in another direction. As the pathway grew increasingly narrow, Lin Bao'er clung tightly to Lin Mabai's neck, peering around anxiously, fearful of missing any crucial detail. The unpredictability of their impromptu mission left her feeling disoriented and disconnected from the main narrative. After walking for about 15 minutes, Lin Bao'er faintly heard some rustling from the dense thicket ahead. "Where are we? Why does it feel so eerie?" She shivered, pulling her neck in. "Just ahead lies the Taiha Hall," Lin Mabai murmured to himself, pausing briefly before pressing onward into the thicket, cradling Lin Bao'er. Princess! Oh dear! What are we to do? Has the imperial physician arrived?" Someone cried out in distress. "Report to Aunt Yu. Due to the emperor's birthday today, only 2 physicians remain on duty at the Imperial Medical Bureau, and they are hurrying to come. But it may take another quarter of an hour." "What did you say? Another quarter of an hour? If something happens to the princess by then, whose head will roll, yours or mine, you foolish servant." Through the gaps in the bamboo forest, Lin Bao'er spotted a clearing filled with a crowd, among them Hu Qinshuan and Wen Shitao, all standing with bowed heads, their expressions obscured. On the ground lay a woman, elegantly dressed yet pale and gasping for breath, seemingly afflicted by a serious ailment. Surrounding her were palace attendants, their faces filled with fear and urgency, trembling as they knelt in a wide circle. To the far right, Lin Ruqian was there as well. Lin Maobai noticed him too, his breath quickening. Lin Ruqian knelt, his face dirty and ashen, hands clenched into fists on his knees, revealing bloodstains on one hand, a pitiful sight. This is disastrous. Third brother hasn't he fallen into a trap by that wretched princess? Has he? If she dies, our Lin family will be utterly ruined. What to do? How can we save her? Lin Bao'er fretted, her mind racing in turmoil. Just then, Lin Maobai's expression hardened as he carried her through the thicket. Who goes there? The female official demanded, her gaze sharp. With Lin Bao'er in his arms, Lin Maobai could only bow slightly and introduce himself. I am Lin Maobai, son of Lin Qiming, the Minister of Rights. My younger brother has been missing for some time, and I have come to search for him. What trouble has he caused? Upon seeing Lin Maobai, Lin Ruqian straightened, his eyes brightening. Second brother, Lin Maobai, however, remained focused on the female official. Mentioning Lin Qiming forced her to temper her anger, and she coldly replied. He spoke disrespectfully to the princess, provoking her chronic ailment to flare up, putting her life in jeopardy. If anything happens, you will be wholly accountable. Even as the minister's son, that will not save you. I shall report this to His Majesty. May I inquire what ailment the princess suffers from? Lin Maobai interjected, his gaze fixed on the woman on the ground, noting her dire condition. The physician has yet to arrive. This is a matter of life and death. I possess some knowledge of medicinal practices and might be able to alleviate her symptoms. The official regarded him warily, her brow furrowing. You know medicine? Ain't you? This boy is lying. How could he possibly know anything about medicine? Hu Tianxuan shouted, disbelief etched across his face. He must have ulterior motives regarding the princess. We should capture them both at once and await their punishment. Ignoring their protests, Lin Maobai maintained his calm demeanor. The physician of the Lin family was a military doctor before retiring to serve our household. I have accompanied him since childhood and have learned a thing or two. I may know methods to relieve the princess's condition. Moreover, given her precarious state, any delay could be fatal. Seeing the official still hesitating, Lin Maobai added, if need be, I have already disclosed my identity. If anything should happen, you can report it to His Majesty, and the Lin family would not escape unscathed. With the stakes made clear, the female official recognized the urgency of the situation. Her expression hardened as she declared, if anything befalls the princess, none will be able to protect you. The princess has suffered from asthma since childhood. She cannot be startled. Normally, she carries her medicine, but today, her attendants neglected to bring it, resulting in this crisis. Asthma. So that is what it is. Thank heavens, it is not an incurable illness. Lin Bao'er quickly began searching the system's marketplace. To buy time for her, Lin Maobai continued, why not take her directly to the Imperial Medical Bureau? It would be swifter than waiting for a physician to arrive. The official frowned. The physician advised that she must not be moved when an episode occurs. Understanding her point, Lin Maobai quietly approached the princess. Please assist in lifting the princess, he instructed. Meanwhile, Lin Bao'er found the medicine for asthma and, upon seeing the price, felt her temples throb. 500 points. Why not go rob a bank? It seemed her entire fortune was insufficient for the cost. System, we do not accept credit, dear. Please explore other options. Clenching her teeth, Lin Bao'er scrolled down and discovered a remedy that could alleviate asthma symptoms. Although not as effective as a spray, it could save a life in this moment. 50 points. Purchase. Lin Maobai's earlier claim was not false. Having grown up in the military, he indeed understood some emergency methods, and asthma was one of them. However, typical asthma treatment requires medication alongside acupressure to ensure the patient can endure until a doctor arrives. But Lin Maobai was not waiting for the physician. He was taking a gamble, hoping Lin Bao'er had the remedy for the princess's ailment. Who would have thought my second brother actually has such skills? We need not fear exposure. Once she takes this medicine, it should temporarily relieve the princess's asthma. Lin Bao'er discreetly administered the medicine to the princess, holding her breath in anticipation of its effects. Ain't you look? The princess seems to be all right now. After a moment, the palace maids exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. Hu Tianxuan, Wen Shitao, and the others were left in disbelief. How could this be possible? Silence. The female official chastised them. hurriedly crouching down to check the princess's condition. Princess? Princess? Aunt you must have done something. Hu Tianquan's brows were furrowed so tightly that he could crush a fly. In the past, whenever the princess suffered from asthma, the imperial physician would alleviate her condition with acupuncture and medicine. Yet, he had merely pressed a few times, and how could she wake up so swiftly? If something were to go awry, neither of us could bear the consequences. Aunt you. Lin Manor cast a cold glare at him, narrowing his eyes. If Hu Gongzi understood the princess's asthma so well, how could he have appeared alongside the mischievous brother on the path the princess took to the Taya Hall? Was it premeditated? Nonsense. How does this concern us? When Shi Tao glared, clearly indicating that it was Lin Ruqian who had sneaked here. You should question him instead. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruqian stumbled and knelt on the ground, his lips trembling with anxiety. Second brother, it wasn't me, I didn't. Yet as he spoke, a look of panic and fear crossed his face, indicating that this matter was far from simple. Lin Bao'er observed everything, feeling a chill run through her heart, instantly filled with a foreboding sense. Could it be? Why do I feel that third brother seems to have offended the princess? Could it be that the words of those rascals are true? What should we do? Even if we saved the princess, the crime of offending her is not light. Lin Manor pressed his lips tightly, his brows slightly furrowed, noticing that the princess showed no signs of waking. Hu Tianquan crossed his arms and sneered, casting a sidelong glance at the two brothers of the Lin family. Even if the princess truly was unharmed, it was a fact that Lin Ruqian had offended her, and so many had witnessed it. According to our laws, even the lightest punishment would entail 30 lashes. You cannot escape this. He glared fiercely at Lin Ruqian, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. Hu Gongzi's words were misguided. That law pertains to the palace servants. If it were scions of official families who committed the offense, the situation would be assessed accordingly. Perhaps the princess, being benevolent, would allow us to atone for our mistakes. A clear, resonant male voice emerged from the dense woods, interrupting Hu Tianquan's tirade. Big brother. Lin Mao's eyes brightened. At last, you have arrived. Lin Jiyu. Hu Tianquan gritted his teeth in frustration. Lin Jiyu merely cast a cold glance at him before bowing. This official pays his respects to the princess. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that at some point, the fainted princess had slowly opened her eyes. Aunt you, has my ailment recurred? Song Qingqing pressed her dry red lips together, weakly scanning her surroundings before rising with the help of the palace maids. Princess, you terrified me. Seeing her awaken, the lady-in-waiting felt a weight lift from her chest. Her gaze filled with concern. Are you still unwell? Should we visit the Thai hospital again? The lady-in-waiting hesitated, glancing at the three Lin brothers before admitting. It was Lin Darren's second son from the Ministry of Rites, who claimed to have some knowledge of medicine. Given the princess's urgent condition, I rashly took the liberty of allowing him to treat her. So this time, I wasn't pricked with needles? Song Qingqing blinked and extended her hand to check, murmuring to herself, as if confirming that indeed she had not been. There was a hint of joy in her tone. The princess was merely 12 or 13 years of age, her emotions still easily readable on her face. Upon witnessing this, Hu Tianquan sensed something was amiss and quickly interjected. Princess, how shall we deal with the one who offended you? If we let this slide, others will become lax. Indeed, princess, we all clearly saw that it was this Lin fellow who frightened you. And then he made a pointed remark. Yes. Lin Ruqian lowered his head, his eyes filled with remorse. After a moment, Song Qingqing pointed at Lin Bao'er. And what about this one? Why does the princess seem rather dim-witted? Could she truly be foolish? Lin Mao's lips twitched, wishing to cover the mouth of this little ancestor. Aunt you, how did he manage to cure me? Can you tell me? Song Qingqing asked curiously. The expressions on Hu Tianquan's group turned peculiar, their thoughts aligning with what Lin Bao'er had just considered. Could the princess truly be foolish? The lady-in-waiting hesitated for a moment, but ultimately recounted in detail what Lin Manor had done. Could it be that one can recover without needles or medicine? Song Qingqing's eyes lit up. Then can I go out to play afterward? No, princess. The lady-in-waiting whispered. His Majesty has given strict orders. Song Qingqing's face fell in disappointment. Hu Tianquan grew increasingly impatient, suppressing his urge to rush and reminding, Princess, should we not address the Lin family now? Does this princess need your guidance in her affairs? Song Qingqing admonished, startling Hu Tianquan into silence. She shot him a glance, a barely perceptible distaste flickering in her eyes, and spoke in a low voice. Previously, this princess indeed saw Lin Sangongzi appear before me with a snake. At her words, Hu Tianchuan and his companions rejoiced. Lin Jiu, the princess has stated this. What further excuses can you offer? They seemed as triumphant as victorious warriors. Lin Mabai's expression turned grave. Lin Jiu's mind raced with thoughts on how to atone for their misdeeds. If all else fails, perhaps he could plead with their father for leniency? He thought to himself, this is disastrous. What if the princess recovers from her ailment? Will she not spare third brother? Yet Lin Bao'er genuinely felt pained over the loss of 500 points, considering her growth serum had only cost 300. However, at that time, the princess had indeed fainted out of fear at the blood on Hu Gongzi's hands, unrelated to Lin Sangongzi. What? Hu Tianchuan exclaimed in disbelief, his voice tinged with a sharp edge. You fear snakes but not blood? You must not disrespect the princess. The lady-in-waiting interposed protectively in front of Song Qingqing. Her tone stern. The princess has kept several green snakes in her residence for years. They are her favorites. Why would she fear them? Chapter 56. Turning the tide, the group was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, utterly unable to accept this reality. Even Lin Ruqian stood frozen in place. So, the princess was not fainted by him. His previously dim eyes began to brighten, a glimmer of joy crossing his face, his fingers unconsciously gripping the lining of his clothing. Song Qingqing observed all this, gently pressing her forehead, her gaze downcast, explaining. This princess has always been averse to the sight of blood, believing it to be an omen of misfortune. Thus, when I saw the blood on Hu Gongzi's hands, I inadvertently lost consciousness due to my asthma. The matter had been articulated quite clearly. Hu Tianchuan's arms trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he panically concealed his hands behind him, staggering backward. Princess, this has nothing to do with me. It was clearly that Lin Ruqian who frightened you with a snake. Yes, it was that fellow. The more Hu Tianchuan spoke, the more his frustration escalated. Shoving aside those nearby and striding directly toward Lin Ruqian, declaring, the snake is still on him. I can retrieve it for you. Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing's face stiffened, her eyelashes fluttering with shock and confusion. Moments later, the sound of fabric tearing echoed. Oh no, third brother, don't be cowardly. The princess has already said it's not your fault. Do not fear them. Fight with all your might. Lin Bao'er relished the drama, eager to join the fray herself. Second brother, why are you still dawdling? Don't you see third brother is about to be beaten? Protect our family's honor. Teach these ruffians a lesson they won't forget. Lin Mabai's eyes flickered with helplessness, yet he swiftly placed Lin Bao'er in the still-dazed Lin Jiu's arms before diving into the fray. Engaging in open combat within the palace would invite punishment, yet Song Qingqing appeared oblivious, allowing the lady-in-waiting to stifle her reprimands as she permitted the chaos to unfold. With Lin Mabai's participation, Hu Tianchuan and Wen Shidao soon found themselves defeated, all four of them sprawled on the ground, wounded and wailing. Lin Mabai looked down at him with disdain, causing Hu Tianchuan's face to darken as if it had been scorched. He yearned to rise and retaliate, yet the next moment, the guards marching in unison encircled them tightly. Brother Hu, will we be all right? Wen Shidao swallowed hard, glancing at the glinting weapons, and anxiously clutched Hu's clothing. Xie Qiao, Chang Sheng, and the others huddled together in fear, hesitant to make a move. Naturally, Hu Tianchuan forced himself to remain calm, his gaze searching for Song Qingqing. We merely offended the princess by accident. It is not a crime deserving of death. A plea for mercy should suffice. Moreover, I am the son of a duke. Could she truly dare to harm me? With each word, Hu's confidence grew, dispelling the earlier panic as he began to contemplate how to implicate the Lin brothers as well. Meanwhile, Lin Mabai finally managed to rescue Lin Ruqian from the crowd. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Ruqian produced a feeble green snake from his bosom. The snake was no longer than a forearm, its scales stained with blood, and a severe wound was evident at its midsection, curling lifelessly in Lin Ruqian's palm. Is third brother's hobby truly so peculiar? Lin Bao'er's skin crawled, and she quickly covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Lin Ruqian, feeling sorrowful, bit his lip and extended the snake towards Song Qingqing. Your Highness, it was because I discovered these individuals torturing this little green snake in the dense forest that I, unable to bear it, rescued it, and inadvertently offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Just as Song Qingqing was about to scream, Lin Jiu swiftly stepped in front of her, signaling Lin Ruqian with his eyes. Lin Ruqian appeared momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the situation. "It's all right," Song Qingqing reassured, patting her chest and taking a deep breath to steady herself. "What will become of those individuals?" Lin Jiu observed her expression, cautiously inquiring. The group of offenders continued to wail and plead, their voices shrill and grating. Song Qingqing furrowed her brow. "According to Lord Lin, how should this be handled?" "In my humble opinion," Lin Jiu replied, "Hu, Wen, Xie, and Chang have not only offended the princess, but also caused a ruckus and spoken disrespectfully. They ought to be apprehended and handed over to the Supreme Court for judgment." He paused briefly before continuing, "However, considering their fathers are high-ranking officials, it would be a significant matter if the princess were to humiliate them. Should they unite in petitioning against it, it could trouble the emperor, leading to discord. It would be prudent to heed his earlier suggestion of 30 lashes, allowing them to learn their lesson while still being treated leniently. I trust their families would not protest further." "Wow, big brother, what a silver tongue. You deftly extricated second and third brother while openly considering the princess's feelings, ensuring no one could find fault. I quite like this." Lin Jiu maintained a composed demeanor, clasping his fists. "It ultimately depends on whether the princess's request can help us avert calamity. You know?" Song Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Jiu smiled gently, having anticipated a portion of the unfolding drama. "What are these two playing at?" Lin Bao'er nudged Lin Jiu's face, unrelentingly tugging at him. After a moment, Song Qingqing subtly nodded at the female official, who promptly turned to leave. "Come forth. For their affront against the princess, they shall receive 30 lashes, to be executed immediately," the female official declared sternly. Upon hearing this, Hu Tianquan and the others immediately turned pale, angrily shouting at the guards, "Your Highness, you cannot do this. What does this have to do with us? What about Lin Jiu and the others? Why are they unscathed? Are you shielding them?" Song Qingqing cast a cold glance at them, her tone brooking no argument. "You have not only put my life in jeopardy, but have also harmed innocent creatures in broad daylight. Were I to inform my uncle, your punishment would not merely be 30 lashes. Had it not been for Lord Lin's plea, you would be at the Supreme Court awaiting your fate. Choose for yourselves. Face the Supreme Court or endure the 30 lashes." Chapter 57. Seeking a prescription, Hu Tianquan's complexion turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground, realizing the gravity of the situation. Soon, the guards escorted the four away. "As you can see, they have been punished by this princess. Now, Lord Lin, shall we discuss our matters?" Song Qingqing's gaze swept over Lin Jiu and the others, a composed smile gracing her lips. What matters? Brother, what have you been concealing from me regarding this princess? You cannot betray Miss Chu, brother. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Bao'er exclaimed, filled with frustration and disappointment, reaching towards Lin Jiu's face, but was deftly evaded, her mouth covered in the process. MMM. Lin Bao'er's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly displeased. Naturally, Lin Jiu nodded. "However, I still have one question. There are many ways to resolve this issue, some accommodating both parties. Why did the princess choose to let them bear the blame? After all, you are afraid of snakes, are you not?" Lin Ruqian suddenly looked up, astonished and shocked. Lin Maobai realized the truth, the pieces falling into place. So the princess intentionally helped us? She fainted from fear of the snake in third brother's hands. It was blamed on the blood on Hu Tianquan's hands? But why? Could it be that brother has some connection with the princess? Or perhaps because second brother saved her, she felt compassion? Lin Bao'er mused, deep in thought. Had she known that Song Qingqing's intent was tied to her 500 points, she would have fled immediately. This princess can save whoever she pleases. I certainly won't be her savior. Is this not to demonstrate this princess's sincerity? Song Qingqing gracefully approached Lin Jiu, gazing up at Lin Bao'er, who appeared tense, cocking her head and blinking. "Lord Lin, may I touch her?" "Hee. I must say, the princess is indeed quite lovely. What a pity she passed away so early. I thought it was for some other reason, but it turned out to be this asthma." Lin Jiu observed Song Qingqing discreetly. Due to her asthma, she seemed frail, her figure delicate like a willow, and her face bore a hint of sickness from years of medication, hardly resembling someone who would live long. He gently revealed Lin Bao'er's hand, leaning slightly closer to Song Qingqing. You may, brother. What do you mean, you may? I haven't agreed. Though she protested, Lin Bao'er's body instinctively grasped Song Qingqing's fingers, her face breaking into a radiant smile, utterly charming. If moving my fingers a bit could align this princess with our side, it would be quite worthwhile. One must remember, the emperor dotes on this princess, likely out of guilt towards her father. He indulges her without restraint, granting her every wish. What a pity she passed away early. Otherwise, upon maturing, she would surely be a coveted jewel. If they could win over this princess, would they not be one step closer to successfully ousting the third prince? While Lin Bao'er reveled in her thoughts, Song Qingqing, having squeezed her soft fingers, felt her eyes moisten slightly. I once had a younger sister, but alas. She lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow coloring her expression. Unfortunately, she passed away shortly after birth. Otherwise, she too would have been a soft and adorable sister, and I would not have spent so many years alone. Lin Bao'er leaned in, gently nuzzling her face against Song Qingqing's, offering silent comfort. Ah, poor child. As if she understood, Song Qingqing's mouth fell open in surprise. Then she smiled gently. Lord Lin, my assistance today is motivated by my own selfish desires. Ever since I learned of my asthma in childhood, each episode has been accompanied by a myriad of bitter medicines and acupuncture. I have grown accustomed to it over the years, yet just moments ago, when Master Lin saved me by merely applying pressure to a few acupoints, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Even if complete healing is not feasible, I would be content with a reduction in suffering. With a tinge of apprehension, Song Qingqing gazed at Lin Manor, her eyes brimming with hope, uncertain if Master Lin would be willing to share this method with her, willing to exchange anything for it. Lin Manor had instinctively covered her balance, her heart growing colder. She thought to herself, how could this princess be so benevolent, waiting here for her? That was 500 points. Lin Bao'er's heart bled at the thought. Lin Manor, too, recognized that the medicine Lin Manor had produced was no ordinary item and could not hastily agree. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if it is the acupressure technique I just employed, it is not a precious secret, and I would be more than willing to impart it to the princess. However, Lin Manor hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, in fact, when I saved the princess earlier, I also administered a dose of medicine to her. But I did not allow anyone else to see. This medicine, acquired by chance, can cure numerous ailments. There are only 2 pills, one of which I used on myself when injured, and the other I just administered to the princess. Lin Manor fabricated this tale as a precaution. Should he agree to teach the acupressure technique and it prove ineffective, he feared facing undeserved repercussions. Thus, he spun a tale of a miraculous medicine to quell the princess's desire. You dare? The female official gasped in astonishment. You actually dared to administer medicine to the princess. Do you not know that is a capital offense? Oh heavens, brother, how could you dare to give medicine so recklessly? That substance treats internal injuries. How could you give it to the princess? Lin Manor exploded in Lin Jiu's embrace, believing Lin Manor had given the princess the medicine she had previously provided, which she had specifically exchanged for 2 pills meant to expedite her brother's recovery from injury. Instead, it had turned into this chaotic situation. Fortunately, it seemed the medicine had no adverse effects. Otherwise, Lin Manor would have faced dire consequences. At that moment, when the princess was in dire peril, I acted on my own accord, and this is entirely my responsibility. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me, Lin Manor said. Half kneeling on the ground, his gaze lowered, appearing resigned to his fate. Princess, this matter bears no relation to my brother. He acted solely to assist me. Lin Ruqian rushed forward, worry etched across his face, pleading for the princess's mercy, imploring her not to punish his brother. Chapter 58. Is the snake dead? Princess Lin Jiu paused, seemingly poised to speak. However, before she could utter a word, Song Qingqing interjected, it matters not. Had it not been for Master Lin's bold action, I might have already become a wandering spirit. Indeed, Lin Manor replied, feeling a mix of emotions. Having waited anxiously for some time, Shun Xuelon hurried over, grasping Lin Ruqian's hand and stroking it repeatedly, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears brimming with concern. How did you get injured? What transpired? Her gaze shifted between Lin Jiu and Lin Manor as she asked the latter half of her question. Lin Jiu shook her head gently, whispering, "Let us discuss this after the banquet. There are too many ears here." Upon hearing this, Shun Xuelan had no choice but to restrain her inquiries. Meanwhile, Lin Shiming felt a great weight lift from his heart upon witnessing their safe return. On the other hand, Hu and Wen's expressions darkened upon hearing of Hu Tianquan's group's ordeal. Casting a fleeting glance at the Lin family, they departed with grim faces. That night, at the Lin residence, in the spring garden, Lin Shiming narrowed his eyes, a probing gaze shifting from Lin Mabai to the sleeping Lin Bao'er. It seemed to be yet another feat accomplished by his cherished daughter. Lin Mabai lowered his head, letting out a soft sigh, lamenting that such a wise and virtuous princess should meet an untimely demise. His heart bore a tinge of compassion. "Good child, this is also beyond our control." Shun Xuelan gently patted his shoulder, her eyes filled with sympathy. The Lin family had already been fortunate to have Lin Bao'er as a variable. How could they alter the fates of others? He is at old Zhang's place, claiming he must rescue that green snake, Shun Xuelan said, her expression difficult to decipher, goosebumps rising on her arms. She pressed her forehead in distress. "I told him to send it elsewhere, but he stubbornly ran off without a word." Upon hearing this, Lin Mabai's eyes sparkled with amusement. Let him be. He had always possessed a fondness for small creatures, as long as he did not bring the snake to disturb their mother. In a small courtyard filled with medicinal aromas, Lin Ruqian gazed sadly at the curled-up green snake on the table, looking up at the physician preparing the medicine. He continued to inquire, "Physician Zhang, is there truly no hope for the little green one?" Lacking knowledge of animal anatomy, he could only hastily apply external ointments to the snake, hoping to help it survive. Lin Ruqian's gaze fell, his fingers gently caressing the snake's head, silently grieving. In the dense forest, he had witnessed Hu Tianquan's group display extreme cruelty, capturing the recently born green snake, extracting its fangs and scales, and inflicting countless wounds upon it, all in a mockery that was both despicable and vile. He had later surmised that this might have been a trap specifically aimed at him, merely an act of vengeance against the Lin family. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach, believing it was his fault that the little green snake had met such a misfortune. A restless night ensued. As sunlight streamed through the window's gaps onto his face, Lin Ruqian's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. In the next moment, he rolled out of bed and rushed to the table, nervously reaching out to touch the green snake. One breath passed. 2 breaths passed. Half a tea time later, it remained motionless. Lin Ruqian's heart plummeted into despair. As the third young master arrived, Shun Xuelan sat on a stool, sipping tea, smiling as she watched Lin Bao'er crawling around on the ground. As Lin Bao'er grew, she was now capable of simple crawling, although due to her laziness, she would often choose to flop down and lie still. Thus, Shun Xuelan had ordered the entire floor to be covered with plush carpets to prevent Lin Bao'er from hurting herself and catching a chill. Still, she worried that this lack of movement would hinder her ability to walk in the future. Qinglian hesitated for a moment before replying, "Not yet. I've heard that the green snake has died. The third young master is currently digging its grave for a proper burial." It sounded almost laughable, yet no one in the household mocked it. They all understood the goodness of their third young master. Lin Bao'er, playing with plush toys, perked up her ears, suddenly recalling the near-death little green snake. Dead? This thought lingered only briefly in her mind before she fell into a deep slumber. Who would have thought that before she could offer her condolences, the snake had already passed away? Did he say anything? Shun Xuelan set her teacup down, gathering Lin Bao'er into her arms. Qinglian shook her head. "No." After some internal conflict, Shun Xuelan sighed softly. "If that is the case, you should come with me to take a look." As her son's pet had died, it was both reasonable and necessary for her to offer some comfort, lest she be deemed an unfit mother. But she truly feared snakes. Surely a dead snake could not be frightening, could it? With a heart full of skepticism, Shun Xuelan approached Fuxiao Courtyard, her mood fraught with apprehension. Beneath the trees in the courtyard, Lin Ruqian had already dug a small pit and was carefully placing a little green snake within it. "Ruqian," Shun Xuelan called out from a distance. At that moment, Lin Bao'er's gaze was captivated by the little green snake. Her heart stirred with an odd sensation. Is this snake really not dead? Chapter 59. The snake awakened with intelligent system. Indeed, it is very much alive. Lin Manor was astonished. It's truly alive? Mother. Lin Ruqian looked up, his eyes tinged with red, an overwhelming aura of sorrow enveloping him. Oh. Shun Xuelon swallowed hard, glancing at the pit. Seeing the snake motionless, it indeed appeared lifeless, allowing her to approach with a measure of ease. She paused, speaking earnestly. Ruqian, I understand your feelings, but a dead snake cannot be revived. You must learn to move on. If you truly wish to care for small creatures, there are kittens, puppies, and bunnies, all of which are much more charming. She chuckled awkwardly, her gaze wandering. These are certainly preferable to that wretched snake. Yet, she dared not voice this sentiment. Did mother and brother not notice? Should I save this snake? Is it not too cruel to let brother bury it alive? System, do you have any snake medicine? Lin Manor inquired within her mind. System, no need for exorbitant prices, just 98, guaranteed to cure. Lin Manor turned her head away, expressionless. Forget it, it's just a snake. If it dies, it dies. System, wait, discounts are available. How much? System, 50% off. Forget it, it's just a snake. System, 30% off. Deal. Holding the small pill in her hand, Lin Manor felt a wave of satisfaction. About 30 points, not bad. Meanwhile, the two individuals, having heard her thoughts, displayed expressions of shock. However, Lin Ruqian's astonishment was laced with joy and relief, while Shin Xuelon's was tinged with fear and panic. My snake is alive. This snake is indeed alive. Oh no, it's a sign of misfortune. In a swift motion, upon realizing the green snake was alive, Lin Ruqian hurriedly unearthed it from the soil and carefully placed it on a clean patch of ground, even gently blowing away the dirt from its body. He then gazed at Lin Manor with eager, sparkling eyes. Why did brother dig the snake out again? Has he also realized it's alive? Although Lin Manor was puzzled, she decided to proceed as she had before in Shantren Courtyard, intending for Shan Xuelon to place her on the ground so she could crawl over to administer the medicine to the green snake. This seemed safer, as her mother's demeanor suggested she would never dare to touch the snake again. As anticipated, Lin Manor struggled slightly, and Shin Xuelon promptly set her down, disregarding whether her clothes would get dirty, pretending not to notice. Thus, the two of them watched as the little girl slowly crawled beside the green snake, extending her hand cautiously. Lin Ruqian, Shin Xuelon. Gazing at the snake's head, Lin Manor felt a wave of trepidation, her limbs instinctively weakening. Oh no! What if the snake wakes up and bites me? What if it wraps around my hand and one T let go? She fervently battled with her fears in her mind, while the other two pairs of eyes watched her anxiously. Wah, I need a hug from mother. This is too terrifying. Upon hearing this, Shin Xuelon quickly scooped her up, nodding in agreement internally. Yes, she felt the same. It was truly frightening. Mother, look, the little green snake is really awake. After a moment, Lin Ruqian exclaimed in delight as the green snake slowly opened its eyes, flicked its tongue, and half raised itself. Lin Manor silently exchanged a glance with it. In the next instant, the green figure swiftly lunged toward Shin Xuelon. Ah, help! Someone! Mother, run! Run! Lin Manor screamed frantically, burying her head in Shin Xuelon's embrace. Her eyes tightly shut, unwilling to open them. The servants outside Fuxiao Courtyard, hearing the cries for help, rushed in with whatever they could find, alarmed to see Shin Xuelon darting around, believing their mistress was in danger. What happened, madam? What is wrong with young master? Shin Xuelon's face turned ashen, hiding behind the servants, trembling as she stammered. A snake. A snake? The servants were puzzled, searching around until they finally spotted the vividly green snake nestled in a patch of grass. Do not fear, madam. We will handle this. Stop. Lin Ruqian halted them, crouching down and waving his hand. The snake hesitated for a moment, then slithered towards Lin Ruqian, eventually wrapping around his wrist. Mother. The little green snake's fangs were removed by Hu Tianxuan and the others. It one T-bite. Lin Ruqian gently rubbed the snake's head, gazing apologetically at Shin Xuelon and the others, sheepishly scratching his head. I forgot to tell you, mother, I'm sorry for scaring you. Even without fangs, it's still frightening. Lin Manor silently wept. Her soul nearly escaped her. This was no different from a zombie invasion. Shun Shualon felt an overwhelming urge to scold this mischievous boy. Is this how you frighten your mother? Besides, mother, it seems the little green snake did not wish to bite you, Lin Ruqian speculated. It was merely lingering by your feet, perhaps seeking your affection. Affection? Shun Shualon nearly cried out, retreating a step. Absolutely not. I do not desire any affection from a snake. As if understanding her sentiments. The green snake descended from Lin Ruqian's hand, slowly approaching Shun Shualon with a slithering motion. Having been forewarned by Lin Ruqian, Shun Shualon remained vigilant. Her eyes fixed on it, fearful it might suddenly spring forward. The green snake halted 3 steps away, standing upright, bobbing its head up and down as if bowing. At that moment, Lin Bao'er regained her composure, quietly observing the green snake before inquiring within her mind. System, why do I feel something is amiss with this snake? Can your medicine truly grant intelligence? She had read her fair share of fantasy literature, and creatures that gained intelligence were typically referred to as demons, were they not? Had this world finally gone as mad as she had imagined? System, I cannot deny this, but the probability of gaining intelligence is 0.0001. All elements must align perfectly. Perhaps it was merely fortunate. However, the system leaned towards the notion that it had chosen to cling to the leg of Lin Ruqian, the third young master of the Lin family, thus altering its own fortune by becoming part of the main narrative. Chapter 60, A Minor Retaliation. Wow. It can be that way? Lin Bao'er mused. Will it be able to speak in the future? System, being sentient and gaining intelligence are 2 distinct matters. All right. Lin Bao'er sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. If only the snake could talk, I could certainly get more of them. It would be free labor, and no one would suspect a thing. Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, the system's electronic voice quickened. Such a probability is 1 in 10,000. Please do not waste system resources. Lin Bao'er fell silent, subtly pouting, I understand. Not only Lin Bao'er, but everyone in the courtyard was taken aback by this scene, astonished that a snake could perform such human-like actions, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yet, Lin Ruqian's eyes sparkled with sheer delight, nearly bursting forth to exclaim to Shun Shualon, Mother, look, isn't the little green snake exceptionally adorable? Mother, may I keep a little Ching? You see, its previous injuries have yet to fully heal, and it is so perceptive. Shun Shualon interrupted his incessant chatter, taking a deep breath before resolutely turning away. But you must control it. Do not allow it to run wild. My spirit cannot endure another fright. Upon returning to Shangchuan Garden, Shun Shualon finally calmed down, only to be beset by worries. Bao'er, do you think there is a significant chance of persuading your third brother not to keep that snake? I suspect the odds are slim. What if your father were to persuade him? I doubt that would be effective either. Perhaps we could simply instruct him not to leave Fuxiao Garden? Mother, could you bear to do that? Or we could send a snake cage over. He should be able to grasp my meaning, right? Even if he understands. He might pretend otherwise. Seeing Shun Shualon's troubled expression, Lin Bao'er couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to discover this endearing side of her beautiful mother. She patted Shun Shualon's hand and climbed on her lap, offering a comforting kiss on her cheek. Alas, mother is simply too fearful. However, since the snake is intelligent, it likely won't bite indiscriminately. Moreover, third brother has assured me that it has lost its venomous fangs. Perhaps keeping it isn't such a bad idea. After all, it is a small life. As long as third brother pays close attention, it shouldn't be a frequent sight. But does this mean the snake can understand human speech? Once it becomes accustomed, could it serve as a messenger? With this thought, Lin Bao'er's eyes brightened, her fear of the snake diminishing significantly. Wouldn't that mean she could communicate her thoughts to the snake in the future? System, wake up. Do not forget, you still cannot speak. It is merely intelligent, not capable of discerning your innermost thoughts. Lin Bao'er, oh. She wiped her face and let out a soft sigh, nearly forgetting this detail. But does that growth serum of yours even work? I feel like there is no effect, Lin Bao'er complained. The system replied coolly, if it were effective, would you be so unfazed? The Lin family members would likely be in a state of shock by now. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er widened her eyes. Are you implying that I have fallen victim to an intelligence tax? If it's ineffective, why are you still selling it? Isn't this deceiving consumers? The system sighed. It is effective, merely not overtly so. Please be patient. Thus, Lin Bao'er resolved to give another chance. "Madam, it is time for lunch," Qinglian announced shortly, interrupting Shun Xuelan's musings. "Time to eat." Lin Bao'er abruptly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Since half a month ago, she no longer had to eat that sticky, bland supplementary food. The kitchen now prepared light dishes specifically for her to vary her palate. This had become the moment Lin Bao'er anticipated daily. In the grand hall, as Lin Bao'er swiftly reached for a chicken leg, she stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious. I haven't tasted meat in ages. She nearly wept tears of joy. Upon mentioning the princess, Shun Xuelan's expression turned grave. Noticing the odd atmosphere, Lin Jiu swallowed his food and stated earnestly, "Do you remember who Tianxuan and the others?" Lin Ruqian frowned, a hint of anticipation evident. "Weren't they punished with 30 strikes by the princess?" Lin Jiu nodded. "They still have not gotten out of bed. The elders of those families are at a loss for whom to seek trouble with. After all, the princess has handled it leniently, if reported to His Majesty. Their punishment will be far worse. That would be a matter of life and death, leaving them to suffer in silence." "Exactly. They should be taught a lesson." Lin Qiming scoffed, visibly dissatisfied. "Otherwise, they wouldn't know their place. If anything had happened to Lin Ruqian back then, I would have demanded an explanation from those old geezers. What a bunch of nuisances, always coming around to annoy you without accomplishing anything significant, yet their minds are so petty. After suffering so many losses, they still haven't learned their lesson." Lin Bao'er muttered to herself, climbing onto the table and mashing the chicken leg meat into a paste. However, this arrangement was quite favorable. They were less sinister than the third prince and the prime minister, yet they could still help her accumulate points, making them a competent tool. Lin Jiu wholeheartedly agreed, but Lin Ruqian remained troubled by the incident. Had they not resolved that scheme, the Lin family would have been in dire straits. "Bao'er, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Lin Jiu exclaimed, his face paling as he lifted Lin Bao'er from the table. Unbeknownst to him, a pile of meat paste had inexplicably appeared in his bowl. The paste was soft and unappealing, smeared with some unknown liquid. "This is for the last time you let Qinglian feed me that awful supplementary food. How disgusting. Bad brother. I just wanted to see if you could still eat it. Ugh." It must be said, Lin Bao'er harbored quite the grudge. Chapter 61. Bao'er investigates daily life. Half a month later, the Lin residents welcomed a joyous occasion. Due to Lin Jiu's accomplishments in the matter of the prime minister's fall, he was promoted to the position of Minister of Personnel, and the official decree had just been issued. Meanwhile, Lin Maobai had grown close to the princess through frequent visits to the Songhe residence, often sending over supplements. What might have seemed ordinary to others, however, carried a distinct aroma for Lin Bao'er. "Maobai is not here." In Shanchuan Garden, Shun Xuelan paused her embroidery, her brow furrowed in surprise. Qinglian nodded, confirming that the second young master was indeed absent, having made several trips. "Did he mention where he was going?" Shun Xuelan sighed. "This boy has been missing for several days. I had hoped he could run an errand for me with the official." "He did not say," Qinglian reported. "Never mind. Have Qin who go instead." "Understood. Where else could he be?" "He is likely at the Ronghe residence." Lin Bao'er sat on the floor, chuckling to herself, her mind racing. This was information she had gleaned from Lil Qing. Over the past half-month, she had forged an extraordinary friendship with the Green Snake. Far removed from the past, now, there was nothing happening in the Lin residence that she was unaware of. In no time, her large eyes sparkled with mischief, gleaming with gossip. No, her second brother had been unusually attentive these past few days. Something must be amiss. No, she had to investigate. Since the fall of the prime minister's residence, the third prince had remained silent, and aside from the minor disturbances caused by Hu Tianxuan and his group, the Lin family had been peaceful. This had allowed Lin Bao'er to let her guard down, shifting her focus to her three brothers. Lin Jiu remained diligent in his duties, astonishingly industrious. If it weren't for Miss Chu and son Zeiss, he might not have any personal life at all. As for Lin Ruqian, since acquiring the Green Snake, he had stopped his wandering ways, spending his time in the residence with the snake, devoted solely to it. Only Lin Maobai seemed to have left the Lin residence and the military. Had Lin Bao'er not learned from the Green Snake of his frequent visits to the Ronghe residence, she might have suspected he had taken up with the dog, although, in essence, it was no different. The next morning, Lin Bao'er rose early, determined to venture out. Yet, upon reaching the edge of her bed, Her resolve faltered. Staring at the half-meter-high bed rail, Lynn Bao'er found herself distressed. How was she to descend? Ultimately, she made the heart-wrenching decision to wake her beloved, beautiful mother. "Mother, wake up. I want to go down." "Don't sleep, mother." As Shin Shualon drowsily heard those words, she lifted Lin Bao'er's little form and gently set her down. In the past, Lin Bao'er would awaken and amuse herself without causing anyone concern. So Shin Shualon felt no anxiety over her wandering off. Excellent, the first step was accomplished. However, upon crawling to the door once more, Lin Bao'er found herself in a quandary. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared before her. "Miss, what are you doing here?" Lin exclaimed in surprise, quickly lifting her up. "Why are you not dressed? It's not cold. What is there to wear?" Lin Bao'er pouted, and then suddenly her eyes sparkled with an idea as she tugged on Lin's hair, pointing outside. After spending ample time with Lin Bao'er, Lin had come to recognize her mistress's extraordinary nature. Tentatively, she asked, "Do you wish to go outside, miss?" "Yes, yes. Quickly, go find my second brother." Lin Bao'er insisted eagerly. "But the lady has yet to awaken." Lin hesitated. "What is there to fear? Aren't you with me? Besides, I am not heading to any dangerous place." Lin Bao'er anxiously tugged at her dress, practically urging her to move faster. Fearing that Lin Bao'er would create a disturbance and wake Shin Shualon, Lin reluctantly carried her outside. The rising sun bathed Lin Bao'er's face in a warm glow, making her feel pleasantly drowsy. "Yes, yes, let us go." Lin Bao'er continued to gesture excitedly, clearly wanting to venture further. Lin, though puzzled, felt there was little threat within Lin Manor, and after a moment's thought, she decided to take Lin Bao'er outside. "Left, right?" Lin Bao'er directed enthusiastically. After approximately 15 minutes, Lin found herself standing bewildered before the Fuchi courtyard. She recognized her mistress's uniqueness, yet this was truly beyond the ordinary. How could Lin Bao'er possibly find her second brother's residence on her own? At that moment, Lin Bao'er urged, "Let us go inside. Hurry." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin, taken aback and feeling helpless, realized that since they had already come this far, entering was inevitable. Just as she was about to ask a servant to announce their presence, they collided with Lin Mabai, who was preparing to leave. Lin Bao'er was thrilled. "What did I say? If it weren't for my foresight, we would have missed Lin Mabai today." "Lin, what are you and Bao'er doing here?" Lin Mabai looked at them in surprise. Lin shot a glance at Lin Bao'er and then at Lin Mabai, seemingly conveying that the young lady wanted to see him. Instantly, she regretted her choice of words. What kind of nonsense was that? How could an infant of mere months have the intention of seeking someone out? But she couldn't find the words to clarify. Before she could find a way to rectify her statement, Lin Mabai, without a hint of doubt, took Lin Bao'er's hand and asked, "What do you need, Bao'er?" "I was just about to head out. I want to go too. There must be dogs outside," Lin Bao'er declared, determined to uncover the truth. Feeling a sense of urgency, she reached out to be held. Lin sighed in relief, responding, "Of course. I don't want that. Oh, my treacherous brother. Now that you have others, you neglect your own sister. You won't take me out." Lin Bao'er pouted, her lip quivering before she burst into tears, burrowing into Lin Mabai's embrace. "Miss." Lin felt flustered, scrambling to hold onto her to prevent her from falling. Bad brother. How could you go out to play without me? It's obvious there are dogs out there." Her lamentations echoed, even causing the birds above to scatter. Lin Mabai's eyes twitched, his expression darkening. Ultimately, he couldn't resist, and he scooped Lin Bao'er from Lin's arms. "I knew my brother loved me the most," Lin Bao'er exclaimed, her mood shifting in an instant. "Are you still going out, second brother?" Lin hesitated to meet Lin Mabai's gaze, guilt weighing on her as she realized her actions might have impeded his plans. "Where are you heading, young master?" Lin inadvertently spoke too quickly but pressed on. "If you have important matters, how can you take the young lady with you? Besides, you have no maid with you, which complicates everything." Her words were reasonable, and Lin Mabai hesitated. "I don't care. I must go today, even if it kills me," Lin Bao'er insisted, disregarding all concerns about food and comfort. She was determined to accompany Lin Mabai. Being cooped up in a manor was driving her mad. Her elder brother and father were busy with court, while her third brother only took Xiao Qing with him when he went out, leaving her alone. Her mother rarely ventured out, primarily to the Frost Temple for offerings. Each day felt like an eternity as she crawled within the confines of the manor, feeling envious of even the dogs. Frustration consumed her, leading her to curse the system repeatedly. "Do not disturb," the system chimed in. Lin Manor rubbed his temples, pinching Lin Manor's cheek before relenting. "Very well, you may come." He simply stated this, without providing Qinglian with detailed instructions on what to do. Upon hearing this, Qinglian hesitated, but seeing his sincerity, she slowly acquiesced. "I will gather some things for the second master." Lin Manor nodded, understanding she would prepare some of Lin Bao'er's belongings. After Qinglian departed, Lin Manor found himself exchanging glances with Lin Bao'er, wishing he could properly reprimand this little troublemaker. However, he dared not do so, knowing that a single cry from her would summon their parents. About 15 minutes later, Qinglian returned, handing Lin Manor a bundle. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly found herself face to face with a flash of green. She let out a short scream, but quickly closed her mouth upon realizing the source. After all this time, she still hadn't grown accustomed to the third master's peculiar pet. The little green snake swayed, hesitating whether to approach. "Xiaoqing, what brings you here?" Lin Bao'er exclaimed joyfully, wishing to play with the green snake before Lin Manor could change his mind. The snake flicked its tongue and tilted its head, as if attempting to communicate something, but Lin Bao'er couldn't comprehend it. The green snake, undeterred, bypassed Qinglian and slithered up Lin Manor's leg, eventually coiling itself around his waist like a charming accessory. Realization dawned on Lin Bao'er. "So, Xiaoqing want to go out with me? It seems even the snake desires to escape this place." Lin Bao'er sighed with regret, casually tugging at Lin Manor's face. "What are you still dawdling for, second brother? Hurry up. If we don't leave soon, the Princess Ronghe will be waiting impatiently." Lin Manor raised his eyebrows, feeling a tightness in his chest that was quite vexing. The second young master sensed that the serpent Qinglian was testing them. How could this snake be so intuitive? Almost like the young lady? Could it be that the Lin family had encountered some significant fortune? She mused internally. "No matter. You should go and inform third brother as well." Lin Manor sighed deeply. Stepping out, he had to bring along 2 burdens, unsure how he would explain it to the princess later. Finally, at a quarter to the hour of the rabbit, Lin Manor successfully departed from the residence. Initially, he intended to ride a horse, but after bringing Lin Bao'er along, he had to switch to a carriage. The carriage stopped at the outskirts of Yanjing City. After disembarking, Lin Bao'er spotted Song Qingqing in the distance and couldn't help but snort softly. She knew her second brother had come to find this princess. "Xiaoqing, be perceptive and don't startle the princess. She fainted the last time you scared her." With this thought, Lin Bao'er still felt uneasy and extended her hand towards the green snake, signaling it to come closer. "Having it wrap around my waist is quite conspicuous." The green snake did not disappoint her. As her fingers reached out, it smoothly slithered up to her wrist, coiling around it. The icy touch was quite novel for Lin Bao'er. On a day like this, wasn't Xiaoqing just an invisible ice pack? "Young Master Lin," Song Qingqing waved from afar, her smile radiant. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Didn't the princess say she couldn't come out before? Why is she so far from home? What could possibly be entertaining out here in the wilderness? Moreover, it seems she hasn't brought many people with her. Could I be intruding on her world with second brother?" Lin Manor cast her a silent, resentful glance. "It's good that you know." Upon approaching, Lin Manor bowed to Song Qingqing, feeling helpless. "Princess, would you mind if I brought my younger sister along?" Song Qingqing's gaze immediately fell upon Lin Bao'er, her eyes swirling with emotions before she smiled gently, her lips curving slightly. "Of course I don't mind. I was wondering when I would see little Bao'er again. Ever since our last parting, I've missed her dearly. I didn't expect to see her so soon." I didn't realize this princess spoke so pleasantly, Lin Bao'er thought, her lips curving upward, feeling quite pleased. She deliberately puffed out her little chest to appear more charming and reached out to take Song Qingqing's hand. However, she forgot that an innocent little green snake was still coiled around her wrist. In that instant, a bright green snake appeared before Song Qingqing, even flicking its tongue as if to show friendliness. A brief, sharp scream escaped, drawing the attention of those nearby. The green snake, adept at reading the room, promptly darted into Lin Bao'er's clothing, hiding without leaving a trace. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that?" Seeing Song Qingqing's face pale as if she might faint again, Lin Bao'er felt her heart race, frantically searching the system store for that asthma medication. If it came to it, would she have to let second brother save her once more? She thought nervously. Princess. Lin Manor, his expression filled with concern, supported her, his eyes filled with guilt. Are you all right? Fortunately, after a moment, Song Qingqing managed to regain her composure, repeatedly patting her chest to calm herself. This time, she dared not approach Lin Bao'er again, her face still filled with uncertainty. Lin Manor pretended to retrieve the green snake from Lin Bao'er's clothing. But Song Qingqing quickly stopped him, pausing before saying helplessly, "It's just a snake. Besides, it seems little Bao'er is particularly fond of it." She couldn't help but steal another glance at Lin Bao'er's wrist, but this time, she saw no trace of green. Yes, Xiaoqing is wonderful. Fearing that Xiaoqing might be taken away, Lin Bao'er struggled to get down from Lin Mao's hold. Second brother, let me down. I want to perform for the princess. Lin Mao, once released, Lin Mao, worried she might soil her clothes, swiftly took off his outer garment and laid it on the ground. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Song Qingqing asked, somewhat perplexed. Lin Mao himself was uncertain of Lin Bao'er's intentions, so he remained silent. Sitting on the garment, Lin Bao'er shifted her position, turning her back to Song Qingqing as she pulled the green snake from her bosom, gazing at it earnestly. Xiaoqing, whether you stay or go now depends on your performance. Please don't let me down. This idea had just occurred to her. Even the ugliest or most terrifying things could become endearing when associated with cuteness. Thus, she planned to have the green snake perform for Song Qingqing. Akin to the street performances she had seen in modern times, silly yet adorable, sure to capture the hearts of many young girls. The green snake looked at her, somewhat bewildered, standing half upright, obedient and compliant. Lin Bao'er glanced at herself and frowned, then looked back at Lin Mao, expressing disdain. Second brother, how come you have no decorations at all? No wonder no young ladies are interested in you. Lin Mao. She then awkwardly turned her head, directing her gaze towards Song Qingqing. In the next moment, she fixated on the small round ornament at Song Qingqing's waist. I really want that. It seems just the right size for Xiaoqing's mouth. I wonder if the princess would lend it to me for a moment. With this thought, she hid Xiaoqing behind her and reached out to Song Qingqing, making soft, babyish sounds. Her voice was sweet and endearing. Song Qingqing looked at Lin Mao, somewhat at a loss, having never interacted with such a small child. She was unsure what Lin Bao'er was trying to convey, fearing she might misinterpret it. Lin Mao, able to hear Lin Bao'er's thoughts, understood her intention. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously said, "She wants the round ornament at your waist." The round ornament? Song Qingqing was taken aback, glancing down, then unfastening a smooth, round jade ball that hung from her waist, adorned with a long tassel that danced elegantly in the breeze. You want this? She held the jade ball out to Lin Bao'er, shaking it gently as a test. Lin Bao'er nodded eagerly, reaching out to take the ball. It fit comfortably in her small hand, slightly heavy yet manageable. Great! Now it's performance time. Lin Bao'er excitedly tossed the jade ball. Her small strength meant it didn't go far. However, at the moment she threw it, a streak of green shot out. Song Qingqing stared in astonishment at the little green snake until it deftly caught the jade ball in its mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. Impressive, Xiaoqing. Well done. Lin Bao'er exclaimed, "Ik valide." She hadn't anticipated that Xiaoqing would grasp her intent so quickly. Wow, is it a snake? And it can play ball on its own? It seemed that snakes weren't so terrifying after all. Passers-by drawn by the green snake's antics began to whisper, gathering around. She even noticed a few eager souls wanting to catch her snake. That simply wouldn't do. It was hers. The crystalline jade ball and the vibrant green snake created a strangely harmonious yet exquisite sight. Upon returning, Lin Bao'er shot a glance at the green snake. The green snake blinked twice before slowly gliding to a spot not far from Song Qingqing. After tilting its head, it placed a glass ball on the ground and nudged it with its tail, attempting to encourage it to roll away on its own. The green snake could not help but push it again with its tail. Coupled with its innocent eyes, it was utterly adorable. The ball was quite clean, only dusted with a bit of dirt. Little Qing, you've captured the princess's heart. Brother, remember not to forget your friends when you achieve wealth. Chapter 64. Remember your friends and wealth. Lin Mao found it amusing. When he glanced at Song Qingqing, He noticed that her brows were indeed smiling, and the pallor of illness on her face had diminished significantly, lending her a lively demeanor. Is it called Little Ching? Song Ching hesitated for a moment, then placed the glass ball back on the ground and pushed it towards the green snake with her fingertip, feeling anxious. Would it bite? In her mind, snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, were icy and venomous. Their sharp fangs could swiftly end a life, which was terrifying. Little Ching seemed to understand her words. It flicked its tongue and then opened its mouth. The two fangs that once resided there were conspicuously absent. Those people pulled out its fangs, Lin Manor explained. The doctor said whether they grow back depends on chance. Perhaps they may never grow back at all. Oh, my poor little Ching. How painful that must have been. Lin Bao'er was filled with sympathy as she gently touched the snake's body, beginning to harbor a grudge. Those 4 brats, huh? Just wait. When I grow up, none of you will escape. Song Ching's heart softened considerably, and her fear of the snake diminished. Feeling considerably more relaxed, she tentatively pointed at the green snake and couldn't help but ask, "Can you understand us?" "Of course. My little Ching is the most capable." Lin Bao'er proudly raised her chin, brimming with pride. Lin Manor stifled a laugh, but, in order not to draw too much attention to little Ching, replied vaguely, "It seems to understand some simple commands. Moreover, little Ching's nature is gentle and reserved. If you display any displeasure, it won't appear before you." Upon hearing it might be sent away, Song Ching immediately shook her head. "No, I'm not afraid. Let's stay here." Lin Manor had intended to say that, and upon hearing her response, he nodded. The green snake happily resumed playing with the glass ball, occasionally nudging it toward Lin Bao'er, inviting her to join the fun. Being young, she could only play with the snake. Lin Bao'er sighed dramatically, picked up the glass ball, and threw it away. "Anshuan, come here." Song Ching beckoned to her side. Before long, a girl of about 17 or 18 approached, her delicate face gentle and somewhat timid, standing anxiously beside Song Ching and whispering, "Princess." Anshuan had a younger sister whom she had raised since childhood, so she had experience taking care of children. "If young Master Lin doesn't mind, let Anshuan take care of little Bao'er for now," Song Ching suggested thoughtfully. "Ah, go ahead. I can manage on my own. You go and enjoy your time with the princess." Lin Bao'er willingly extended her arms for Anshuan to carry her. Anshuan was somewhat taken aback, but quickly picked her up, even adjusting her hold to make it more comfortable. "Ah, as expected of the princess's servant, much more comfortable than my older brother's stiff embrace," Lin Bao'er remarked with satisfaction. Lin Manor shot her a sidelong glance, shaking his head helplessly as he handed over a parcel. "This is Bao'er's personal belongings. I would trouble you to take care of it, Miss Anshuan." "It is what a servant ought to do," Anshuan responded nervously, quickly accepting the parcel. The area by Mingtai Lake on the outskirts of Yanjing was a splendid spot for a spring outing, especially on a sunny day like today, with a constant stream of people coming and going. After listening for a while, Lin Bao'er finally understood why Song Ching had received permission to leave the palace for leisure. Perhaps due to the medicine she had provided earlier, Song Ching's chances of asthma attacks had significantly decreased since that incident in the palace. She had hardly suffered another episode, and even the imperial physician remarked that her health had improved considerably. This delighted the emperor, who then permitted her occasional outings. As Lin Manor frequently visited Rongham Mansion, they had arranged this outing together. Hiss! Little Ching picked up a glimmering golden stone and dropped it in front of Lin Bao'er, flicking its tongue excitedly. Lin Bao'er, initially disinterested, suddenly noticed that the stone seemed to have some engraved characters, leading her to curiously pick it up and examine it. "National Office? What does that mean?" Lin Bao'er frowned, flipping the stone over but still only recognizing those 2 characters, feeling somewhat disheartened. The other characters were too blurry to decipher, and no matter how she looked, she couldn't make sense of them. Abba, Lin Bao'er stared at Little Ching. "Where did you find this?" Little Ching tilted its head and returned to the lakeside, diving into the water. Soon after, it emerged with another stone. This one was not golden but silver. Why'd it look so much like silver? The thought struck Lin Bao'er, causing her to gasp in shock. Could it be that she had triggered another plot? However, after a while, no system voice emerged, which gave her a slight sense of relief. Ultimately, she could only take the 2 stones to Anshuan, babbling, I want to go to my brother. Anshuin, puzzled by her intent, assumed she was hungry and brought the prepared snacks to her lips. Lin Bao'er turned her head away, pointing towards Lin Manor. Abba, I want to go with my brother. Anshuin hesitated, glancing towards Song Qingqing and Lin Manor, then began to remove Lin Bao'er's trousers. Lin Bao'er was taken aback. What? You didn't even pull them up? Anshuin appeared confused. Lin Bao'er nearly choked on her breath. Who claimed she was good with children? Such a simple hint, and she couldn't decipher it. The two of them tussled for quite some time until Lin Bao'er was utterly exhausted, at which point Anshuin finally understood her intention and carried her over to Lin Manor. Young Master Lin, Miss Lin seems to want to see you, she said, choosing her words carefully, her tone somewhat weak. Lin Manor puzzled asked Bao'er. Lin Bao'er quickly climbed out of Anshuin's embrace and threw the 2 stones at Lin Manor's face. Stupid brother, now that you have a beauty, you forget about your sister. Lin Manor, feeling guilty, smiled awkwardly as he picked up the stones. Song Qingqing turned to look. Young Master Lin, what happened? The two were still holding fishing rods, and it was evident that fish were nibbling on the bait on Lin Maor's side, causing it to shake. But he was too preoccupied with the stones to attend to it, frowning tightly as he examined them. They seemed to be gold. Gold? Song Qingqing also noticed the stones. Puzzled. Were they melted down? Lin Manor nodded. Yes, otherwise they wouldn't look like this. Bao'er, where did you find them? Chapter 65. The pack of wolves attacks. Lin Bao'er waved her arms, pointing towards the lake. In the lake? Lin Manor asked, puzzled. Yeah. Lin Bao'er tugged Little Qing back and rambled on. Now Lin Manor fully understood. You mean Little Qing found them in the lake? Indeed, as expected of my brother. However, how could such things be in the lake? Lin Manor furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the stones in his hand, trying to decipher the characters. National Office, Duke's Mansion? Song Qingqing was taken aback. Lin Manor shook his head. There are no official seals on it, and it doesn't seem to be silver ingots. We need to examine it further. Little Qing, can you go find more? He gently patted Little Qing's head. Little Qing promptly dashed back to the lakeside and dove into the water again. Can it really understand these commands? Song Qingqing marveled. I thought you were just teasing me earlier. Indeed, I was teasing you. Lin Manor awkwardly rubbed his nose, unable to admit it. Before long, Xiao Qing emerged from the water, dripping wet and with nothing in her mouth. The brief interruption was soon dismissed by the others. Those fishing continued their endeavors while others played with stones. Fish! Lord Lin! Song Qingqing exclaimed anxiously, pointing at the fishing rod, fearing that Lin Manor would miss the chance to reel in the fish. Rest assured, Lin Manor replied succinctly and with a powerful motion of his arm. A carp was flung onto the bank. Wow! Lin Bao'er was enviously gazing at the fish, her mouth watering at the sight. Shall we steam it or braise it? Perhaps we could grill it right here? Although it seems the princess cannot tolerate the scent of smoke. Is that so? Song Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling as she nervously tightened her grip on the fishing rod, avoiding Lin Maor's gaze while pretending to remain composed. A hint of a dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. Men are so hard to keep. Lin Bao'er sighed dramatically, casting a longing glance at the carp before deciding to relinquish it to the little princess. As a younger sister, it was only natural to concern herself with her brother's lifelong matters. Meanwhile, Lin Bao'er was seated under a tree by Anshuin, feeling drowsy in the warm sunlight. This sun is delightful. If only we could have such weather every day. Just as she began to drift off, she suddenly felt a cool sensation at her side, followed by a sharp nip. Blinking awake, she found Xiao Qing entwining her finger with its tail, tugging insistently while flicking its tongue. Xiao Qing, stop that. As she attempted to brush it away, her peripheral vision caught sight of several indistinct gray shapes darting towards them. What could that be? Lin Bao'er rubbed her eyes, and in the next moment, her eyes widened in horror. Wolves! How could there be wolves here? She opened her mouth to alert Lin Manor and the others, but found herself unable to speak, resorting instead to frantic cries. Her piercing screams quickly drew the attention of those by the lakeside. Miss Lin? Anshuin rushed to pick her up, but before she could comprehend what was happening, a gray figure appeared before them. Her scream acted as a trigger, causing everyone around to join in a chorus of panic. Wolves! There are wolves! How could this happen? Run! Help! Someone, save us! Lin Maor's expression turned serious as he dropped his fishing rod and dashed towards Lin Bao'er. just as a wolf lunged at Anshuan. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the gray wolf yelping away, tail tucked between its legs as it retreated to join its pack. "Are you all right?" Lin Manor asked urgently. Anshuan, still shaken, held Lin Bao'er tightly, shaking her head in response. I'm fine." Regaining her composure, she hurriedly moved closer to Song Qingqing, her eyes wide with fear and her face pale. The chilling fangs had been merely a finger's breadth away. Had Lin Manor been a moment slower, she might have fallen prey to the beast. How could there be wolves? Song Qingqing, equally terrified, clutched her sleeve tightly. Hiding behind Lin Manor, in front of them, dozens of wolves lunged ferociously at the picnickers, and many had already succumbed to the savage jaws. The air filled with screams and bloodshed. "Help! Please, someone!" A woman clutched her little girl, retreating in horror, while a menacing gray wolf bared its teeth, fixated on them. There was nothing around her to hide behind. Without assistance, the outcome was inevitable. In a moment of desperation, as the ravenous wolf pounced, Lin Manor grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it with precision. It struck true, and the wolf howled in pain, blood oozing from its head. "You protect the princess and Bao'er. I will assist them," Lin Manor instructed before charging forward. This outing had not included many companions, aside from 2 maids. Only 2 young servants remained. Currently, the trio formed a protective barrier around Song Qingqing and Anshuan, huddled against a large tree, vigilant against the surrounding chaos. With his martial prowess, Lin Manor handled the wolves with ease, rescuing the mother and daughter in no time. He was mindful of the gruesome scene, casting only a brief glance at them before turning to confront more wolves. However, unarmed as he was, he soon found himself bitten by an older wolf during the tussle, blood streaming from his thigh. "Young Master Lin," Song Qingqing gasped in alarm. "Second brother," Lin Bao'er cried out anxiously, wishing to help but feeling utterly helpless in her current state. "Princess, be careful." Suddenly, one of the young servants shouted as he lunged forward. A wolf had somehow circled around and was preparing to ambush Song Qingqing. The servant quickly grappled with the beast, while the other rushed in to assist, throwing stones at it. Their chaotic efforts managed to push the wolf back a few steps, but it did not retreat completely. Lin Bao'er stared into the wolf's glowing green eyes, her heart racing in trepidation. "We're in trouble." Chapter 66. Life and Death. The wolves howl summoned 2 more, encircling them. "What do we do now?" One young servant trembled, gripping his stone tightly, his smile more like a grimace. The other servant gulped, stepping back in terror. "It's over. We're doomed." Lin Bao'er's heart raced, and she contemplated using the system shop to exchange for weapons, but hesitated, fearing they would notice. In her turmoil, she could only call out for Lin Manor. Second brother, if you don't come quickly, your dearest sister will be wolf food." It seemed her cries reached him. Lin Manor raised his head from the fray, decisively snapping a wolf's neck before sprinting towards them. Blood stained half his face, glistening ominously in the sunlight. Suddenly, Song Qingqing's pupils dilated in alarm. "Young Master Lin, beware behind you." Lin Manor swiftly turned, spotting a wolf that had stealthily approached from behind, ready to pounce. Not flinching, the wolf roared and leaped at him. In the ensuing chaos of man and beast, sharp fangs dripped saliva as they aimed for Lin Manor's shoulder. At that moment, as Lin Bao'er prepared to summon weapons to assist him, she felt Anshuan stiffen beneath her, followed by a trembling voice. "Princess, the snake." Anshuan's eyes widened in fear, her limbs frozen in terror. Song Qingqing instinctively glanced up, her face paling as she froze in place. A vibrant green snake blended seamlessly with the leaves of the branch above, nearly indistinguishable. It coiled, flicking its tongue, its venomous fangs barely an inch from Song Qingqing's face. Poised to strike. As this thought flooded her mind, Song Qingqing's heart raced, her breath quickening as she instinctively began to retreat. "No, don't move." Lin Bao'er cried out in panic. "Beep. Temporary mission issued. Ensure the safety of Princess Rongha, Song Qingqing, and the servant. Completion rewards 200 points. Will the host accept?" Just as Song Qingqing was about to move, the green snake lunged towards her with blinding speed. Princess! Anshuan shouted, instinctively trying to overcome her fear in a moment of crisis, wishing to pry open the snake. However, something moved faster than she did. Xiao Qing. Lin Bao'er rushed forward as she witnessed another azure figure entangled with the snake, dragging it beneath the tree, their bodies coiling around each other while they bit fiercely. Lin Bao'er feared that without venomous fangs, Xiaoqing would be unable to defeat the serpent. Just as she contemplated giving instructions, chaos erupted on the other side. Song Qingqing suffered an asthma attack and collapsed to the ground, writhing in distress. Another maid, attempting to administer medicine, was suddenly knocked down by a wolf, scattering the medication everywhere. To make matters worse, a wolf had fixed its gaze on Anshuan, seemingly aware that she was protecting the small child in her arms, and lunged towards Lin Bao'er. In order to fend off the wolf, Anshuan had no choice but to let go, causing Lin Bao'er to tumble to the ground. Damn it, can't you see the situation? Lin Bao'er seethed with rage, urgently exchanging 2 tranquilizer needles from the system, striking the wolf with precision from an unseen angle. The wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing limply to the ground. Anshuan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, the feeling of surviving a near-death experience nearly bringing her to tears. Moments later, pain radiated from her arm. She glanced down to see 2 bloody puncture wounds, oozing profusely. After dispatching the wolf, Lin Bao'er hurriedly crawled towards another wolf, where a maid was on the brink of being bitten to death. Her hands and feet moved with urgency. Perhaps sensing the presence of others, the wolf turned its head alertly. Upon seeing the small girl, it immediately abandoned the dying maid and lunged at Lin Bao'er. Stay calm. Stay calm. You can do this, Lin Bao'er. She encouraged herself, her voice trembling slightly. But as the wolf's icy fangs drew nearer, her legs began to weaken. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters now. Lin Bao'er shot the last tranquilizer into the wolf's mouth. With a thud, the wolf, still airborne, crashed down onto Lin Bao'er. Oh no, not like this. She screamed as she was buried beneath the foul-smelling fur, nearly suffocating. The tranquilizer she exchanged had a range limitation, hence she waited for the wolf to get close enough. Otherwise, she would have become a meal herself. The wolf, being an older creature, was not overly heavy, so Lin Bao'er merely felt a painful impact but did not lose consciousness. However, to Lin Manor, it appeared as if his sister had been devoured by the wolf, leaving no trace behind. Bao'er. Lin Manor's eyes turned crimson, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the wolf off him, disregarding his own safety, and dashed towards Song Qingqing. After eliminating the wolf near the servant, he knelt before the wolf that had bitten Lin Bao'er, his hands trembling. Bao'er. He could hardly believe it, his expression filled with anguish. If anything happened to Lin Bao'er, he would be the eternal sinner of the Lin family. Second brother. I'm fine. Hurry and check on the princess. She's having an episode. Upon hearing Lin Manor's voice, Lin Bao'er quickly peeked out from the wolf's fur, spitting out the foul hair. Seeing her unharmed brought Lin Manor to tears of joy. He swiftly moved the wolf away from Lin Bao'er and placed her in a safe spot, saying hoarsely, "Stay here and wait for me. I will be right back." If anything happened to Song Qingqing, the Lin family would not escape unscathed. Foolish second brother. Take me with you. Do you have any medicine? Lin Bao'er huffed, regaining her composure after taking several deep breaths, and scampered after him. This is a medicine for external injuries. Whether she survives depends on her own fate. Chapter 67. Fortune and misfortune do not come alone halfway there. Lin Bao'er's keen eyes spotted Xiaoqing among the weeds and quickly scooped it up. It was covered in blood, with 2 conspicuous bloody puncture wounds on its body. Lin Bao'er glanced toward Lin Manor, gritted her teeth, and exchanged a vial of snake medicine, administering it to Xiaoqing before cradling it in her arms. Princess? Princess? Lin Manor supported Song Qingqing, continuously pressing on her acupoints, yet to no avail, which made him increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Lin Bao'er rummaged through the system mall for asthma medicine. System? Where's that medicine? I can't find it. Due to the current condition of Princess Rongha, that medication cannot be used. Thus it has been temporarily removed from the system mall. What? Lin Bao'er's face darkened. What do you mean it can't be used? Explain yourself. She is experiencing excessive fright, leading to palpitations due to asthma. That medicine only addresses symptoms, not the root cause, and may not withstand the side effects. To prevent the host's task from failing, the system mall has temporarily removed it. Grinding her teeth, Lin Bao'er realized. So this is a roundabout way of demanding my 500 points. The system fell silent, refusing to respond. Looking at her balance, Lin Bao'er felt despondent. As she noticed Lin Mabai growing more frantic, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and waved her hand. Ding! 500 points deducted. Ding! The system mall has been upgraded. Now at an intermediate level. Please check host. Her expression was bleak, completely ignoring the latter statement, and she crawled towards Song Qingqing. In a corner unseen by Lin Mabai, she fed the 500 points into Song Qingqing's mouth. It must be said that the high price had its reasoning. In no time, Song Qingqing's complexion visibly improved, and she seemed revitalized, as if nothing had happened. Young Master Lin? She opened her eyes in confusion, a bit dazed. After a moment, she recalled the earlier ordeal, her expression shifting as she grasped Lin Mabai's sleeve urgently. Young Master Lin, are you all right? What about the wolves and the snakes? I'm fine, Lin Mabai reassured her, his gaze flicking to Lin Bao'er with a heart full of guilt. Not only had he failed to protect Bao'er, but he also needed her assistance. Truly useless. Woe is me. I'll lament the scarcity of resources in times of need. Lin Bao'er stared at her balance, now reduced to single digits, feeling as if a long-awaited mortgage was about to collapse. But before she could wallow in sorrow, the watchful wolves, seeing only two people capable of movement, charged toward them en masse. Young Master Lin, catch! The only remaining servant threw a piece of wood at him, gripping another as he stood protectively in front of Song Qingqing. The sounds of growls and clashes echoed, limbs severed and blood splattering. Fearing for Lin Bao'er, Song Qingqing quickly embraced her, covering her eyes. Sigh, what should have been seen has already been seen. Covering them now is futile. Yet despite this thought, she obediently nestled in Song Qingqing's embrace, contentedly nuzzling. Based on the description of Lin Mabai's combat prowess in the book, these wolves were evidently no match for him. As expected, after working in tandem with the servant to dispatch two wolves, the remaining ones fled in fear with their tails between their legs. A calmness settled over the scene. Princess, are you all right? Lin Mabai, drenched in blood, knelt on one knee, using a wooden post to support himself, panting heavily. He was not in a much better state. Those treacherous old wolves, unable to defeat him, resorted to cunning tactics, repeatedly attacking him from deceptive angles. Though he remained vigilant, he still suffered 2 bites. These wounds, while not fatal, bled profusely and were excruciatingly painful. After hastily bandaging 2 wounds, Lin Mabai strode toward them. Aside from their group, many other tourists around Taiming Lake had also sustained injuries and sought clean spots to tend to their wounds. It's nothing, Song Qingqing shook her head, meticulously treating in Shun and another maid's injuries. However, Lin Bao'er felt powerless. Her points had already been depleted, rendering her unable to exchange for anything further. Lin Mabai nodded, assisting another unconscious servant before heading out. Let us go. The carriage is over there. Once they boarded the carriage, they swiftly made their way toward Yanjing City. Yet, as fate would have it, just a kilometer from the city gate, they were ambushed. Observing the dozens of cloaked figures surrounding the carriage, Lin Mabai's dark eyes deepened. His thin lips pressed tightly together. The earlier wolf pack, this ambush, he understood all too well. It appeared to be a premeditated assassination, the target of which was unmistakable. Lin Mabai cast a subtle glance at the carriage, then dismounted, gripping the reins tightly, prepared to face death. With only 2 fighters remaining, it seemed he would not escape today. Princess, when I count to 3, you get on the horse, he instructed, loosening the straps on the horse's back. Pausing momentarily, his gaze darkened as he included Bao'er in his words. Song Qingqing anxiously lifted a side curtain, shaking her head in distress. Her lips trembled, choked with unshed tears. Listen, he commanded sternly, the first time he had spoken so forcefully to her. As long as the princess and Bao'er departed, he would be unencumbered. As for the others, each had their own fate beyond his control. At that moment, the leader of the cloaked figures spoke. I know you're the second son of the Lin family. If you leave the people in the carriage, we will let you go. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery and malice. Lin Mabai, enraged, was about to retaliate when a desperate voice reached his ears. Second brother, don't rush. Lin Bao'er had been bargaining with the system and ultimately secured an opportunity for credit. She exchanged for a dagger from the system's shop, which she had only discovered after the system upgraded to an intermediate level. The weapons section had expanded significantly, with this dagger being remarkably sharp and the cheapest option available. Quietly, Lin Bao'er slipped the dagger into Lin Mobai's embrace, her heart heavy. Chapter 68. Alone to Save. In truth, she did not wish to leave Lin Mabai. After all, her presence might have offered him a glimmer of hope. However, on the other hand, remaining would only serve as his weakness and burden, with dire consequences. Thus, the best choice was for them to leave quickly in search of reinforcements. Lin Mobai's eyes flickered with a mix of melancholy and gratitude, and he nodded slowly. He would certainly do so. With a wolf-like cold gaze fixed on the cloaked leader, he exchanged a look with the servant before hurling a stone with great force. Dream on. Let us go. The cloaked figures evaded the surprise attack, their anger igniting. Don't let them escape. Instantly, swords clashed and the sound of hooves echoed. Song Qingqing clung tightly to Lin Bao'er as they mounted the horse, biting her lip and pulling on the reins. Go. Having been frail in health since childhood, she had seldom ridden a horse, making this a significant challenge for her. The black horse neighed and bolted forward, the jarring motion causing Song Qingqing to hunch down, narrowly avoiding colliding with a cloaked figure as the horse leapt over him. Fools! Stop them! The leader bellowed in rage. Seeing this, Lin Mabai swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful elbow strike. The cloaked figure reacted quickly, dodging the blow and lunging forward with his sword aimed directly at Lin Mabai. Lin Mabai's dark eyes narrowed as he feigned an opening, deftly slicing the dagger towards the man's neck from an unusual angle. In an instant, blood spurted forth. The cloaked figure, in disbelief, clutched his throat, staring at Lin Mabai, gasping but unable to speak. Simultaneously, Lin Mabai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the dagger's sharpness. Almost instantaneously, he felt no resistance as the man's head separated from his body. The remaining cloaked figures, witnessing their leader's demise, grew increasingly frantic, charging at Lin Mabai. Some even drew long bows, aiming at the fleeing Song Qingqing. An arrow was knocked, poised to be released. Lin Mabai could not intervene in time, his eyes widening in helplessness. Be careful! The arrow flew like a bolt, striking Song Qingqing in the back. The pale blue dress slowly soaked through with blood, resembling dispersed ink. Yet, the black horse continued its gallop, carrying both a large and a small figure forward. The archer aimed again, but the distance was too great, forcing him to relent. Meanwhile, atop the horse, Lin Bao'er was terrified, her small hands hesitating to touch the dazed Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing, already frail, was nearly killed by the arrow. She remained conscious only because Lin Bao'er had urgently placed a pill in her mouth earlier, preventing her from losing consciousness completely. This was a reminder prompted by the system. The qi-nourishing pill, originally intended for Lin Qiming to enhance his vitality and longevity, had never found its way to him until now. Though uncertain of its efficacy, it was certainly better than nothing. Lin Bao'er now hoped that Song Qingqing could endure until they reached the city and found help. Otherwise, this small child, barely able to crawl, would be utterly powerless. Hang on, princess. Almost there. Lin Bao'er could faintly see the city gates ahead. Just as anxiety gripped her, a sudden sound of hooves echoed behind them, chilling her to the bone as if doused with cold water. Stop! The cloaked figure shouted from behind, drawing his longbow, feeling the increasing weight on her shoulders. Lin Bao'er gritted her teeth and pulled on the reins. Go! She tugged at the horse's mane, urging it toward the dense forest. If they continued down the main road, capture was inevitable. Yet, the horse seemed unresponsive, barreling forward without heed. Desperation nearly led Lin Bao'er to curse. Just when despair engulfed her, the green snake in her arms stirred, peeking its head out. Little Qing, Lin Bao'er exclaimed in joy. The weak creature flicked its tongue and crawled to the horse's head. Biting its ear, the black horse neighed loudly and suddenly changed direction, racing into the forest, vanishing from sight. The cloaked figures, seeing this, had no choice but to drop their bows and pursue. The thick forest obscured visibility, and after twisting and turning, even Lin Bao'er lost track of their location. Eventually, the horse could run no more and came to a stop to graze. At that moment, Song Qingqing had already succumbed to unconsciousness and fell from the horse without support. Fortunately, the ground was covered in dry grass. Otherwise, this fall might have sent her to meet Yama. Now, all hope rested on Lynn Bao'er. She scanned her surroundings, closed her eyes, and resolutely jumped from the horse. Ow, that hurts. Tears welled up in Lynn Bao'er's eyes as she rubbed her backside, shaking off the pain and scrambling to her feet. She first covered Song Ching Ching completely with dry grass, ensuring her concealment was flawless, and then tugged at the horse's reins, gradually leading the horse to another location. Subsequently, she deliberately created signs of a hasty escape. After completing these tasks, she was nearly exhausted. Upon hearing footsteps in the distance, Lynn Bao'er hurriedly crawled in the opposite direction with her short legs. I see someone coming this way. Where is everyone? Look, the horse is here. They must be nearby. She is injured and carrying a small child, so she can't have gone far. This way leads to a cliff. Pursue in that direction. Once the two figures had completely vanished from sight, Lynn Bao'er crawled out from her hiding place among the dry trees. Oh, so frightening, dear mother. I miss you so much. She wiped her tears, shook off the ant from her legs, and bravely crawled towards the edge of the dense forest. Half an hour later, both she and the snake finally managed to emerge from the thicket. Gazing up at the blue sky, Lynn Bao'er was nearly overcome with joy. Chapter 69. Seeking reinforcements, her mind was consumed by a single thought. As she approached the city gate, Lynn Bao'er did not linger, laboriously maneuvering her small legs forward. However, the several hundred meters felt insurmountable. After only a short distance, her palms and knees were red and swollen, and she felt utterly drained. I can't go on. I'm going to collapse. Lynn Bao'er half lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her body weak, her vision blurred, and she lacked the strength to move even a finger. Her mind clouded. The green snake tugged at her sleeve. Beneath it, an inconspicuous trail of blood began to form. After a long while, Lynn Bao'er struggled to rise, pulling a shimmering longevity lock from her neck, which she then tied around the green snake. Little Ching, I can only rely on you now. Go. She pointed towards the city gate, her voice soft yet strained. The green snake flicked its tongue, glanced back at her, and then swiftly darted away, disappearing in an instant. Unsure how long she rested, Lynn Bao'er finally felt her strength returning and began crawling once more towards the city gate. When she was within 100 meters of the gate, a vigilant person finally spotted her. Deputy Commander, it's a baby. The soldiers carried Lynn Bao'er to a rugged-looking man, who regarded them with utmost respect. Clad in light armor and wielding a long sword, his serious expression darkened as his gaze swept over Lynn Bao'er's palms and knees. Furrowing his brow, have you seen anyone else? The soldiers shook their heads. No, it appears she crawled here by herself. There are traces of her crawling for several hundred meters ahead. Are you saying a baby could crawl that far alone in the wilderness? The atmosphere around Ing Rushi suddenly shifted, his imposing gaze piercing through the soldiers, leaving them too anxious to speak. Lynn Bao'er weakly lifted her eyelids, interrupting the tense atmosphere, and pointed towards Ing Rushi's waist. Both men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Ing Rushi's waist bore a badge inscribed with the character for Lin, a gift from many years ago from Lin Chiming, which he had kept close ever since. After a moment of silence, unable to articulate a coherent response, Lynn Bao'er nearly cursed aloud, yet found herself at a loss for words. Self-absorbed, she thought. Ing Rushi felt he had truly lost his mind, inexplicably expecting to hear something from a baby. Yes, the soldiers acknowledged, about to leave when the little one in their arms began to squirm. Lynn Bao'er struggled in his grasp. Perhaps exerting too much force, she accidentally struck the soldier's eye, causing him to loosen his hold, and she fell straight down. Ah! The soldier exclaimed in shock. Lynn Bao'er, startled, shut her eyes, but the next moment she felt two large hands catch her. How can you act so recklessly? Ing Rushi glared at the soldier, filled with reproach, his face stern. You will undergo 3 days of additional training for this. The soldier had no words to express his frustration. The weight in his arms felt alarmingly light, fearing harm might come to the delicate child. Ing Rushi attempted to adjust his grip, only for his arms to suddenly be embraced by someone else. Lynn Bao'er sensed a connection between this person and the Lin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't carry their badge. Yet, he did not recognize her, leaving her perplexed. She tugged at the badge of his waist, but could not remove it. Ing Rushi's dark eyes flickered with confusion as he was about to urge the soldier when he caught sight of a flash of red at Lin Bao'er's ankle. He froze, swiftly removing her shoe, and his pupils constricted. Fourth miss. The soldier was bewildered. Upon hearing him call out fourth miss, Lin Bao'er nearly burst into tears of joy. Once it was confirmed that the red string on her ankle belonged to Lin Bao'er, the fourth miss of the Lin family, Ing Rushi's expression changed dramatically. Quickly, send people to search in the direction she came from. Apprehend any suspicious individuals immediately. He then mounted a horse, spurring it towards the city. The rush of wind roared in her ears as Lin Bao'er struggled to keep her eyes wide open, pinching herself fiercely. The princess and second brother needed her. She could not afford to sleep. Turning down 2 streets, Ing Rushi encountered Lin Jiyu and his companions at the end of the road. Eldest young master. He called out urgently. Lin Jiyu looked anxious, a streak of green swirling in his hands. Brothering? What are you doing here? There's no time to explain. We have urgent matters to attend to. Before he could finish, he saw Ing Rushi unveil his cloak, revealing the little one in his arms. Bao'er. Lin Jiyu's expression changed dramatically. Ooh, big brother, third brother, I finally see you. Lin Bao'er's tears flowed freely. The anxiety she had felt throughout the day dissipating at that moment, replaced by overwhelming grievance. What happened? Why are you covered in blood? Lin Ruqian's voice trembled, unable to believe their precious Bao'er had come to this. Ing Rushi handed Lin Bao'er to Lin Jiyu, his face grave as he shook his head. I know little of the situation. I only discovered her after she crawled to the city gate. I sensed something was amiss and have already dispatched people to investigate. Hurry! We need to rescue second brother and the princess. If we delay, it will be too late. After wiping her tears on Lin Jiyu's sleeve, Lin Bao'er anxiously tugged at his clothing, babbling and pointing towards the city outskirts. The 2 brothers, understanding her urgency, exchanged glances and mounted their horses without a moment's hesitation. Brother Ing, the situation is dire. We will discuss it later. For now, please accompany us once more. Upon leaving the city of Yanjing, Lin Bao'er directed her companions to split into 2 groups, one to rescue Song Qingqing in the dense forest, and the other to return to the location where they had been ambushed. Where is everyone? Where is second brother? Lin Bao'er fretted, pacing anxiously. All that remained were scattered corpses, with no sign of Lin Maobai. Chapter 70. Finding second brother, could it be that Maobai left first? Ing Rushi pondered aloud, his sharp gaze scanning every inch of the ground to ensure nothing was overlooked. This could signify good news, indicating that Lin Maobai was still alive. Lin Jiyu's lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent, yet the tension in his furrowed brow revealed his unrest. Deputy Commander. Suddenly, a troop of soldiers rushed towards them from the distance. What news? Ing Rushi squinted. This was the team he had previously sent to investigate. The leading soldier, the one who had spotted Lin Bao'er at the city gate, lowered his head to report. Deputy Commander, we have followed the trail and indeed found several suspicious individuals, their clothing resembling those of the deceased. Unfortunately, they seemed very familiar with the terrain of the dense forest, and we lost track of them. But did you find young Master Lin? The soldiers shook their heads, stating that they had found the place in its current state upon their arrival. Lin Bao'er leaned out, her round eyes darting about, anxious not to miss any news. As they passed through the thicket where Song Qingqing was hiding, the green serpent, accompanied by Lin Ruqian, rushed ahead to rescue her. Hence, they did not accompany the others. After a moment, Lin Jiyu narrowed his eyes and sighed. All right. He gently patted the little one in his arms, his gaze filled with concern. Bao'er, your second brother is brave and will surely be fine. Lin Ruqian was struggling to place Song Qingqing onto the horse. Upon seeing them, his expression momentarily froze, his small face scrunched up as he cautiously remarked, Elder brother, it seems the princess is in dire condition. A non-fatal arrow wound, if treated promptly, would typically pose little threat. However, due to Song Qingqing's frail constitution and the arrow having penetrated deeply into her shoulder without being treated or bled, her breath had become increasingly shallow. By the time Lin Ruqian found her, she was gasping more than breathing. Upon hearing this, Ing Rushi's face grew grave. He exchanged a solemn glance with Lin Jiyu, both feeling a weight settle in their hearts. If anything were to happen to Song Qingqing while she was in their care, dire consequences would surely follow. Caught in this dilemma, Ing Rushi understood this was the best course of action. He nodded and was just about to dismount when Lin Jiyu called out to him, "Wait." A flicker of surprise and joy crossed Lin Jiyu's eyes, leaving Ing Rushi puzzled. "What is it?" He suppressed his emotions and coughed lightly, discreetly signaling Lin Ruqian. "It's nothing. I just thought there might be others with the princess, perhaps still alive. I will trouble you, Brother Ing, to search for them later." "Of course." Ing Rushi agreed. Understanding the unspoken message, Lin Ruqian stepped closer to Ing Rushi and said, "Brother Ing, allow me to assist you." "Very well." Once he blocked Ing Rushi's line of sight, Lin Jiyu dismounted and took Lin Bao'er into his arms. Lin Bao'er quickly administered a small pill into Song Qingqing's mouth. After completing this task, she sighed in relief. When Lin Jiyu spoke with Ing Rushi, the system's notification echoed in her mind, indicating the completion of the mission to save Song Qingqing, awarding her 150 points. As to why it was in T200, it was because the servants were still missing, rendering the task incomplete. Given the urgency of the situation, the system had settled for half the points for now. Upon seeing the shimmering points, Lin Bao'er was nearly overwhelmed with joy. This was a life-saving reward. Without delay, she exchanged for a medicine, intending to stabilize Song Qingqing's condition. Once Ing Rushi departed, Lin Bao'er exhaled, her tense heart finally easing, yet soon replaced by concern for Lin Maobai. She wondered how her second brother was faring, whether he had sustained any injuries. Suddenly, the cold flick of a serpent's tongue brushed against her hand, rousing Lin Bao'er from her daze. "What is it, Xiao Qing?" she asked, recognizing the familiar sensation. "Did you discover something, Xiao Qing?" After tasting the air, the green serpent swiftly slithered into the depths of the thicket, vanishing from sight. Lin Jiyu squinted, mounting his horse and commanding, "Let us pursue her." Following the green serpent to the edge of a cliff on the other side of the thicket, they discovered a piece of fabric at the cliff's edge. Both Lin Jiyu and Lin Ruqian had not seen Lin Maobai that day, thus were unaware of his attire, but Lin Bao'er recognized it. "This is second brother's clothing." Lin Ruqian was momentarily incredulous. He stepped forward, the abyss below making him dizzy, causing him to stumble to the ground. "Maobai wouldn't fall," Lin Jiyu declared with conviction, glancing at the green serpent, which had begun to slither in another direction. The two hastened to follow. Before long, they arrived at a cave. As they brushed aside the vines at the entrance, a sharp blade suddenly flew out. "Elder brother, be careful." Lin Jiyu narrowly avoided it, feeling a mix of anger and delight. Tentatively, he called out, "Maobai." Silence answered him, just as disappointment and vigilance began to settle in. A soft rustling of fabric broke the quiet. "Elder brother," came a weak voice, strikingly familiar. "Second brother." Lin Ruqian and Lin Bao'er exclaimed joyfully. Emerging from the depths of the cave was none other than Lin Maobai. "I finally found you, second brother." Lin Ruqian rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, a muffled groan followed, startling Lin Ruqian as he quickly released him. "Second brother, are you hurt?" Only then did he catch the strong scent of blood in the air, sending a wave of panic through him. As Lin Maobai drew closer to the entrance, they could see him more clearly, his body marred with blood, resembling a figure from a nightmare. Before Lin Ruqian could cry out, Lin Maobai quickly silenced him. "Don't worry, most of this blood isn't mine. Thank goodness you're still alive, or I would have no face to see our parents." Lin Ruqian sobbed. In the aftermath, seeing the little one unharmed brought Lin Maobai relief. "Elder brother, what the princess?" he instinctively inquired, downplaying the grave situation regarding Song Qingqing. Yet, he did not lie. With Lin Bao'er's miraculous medicine, it was likely that she would be all right. With that, Lin Maobai finally released a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. But once that tension dissipated, he collapsed onto the ground. "Second brother," Lin Ruqian cried out. It was then they noticed a deep sword wound at Lin Maobai's side, bleeding profusely. The fabric had been black, obscuring their view earlier. "Why do you still lie?" Lin Ruqian exclaimed, pressing against the wound, tears flowing freely, more profuse than Lin Bao'er's. Lin Maobai offered a weak smile, feeling helpless. "Why have I lied? Most of this blood belongs to those attackers. It's just this one wound," he had to admit. He owed a debt of gratitude to the dagger Lin Bao'er had given him. It was incredibly sharp, allowing him to escape the encirclement of the black-clad assailants. Otherwise, he might have suffered more grievous injuries, or perhaps even perished that day. I didn't have any weapons on me at the time, and to my surprise, I found a dagger at my side. It saved my life. At the mention of the dagger, Lin Bao'er felt a pang of guilt, fearing they might connect it to her. In truth, all three were aware, feigning ignorance to spare her feelings. As for why she didn't procure a medicine for Lin Manor to expedite his recovery, she could only lament her own troubles. She had nearly forgotten that she still owed for that dagger. The mission reward was 200 points, while the dagger cost 150, and the medicine for Song Qingqing was 50 points. By this reckoning, she had done all this for naught. Who could fathom her struggles? As they finally approached the city gates, two familiar figures came into view. Father, mother. Lin Bao'er felt tears welling up again. Bao'er, Shun Xulan. Upon seeing the disheveled Lin Bao'er, instantly felt her heart constrict, rushing forward. A piercing wail echoed throughout the city gates as Lin Bao'er collapsed into Shun Xulan's embrace, tears flowing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a surge of fatigue and emotion. I missed you so much, mother, she sobbed. My hands hurt, my knees hurt. I was so scared. Lin Bao'er buried herself in Shun Xulan's arms, her cries eliciting tears from those nearby, particularly Lin Qiming, upon witnessing the swollen hands and feet of Lin Bao'er, as well as the various wounds on Lin Manor. His expression turned as cold as ice, seemingly capable of committing murder at any moment. It was only then that Shun Xulan managed to recover from her sorrow and nodded. Upon returning to the Lin residence, the house doctor had already received orders and arrived early. In the spring courtyard, the main hall. How is it? Shun Xulan's beautiful eyes were filled with compassion and concern. On the bed beside her, Lin Bao'er had already fallen into a deep slumber, her tender palms and knees bandaged. The fourth young lady must have crawled on the ground for too long, causing her hands and knees to chafe and swell, though there were no serious external injuries, and she merely needed proper care. As for Manor, the second young master's wound on his waist was quite deep, but fortunately, it did not damage any internal organs. He would require months of recuperation. At that moment, Lin Qiming entered from outside, his face a mixture of emotions. After the house doctor left, Shun Xulan gently caressed Lin Bao'er's face, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Bao'er, my dear Bao'er, how could such a young child endure such suffering? Lin Qiming sat beside her, half embracing her, and sighed. Just now, Ingrushi came and said the princess has been properly treated and her life is not in danger. However, even so, it may still be difficult to explain to His Majesty. He continued, but now that both Bao'er and Manor are injured, I believe the princess will be able to clarify a few things once she awakens. Our Lin family should not be implicated. At this point, he paused, his voice thick with emotion. I heard something from Ingrushi. What? Shun Xulan's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she looked at him. Lin Qiming clenched his fists, seemingly enduring something, and said, when he found Bao'er, she had crawled for hundreds of meters from the dense forest to deliver a message at the city gate all by herself. If it weren't for Bao'er, I might not have sent someone to investigate in time or informed us. She is just a child who cannot even stand, who cannot speak. Yet she crawled alone in the wilderness for hundreds of meters from Manor and the princess. Lin Qiming could no longer hold back. His voice trembled as he closed his eyes. I don't even know how she mustered the strength to crawl there, continuing even when her hands and feet were scraped and bleeding. Shun Xulan covered her mouth and sobbed uncontrollably. Bao'er, my precious Bao'er. Shun Xulan bit her lip tightly and suddenly threw herself into Lin Qiming's embrace, crying silently. Lin Qiming gently patted her back, and once her emotions settled, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. No matter who it is, I will find them and avenge Bao'er and Manor. This incident sparked a tremendous uproar in Yanjing City. The emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation into the assassination attempt on the princess, assigning the case to the Dali Si for management, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Qiming also privately collaborated with Ingrushi to conduct an undercover investigation to ensure that the matter was thoroughly resolved. After a few days of recuperation, Lin Bao'er returned to her usual self. Aside from being unable to run around, her health was excellent. However, due to Shan Shulan's deep-seated fears, she dared not let Lin Bao'er out of her sight, thus imposing numerous restrictions on her. For instance, if she wished to visit Lin Ma Bai, it was not enough for her to be accompanied by Qinglian. Shan Shulan had to accompany them as well. The same applied when she wanted to see Xiao Qing. At least 2 people had to accompany her. This situation caused Qinglian to feel guilty for quite some time, nearly offering to apologize to Shan Shulan. After all, if it weren't for her soft-heartedness, perhaps Lin Bao'er would not have followed Lin Ma Bai out and encountered all of this. Chapter 72. Can you speak? After several days of investigation, it was ultimately discovered that the assailants were death warriors. Those who failed their mission had all committed suicide, leaving no traces behind. Death warriors. Again, death warriors. In the study, Lin Qiming slammed his hand on the table in anger. Lin Jiyu pondered for a moment, but still concluded that this assassination was aimed at Princess Ronghe and not the Lin family. But who would want to kill the princess? Lin Jiyu's eyes widened. Father, are you suggesting? Lin Qiming shook his head. This is merely hearsay. The information is not accurate. If we were to slander the prince without substantial evidence, it would be a death penalty. Despite saying this, both of them knew that this matter likely had something to do with the third prince, Song Chu. However, Lin Bao'er, upon receiving this information, was quite perplexed. In her view, the antagonists in the plot were none other than the prime minister, Sun Qiantang, and the third prince, Song Chu. With Sun Qiantang deceased, Song Chu should be the greatest antagonist remaining in the storyline. However, the assassination of Princess Ronghe was entirely absent from the plot. If this were a butterfly effect, then considering everything that had happened previously, was it not too frequent? So much so that it had completely diverged from the storyline. This instilled a sense of crisis in Lin Bao'er. If such unexpected events continued, how could she prepare in advance and ensure that the Lin family escaped this calamity? This question lingered in Lin Bao'er's mind, causing her to worry to the point of becoming ill. In the spring courtyard, servants hurried to and fro, each carrying various items: basins, towels, long silks, and warm stoves. Recently, as the weather grew colder, most people had donned winter clothing, especially Lin Bao'er, who was bundled up by Shan Shulan like a rice dumpling. Nevertheless, she still caught a cold, worrying the entire Lin household. "Old John, how is Bao'er?" Shan Shulan tucked in Lin Bao'er's blanket and sighed with concern. "I don't know what happened to this child. She suddenly caught a cold without any warning." After packing away his medicine box, Dr. Zhang reassured her, "Madam, do not worry. It is just a common cold. The young lady has been overly anxious and needs proper care." When he mentioned her excessive worry, even Dr. Zhang found it hard to believe that such a young child could be overly anxious. What could possibly occupy her little mind all day long? Yet this was indeed his diagnosis, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he was unaware that Shan Shulan was fully aware. Her dear Bao'er was always muttering strange things that, while incomprehensible, were all meant for their consideration, which made Shan Shulan feel both anger and heartache. She cast a reproachful glance at the feverish Lin Bao'er and sighed softly. "All right, thank you for your trouble." After Dr. Zhang departed, Shan Shulan was about to bring over the warm medicine when her sleeve was tugged. "Niank." Shan Shulan froze in place, momentarily unable to react. But once she grasped the situation, her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly turned her head. "Bao'er, are you calling me?" Shan Shulan's eyes sparkled with joy as she leaned closer to Lin Bao'er's lips, her hands trembling with excitement. She had never felt such exhilaration and anxiety, even when the 3 mischievous boys spoke for the first time. Yet after waiting for a long time, Lin Bao'er did not utter another word, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. However, seeing Lin Bao'er's flushed face and parched lips, Shan Shulan cautiously fed her a sip of water and eventually administered the medicine. That night, Lin Bao'er, drowsily waking up, scratched her ear, which was unbearably itchy, making her dream that ants were crawling in her ear, causing her to twist and squirm in fright. Upon seeing the familiar canopy, Lin Bao'er rubbed her eyes and slowly climbed out of bed. Shan Shulan was unusually absent. "Huh, where has my beautiful mother gone?" The room was warm with ample charcoal fire, so even though she got out of bed, it was not too cold. Lin Bao'er thought, "System, what has happened to me these past 2 days? I feel weak and lethargic, and my head is heavy." Could it be that I caught an infection from my previous injuries? She is currently penniless, unable to exchange even a single dose of medicine. If anything were to happen, she would have to rely solely on the medical standards available here. At the thought of this, Lynn Bao'er felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Heaven, earth, save me. Lynn Bao'er's mind was consumed with cries for help. Save me, save me, save me. Unable to bear the cacophony, the system's cold electronic voice distorted somewhat. It must be a result of the previous growth hormone. System, it is not a side effect. Lynn Bao'er, so it is a beneficial effect? System, it has chosen to go on strike completely. After being unable to summon the system despite her calls, Lynn Bao'er began to ponder its statement. If it wasn't a side effect, could it mean that she had grown? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Lynn Bao'er felt a surge of excitement. She raised her head and scanned her surroundings, then fixated on the dressing table across the room. No, she had to take a look. Drawing on her previous experience, Lynn Bao'er nimbly leapt off the bed. Ouch! After rubbing her sore bottom, as usual, she hurriedly crawled towards the dressing table. However, upon arrival, she realized she had overlooked the height of the table. Gazing at the dressing table, which was nearly half her height, Lynn Bao'er felt a wave of discouragement. Had the illness affected her mind as well? Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Miss, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Lynn Bao'er sitting on the floor, Lynn nearly had her soul scared out of her body. She hurried over, picked Lynn Bao'er up, and placed her back on the bed, patting her chest in relief. The last incident had been severe, and if anything were to happen again, she would truly be ashamed to face the lady. Chapter 73. The beloved little darling, she can speak now? Stunned, she lay on the bed. Lynn, equally astonished, reacted slowly before suddenly jumping up and rushing out. Madam, what happened? Lynn Bao'er touched her face, blinking in confusion. So, this is what the system meant. At that moment, Shun Xuelan and Lin Qiming, summoned by the commotion, hurriedly arrived. They had been discussing important matters in the study when Lin rushed in to announce that the fourth miss could speak, which startled them so much that they abandoned their tasks and rushed over. Instantly, the room was filled with light. Bao'er, Shun Xuelan dashed to the bedside, her beautiful eyes sparkling. So, I wasn't mistaken before, right? Bao'er can really speak now? Although they could hear Lynn Bao'er's murmurs daily, the whispers in their hearts were always different from those spoken aloud. That soft, sweet voice, who could resist its charm? Simultaneously, Lin Qiming rushed forward, grasping Lynn Bao'er's hand with eager anticipation. Bao'er, call me Dad. Shun Xuelan shot him a glare, grabbing Lynn Bao'er's other hand. Bao'er, call me Mom. A subtle tension filled the room. Lin, observing from the side, dared not speak but was equally eager to see whom Lynn Bao'er would call first. After all, this was a significant event for the Lin family. Faced with the two enchanting faces before her, Lynn Bao'er felt a desire to escape. How was this any different from choosing between saving her mother or father when drowning? Under immense pressure, Lynn Bao'er finally buried her face in Shun Xuelan's embrace and softly called out, Mommy. After all, she adored her beautiful mother the most, and no one could replace her. Shun Xuelan's face lit up with joy as she hugged Lynn Bao'er and showered her with kisses, leaving Lynn Bao'er feeling dazed. Lin Qiming, though a bit disappointed, was nonetheless overjoyed to hear his precious daughter speak. He couldn't help but feel smug about the fact that those three mischievous boys didn't share the same fortune. With a satisfied chuckle, he reveled in the moment. Not wanting to neglect her father, Lynn Bao'er, after snuggling with Shun Xuelan, obediently turned to him and called, Daddy. Her pronunciation was not entirely accurate, and the words came out muddled. However, coupled with her soft and sweet voice, it melted hearts. Lin Qiming joyfully lifted Lynn Bao'er high, making her giggle with delight. I can't believe our Bao'er can speak so soon. She's truly clever. He praised her while rubbing his cheek against hers. Daddy's beard is prickly, she exclaimed, her words simple yet endearing. Lynn Bao'er pouted, almost unable to contain her laughter. Hearing this, Lin Qiming quickly turned his face away and then kissed her again. That night, everyone was filled with happiness. Until early the next morning, the three brothers, having heard the news, nearly turned the courtyard upside down. Bao'er, call me third brother. No, call second brother first. Bao'er, quickly call eldest brother. Surrounded by the three, Lynn Bao'er felt quite helpless. She opened her mouth, and under their eager gazes, she took a mouthful of rice. It wasn't that she didn't want to call them. She found it quite difficult to pronounce eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, managing to utter only the first syllable after much effort. All right. What are you all doing? Shin Shulan shot them a glare, then smiled as she pinched Lin Bao'er's cheek. Bao'er, be a good girl and call me Mom. Mommy, Lin Bao'er obediently replied. Once she got the first word out, it became much easier for her to speak thereafter. Shun Shulan exclaimed with delight. Unable to resist casting a triumphant glance at the three brothers, her eyes filled with pride. The three brothers could only suffer in silence at their mother's show of superiority. Lin Jiu cast a resentful look at Shun Shulan, sighing as he adjusted his official robes. It seemed that Bao'er didn't favor eldest brother. If that were the case, he would just leave. Lin Bao'er. Why is this happening again? Lin Bao'er couldn't tell if Lin Jiu was pretending or truly upset, but seeing his sorrowful expression tugged at her heart. After swallowing her food, she stubbornly tried to call out the two words. Eldest brother. The second word was simply too difficult for her to pronounce, causing her to feel a bit disheartened. Nevertheless, even this made Lin Jiu exceedingly happy. A cunning light flashed in his eyes as he patted his two younger brothers on the shoulders, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Bao'er, I'll come to see you again later. To his surprise, he had managed to gain the upper hand, leaving Lin Mabai and Lin Ruqian feeling frustrated and unwilling. When they turned back to Lin Bao'er, she had already nestled into Shun Shulan's embrace, pretending to sleep. This was simply too exhausting. She decided to play dead. The two felt disappointed. Shun Shulan chuckled helplessly, wiped the rice grains from Lin Bao'er's mouth, and comforted them. Don't rush. Bao'er has just begun to learn to speak. She can't call out names so quickly. She was just trying hard to avoid disappointing us and needs more time. With a sigh, she gazed at Lin Bao'er with tenderness, realizing how young she still was and how much she still needed to learn. Thus, the two brothers settled down obediently. For several consecutive days, the courtyard was bustling with activity. Lin Jiu would come at dawn without fail, while Lin Mabai and Lin Ruqian would occasionally drop by at noon, and in the evening, Lin Shiming would monopolize Lin Bao'er's time. The days filled to the brim left Lin Bao'er feeling stifled. She barely had any time to play by herself. One afternoon, after Lin Ruqian's visit, he left the little green snake with Lin Bao'er, hoping that the little creature would keep her company. With her newfound ability to speak, Lin Bao'er found her communication with the green snake even smoother. For example, the pair of them played joyfully together. After tiring themselves out, Lin Bao'er laid down on the ground to rest, regaining her strength when her peripheral vision caught the green snake climbing up a pillar and starting to move its mouth up and down. She was astonished and quickly sat up, crawling over to investigate. She prodded the green snake, curiously prying its mouth open, only to discover a small white object emerging from its bare fangs. Little Ching, have you grown teeth? Chapter 74. A brief interlude of Father's vulnerability. Lin Bao'er felt genuinely delighted for it. What kind of snake is it if it lacks venomous fangs? Her little Ching is simply the best. After intently observing the green snake for a while, Lin Bao'er suddenly felt a tingle in her own gums. She touched her two baby teeth below and blinked. These two had unexpectedly appeared before. At the time, she felt nothing, only that eating became easier, leading her to outright reject those bland supplementary foods. After all, she was now a person with teeth, and she had no desire to consume those sticky, mushy foods. She had used these two teeth to gnaw on chicken legs before. However, thereafter, her teeth had remained silent, which had disappointed her quite a bit. After licking her teeth, Lin Bao'er decided to set out to find a chew toy for the green snake. After all, what good is it to grind its teeth on a pillar? She issued her command, and the green snake, understanding immediately, slithered after her. Over half a month had passed since the assassination attempt, and during this time, Song Qingqing had gradually healed from her arrow wound and, quite remarkably, had even cured her chronic ailment. This news shocked all the physicians in the Imperial Hospital, who spent sleepless nights deliberating why such a possibility could arise. After all, in their perspective, this chronic illness had almost no chance of being cured. When they could not arrive at a conclusion, they nearly subjected Song Qingqing to further studies. But it was only due to the Empress's directive that they gradually ceased their inquiries. The group of assassins naturally could not trace the source, and the Emperor's fury was in vain. He could only dispatch more guards to protect the Rongha mansion. Of course, this incident did not implicate the Lin family. The Emperor, being just and fair, rewarded Lin Manor with 10,000 taels of gold for his merit in saving the princess, which aroused envy in many. Thus, it became widely known that the Lin family had likely secured a strong alliance with the Rongha princess. As soon as she stepped outside, Lin Bao'er was outfitted by Lin with knee pads and hand guards to prevent her from excessive crawling and injuring her hands and knees. If Lin Bao'er had known their intentions, she would have scoffed. At that moment, it was a matter of life and death. If she didn't crawl, she would die. How could that be compared to now? When tired, she could simply find someone to carry her. She wasn't foolish. However, this misunderstanding was beneficial as it made even Shun Xuelan believe she couldn't sit still, preventing her from confining her to the Shangchuan garden. Once outside the Shangchuan garden, Lin and the two maidservants sent to accompany her followed closely behind to ensure that this precious little darling of the Lin family didn't encounter any mishaps. With a delighted Yaya, Lin Bao'er crawled up to a tree and patted its trunk with satisfaction. This tree has excellent wood. It will make a perfect chew toy for little Qing. She turned to signal the green snake. The green snake understood immediately, slowly climbed onto the tree trunk, took a bite, ground its teeth, and then shook its head at Lin Bao'er. Not to your liking? The snake flicked its tongue. All right then. Lin Bao'er could only search for something else. Upon reaching Lin Qiming's study, she immediately set her sights on a weapon rack. The rack was made of wood, deep red and smooth, clearly valuable. However, the green snake seemed particularly enamored with another object. Upon entering, it dashed under the square table and rubbed vigorously against one of the legs. Is this sandalwood? Lin Bao'er wondered, gazing at the table, although she wasn't certain. But since it could serve as a table, it shouldn't be overly expensive, right? With this in mind, she crawled over. Yaya, I want wood, she babbled to Lin. Not expecting her to understand, but she took the initiative to bite into the wood. Miss, Lin exclaimed, quickly scooping her up. Lin Bao'er made an effort to clarify her desire for the wood. Having spent time with Lin Bao'er, Lin occasionally grasped what she intended. Do you want this wood? She cautiously inquired. Lin Bao'er nodded agadi. Lin appeared troubled, her expression conflicted. However, but this is something the adults value highly. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted, startling Lin. Reluctantly, she had to first pacify the little ancestor. Miss, may I report to Madam first? That was acceptable. After all, her beloved mother would surely pamper her. Thus, Lin Bao'er successfully obtained the chew toy she desired through her tears for the first time. After acquiring the long-coveted chew stick, Lin Bao'er thought contentedly. It turns out crying isn't a bad thing. Sometimes this trick works quite well. Madam, this is the chew stick, she pointed with trembling fingers. Shun Xuelan's gaze flickered slightly. After clearing her throat, she forced a smile. My dear husband, does Bao'er want something and you're not giving it? Instantly, the little one's big eyes fixed on him, and if she heard the word no, she would burst into tears immediately. Under the weight of those eyes, Lin Qiming could only swallow his sorrow and feign a smile. Of course not. Whatever Bao'er likes, she can have. Father has plenty of treasures. In truth, he was already weeping internally for his beloved precious wood. Lin Bao'er, hearing this, finally laughed with satisfaction. Originally, Lin Qiming had prepared himself emotionally and had gradually come to terms with it. But the next day, when he saw the chew stick in the green snake's mouth, he could not help but break down. My wood. And with the chew stick, little Qing finally ceased grinding its teeth on the pillars of Shangchuan Garden, spending the day gnawing on the stick with unbridled joy. This made Lin Bao'er extremely envious. Had she not secretly tasted it before, she would have thought it was an exquisite delicacy. However, that very night, upon awakening, she found her gums unbearably itchy, compelling her to gnaw on her hand incessantly. Ultimately, she ended up grinding her teeth against Shun Xuelan's hand. Awakening in the middle of the night, Shun Xuelan groggily lit a lamp and discovered Lin Bao'er's distress. Is Bao'er's tooth itchy? Shun Xuelan felt both joy and concern. Joyful because Lin Bao'er was about to start teething again, but worried that Lin Qiming's would likely suffer another bite, wondering if he would cry upon seeing it later. However, this time, Lin Bao'er didn't seek the precious golden Namu, but chose the weapon rack she had initially set her eyes upon. The next day, when Lin Qiming entered the study and discovered a piece missing from the weapon rack, he was nearly driven to fury. My pearwood, this little ancestor. Chapter 75, Cold Food Festival. Lin Bao'er was roused from her slumber by Shun Shualon early in the morning and bundled warmly before being taken onto a carriage. When Lin Bao'er awoke from her drowsy slumber, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. With intricately carved beams and painted rafters, the ancient ambience enveloped her. Is this a temple? Mother, what brings us to Hans Huang Temple today? Lin Ruqian rubbed his hands together, shaking off the mud from his shoes as he surveyed the surroundings. What do you know? Lin Jiu scolded, tapping him on the head before following closely behind Shin Shualon. Do you think the fortune of your tavern was sought by someone else? We must come to repay the vows now. Since the Shenghuai Tavern, managed by Sun Zeiss, had Lin Ruqian's investment, it had indeed flourished, attracting crowds daily with no seats available. The desserts there were immensely popular among the young ladies and married women of Yanjing, leading to a high demand. Sun Zeiss thus made a considerable profit and began to view Lin Ruqian with newfound respect. Having received a scolding, Lin Ruqian dared not utter a word and obediently follow behind them. Upon reaching the temple-esque exterior, they performed a series of bows before emerging. So this is how rich the atmosphere of ancient temples feels, Lin Bao'er exclaimed, smacking her lips in wonder. In modern times, she had visited a temple, and upon entering, she was immediately besieged by vendors hawking a myriad of Buddhist amulets, from red string longevity locks to guanine holy water, leaving her momentarily bewildered. In stark contrast to the modern world, this place exuded a sacred and pristine atmosphere, with many devotees arriving earnestly seeking blessings, free from the chaos of commercialism. After leaving the temple, the group began to part ways. Lin Ruqian, reveling in mischief, remarked, "Brother, look how fond Bao'er is of you. Why not take her along? Perhaps Miss Chu is missing her dearly." In response to his teasing, Lin Jiu shot him a fierce glare, her ears subtly flushing with embarrassment. Ultimately, Lin Bao'er chose to follow Lin Jiu. However, half an hour later, she encountered Lin Ruqian once more. Sun Zeiss, fanning himself at the entrance of the Shenghuai restaurant, wore a broad smile that nearly squinted his eyes with joy, while beside him stood Lin Ruqian, his expression one of disillusionment. He had anticipated not seeing his brother today, which is why he had teased him so, but the universe delivered swift retribution. "Oh, the little darling has come too?" Sun Zeiss raised an eyebrow, approaching with a playful demeanor. Without hesitation, Lin Bao'er seized his tender cheek and pulled it with a firm grip. "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts!" Sun Zeiss wailed, hastily freeing his face from her grasp, casting a sorrowful glance at her while half threatening. "Do you believe Brother Sun will spank you?" Unfazed, Lin Bao'er turned her back to him, defiantly stating no. "What?" Sun Zeiss exclaimed in surprise. "The little darling can talk now?" Lin Jiu gently ruffled Lin Bao'er's hair, smiling as he nodded. "She can say a few simple words," ignoring the latter part of the statement. Sun Zeiss excitedly leaned closer to Lin Bao'er, coaxing, "Little Bao'er, come on, call me Brother Sun." "Brother Sun?" Lin Bao'er couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Only a dog would call you that." The two brothers erupted in laughter upon hearing her thoughts. Frustrated by her indifference, Sun Zeiss became increasingly vexed. At that moment, Lin Jiu deliberately added fuel to the fire, claiming that Bao'er would call him Big Brother the very next day. "What?" Sun Zeiss exclaimed in disbelief, feeling increasingly uneasy, and began shamelessly pestering Lin Bao'er to speak. Finally, Lin Jiu, unable to bear it any longer, pushed him away, saying, "Behave yourself, we can talk inside." Only then did Sun Zeiss realize that numerous onlookers had been watching him. Embarrassed, he covered his face with his fan, pouting before entering the restaurant. The trio ascended to a private room on the top floor. Once there, Sun Zeiss reverted to his true nature, insisting that Lin Bao'er call him, vowing not to relent until he achieved his goal. Driven to the brink of annoyance, Lin Jiu sighed in resignation and patted Lin Bao'er's bottom, signaling her to put this pest to rest. In truth, Lin Bao'er was equally exasperated by Sun Zeiss. After shooting him an irritated glare, she finally managed to let out a soft, "Damn it." Though it was not a full exclamation, the sweetness in her voice brought Sun Zeiss considerable satisfaction. "Huh. He proudly lifted his chin, reveling in his triumph. Observing this scene, Lin Jiu could only facepalm, wishing he could disavow any connection to Sun Zeiss. A knock sounded at the door as the proprietor of Shenghuai restaurant personally delivered a sumptuous spread. The enticing aroma wafting through the air caused Lin Bao'er's eyes to gleam with delight. Is that pig stomach and chicken? Lin Jiu mused, somewhat surprised. Lin Ruqian smiled and said, indeed, this dish is perfect for the cold weather. We've made some enhancements and added medicinal herbs. Brother, do have a taste. Gazing at the bubbling, creamy broth, Lin Bao'er nearly drooled with anticipation. Eat, she exclaimed clearly, eager to grab the chopsticks, fearing she might tumble into the pot. Lin Jiu quickly scooped her up and retrieved a piece of tender chicken, waiting for it to cool before feeding it to her. Yummy! More! She exclaimed, her taste buds tingling with delight as she savored the dish, too enraptured to speak further. This dish was indeed different from the past. The aroma blended harmoniously with the medicinal scent, neither overwhelming nor bitter, with the chicken and pig stomach tender and flavorful, devoid of any fishy taste. Truly a culinary masterpiece. Lin Jiu examined the chicken in the bowl, praising its exquisite. Absolutely. Lin Ruqian beamed with pride. Many ladies adore this dish. It warms the body and enhances beauty, making it suitable for children as well. While they spoke, Lin Bao'er had already consumed several spoonfuls of soup, her stomach warming pleasantly, prompting her to sigh in contentment. Chapter 76. Kuju brother. I heard there will be a Kuju match at Chong Street later. Are you going? Lin Ruqian inquired, spitting out a piece of bone while looking eagerly at Lin Jiu. Lin Bao'er paused her meat-eating, quietly perking up her ears. Sun Zeiss narrowed his eyes, a glint of mischief flashing within. I see. It's because Miss Chu is also going. Observing is merely a pretext, while admiring the beauty is the true motive. As he spoke, a flurry of movement caught his eye, and a piece of meat was abruptly shoved into his mouth, causing him to gasp from the heat. Eating won't silence you. Lin Jiu shot him a glance, scoffing. After finishing the pig's stomach and chicken, Lin Bao'er felt utterly elated, burping contentedly. It's almost time. Let's go, Sun Zeiss urged, waving his hand, and the group departed Shenghuai restaurant, heading towards Chong Street. Chong Street is situated at the far western edge of Yanjing City, a spacious area where Kuju matches and various large-scale competitions are held for the amusement of the elite. The long street is also home to numerous performance venues, including Mingyan Pavilion. There's Mingyan Pavilion ahead. Aren't you going to take a look inside? Sun Zeiss teased, shaking his fan mischievously. Lin Jiu remained unfazed, even taking the time to purchase a small figurine for Lin Bao'er. If you wish to go, then go. I'll convey my regards to Miss Wei on your behalf. Sun Zeiss's expression stiffened as he walked away in frustration. He had managed to keep his little secret under wraps until one day, while delivering something to Wei Zhishu, Lin Jiu discerned the truth, leading to his daily thwarting. Otherwise, he would have surely had the upper hand over Lin Jiu by now. Silently eavesdropping, Ling Ba clicked her tongue, shaking her head. Men, they cannot escape the allure of beauty. Lin Ruqian chuckled, trailing behind his two brothers, secretly noting down all the gossip. I heard today at Mingyan Pavilion. The champion will duel with the champion from Wunchong Pavilion. It's a once-in-a-century event. There will undoubtedly be those ready to spend lavishly. We must hurry and see, lest we miss out on good seats. Really, I witnessed Miss Rui's performance before. It was a spectacle that captivated the entire city. She was like a celestial being descending to earth. I can't believe I have the chance to see her dance again today. Let us hurry and secure a good spot. The conversation of two passers-by reached the ears of the four, while the other three remained uninterested, with one in particular eager to turn back towards Mingyan Pavilion. Lin Bao'er felt a mix of frustration and eagerness. Had she not been firmly held by Lin Jiu, she would have dashed over there herself, disregarding everything else. The two brothers, hearing her thoughts, exchanged glances, deciding to ignore their little ancestor. If their parents discovered they had taken Bao'er to such a place, they would surely be in for a scolding. Ultimately, as they passed Mingyan Pavilion, Lin Bao'er stared longingly, wishing to enter, but, Lin Bao'er rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have been mistaken. That fleeting profile she had just glimpsed was so familiar. But in the blink of an eye, if she wished to see it clearly again, the chance was lost. Upon entering Chong Street, The cheers and excitement within nearly caused Lynn Bao'er to stumble, her eyes widening with exhilaration. The game of Kuju appeared to be less tedious than anticipated. As she turned her head to gaze at the field, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was that her second brother? She was not alone in her realization. Even Lin Jiu and her companions recognized him. Wasn't he that immobile? Sun Zeiss was taken aback. Was he facing Xie Qiao? It truly was the second brother. Lin Ruqian was equally exhilarated and dashed over without hesitation. Upon reaching the viewing platform, her perspective became considerably clearer. She beheld Lin Mo by executing an impressive backflip. The Kuju swiftly entering the goal. Instantly, cheers erupted. "Oberi!" exclaimed Lin Ruqian, leaping in delight. Simultaneously, Lin Bao'er also spotted several familiar faces. Oh, isn't that the princess and Miss Chu? And who Tianxuan and the others? What brings them here? Following her gaze, Lin Jiu indeed saw Chu Jingzhe and her entourage. Song Qingqing stood beside Chu Jingzhe and, upon noticing them, gracefully nodded her head in acknowledgement. However, as her eyes swept over Lin Bao'er, she displayed a gentle smile and waved lightly. Her gesture caught the attention of those around her, and, as they turned to see Lin Bao'er, Chu Jingzhe appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. The two beauties were remarkably restrained. Even their greetings were elegant and refined. Yet, Lin Bao'er was utterly unreserved. She puffed out her chest, beamed radiantly, and waved her hands vigorously, emitting a series of playful sounds, drawing everyone's eyes to her. In the midst of the gaze of the crowd, Lin Jiu and Sun Zeiss felt rather uncomfortable. After much internal deliberation, they decided to remain where they were. Surrounded by a group of refined young ladies, their presence as gentlemen felt somewhat out of place. Even if they wished to join, they would have to endure the whispers that might follow. In contrast, Lin Ruqian was blissfully unaware of the commotion, wholly focused on cheering for Lin Mo Bai. However, their reluctance to approach did not deter the others from sending someone over. "Lord Lin, young Master Sun, the princess invites you for a conversation," announced a maidservant. Sun Zeiss was somewhat surprised, but soon comprehended the situation. Not long ago, the Lin family had rescued the princess, making this invitation quite reasonable. However, he had little prior interaction with her and should not have been included in her invitation list. Perhaps it was merely the result of Lin Jiu's influence. Nonetheless, this was a favorable turn of events. Being summoned by the princess would spare them from further gossip. Upon arrival, the three bowed respectfully to Song Qingqing. "Your Highness." Before Lin Jiu could speak, Lin Bao'er could no longer contain herself. She opened her arms towards Song Qingqing, grinning widely. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a look of infatuation on her face. Song Qingqing was taken aback, her eyes shining with delight. She had always cherished Lin Bao'er, and after the previous incident, her gratitude towards this precious child of the Lin family had only deepened. Chapter 77. Jealousy and rivalry. When Song Qingqing awoke that day, she learned that she had been saved by the youngest Miss Lin. Initially, she was incredulous, pondering how such a tiny infant could have rescued her. Yet, and Shun later informed her that her life had been hanging by a thread, and it was Lin Bao'er who had crawled hundreds of meters on her hands and knees, nearly fainting before encountering the city commander, which ultimately led to her rescue. Had it not been for this, she might have succumbed to excessive blood loss in the wilderness. No one knew how a baby, not yet a year old, accomplished such a feat. Such a heroic act deserved to be sung about throughout the city. However, the Lin family had suppressed the news, leaving only a few aware of it. Thus, upon learning the truth, Song Qingqing felt not only gratitude towards Lin Mo Bai, but also considered Lin Bao'er her savior. She could hardly fathom the experience of crawling hundreds of meters on the rough ground. It was likely she herself could not endure it, let alone a child like Lin Bao'er. This small child, who could not yet speak, had managed to save a life through sheer willpower. Undoubtedly, Song Qingqing was profoundly moved. Satisfied after being cradled by the beautiful princess, Lin Bao'er sighed contentedly. She nestled her face into Song Qingqing's embrace, rubbing against her smooth neck and delicate collarbone, inciting envy in many onlookers. Amidst the delightful fragrance, she purred in comfort. The embrace of a beauty is truly incomparable, this fragrant, soft body is 100 times more comfortable than my brother's rigid chest. No, 100 times. I wonder if Miss Chu's embrace is just as pleasant. Perhaps I shall find out later. Lin Jiu felt helpless, unable to manage this little tyrant. Your Highness, a soft voice suddenly broke through the moment, capturing everyone's attention. A young lady adorned in a peach-pink gown approached, her sleeves jingling with bells, her cheeks round and cherubic, accentuating her sweet smile. Miss Wei, Song Qingqing nodded in recognition. So this is the famed Miss Wei, of whom I've only heard. Lin Bao'er pushed aside Song Qingqing's hair, tilting her head to observe the newcomer. So, Sun Zeiss fancies this type? Given his carefree demeanor, who would have thought he liked sweet beauties? Truly a hidden passion. Sun Zeiss, of course, could not hear Lin Bao'er's thoughts. Since the arrival of Wei Jishu, he felt off-kilter. His posture became considerably more composed, and he held his fan properly, his gaze flitting around, but daring not to meet Wei Jishu's joyful expression. Unexpectedly, Lin Gongzi had personally taken to the field. He and Xie Gongzi were both skilled players of Kuju, and it was uncertain who would prevail in this contest. Word had it that bets were being placed on the game. As Wei Jishu spoke, she discreetly observed Sun Zeiss's demeanor, and upon seeing him avert his gaze in a fluster, her smile deepened. Song Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed, but maintained a semblance of decorum and refrained from echoing her sentiments. In contrast, Chu Jingzhe unabashedly praised Lin Gongzi's agility, noting that Xie Gongzi had recently injured his hand and would likely be affected by it. As for how he sustained the injury, everyone was well aware. Lin Jiu cleared his throat and nodded slightly. Indeed, Mo Bai was adept at such matters. Meanwhile, the score on the field had reached 48, the outcome apparent. It appears that Kuju is not much different from soccer. Lin Bao'er, comfortably nestled in Song Qingqing's arms, was about to stretch when she suddenly realized she was gradually sliding down. Lin Bao'er and Shun, ever observant, noticed Song Qingqing's struggle and promptly suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps I should hold the fourth miss?" Song Qingqing bit her lip, feeling a bit shy, her cheeks warming. No, it took so long for Bao'er to let me hold her. How could I pass her to someone else? Though her voice was soft, it reached Chu Jingzhe's ears, who turned to look at Lin Bao'er, startled. Lin Bao'er's hands stretched out towards her. In a moment of confusion, Chu Jingzhe, Song Qingqing, determined to hold on a bit longer. All right, now it's Miss Chu's turn. Lin Bao'er felt a surge of joy, akin to choosing a bride. Chu Jingzhe, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Song Qingqing with hesitation, unsure whether to reach out. Song Qingqing, noticing her uncertainty, felt a sense of relief but also a twinge of jealousy, yet she ultimately passed Lin Bao'er to Chu Jingzhe. It appeared Bao'er was quite fond of Miss Chu. Perhaps it was due to their prior encounters. Chu Jingzhe smiled humbly as she took Lin Bao'er into her arms, cradling her tenderly. Miss Chu smells delightful. In her delight, Lin Bao'er snuggled closer to Chu Jingzhe. Chu Jingzhe was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Jiu, who had been observing intently, felt a hidden joy surge within her, a smile curving at the corners of her lips. It had only recently been that Bao'er began to speak, and on good days, she would chatter more. However, if she encountered someone like Sun Zeiss before, she would remain utterly silent. In an instant, one person rejoiced while another felt disheartened. Song Qingqing gazed at Lin Bao'er with a hint of grievance, while Chu Jingzhe was overjoyed. Is this truly Bao'er, my sister? Wei Jishu approached curiously, her sweet smile illuminating her face as Bao'er called out for her, having developed a good rapport with Chu Jingzhe. Given Song Qingqing's earlier words encouraging a more relaxed demeanor, Wei Jishu felt comfortable enough to be so informal. Lin Bao'er blinked and opened her mouth under the expectant gaze. Fei, she pouted, struggling to pronounce the word correctly. However, perhaps due to her still developing vocal cords, no matter how hard she tried, she could not articulate it properly, saliva escaping as she tried. Despite her failure to speak, Wei Jishu was amused, unable to resist the urge to take Lin Bao'er's small hand and kiss it, exclaiming how adorable she was. Just as Lin Bao'er smiled, she suddenly felt ensnared by two resentful gazes. Sun Zeiss's envious eyes were fixed on Lin Bao'er, wishing he could be the hand she held. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing appeared somewhat despondent. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lin Bao'er's mind raced. Ignoring Sun Zeiss, She turned to Song Qingqing and beamed, clearly enunciating Song. This thrilled Song Qingqing immensely. Seeing her smile, Lin Bao'er sighed in relief, grateful that she had not lost her sister-in-law so easily. Chapter 78. The wall being dug up by one. Lin Ruqian shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd, who turned to see Lin Mabai victorious in the Kuja match, a result widely anticipated. I knew my second brother would prevail, Lin Ruqian said, pride swelling in his chest. Indeed, young Master Lin has never disappointed us, Wei Zhixu remarked, her eyes glinting with amusement. I had just placed my bet on him. It seems I shall profit handsomely. Chu Jingzhe shot her an admonishing glance. You ought to be cautious. What if Wei Gezi reprimands you? Wei Zhixu playfully stuck out her tongue. Second brother. Lin Ruqian rushed over. Lin Mabai ruffled his hair and nodded politely at the crowd. Eldest brother, you have arrived. Song Qingqing smiled slightly, addressing Lin Mabai. It seems I have lost. The princess simply does not know my elder brother well. Lin Mabai chuckled, lifting a cup of tea to his lips. Song Qingqing murmured in acknowledgement, her gaze thoughtful. Lost in contemplation. Is that not Hu Tianxuan and his companions? What brings them here? Lin Bao'er's words drew the attention of the Lin brothers, and indeed, they saw Hu Tianxuan approaching with Xie Qiao and Wen Shitao. The already captivating viewing platform became the center of attention. Princess, Hu Tianxuan greeted Song Qingqing with a bow, his cold gaze sweeping over Lin Jiyu and then settling on the ground. Song Qingqing cast them a glance, nodding indifferently, her expression neutral. What is the matter? The sudden shift in demeanor caused Hu Tianxuan to grit his teeth, his eyes darkening. Sensing the tension, Xie Qiao quickly interjected, I lost a bet against Lin Gu earlier, and as promised, I have brought a piece of fine Haotian jade as a token. He presented a piece of translucent jade, its delicate patterns and soft luster suggesting significant value. Lin Bao'er pondered, her expression one of amusement. She wondered how these individuals felt after repeatedly facing setbacks against her brothers. Song Qingqing glanced at Lin Mabai, silently inquiring if the jade was indeed genuine. Lin Mabai set his cup down, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xie Qiao. Indeed, it appears so. I appreciate your effort in personally delivering it. Without hesitation, he took the jade, feeling its smooth, refined texture, and remarked, it is undoubtedly exquisite. One must commend Brother Xie for parting with such a treasure. Xie Qiao forced a smile, replying modestly, not all. Princess, this is a piece of emerald pendant I fortuitously acquired. Its brilliance has always seemed unmatched, but upon seeing you, I felt compelled to present it. Hu Tianxuan declared, offering a red hairpin. This exquisite item is meant to complement a beauty such as yourself. Aware that he had overstepped, he nevertheless could not resist his desires, asking for her forgiveness. Alas, it appears my second brother's position is in jeopardy. I told you the princess is quite the catch. Now that her health has improved, suitors are drawn to her like moths to a flame, Lin Bao'er mused, though she felt no urgency. Intrigued to see if Song Qingqing would accept the hairpin. Acceptance would suggest her second brother had not yet captured the princess's heart. Refusal would be quite the spectacle. Lin Mabai's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he cautiously regarded Hu Tianxuan, a desire to confront rising within him. Hu Tianxuan's words were artfully crafted, encompassing both flattery and veiled threats. Should Song Qingqing decline, it would be seen as a slight, potentially straining ties between the royal family and the duke's household, inviting scandal. Conversely, acceptance would facilitate Hu Tianxuan's pursuit of her. This strategy was undeniably clever. As a member of the royal family, Song Qingqing understood these dynamics well. A flicker of impatience crossed her features, yet she subdued her feelings, offering a gentle smile. I appreciate your kind intentions, young Master Hu. Hu Tianxuan beamed, feeling honored to have garnered the princess's favor. Observing Lin Mabai's darkening expression, Lin Bao'er silently empathized with her second brother. Indeed, he remains too reserved. Look at others who skillfully maneuvered to leave the princess with no choice. I wonder when I will embrace a new sister-in-law. It seems unlikely. The challenges are formidable. Turning away, she found herself engrossed in the unfolding drama, for her own family was not immune to the threat of being usurped. Miss Wei, might I have a moment to speak with you? Wen Shitao's voice was tentative, his demeanor lacking the previous arrogance he often displayed. Sun Zai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Wei Zhixu, who appeared surprised but nodded in agreement. Sun Zai's thought, what does Wen Shitao intend? They moved a short distance away, ensuring Sun Zai's could not overhear their conversation. Wen Shitao whispered something to Wei Jishu before producing an object wrapped in a handkerchief and offering it to her. Sun Zai's heart raced, recalling Hu Tianxuan's earlier words. Could this be a token of affection? Despite racking his brain, he could not recall any prior interaction between Wei Jishu and Wen Shitao. Reassured, he steadied himself. Yet the next scene shattered his composure. Wei Jishu smiled sweetly at Wen Shitao, accepting the item with apparent delight, her face radiating joy. Sun Zai's felt utterly defeated. Oh dear, it seems another wall has been breached. Sun Zai's is in serious trouble. Look at how well Miss Wei and Wen Shitao are getting along. This lad is certainly in hot water, Lin Bao'er remarked, thoroughly entertained. Unexpectedly, Sun Zai's approached, wrapping an arm around Wen Shitao's shoulders and whispering something in his ear. Ding! A temporary task has been issued. Sun Zisu and Wen Shitao engaged in a game of kuju, with wagers placed on the outcome. A correct guess would yield a reward of 100 points. Do you accept, host? Chapter 79. Avenge the second brother, of course I accept, Lin Bao'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wasn't this a clear invitation to earn points? Please make your selection, the voice continued. However, as the initial thrill subsided, Lin Bao'er found herself in a quandary. She realized she was not well acquainted with the kuju skills of either Sun Zisu or Wen Shitao, and she was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Just then, Sun Zisu approached along with Wen Shitao. Your Highness, I have arranged a kuju match with Brother Wen, but I am unaware of the stakes. Might you have any insights? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned subtly awkward. Hu Tianxuan furrowed his brow, casting a questioning glance at Wen Shitao, as if demanding an explanation for the situation. Conversely, Wen Shitao merely pursed his lips, saying nothing, his demeanor resolute. Wei Jishu also appeared quite astonished, discreetly glancing at Sun Zisu before lowering her head in contemplation. Lin Jiyu, puzzled, nudged Sun Zisu with his elbow, equally baffled by his actions. Sun Zisu, however, ignored him, his gaze intensely fixed on Song Qingqing. He could not allow his wife to be taken away. Not even the presence of the king himself could deter him today. 10 seconds remaining. Please make your selection. Lin Bao'er was becoming increasingly anxious, nearly in a state of desperation as she considered asking Lin Jiyu for advice. She had been given no information to help her choose. What if she made the wrong selection? With only 3 seconds left, Lin Bao'er gritted her teeth and decided on Sun Zisu. Sun Ziche, do not disappoint my expectations. You must win. Otherwise, her 100 points would be wasted. Although they were not hers yet, the thought of losing them pained her. After all, these points were essentially a gift. The stakes should have been mutually decided by both parties. However, if young Master Sun had no preference, how about using this hairpin as the wager? Song Qingqing smiled innocently, her demeanor charming. This hairpin, adorned with emeralds, was indeed as exquisite as young Master who had described. It would serve well as a stake. Moreover, both young Master Sun and young Master Wen had sisters. So regardless of who won, the hairpin would not go to waste. Hu Tianxuan felt an ominous premonition brewing within him. Song Qingqing cast a glance at him and continued, previously, I was plagued by a chronic ailment, but I have fortuitously recovered. The physician advised me to take good care of myself and not indulge in extravagance that might jeopardize my fortune. I had no intention of accepting this hairpin. However, young Master Hu's sincerity compelled me not to refuse such a kind offer. I had thought this hairpin would gather dust, yet who would have imagined such an opportunity arose? Since young Master Hu believes a beautiful hairpin deserves a beautiful owner, it is only fitting, no matter who it adorns. What do you think, young Master Hu? Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er felt compelled to applaud Song Qingqing. This was indeed a thrilling confrontation. She had known it all along. The princess had been merely playing along with Hu Tianxuan. Surely, she was aware of his numerous misdeeds, and her previous silence was due to her inability to refuse him. Now, she was seizing the opportunity to turn the tables. Aside from Lin Bao'er, it was likely that Lin Mo Bai was the most delighted. His feelings could be encapsulated by the saying, one moment in heaven, the next in hell. Lin Mo Bai's eyes sparkled as they unintentionally lingered on Song Qingqing. quickly averting when she glanced his way, only to fall back under her spell once more. This cycle continued, making Lin Bao'er wince with jealousy. Look at the corner of second brother's lips. He is practically grinning. A grown man should not be so easily swayed. In contrast, Hu Tianxuan could neither exhibit reluctance in front of Song Qing nor muster a smile. His expression twisted in discomfort as he begrudgingly agreed. What the princess says is indeed true. A beautiful hairpin ought to be matched with a beautiful person. With this, Song Qing nodded, clearly pleased. Then it is settled. This hairpin will serve as our wager, and the winner shall claim it. Upon concluding her statement, Sun Zisu and Wen Shi Tao departed to change their attire. Brother, do you think Sun Zisu can win? Lin Ruqian quietly leaned closer to Lin Jiyu and inquired. He was unfamiliar with Sun Zisu, noting that he had never seen him play Kuju in front of others before. Lin Jiyu merely smiled knowingly. It is hard to say. Lin Bao'er, eavesdropping, felt a chill run down her spine. Her smile vanished. Oh no, is this going to end badly? Meanwhile, Hu Tianxuan shot an unwilling glance at Song Qing and, after pushing aside Xie Qiao, moved closer to her. Brother Wen's skills in Kuju are on par with Brother Xie, so this match should be quite easy for him. The one closest to Song Qing was Chu Jingzhe, so Hu Tianxuan's proximity brought him nearly shoulder to shoulder with Chu Jingzhe, much to Lin Jiyu's displeasure. Naturally, Lin Bao'er was equally displeased. She shot Hu Tianxuan a glare, her mind racing, then feigned casualness as she delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed loudly, leaving even Hu Tianxuan momentarily stunned. He covered his face, astonished, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. The others nearby were equally dumbfounded. With her goal achieved, Lin Bao'er felt a rush of satisfaction and turned, playfully kissing Chu Jingzhe on the cheek. Hee, the beauty sister smells delightful. Seeing Hu Tianxuan on the verge of wrath, Chu Jingzhe quickly shielded Lin Bao'er, speaking coldly, "Young master Hu. Bao'er is merely a child and knows not what she does. Surely, you cannot hold this against her." Song Qing subtly agreed. Little Bao'er is still young. It was likely an accident. "Young master Hu, please do not take offense." Wei Jisoo blinked and chuckled, her tone teasing. It seems little Bao'er has a special disposition towards young master Hu. After all, children typically ignore those they dislike. Faced with the trio's seemingly protective words for Lin Bao'er, Hu Tianxuan could only swallow his anger in silence. "Why don't you let her slap you a few times?" He cursed inwardly. Lin Jiyu shot him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on his lips. Miss Wei is correct. Bao'er is usually not kind to those she dislikes. But young master Hu, you see, she has been smiling since she laid eyes on you. Perhaps this is indeed her way of expressing affection. Lin Ruqian silently praised Lin Bao'er and added seriously, "Indeed, I can attest that she has kicked me before." His unexpected honesty elicited light laughter from Song Qing and the others. At this point, if Hu Tianxuan continued to dwell on the matter, he would simply appear petty. Chapter 80. The serpent's fury. Their banter only fueled Hu Tianxuan's ire. However, with the conversation having reached this point, he begrudgingly accepted his humiliation. This incident left him with no further pretext to approach Song Qing, and he was left feeling vexed, having not only wasted his efforts, but also lost face. At this moment, Sun Zisu and Wen Shi Tao returned in casual attire, heading towards the Kuju field. As they stepped onto the field, excitement erupted among the spectators. Wei Jisoo leaned closer to Chu Jingzhe, whispering, "Sister Chu, who do you think will win?" Chu Jingzhe playfully shook Lin Bao'er, casting a teasing glance her way. "How should I know? Aren't you the one who should know best?" Upon hearing this, Wei Jisoo's ears turned crimson, and she shot Chu Jingzhe an annoyed look, muttering, "What does this have to do with me? I imagine young master Wen is quite capable. Perhaps I should place my bet on him." Though it may be said otherwise, anyone with discernment can see that her words lack sincerity. Chu Jingzhe chose not to expose her pretense. Instead, he merely smiled softly and turned his gaze to the arena. The two teams, one clad in red and the other in blue, quickly elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch with the addition of Sun Zisu and Wen Shi Tao. Just as Hu Tianxuan had predicted, Wen Shi Tao's skills in Kuju were on par with Xie Qiao's, and within a short span of time, he had skillfully scored 2 goals, putting the blue team ahead by 5 points in a commanding lead. Why didn't Brother Sun seize the ball earlier? Lin Ruqian watched anxiously. Lin Maobai also furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Jiu, however, calmly sipped her tea, seemingly unfazed. Oh no! Could it be that Sun Zai's was merely boasting and will now face humiliation? Lin Bao'er's heart raced with worry as she couldn't help but cover one eye. Your Highness, I told you one is formidable. Hu Qianxuan chuckled with satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Jiu and the others. Song Qingqing ignored him, lowering her gaze as she leisurely peeled grapes. Would you like some, Bao'er? She offered the peeled grape to Lin Bao'er with a bright smile, her tone gentle. Lin Bao'er blinked, about to open her mouth, where her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a green snake darting towards her. Zhuzing de Shlai. Stepping back several paces, her face paling in fright as she nearly dropped Lin Bao'er. Fortunately, she tightened her grip just in time, averting a potential disaster. Song Qingqing was startled as well, but upon seeing the green snake, she regained her composure. Where did this creature come from? Hu Tianxuan, sensing an opportunity to impress the princess, hastily shouted, intending to capture it. However, as he reached out, the green snake swiftly turned, its cold, slit pupils locking onto him, its forked tongue flicking from its gaping mouth, revealing two sharp fangs. Hu Tianxuan's hand froze in midair, his expression frozen in fear. He had no doubt that if he moved even slightly, the snake would leap onto his face and deliver a vicious bite. Wei Zhishu, belatedly realizing the snake's presence, was equally startled. How can there be a snake here? Little Qing, how did you come out? Observing the tense situation, Lin Bao'er felt a surge of anxiety. She had distinctly seen the murderous intent in the snake's eyes, recalling how Hu Tianxuan and his companions had tormented it, and concluded that it was acting out of fear. Yet, if little Qing were to bite Hu Tianxuan, the consequences would be dire. After all, he was the son of a duke, and should anything happen, they might not be able to protect little Qing. Lin Jiu and the others understood the gravity of the situation and were about to speak up when Song Qingqing calmly interjected, Young master, do not panic. I am acquainted with this snake. It poses no threat to humans. She paused, hesitating for a moment before summoning the courage to reach out towards the green snake. Little Qing, she tentatively called out. Lin Bao'er quickly echoed her. Qingyi, little Qing, please be calm. We cannot afford any mistakes. Simultaneously, Lin Ruqian also softly beckoned it. Perhaps hearing their voices, the green snake's pupils shifted slightly, and it lowered its head, flicking its tongue towards them. Song Qingqing seized the opportunity to touch its tail, and upon sensing no adverse reaction, she breathed a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing this, Hu Tianxuan's face turned pale. Just moments ago, that snake had clearly intended to bite him. Your Highness, I apologize. Little Qing has always had a fondness for grapes. Perhaps it couldn't resist and wandered out to disturb you. Lin Ruqian stepped forward, clasping his fists in apology, his eyes filled with remorse. It's nothing. Song Qingqing shook her head, smiling gently. Little Qing and I are old acquaintances. There is no harm done. Though I did not expect it to enjoy grapes. Saying this, she offered the peeled grape to the snake's mouth, unafraid of being bitten, and watched with anticipation. The green snake obliged, opening its mouth to take the grape. Swallowing a whole, still seeming eager, it flicked its tongue at Song Qingqing again and then slithered beneath the bunch of grapes, nudging it with its snout. This amusing gesture elicited laughter from Wei Zhishu. Young Master Lin, is this snake yours? She inquired with curiosity. Lin Ruqian sheepishly scratched his head. I acquired it by chance. It possesses quite the spirit, so I decided to keep it. Wei Zhishu nodded, visibly impressed. Indeed, it is quite spirited. But it truly one tea bite? Those fangs look quite menacing. Lin Ruqian blinked, smiling. That depends on the person. If it were an enemy, well, that would be a different matter. His words were pointed, causing Hu Tianxuan's expression to darken instantly. Indeed, that wretched snake was the very one Lin Ruqian had rescued from their clutches. Who would have thought it had survived? Chu Jingzhe, recovering from her earlier fright, remained hesitant to approach. Heaven knows, her greatest fear was creatures without limbs. Song Qingqing, undeterred by the hassle, continued to peel grapes one by one, which made Lin Maobai watch with envy. After satisfying its hunger, the green snake swiftly made its way towards Lin Bao'er. In the Lin residence, she would typically play with it for a while after meals, and the snake had grown accustomed to this routine. Yet, This action startled Chu Jingzhe, causing her to retreat repeatedly. As the snake headed straight for her, she forgot all propriety and hid behind Lin Jiyu. Young Master Lin. Chu Jingzhe clutched the hem of Lin Jiyu's garment, her face filled with fear. Lin Maobai, perceptive to her distress, quickly scooped Lin Bao'er from her arms. Chapter 81. Another humiliating defeat. Lin Jiyu swallowed hard, his ears reddening. It's all right, he softly reassured her, then gestured for the snake to stop. This gesture had been devised by Lin Bao'er in the Lin residence. As long as this gesture was made, the snake would halt whatever it was doing, always obedient. The green snake indeed paused, tilting its head in confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why it could not play with Lin Bao'er anymore. Seeing this, Chu Jingzhe finally breathed a sigh of relief, her heart pounding in her chest. Sister Chu is terrified of snakes and cannot bear to see them. Wei Jishu explained with a smile, crouching down to wave at the green snake, fearless. But I am not afraid. Is its name Little Qing? Little Qing, come here to your sister. The green snake glanced at her, but remained still. Wei Jishu, puzzled, called out Little Qing. Lin Ruqian smiled apologetically, explaining, Little Qing may not bite, but it is shy. Perhaps it is simply unfamiliar with Miss Wei. Oh, I see, Wei Jishu said, somewhat disappointed. Noticing that Lin Bao'er could not play with her, the green snake slithered over to Lin Ruqian, climbing up his trouser leg and disappearing into his sleeve. At that moment, a sudden cheer erupted from the crowd, drawing their attention. Brother Sun has overtaken him, Lin Ruqian exclaimed in surprise. The others nearby were equally astonished. Initially, Wen Shitao had a commanding lead, but for some unknown reason, Sun Zeiss began to catch up, almost preventing Wen Shitao from touching the ball thereafter. Lin Jiyu chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. I knew it. He was merely toying with them, and hadn't he exerted his full strength. Once upon a time, his skills in Kuju were among the finest in all of Yanjing. However, due to frequent travels between the academy and the military camp, he has played less in recent years, Lin Jiyu explained. But if Brother Sun is so skilled, why were we unaware? Lin Ruqian asked, slightly vexed. Lin Jiyu shot him a glance. How old were you at that time? Besides, Brother Sun mostly practiced with the soldiers in the military camp. Naturally, you were unaware. Then, why have I never heard of it? Lin Maobai pressed further. I knew it. My choice was indeed correct. Lin Bao'er was overjoyed, her excitement over the impending 100 points causing her to dance with glee. Wei Jishu was equally exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Had it not been for his decorum, he might have joined the others in shouting Sun Zeiss' name. As the final ball fell, the victor was clear. Boom! The red team triumphed. Lin Ruqian leapt up in exhilaration, celebrating Sun Dage's victory. Simultaneously, Lin Bao'er's 100 points were credited to her account. Gazing at her increased balance, she nearly wept with joy. At long last, she was no longer destitute. It then dawned upon her that every time Hu Tianxuan and his companions appeared, they seemed to bring her points. This realization stirred a thrill within her, and she wished for more such encounters, unafraid since her brothers always dealt a resounding defeat to Hu Tianxuan and his friends. As Sun Zeiss approached, Wei Jishu feigned disdain and tossed a clean napkin at him, exclaiming that he was soaked in sweat and reeked. Instead of being angered, Sun Zeiss caught it with ease and flashed a charming smile that drew gasps from the nearby noble young ladies. One must admit, Sun Zeiss was undeniably striking. Unlike Lin Jiyu, who possessed a serene elegance, or Lin Maobai, who exuded an unyielding dignity, Sun Zeiss' uniquely alluring phoenix eyes sparkled with mischief, captivating all who beheld him. With Sun Gongzi's victory, the promised prize rightfully belonged to him. Song Qingqing handed a delicate hairpin to Sun Zeiss. While Hu Tianxuan's expression darkened, his jaw clenched in frustration. Wen Shitao also appeared disheartened, unwilling to accept defeat. He cast a resentful glance at Sun Zeiss, his expression sour. Earlier on the field, Sun Zeiss had thoroughly humiliated him, easily surpassing his score and deliberately preventing him from even touching the ball during the latter half, leaving him utterly embarrassed. This grudge could not go unanswered. Xie Qiao nudged him, signaling him to temper his emotions, especially with the princess present. Thank you, princess, Sun Zeiss said, unceremoniously tucking the hairpin into his robes before bowing mockingly to Wen Shitao. Brother Wen, I appreciate your graciousness. Not at all. When Shurtao managed a strained smile. Naturally, the spring wine was indispensable. The square table in the main hall was laden with an array of food, including noodles, jujube cakes, and rabbit dishes. Wow, this looks like a little green snake, Lin Bao'er exclaimed, her eyes shining as she grasped a green snake-shaped dumpling and playfully grabbed a white rabbit dumpling as well, engrossed in her enjoyment. The green snake was also released by Lin Ruqian, darting among the various dishes, devouring anything that smelled delectable, leaving crumbs clinging to its mouth. You're still too young to drink, Lin Jiu admonished Lin Ruqian, who was stealthily reaching for wine, casting him a sidelong glance. Lin Ruqian pouted, but ultimately settled for some refreshing snails instead. Eat, Lin Bao'er chimed in, moving closer, prompting Lin Ruqian to obediently extract the snail meat and feed it to her. However, after a brief moment, Lin Bao'er spat it out, her two tiny teeth evidently unable to manage such chewy meat. This scene amused Shun Xuelan, who then offered her a spoonful of cold food porridge. This porridge is delicious. My little Bao'er, Lin Qiming exclaimed as he scooped her up and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, playfully teasing her with his beard, causing Lin Bao'er to squirm away in laughter. Lin Ma Bai, hearing this, put down his chopsticks and glanced over, speculating, Father, did the two stones reveal something? However, news had yet to arrive. He had initially thought the stones were unremarkable, but it seemed there was more to the story. Chapter 82. The Shocking Case of Silver Mine Smuggling. Lin Qiming dropped these 4 words, sending shockwaves through the assembly. Silver mine smuggling? Lin Bao'er's actions faltered as she widened her eyes in disbelief. Isn't this the smuggling case involving bureaucrats and sea bandits from the original plot? It once caused an uproar throughout the entire Dine dynasty, implicating numerous officials, all above the 5th rank, inciting the emperor's fury and leading to the execution of 9 clans. Lin Mansion was also wrongfully implicated, resulting in my elder brother being demoted 3 ranks, my father forced to guard the borders, and my second brother enduring relentless bullying in the military. This incident weakened the national treasury, leading to relentless exploitation of the populace, straining the borders and creating opportunities for enemy nations. But shouldn't this not occur for another 6 months? The faces of all present turned solemn, their expressions growing grave. Shun Xuelan's heart skipped a beat, her gaze betraying her anxiety. Father, does anyone else know of this matter? Lin Jiu asked cautiously. Lin Qiming's expression grew serious as he pondered. I have not made this public. Aside from those loyal to the Lin household, no one else is aware. However, since you discovered the stones from the lake, it is possible that others might also find them. It would be prudent to prepare for this. Lin Bao'er, suddenly devoid of appetite, furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. The crown prince has been confined to the East Palace due to his incompetence, while the beneficiaries of this matter, the 3rd prince and the prime minister's mansion, have become favored in the emperor's eyes. However, now that the prime minister's mansion has fallen, how could the 3rd prince still orchestrate this? It seems I have underestimated him. The group exchanged glances, their understanding deepening. Clearly, this matter was inextricably linked to the 3rd prince. This must not be made public. I will investigate discreetly, Lin Qiming asserted. The others nodded, their minds heavy with concern. The 3rd prince had already devised a comprehensive plan. How could they easily uncover any flaws? In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this time, Lin Bao'er celebrated her 1st birthday, receiving gifts from nearly all the officials and nobles in Yanjing who maintained good relations with the Lin family. Moreover, Lin Bao'er had accumulated over 400 points, bringing her total close to 600, which provided her with a sense of security. However, ever since the Lin household became aware of the silver mine smuggling incident, there had been no further developments, and Yanjing had returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had ever occurred, leaving the Lin family increasingly uneasy. Lin Qiming had attempted to monitor Song Chu's every move, but to no avail, leaving him disheartened. Could it be that they were overly cautious? During today's South Morning Court session, the disappearance of silver mine workers was raised. Based on the investigations over the past 3 months, this matter was indeed related to sea bandits, yet the details of their communication with officials remained elusive. Lin Jiu nodded. Contemplating, recently, I discussed this with the crown prince, urging the Ministry of Revenue to deploy additional personnel due to the missing silver mine workers. However, given the distance, we cannot ascertain the situation there. We can only prepare surrounding deployments and await the right moment. But I fear. Isn't the third prince's consort's birthday in 3 days? Lin Qiming suddenly inquired. Lin Jiu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Father, do you mean since we cannot expose their flaws, we should first test the waters? I refuse to believe he has hidden everything so perfectly. Lin Qiming snorted, decisively affirming the plan. 3 days later, at the third prince's residence, the hall was filled with guests, dignitaries, and nobles exchanging cups and toasts. Mother, I want this. Lin Bao'er tugged at Shen Xuelan's leg, pointing at the fresh shrimp on the corner table, her little legs kicking in anticipation. I can't believe we can eat off-season delicacies at the princess residence. It truly lives up to royal standards. Shen Xuelan affectionately ruffled her hair, peeling the shrimp shell before handing it to her. With one bite, Lin Bao'er gleefully scampered off to find Lin Ruqian. 2 months prior, she gradually managed to stand, and, subsequently, she began to learn to walk unsteadily. Now, she has become quite adept at walking. What brings her even greater joy is that her vocal cords have fully developed, allowing her to express whatever she wishes, which has filled her with delight. Finally, she is no longer mute. The sweet voice of the third brother nearly melted Lin Ruqian's heart as he lifted her into his arms and whispered, "Today is the birthday of the third imperial consort. Do you remember what I taught you?" Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly, recalling the flattering words meant for the third imperial consort. "That's wonderful," Lin Ruqian replied with a smile. Their visit today also had another purpose, to uncover evidence of the third prince's collusion with sea bandits. Even if they could not find direct evidence, they needed to gather other clues. Otherwise, if the situation reached a stalemate, it would be detrimental to them. There were already whispers in the court blaming the Ministry of Revenue for the disappearance of silver mine workers, and naturally, Lin Jiu, as an official in that ministry, was implicated. The Lin family would eventually face repercussions. However, Lin Bao'er was oblivious to the connection between flattering the third imperial consort and their current predicament. She merely wished to provoke the third prince to throw him into disarray. "Where is second brother?" she inquired, looking up. Lin Ruqian's expression became subtle as he cleared his throat and replied, "He has gone to attend to some matters." In reality, her second brother should have already arrived at the third prince's study, for only Lin Mabai was suited for such tasks. "Esteemed guests, today marks the birthday of the imperial consort. I have no interest in the idle chatter of the court," Lin Bao'er thought as her eyes darted around. Upon spotting a familiar figure, her face lit up, and she rushed over before Lin Ruqian could stop her. Navigating through the crowd, she approached the graceful figure and greeted her with a sweet smile, her gaze shy. "Sister Chu." The person was none other than Chu Jingjia. Surprised and delighted, Chu Jingjia lifted her into her arms. "Bao'er, what are you doing here? Where is Madame Lin?" "My mother is over there talking with other ladies," Lin Bao'er explained, deliberately feigning a pitiful expression. "My brothers have disappeared, so I could only come to find Sister Chu." Hearing this, Chu Jingjia's heart softened, and she offered Lin Bao'er some treats. "Is this the fourth miss of the Lin family?" Someone nearby leaned in to inquire, and soon Lin Bao'er was surrounded by a group of young ladies. "Hello, sisters," Lin Bao'er greeted sweetly, complimenting each one on their beauty and appearance, bringing smiles to their faces. "I didn't expect the fourth miss to have such a sweet tongue," Miss Chun chuckled, covering her mouth. Chu Jingjia narrowed her eyes, implying that perhaps it was due to her upbringing at home that Lin Bao'er spoke so charmingly. Suddenly, Lin Bao'er felt a chill down her back, silently lighting a candle for her elder brother in her heart. While they were engrossed in conversation, a commotion erupted nearby, followed by a group of soldiers rushing past with sword in hand. "What is happening?" "I heard there are thieves in the residence. The third prince is leading a team to capture them." "Is that so? What audacious thieves would dare to steal from the prince's residence?" "That's unclear, but the entire prince's residence is surrounded. Apparently, the thieves stole something extremely important to the third prince, hence the urgency." "Wow, it seems the thieves won't escape." "Indeed, I heard one of them was injured. They truly deserve it." Lin Bao'er's heart sank upon hearing this, filled with a sense of foreboding. She quickly scanned the area and realized that Lin Ruqian had also disappeared, while Lin Jiu appeared restless. Upon reflection, she understood that the sudden appearance of the thieves was likely connected to Lin Maobai. No wonder she hadn't seen him since entering the residence. Sister Chu, I hear my mother calling me. I must go now. After bidding farewell to Chu Jingjia, Lin Bao'er hurriedly made her way outside. As she neared the courtyard entrance, 2 guards stopped her. She quickly thought of a plan, puffing out her cheeks and feigning urgency, with reddened eyes, claiming she needed to use the restroom. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain. Which young lady is this? She seems to be from the Lin family. I saw Madame Lin carrying her in, one replied. Should we let her through? But didn't the third prince order everyone to stay inside? She is just a child. What is there to fear? Besides, if she goes and complains later, it wouldn't be our fault. We could just say she ran out on her own. Very well. After reaching a consensus, one guard cleared his throat and asked, Fourth miss, do you know where the restroom is? Do you need us to send a maid with you? No need. I know the way. My mother has taken me before, Lin Bao'er replied obediently. After nodding, Lin Bao'er slipped out and gazed at the intricate paths before her, feeling anxious. Why does a prince's residence need to be so complicated? With no other option, she chose the rightmost path. As she ventured further, the surroundings grew quieter, with the stone forest becoming denser. Where am I? Lin Bao'er looked up, glancing around, and only realized she had wandered into the kitchen upon spotting the rising smoke. How unlucky! Just as she decided to turn back, she suddenly heard a sound of stones falling nearby. She cautiously looked in that direction, her heartbeat quickening. Could it be second brother? But what if she was mistaken? That would place her in danger. Feeling conflicted, she wandered the system shop again. Upon seeing the array of gleaming weapons, she felt somewhat reassured. If anything went awry, she could immediately exchange for a tranquilizer. Surely no one could withstand that. After navigating around a pond and climbing a rocky hill, Lin Bao'er was about to peek over when suddenly a hand grasped the back of her neck. Feeling the heavy breath behind her, Lin Bao'er froze in place. This is it. She wasn't sure if she could strike effectively from this angle. Quietly, she exchanged for a tranquilizer and held it tightly, mustering the courage to turn her head. Bao'er, the familiar, hoarse voice sent a jolt through her. Second brother, she exclaimed, astonished. Before she could express her surprise further, she noticed the blood seeping from his abdomen. You're hurt. Her expression changed as she gasped in shock. Lin Maobai covered her mouth and, after scanning the surroundings, led her into a hidden cave behind the rock formation. Once inside, he leaned weakly against the stone wall, gasping for breath. Second brother, how did you sustain such a severe injury? Lin Bao'er fretted, attempting to cover his wound, but no matter how she pressed, the blood flowed relentlessly. If Lin Maobai were not conscious, she would have already exchanged for medicine from the system shop. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Bao'er quickly relayed the information she had gathered. The entire residence is surrounded by the third prince and his men. They are likely searching for you. The guard stopped me from leaving just now. Hearing her words, Lin Maobai closed his eyes, resigned. It seems there is no escaping this. Who would have thought that Song Chu would be so meticulous? Not only did he set traps in the study, but he also concealed mechanisms in the artifacts, which led to his injury due to a moment of carelessness. If Song Chu fails to find him afterward, he will surely investigate everyone in the residence who has been injured, inevitably leading to his discovery. It is merely a matter of time. Lin Bao'er, too, realized the gravity of the situation and felt an urgent need to act. Second brother, this was given to me by the physician from the Zhang residence, claiming it could heal external injuries. I happened to have it on me today. She spoke with her eyes wide, spinning a tale. Lin Maobai chose not to expose her fib. Instead, he swallowed the remedy and quietly channeled his internal energy to heal his wounds. However effective the medicine for external injuries might be, it could not erase the scars in a fleeting moment. Thus, the predicament remained unsolved. Bao'er, take this. When you see elder brother or father, hand it to them, Lin Maobai insisted, carefully tucking a folded piece of paper into Lin Bao'er's embrace. Wiping the blood off her hands with meticulous care. You must leave quickly and find mother. And you, Lin Bao'er exclaimed anxiously. She shot him a glare. Her cheeks puffed in irritation. She was no longer a mere child. She understood his unspoken intentions. I will not go. She pouted defiantly. Lin Manor raised an eyebrow in surprise, then frowned. No, this place is perilous. But what will you do if I leave? Lin Manor averted her gaze. Her eyes slightly reddened. If worst comes to worst, I can always frame someone else. I won't just sit idly by. Be good. A pale smile graced Lin Manor's face. System. The host is in need. Please check the 10th page. First item in the 5th row of the system shop. Lin Manor. She hurriedly entered the system shop, and upon seeing the item, her eyes widened in astonishment. Such a thing exists? Note, this disguised skin adapts to the host's skin tone. Use with caution if allergic. What a timely boon, Lin Manor exclaimed, quickly redeeming it. Under Lin Manor's puzzled gaze, she slowly extracted the disguised skin from her bosom. Second brother, I found this in the storeroom of the manor not long ago. I thought it was amusing, so I kept it on me. I just remembered it. Do you think it can cover your wound? Her eyes darted nervously, betraying her guilt. Regardless, she would stick to this narrative. He had no choice but to believe it. Lin Manor paused, then turned to inspect the gossamer-like skin in her hand, his expression peculiar. To ensure he understood its use, Lin Manor elaborated. This seems to be for disguise. When applied to the skin, it adjusts to match the complexion. Quite fascinating. After a moment of silence, Lin Manor finally spoke. All right, let us give it a try. He recognized Lin Manor's earnest attempt to assist him, and he did not wish to disappoint her. After shedding his garments, the gruesome wound on his abdomen was revealed, causing Lin Manor to involuntarily shut her eyes. Truth be told, confronting such a sight filled her with trepidation. Lin Manor first wrapped a clean cloth around his injury before carefully applying the disguised skin. The skin, as thin as a cicada's wing, exhibited remarkable resilience, stretching nearly half a meter without tearing. He gingerly placed it over the wound, and as Lin Manor had claimed, it seamlessly adapted to his skin tone, becoming indistinguishable in an instant. It truly is unnoticeable, Lin Manor exclaimed, thrilled. Aside from the absence of her brother's defined abs, the disguise was flawless. Lin Manor was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the item to be so effective. He shook his head, realizing he still needed to change clothes. Lin Manor pondered this. Indeed, a change of attire was necessary to avoid drawing attention. Once the commotion outside subsided, the two emerged from their hiding spot. Stop! Whose young lady are you? A soldier demanded without mercy. Having prepared her response in advance, Lin Manor dutifully replied, I am Lin Manor, the 4th young lady of the Lin family. My father is Lin Chiming, the Minister of Rights. Upon hearing this, the soldier promptly escorted her inside. Third prince, she has entered from outside. Claiming to be the 4th young lady of the Lin family, the soldier reported to Song Chu. At that moment, Lin Manor noticed that everyone in the courtyard stood quietly along the sides, men and women separated, proceeding toward the front side hall. Feeling guilty, she took a step back, feigning timidity as she murmured, I just went to the restroom. Then, spotting 2 individuals nearby, she exclaimed, they were the ones who let me out. Her crisp words sent cold sweat down the backs of the 2 guards, who immediately knelt. We report to the 3rd prince that we saw the 4th young lady in distress and could not bear to let her wait. Why didn't you bring a maid along? Song Chu cast a disinterested glance at them. The guards trembled as they stammered. The 4th young lady insisted she knew the way, so we did not call for a maid. Song Chu ceased his inquiries and shifted his focus back to Lin Manor. In such close proximity, Lin Manor finally grasped the meaning behind the description of the most handsome man in the great Yin dynasty from her readings. No wonder Shen Ryu was so enamored. His visage was indeed breathtaking. His face was as smooth as jade, his eyes like polished ink, radiant and unparalleled. What a pity he turned out to be a villain. In that moment, Lin Manor felt that such beauty was being squandered. You are Lin Manor? He suddenly smiled, reaching out to lift her into his arms. The embrace sent shivers down her spine. Were it not for the note still in her possession, she would have doubted if he had discerned anything. Almost immediately, she felt a large hand brush against her body, sending her into a panic. Oh no, I am tainted. Yet, she could not reveal her distress. Lin Manor could only curl up in his embrace and softly murmur in response. Your second brother has always been on good terms with this prince. Do you know where he's gone? He inquired, testing her. Lin Manor's heart skipped a beat, and she feigned confusion. I don't know. I heard third brother mention that second brother seemed to have gone out. I haven't seen him. She blinked innocently. Hearing this, Song Chu displayed a satisfied smile. After a moment, it seemed he had not found anything amiss, and he set her down. Very well, then. This prince shall have someone take you to meet mother. Shall we? Yes. Upon entering the side room, Lin Bao'er discovered numerous maids waiting, while everyone emerging from the inner chambers was adjusting their attire. Indeed, they were undergoing a clothing inspection. Shortly after, she spotted Shun Shiwalan in the corner. Mother, she called. Rushing over, Shun Shiwalan's face lit up with surprise and joy, relief mingling with fear as she crouched down to embrace her. Bao'er, where have you been? You worried me sick. Lin Bao'er, noticing a maid still nearby, hesitated before saying, I went to the restroom. Mother, what is happening here? Thieves have infiltrated the manor, and the third prince is conducting a thorough investigation, Shun Shiwalan explained. Does that mean everyone has to strip? Lin Bao'er asked curiously. Shun Shiwalan's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth, whispering, Not everyone. Your father and I are exempt. However, the younger ones cannot avoid it. Lin Bao'er understood. Hence, individuals of high status like her father were not subjected to inspection, as offending someone of his rank was unwise. After all, even though the reasons were clarified, such actions were still disrespectful. But for others, there were no such reservations. Even if they felt aggrieved, they could say little, especially since Song Chu justified it by claiming that imperial gifts had been lost, making the situation significantly more serious. Those without grievances did not wish to provoke trouble. They simply desired a swift resolution. Mother, Bao'er, Lin Ruqian approached them hurriedly. Where is elder brother? Given the multitude of spies around, he refrained from inquiring about Lin Mabai's whereabouts. Here, Lin Qiming came over, accompanied by Lin Jiyu. Bao'er, where have you been? Lin Qiming pressed. Heaven knows how anxious they were when they realized Lin Bao'er was missing. Had it not been for this clever and whimsical girl, they might have already sent someone to search for her. Lin Bao'er sighed inwardly and obediently repeated the explanation she had given countless times. Father, I went to the restroom. Why must everyone ask me again? How exhausting. Fortunately, second brother is fine, as long as we pass this inspection. The third prince cannot do anything to him without evidence. The expressions of the crowd shifted subtly before several visibly relaxed. Just as he entered, someone called out to him, Young Master Lin. Song Chu's gaze lingered on him for a moment, then he smiled. A thief had infiltrated the prince's residence, stealing a jade pendant gifted by the emperor on his birthday. If lost, it would be difficult for the prince to explain to the emperor. Thus, the prince's residence was sealed off, leaving the thief with no escape. Consequently, anyone entering from outside the courtyard must undergo inspection. While I trust young Master Lin, since the announcement has been made, if he intentionally leaves anything unsaid, he feigned a difficult expression. Lin Mabai chuckled lightly and responded, In that case, I will naturally not be an exception. The third prince need not concern himself with me. Please proceed with the inspection as required. Song Chu then smiled apologetically and gestured for the inspection to continue. However, may I ask what business young Master Lin had outside? If you require anything, you may simply instruct the servants. There is no need for you to make this trip personally, he said nonchalantly. Lin Mabai allowed the inspector to search him and candidly explained, I accidentally spilled wine on myself earlier, which is why I had someone take me to the side room to change. I must say, the garments provided for guests at the third prince's residence are of excellent quality, with all the essentials available. Truly consider it. As guests in this residence, we must be meticulous in every detail. Otherwise, we risk facing criticism, Song Chu remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mabai's attire before shifting back to the inspector. The inspector shook his head at Song Chu and said, Young Master Lin, please do not take offense. Since the thief was injured in the abdomen, we may need you to remove your clothing for inspection. Lin Mabai had no objections and followed the inspector to the side room. After a while, they emerged. The inspector shook his head again at Song Chu. Song Chu's brow furrowed, his expression turning cold, but then he quickly returned to his previous demeanor. Young Master Lin, I apologize for the delay. Once we capture the thief, the banquet can proceed as planned. I hope you can bear with us a little longer. Lin Mabai nodded, indicating it was no trouble. Seeing that Lin Mabai was unscathed, the Lin family members finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. That disguise really worked. I wasn't discovered at all. Lin Bao'er blinked in Lin Qiming's embrace. feeling a mix of emotions. Should I also use that disguise to go out and have some fun next time? Lin Shiming playfully slapped her bottom. You little rascal. Father, mother, Lin Maobai approached, exchanging a glance with Lin Shiming before standing quietly to the side. Meanwhile, after turning away, Song Chu's expression turned icy. He has no unusual marks? A servant reported. Only some old scars, no new wounds. How could this be? Song Chu murmured, his gaze darkening. At that time, someone clearly reported seeing Lin Maobai. How could it not be him? Is it merely coincidence? About half an hour later, Song Chu announced that they had found the thief and sent him to the Dali Temple, allowing everyone to finally relax. This is not sending him to the Dali Temple. It's merely a self-justification for not finding anyone. Serves him right. Lin Bao'er, sitting in Shun Shualan's lap, angrily stuffed shrimp into her mouth. If it weren't for him, second brother wouldn't have been injured. Thinking of Lin Maobai's wound still not healed, she couldn't help but glance over at him. I wonder if second brother is managing well? Upon looking, she saw him laughing and chatting with Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing had arrived later and missed the earlier commotion, but she had heard about the entire incident, so she sought out Lin Maobai immediately. However, as they conversed, she noticed something was off. Young Master Lin, why does your complexion seem a bit pale? Lin Maobai stiffened, touched his face, and forced a smile. Is that so? Although he had the pill from Lin Bao'er, he had accidentally pulled at his wound while climbing over the wall and had endured the pain to get here. His abdomen was already aching subtly. Indeed, are you feeling unwell? Song Qingqing asked with concern. Lin Maobai coughed lightly and rubbed his waist. I injured my waist during practice earlier. Perhaps I strained it again just now, causing some discomfort. Hearing this, Song Qingqing frowned. The medicine at the Lin residence is so ineffective. I will have someone send some over shortly. It must be treated properly. Otherwise, it could lead to lingering effects, and you won't find peace for the rest of your life. Lin Maobai awkwardly touched his nose and nodded. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Shiming and the others went straight to the study. This is it. Lin Maobai unfolded the letter. It contained only 2 hastily written lines, but the content involved an official from the court, Commander Jiang Cheng. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, understanding the implications. No wonder they could silently collude with the pirates. With Jiang Cheng's capabilities, he could easily send people out under the pretense of handling a crisis without raising suspicion. Chapter 86. Conspiracy. Father, what should we do now? We can't just send someone to follow Jiang Cheng's people, can we? Lin Maobai furrowed his brow. Not to mention that their tasks are confidential. The number of people dispatched would easily reach hundreds. How could they identify those who are colluding with the pirates? Furthermore, if the third prince detects any clues, he is bound to investigate secretly. His concerns were not unfounded, making the situation even more urgent. No matter, Lin Jiu pondered. I will discreetly inform the crown prince of this matter. He will send someone to investigate, and we shall monitor from the shadows. However, they had been preparing for this for years. Even if we cut off Jiang Cheng's route, he must have other means. I recall that Jiang Cheng has been cultivating a close relationship with Chang Zifeng, who is under Fu Rue. Since Chang Zifeng managed to evade consequences from the Prime Minister's residence incident, he must be extremely cautious now. Perhaps we can find a way through him. Lin Qiming nodded, agreeing with Jiu. However, this task falls to Maobai, so as not to leak any information. Wasn't Bao'er mentioning someone named Wen? A confidant of the third prince. She could also be investigated. Perhaps we can unearth something from her. They would surely not suspect that we had knowledge of this matter, having made early preparations. It was inevitable that there would be loopholes. Seizing this opportunity, whether they could navigate through this crisis would depend on this chance. Meanwhile, at the third prince's residence. In the study, Song Chu glared at the chaotic desk, furiously kicking one of the attendants beside him. Useless. Didn't you say you saw Lin Maobai's figure? Then why does he have no wounds on him today? But I don't know why he has no wounds, the subordinate stammered. Did you not see correctly? If you did not see correctly, could it be that Lin Maobai has the ability to heal instantly? Song Chu roared, smashing an inkstone over the attendant's head. The attendant cried out in pain, rolling his eyes back and fainting. Drag him out. Feed him to the dogs. Still unsatisfied, Song Chu swept everything off the desk onto the floor, creating a cacophony that made those waiting outside dare not utter a sound. Why must the third prince be so enraged? Just then, a delicate voice came from outside, followed by the sight of a figure in soft yellow entering. She stepped over the disarray and gently placed her hand on Song Chu's back to soothe him. However, the letter from Commander Jiang has vanished. Song Chu remained silent, his face shrouded in a cold demeanor. Observing his expression, one understood and bent down to pick up the bloody concealed weapon from the ground, rubbing it thoughtfully. Given the circumstances, it might be prudent to sever ties with Commander Jiang sooner rather than later. After all, he had been preoccupied of late, seemingly buoyed by some recent success which had emboldened him. Moreover, if this thief truly was young Master Lin, the Lin family must have discovered the silver mine and would undoubtedly be investigating the matter. We ought to keep a close watch on them. Should they reveal any slip-ups, it would likely implicate them in this affair, allowing us to prepare accordingly. Furthermore, didn't the Prime Minister's residence seem suspicious after Shun Qiantang's exposure? Why did the third prince suddenly ally with the Lin family? Previously, the third prince sought to win over young Master Lin. But it appears the Lin family has long been aligned with the crown prince, perhaps merely feigning loyalty to the third prince to keep us in suspense. Song Chu furrowed his brow and sank heavily into a chair, tapping the armrest impatiently. So, according to you, the Lin family has already sensed this prince's intentions? The Lin family is powerful. Though Lin Qiming no longer holds military authority, his former subordinates are no mere trifles. At a mere command, they might readily rally to him as their general. Moreover, his three sons are no ordinary men. The eldest has become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel, with a limitless future ahead. The youngest, reputedly a talented businessman, has amassed considerable wealth at a young age. His partnership with the Sun family in the Shenghuai restaurant has made it the premier establishment in Yanjing. Initially, he aimed to cultivate a relationship with Lin Jiyu, hoping to make him a trusted ally in court. However, that individual is impervious to persuasion and has aligned himself with the crown prince, leaving Song Chu no choice but to turn to Lin Maobai. If Lin Maobai could be of service, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Regrettably, it appears Lin Maobai is unwilling to extend such courtesy. Contemplating this, Song Chu gritted his teeth, his expression contorted. Each and every one of them looks down upon this prince, perceiving him as the offspring of a neglected concubine, unworthy of his father's affection. They all flock to curry favor with my elder brother. What makes him superior to this prince? Meanwhile, when neither evaded nor concealed herself, quietly observing, seemingly unafraid of incurring Song Chu's wrath, Song Chu maintained a stoic demeanor, his silence palpable. Additionally, young Master Qi will need to be replaced. After a moment, Song Chu coldly acknowledged. Suddenly, he added, the fourth miss of the Lin family is quite intriguing. One nodded knowingly and then withdrew. 3 days later, at Baicheng Garden, Lin Bao'er eagerly dashed to the camellia bushes, struggling to pluck a branch. Turning around excitedly, she waved at Chu Jingzhe. Sister Chu, look at this. Isn't it beautiful? Not far away, Chu Jingzhe chuckled softly, retrieving the teapot from the maid before approaching. It is beautiful. However, it is a pity that the color is rather pale. Pale? Lin Bao'er tilted her head. I actually quite like it. She mumbled for a moment, and Chu Jingzhe, unable to hear clearly, could not help but ask Bao'er, why hasn't he, your elder brother, arrived yet? The sun is splendid today. They had planned to enjoy the outing together, yet as we approach noon, he still hasn't shown up. A hint of resentment brewed within her. Perhaps he has been delayed by some matter, Lin Bao'er replied nonchalantly, before leaning closer to Chu Jingzhe, blinking her eyes playfully and feigning ignorance. Sister Chu, why are you so concerned about my elder brother? Clearly, my second and third brothers have yet to arrive as well. This question left Chu Jingzhe blushing profusely. She cast a reproachful glance at Lin Bao'er, averting her gaze, and with a handkerchief covering her mouth, stammered, Isn't it the same? If your elder brother comes, then young Master Lin and young Master Lin will naturally come too. That is not the same. Lin Bao'er refused to let her off the hook, wrapping her arms around Chu Jingzhe's legs and looking up with a mischievous grin. I've noticed Sister Chu seems particularly concerned about my elder brother. Previously, you even knew whether he had eaten pastries. He showed no interest in whether I was full. Could it be that Sister Chu likes my elder brother? Do not speak nonsense. Chu Jingzhe quickly crouched down, covering her mouth and glanced around to ensure no one was listening before scolding. "You little girl, where do you even understand the concept of liking? Is it not your third brother who speaks nonsense in front of you every day?" "I know perfectly well." Lin Bao'er pouted, falling willingly into Chu Jingja's embrace. "If Sister Chu were to marry my elder brother, I would be absolutely delighted, unlike that Miss Chu, who constantly clings to my elder brother, pretending to be coy and delicate. Ugh, she is so hypocritical. I do not like her at all." As she spoke, she shivered slightly, as if repulsed. However, upon hearing this, Chu Jingja felt something amiss. Her brows furrowed, and she asked sharply, "What Miss Chu? Why have I never heard of such a person beside young Master Lin?" Lin Bao'er, sensing an opportunity, cleared her throat and feigned sorrow. "I'm not sure. It seems she is the sister of the steward Han, who, after seeking refuge with the Lin family, secured a comfortable position and has been constantly pestering my elder brother." "What?" Chu Jingja's expression changed, her demeanor growing colder. "Still claiming not to like my elder brother, yet look at her jealousy." Lin Bao'er felt a surge of delight, thoroughly satisfied. While this might create minor trouble for her elder brother, it would also swiftly expose the tension between the two. Otherwise, how long would it take for her to embrace a sister-in-law? The effectiveness of her plan was assured. Unless Chu Jingja truly became disheartened and ceased her association with Lin Jiu, it would indicate their fates were indeed misaligned. Moreover, she and T claimed her brother was involved in any romantic entanglement with that woman. She merely stated that Miss Chu was clinging to her elder brother. As long as her elder brother was not foolish, he could seize this opportunity wisely. After waiting for another half an hour, Lin Bao'er began to sense something was amiss. Why had her elder brother and the others not yet arrived? And where were Miss Wei and the others? Had they also been delayed by unforeseen circumstances? "All right, it is almost noon. I should take Bao'er to eat," Chu Jingja said, glancing at the sky. Although they had arranged to meet, they had yet to appear. They would surely hear about it later. Lin Bao'er agreed inwardly, arranging a meeting yet arriving late. Her elder brother truly was disappointing. Outside Baicheng Garden, a carriage awaited. As Chu Jingja and Lin Bao'er exited, they climbed aboard. "To Shenghuai Restaurant," the coachman replied, tipping his hat. "Go." When Lin Bao'er awoke again, she found herself bound to a pillar in a pitch-black room, unable to see anything. Creak. The door swung open. As light filtered in, Lin Bao'er squinted and saw a woman, veiled and graceful. "I can't believe they actually managed to capture these two. Well done. Has anyone noticed?" Her voice was soft and melodious, unmistakably that of a great beauty. The other voice was gruff and hoarse. "Do not worry, miss. Absolutely no one has noticed." Lin Bao'er's eyes widened. Wasn't that the voice of the coachman? So, they had indeed been kidnapped? And what of Chu Jingja? That was fortunate. The woman tossed a few coins to the man and instructed, "Keep this place secure. Not even a fly should get in." Understood. The door closed again, plunging them back into darkness. In the shadows, Lin Bao'er felt around the ropes binding her and realized they were not too tight. With some quiet effort, she could free herself. However, despite rubbing her wrists raw, she could not reach the knot behind her back. Lin Bao'er exclaimed, "This is not how it was supposed to be." Unable to find an alternative, she could only redeem a blade from the system's marketplace and began to sharpen it along the rope. As expected from the system's production, the blade was remarkably sharp. In no time at all, she had severed the knot binding her wrist. Just then, a sudden cry of pain emanated from behind her. Lin Bao'er's heart skipped a beat, and she tentatively called out, "Sister Chu?" Upon hearing this, she realized that Chu Jingja must be tied to the other side of the pillar. Quickly freeing herself from her own bindings, she rushed over. "Sister Chu." Bathed in the moonlight, Lin Bao'er saw Chu Jingja tightly bound, encircled with rope multiple times, and her mouth stuffed with a wad of cloth. This presented a dilemma for Lin Bao'er. The height was simply beyond her reach. Chu Jingja squirmed, her eyes filled with panic, seemingly questioning where they were. After all, having been raised in the confines of a chamber, she had never encountered such a situation. "Sister Chu, it seems we have been kidnapped. Earlier, I heard those men speaking, and one of them appeared to be the coachman from our carriage," Lin Bao'er explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingja seemed even more agitated. Yet, after a moment of excitement, she gradually regained her composure. With her mouth gagged and hands bound, she found herself utterly powerless. "Do not worry, Sister Chu. I will think of a way," Lin Bao'er reassured her. She searched the dim surroundings, discovering they were in a woodshed, filled only with timber and straw. It appeared there was nothing to elevate her reach. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she turned her attention to the ropes binding Chu Jingjia. Surely, if she could free her from these ropes, it would be a start, right? However, after much deliberation, perspiration beaded on her forehead without success in loosening the knot. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Who on earth tied these knots? It feels like slaughtering a pig." Chapter 88. In chaos, after exhausting herself for a considerable time without success, Lin ultimately resorted to using the blade to painstakingly cut away the ropes. It was unclear how long she toiled, but eventually she managed to sever the bindings around Chu Jingjia's hands. As soon as her hands were free, Chu Jingjia instinctively began to untie the ropes around her body. Soon, both of them collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Bao'er, how did you come by a blade?" Chu Jingjia inquired, rubbing her sore face, her voice hoarse and strained. Lin Bao'er carefully concealed the blade, lying without a hint of embarrassment, claiming she had found it on the ground, perhaps left behind by someone. Chu Jingjia, not suspecting a child's words, sighed in relief, though concern lingered on her face. If the ones who bound us were indeed the coachmen, it suggests someone must have bribed them in advance. This was premeditated. But was it aimed at me or you? Chu Jingjia pondered, glancing at Lin Bao'er, who was still surveying their surroundings. The little girl's face was smudged with dirt, appearing quite haggard, prompting Chu Jingjia to let out a gentle sigh. Why was she discussing such matters with a child? With only Lin Bao'er by her side, she needed to muster her strength. Resolving to stay positive, she wiped the dirt from Lin Bao'er's face and tenderly massaged her wrists. "Does it hurt?" she asked. Lin Bao'er obediently shook her head, insisting it was not painful. Chu Jingjia, misinterpreting her words as the understanding of a mature child, felt even more protective. "Rest assured, once they realize we are missing, they will certainly send someone to rescue us." Lin Bao'er nodded in agreement. "But I fear that these individuals seek not wealth, but our lives. If they truly desire our lives, we may not be able to wait for my brother and the others to come to our aid." Lin Bao'er lamented, regretting not having brought Xiaoqing with her. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence's study, "Father, I fear that our connection to Jiangcheng may be severed." Lin Jiu sighed. The prince's envoy had discovered that Jiangcheng's dispatched individuals seemed to be deliberately avoiding the coastal areas, likely sensing something amiss. Lin Qiming paused in his writing, lifting his gaze. Have they realized that it was Mo Beigon? That should not be the case. Lin Jiu shook her head. On that day, Mo Beigon left no trace, and the third prince found nothing to implicate him. Logically, he should have no evidence to prove Mo Beigon's involvement. It appears the third prince is more cautious than we imagined, Lin Qiming remarked, setting down his brush and moving the paperweight aside. Perhaps this incident had startled him, making him overly wary. Regardless of who infiltrated the prince's residence, the loss of crucial items prompted him to halt their plans. Thus, our attempt to probe the third prince may have inadvertently alerted him, Lin Jiu concluded. However, Father, we have also uncovered another matter. She narrowed her eyes. In the coastal region of Wanxi, there is a man surnamed Qi, who frequently engages in maritime trade. Initially, he went unnoticed among many, but recent developments led our people to sense something amiss. He set sail on the 1st and 15th of each month, first visiting Yamliuxiang before heading to the pawnshop, without fail. Yet, on the 15th of this month, he made a midnight visit to Wenshu Pavilion. Although concealed, our people still discovered it. Lin Jiu continued. Eventually, we traced that the owner of Wenshu Pavilion was originally from the Lin Jiangheng family, before it was transferred to the Su family of Wanxi. Lin Qiming stepped out from behind the desk, cleansing his hands. That Lord Su belongs to a neutral faction within the court and has yet to align with any side. Let us investigate further to ascertain the truth, Lin Jiu nodded. Just as Lin Qiming was about to agree, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door interrupted them. Not good. My lord, not good. The fourth miss is missing. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they flung open the door. What did you say? Upon arriving at the main hall of the Lin residence, they heard Shun Shualan's anxious voice from afar. Hurry and search. How could two grown individuals simply vanish without a trace? Dispatch more people. Seeing her face pale and her body swaying, Lin Qiming rushed to support her. Madam, hubby. Upon seeing him, Shun Shualan's tears finally streamed down her face. Lin Mo Bagon averted his gaze, biting his lip. Just now, Miss Chu's maid reported that her mistress was enjoying the flowers with Bao'er in Baichun Garden. At noon, they intended to dine at Shenghuai restaurant, but midway through the journey, they lost consciousness, and when they awoke, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. Lin Jiyu was taken aback. What did you say? Miss Chu is also missing? His voice trembled slightly. This is not merely a disappearance. It is a blatant kidnapping, Lin Ruqian exclaimed, her eyes turning red with urgency. Who could be so cruel as to abduct a child? She is so young. What if something happens to her? Shun Xuelan, upon hearing this, burst into tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Why must my Bao'er suffer so? She is still so small. Her distress only heightened the anxiety of those around her. We must hurry and find her. Lin Jiu turned to dash outside, but was halted midway by Lin Mo Bagon. We awaited you and father to discuss another matter, which seems rather suspicious. What? Lin Jiu furrowed his brow, panic settling in as his limbs grew weak, his complexion paling. Lin Mo Bagon continued. Miss Chu's maid also mentioned that her mistress received a letter inviting her to Baichun Garden under our name, but when she did not arrive, she took Bao'er to Shenghuai restaurant on her own. Chapter 89. Finding a way to escape Shun Xuelan, filled with remorse, collapsed into Lin Qiming's embrace, shedding tears. She should have dispatched more personnel to stay close to Bao'er. It was unwise to assume that the recent tranquility of the Lin residence meant that past calamities were forgotten. Concerned for her health, Lin Qiming gently stroked her back, offering solace, remarking that the unpredictability of life renders it impossible to foresee events yet to unfold. Bao'er had often expressed fondness for Miss Chu, having visited the Chu residence on numerous occasions. Who could have anticipated that this time would bring misfortune? Lin Mabai's expression turned severe. This appears to have been premeditated. We have never sent any correspondence to Miss Chu. So how could we have arranged for her to meet us at Baichun Garden? Furthermore, Miss Wei's messenger stated that she had received no letters either. Clearly, Miss Chu was deliberately deceived. At that moment, Lin Jiu began to regain his composure, his hands trembling slightly within his sleeves as he clenched them into fists. Since the incident occurred only after they boarded the carriage, could they not send someone to investigate the identity of the coachman? Lin Qiming pondered. Given that the carriage was found outside the city, it indicates that Bao'er and Miss Chu are no longer within the city limits. If we search within a 100-mile radius, they cannot have traveled far in such a short time. We must dispatch personnel to the docks and relay stations. I refuse to believe they can simply vanish into thin air. Moreover, Bao'er is astute, and while Miss Chu may be a lady, she is not without her own wits. They will not remain idle. He encouraged a thorough search along the route, asserting that any unusual signs would surely yield some clues. His words steadied the hearts of the Lin family members. Lin Mabai declared, "Then I shall join the search. I am most familiar with the tracks of carriages." With that, he dashed out. Seeing this, Lin Ruqian followed suit, exclaiming, "I'm going too." As Lin Jiu prepared to leave, Lin Qiming quickly called after him, "Jiu, wait." Hearing this, Shun Xuelan complied, allowing herself to be supported as she was led away. After dismissing the others, Lin Qiming fixed his gaze on Lin Jiu and spoke softly. "Do you not find this matter rather peculiar?" Lin Jiu, typically clear-minded, had been momentarily distracted by the events concerning Bao'er and Chu Jingjia, but now understood Lin Qiming's implication. Father means that Bao'er's disappearance is connected to our investigation? Lin Qiming neither nodded nor shook his head, but continued. Just as we were closing in on crucial information, calamity struck, and it involved Bao'er and Miss Chu. I can comprehend Bao'er's plight. The entire Lin household is in disarray. But what of Miss Chu? Lin Jiu paused, pressing his lips together in silence. Who would dare commit such an act of abduction? I surmise this is merely an attempt to disrupt our focus, to incite chaos throughout the entirety of Yinjing. Lin Ji responded, "So, they wish to prevent us from pursuing this matter further?" A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Qiming's eyes. This precisely indicates that we have stumbled upon some vital clues. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Our family has now become a pawn in plain sight, and we shall likely face unrest for some time. Lin Qiming fell silent, rubbing his temples. Thus, we must not let this opportunity slip away. You must not be distracted. We need to swiftly clarify the lead regarding Master Su. But Lin Jiu stammered, his lips moving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lin Qiming, fully aware of his unspoken concerns, reassured him, Bao'er and Miss Chu are connected to both your father and the Chu family. We will ensure their safety. After a long moment, Lin Jiu finally acquiesced. Meanwhile, Lin Bao'er stealthily positioned herself on the floor, peering through the crack of the door, but after a while, all she could see were the boots of the two guards outside, which disheartened her. Her small face scrunched up in thought, resembling a miniature adult in deep contemplation. Even they did not know where they were confined, let alone her elder brother and father. They needed to signal for help to facilitate their rescue. In the darkness, Chu Jingzhe could not resist gazing at the little girl before her and instinctively asked, "How shall we send a signal?" Yet, as soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. As a noble lady, it was rather absurd to rely on a child for guidance in such matters. After a moment of contemplation, she focused her mind, considering it must attract attention without placing us in danger. What can we do? Lin Bao'er glanced around, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. At that moment, Chu Jingzhe hesitated. Water? But in this pitch darkness, how would they find a way to ignite a flame? She frowned, murmuring, and if anything goes awry, it might endanger both of us. Just as she was about to dismiss this idea, she suddenly noticed Lin Bao'er retrieving a fire starter. Chu Jingzhe gasped in astonishment. Lin Bao'er offered an awkward smile, explaining, "I found it along with other things in the corner." "Chu sister, do you think this will work?" In truth, she had scoured the system's marketplace for quite some time to find it. Otherwise, if she had produced a lighter, it would have left Chu Jingzhe even more bewildered. Although puzzled, Chu Jingzhe did not dwell on it further. She accepted the fire starter, hesitating. It seems feasible, but after a moment, she whispered a few instructions into Lin Bao'er's ear before rushing to rummage through the dry straw. Ding! Temporary mission issued. Save yourself and Chu Jingzhe. Completing the mission rewards 500 points. Lin Bao'er's movements froze momentarily as she stared in disbelief. Had she misheard or had the system gone mad? 500 points. That was equivalent to several tasks. The system must be insane. Lin Bao'er thought, no? I accept. This revelation filled her with newfound vigor. As she awaited Chu Jingzhe's efforts to gather the straw, Lin Bao'er suddenly cried out toward the door, "Ah, there's a mouse. A mouse!" As she lamented, she banged a piece of wood against the wall, creating a commotion. "What is that child shouting about? Should we check?" One of the guards murmured. Seeing this, Lin Bao'er's eyes darted as she gritted her teeth, pushing over some nearby wood with great effort, then screamed, "Ah, what if something really happens? We want to be able to explain ourselves to the adults." One guard exclaimed, rushing to unlock the door in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bao'er, concealed in the corner, aimed her tranquilizer at the approaching guard. Bang! The towering figure collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the second guard could react, Lin Bao'er swiftly shot another tranquilizer dart. Both fell to the ground, motionless. This all transpired in an instant, and fearing Chu Jingzhe would notice something amiss, Lin Bao'er quickly used a blade to make a shallow cut on the neck of each guard, then pretended to be terrified, collapsing to the ground. "Bao'er!" Chu Jingzhe rushed over, scooping her up while vigilantly watching the entrance, retreating cautiously. After a moment, Lin Bao'er tugged at her clothing, peering from her embrace. "Chu sister, are they dead?" Chu Jingzhe was uncertain. After ensuring there was no immediate danger and setting Lin Bao'er down, she cautiously approached to check for signs of life. "They are not dead. They seem to be unconscious, likely from a weapon wound. But how do they sustain such injuries?" Chu sister, let us not worry about how they were injured. Now that the door is open, we should hurry and escape. I'm so scared. Lin Bao'er feigned fear, diverting the conversation. Should we still light the fire? Regaining her composure, Chu Jingzhe stepped outside to scout for other guards. Upon confirming the area was clear, she quickly carried Lin Bao'er out, setting her down in a corner of the courtyard. "You wait here for me." Lin Bao'er nodded obediently. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed. Flames leapt high into the sky. "Quick, let us go!" Chu Jingzhe exclaimed as she sprinted toward the exit with Lin Bao'er in her arms. Upon exiting, Lin Bao'er discovered that they were likely trapped within a secluded estate, surrounded by winding corridors of waterways that twisted and turned, rendering them utterly disoriented. However, Chu Jingjia seemed quite familiar with the surroundings. After a brief assessment, she seized Lin Bao'er and sprinted towards the southwest. Before long, the maze of waterways vanished, replaced by neat, verdant shrubs. The fire will take a while to be detected. We must hasten our escape, Chu Jingjia panted, her cheeks gradually flushing. Concerned for her endurance, Lin Bao'er wriggled in her arms and softly urged, "Sister Chu, please set me down. I can walk on my own." Being carried was indeed quite taxing, and Chu Jingjia had no choice but to comply. "Quickly this way." Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, prompting Chu Jingjia to swiftly pull Lin Bao'er into the corner of the thicket. A racing heart was felt, but after the group passed, Chu Jingjia exhaled a sigh of relief as she collapsed onto the ground. She gasped for air, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her forehead, a picture of disarray. Moreover, her entire body felt sticky, and a sudden chill from the breeze made her shiver uncontrollably. "Sister Chu, there's a dog hole here," Lin Bao'er exclaimed suddenly. Chu Jingjia turned to find Lin Bao'er had climbed into a nest of dry grass and leaves, pointing excitedly at a rugged hole. What a stroke of luck! After her exclamation, Lin Bao'er wasted no time and dashed towards it. "Sister Chu, we can escape from here. Hurry!" Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at the woods outside. Hearing her words, Chu Jingjia disregarded her appearance and lifted her skirt to crouch and crawl towards the hole. However, it seemed that secondary characters often encountered misfortune at critical moments. Chu Jingjia found herself stuck halfway in the hole. Lin Bao'er stared, her face flushed with embarrassment for Chu Jingjia, and she anxiously fretted, "Sister Chu, don't panic. I'll help you." She grasped Chu Jingjia's hand, straining with all her might to pull her out, her body nearly bending at an awkward angle. Yet, her strength was insufficient. Despite her efforts, Chu Jingjia remained firmly lodged. Feeling the discomfort of being trapped, Chu Jingjia took a deep breath, gently pushed Lin Bao'er away, and urged, "You must go first. Run far away. Don't let them find you." "But what about you?" Lin Bao'er's heart raced, and she pressed her foot against the wall for leverage as she tugged on Chu Jingjia, her face flushed with determination. Chu Jingjia, will come to find you soon," she murmured, her voice hoarse and eyes clouded with concern. "Such words are mere platitudes. Why do you sound just like Ergo?" Lin Bao'er glared, her eyes wide and chest heaving. At that moment, faint voices drifted from beyond the wall. "I see them. Over there. Quick, catch them." Time was running out. In a fit of desperation, Lin Bao'er shouted in her mind, "System, do you have any strength-enhancing pills or something? Help me, quickly." System. The host is still a mere child of 1 year. It cannot defy established facts. Lin Bao'er, exasperated, retorted, "And yet your system store sells Gatling guns. Why are you telling me this? Hurry, just help me pull Chu Jingjia out." The system fell silent. In the next moment, Lin Bao'er felt a surge of strength coursing through her limbs. With a fierce effort, she tugged with all her might. In an instant, Chu Jingjia gasped in pain and tumbled onto the grass. The sensation of narrowly escaping death brought tears to her eyes as she disregarded the pain in her side, scrambling to grasp Lin Bao'er's hand and limping towards freedom. "Quick, we must leave at once." The trees towered above them, the path rugged and uneven. After running for about half an hour, they stumbled over a patch of moss and rolled down a small hillside. Before tumbling down, Chu Jingjia protected Lin Bao'er with all her strength, but she herself was struck by sharp stones, leaving her bloodied and unconscious. Seeing Chu Jingjia lying on the ground, bloodied and with closed eyes, Lin Bao'er panicked. Chapter 91. Points flowing like water. She hurried over and gently touched Chu Jingjia's face, her voice trembling. "Sister Chu, are you all right?" Just as Lin Bao'er's anxiety peaked, Chu Jingjia slowly opened her eyes. Gazing up at the towering trees, she felt somewhat disoriented. "Sister Chu?" Lin Bao'er worriedly wiped the blood from around her eyes, carefully lying beside her. Hearing Lin Bao'er's voice, Chu Jingjia grasped her hand. Once she had regained her bearings, the throbbing pain in her head became apparent, and she felt the wetness clinging to her face, accompanied by a sharp pain in her forehead. "Sister Chu, you've lost so much blood. I thought you wouldn't wake up, Lin Bao'er said, her voice quivering and her eyes reddening as she helped her sit up. I'm fine, Chu Jingja said, suppressing her nausea as she surveyed her surroundings. Where are we now? Lin Bao'er shook her head, pointing towards the highest point. I don't know. We just fell from up there. Hearing this, Chu Jingja murmured, this place is still unsafe. We must move. Once she steadied herself, she slowly began to advance. Bao'er, we need to go further. Otherwise, they will catch up. Lin Bao'er wiped her tears and followed closely behind. After walking for another quarter hour, the sky opened up with a torrential downpour, forcing them to seek temporary shelter. They squeezed into a narrow tree hollow. Their damp bodies pressed together as the cold wind seeped through, dissipating any warmth they had. Time passed, and Chu Jingja's eyelids grew heavy. Bao'er, I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for a moment. Don't be afraid. If there's any noise, just call for me. Do not go outside. We need to stay here. Before she could finish speaking, her eyes fluttered shut. Lin Bao'er rubbed her cold little hands and cautiously fed her the medicine. The downpour cascaded through the tree hollow, and fearing for Chu Jingja's well-being, she shifted to shield her from the rain. Yet her small frame proved inadequate for the task. As Chu Jingja's forehead grew increasingly hot, Lin Bao'er exchanged for a fever reducer and administered it to her. This situation cannot continue, Lin Bao'er frowned, glancing at the darkening sky. Without hesitation, she crawled out of the tree hollow. Before leaving, she exchanged for 2 heating pads and placed them on Chu Jingja. She no longer cared about potential exposure. If discovered later, she would simply deny it. As she stepped outside, the torrential rain drenched her instantly, but she pressed on, running in one direction. She recalled passing a banana tree earlier, whose leaves might provide some shelter from the rain. Before long, she spotted the banana tree, and just as she felt a surge of joy, the sound of horses whinnying reached her ears, echoing eerily in the quiet woods. Lin Bao'er cursed under her breath. These people were relentless. After a moment of deliberation, she gritted her teeth and ran in another direction. As she ran, she exchanged for a box of firecrackers. This damn task. No wonder it costs 500 points. I've already spent 200 points just on these ridiculous items. I almost lost my life over it. If this task doesn't succeed, I might just die of frustration. After running for a while, she lit one and threw it away. The firecracker, resistant to water, exploded on the ground in an instant. She used herself as bait, drawing the group towards her. If only I could redeem bombs. I would have obliterated you all by now. Lin Bao'er scolded as she hurriedly scampered away on her short legs, aware of her inability to outrun the horse. She dashed to a spot she deemed safe, plunging headfirst into a damp patch of grass. Being petite, the grass completely concealed her, leaving not even a scrap of her garment visible. After a considerable time, the sound of hooves passed by her, fading into silence. Yet, Lin Bao'er remained restless. After lying low for a quarter of an hour, she cautiously poked her head out. Phew, I can hardly breathe. The rain had lessened significantly, but Lin Bao'er felt lightheaded. Oh no, could I be coming down with a cold? A sudden chill swept through her, prompting her to redeem a medicinal pill from the system's marketplace, which she swallowed hastily. As she approached the banana tree, she spotted a familiar figure from a distance. Startled, she rushed over. Sister Chu, what are you doing out here? Upon seeing her, Chu Jingja immediately burst into tears and rushed to embrace her. I thought you had been captured, she sobbed, unable to articulate her distress, clinging to Lin Bao'er in a torrent of tears. Lin Bao'er chose to conceal the earlier incident, uncertain how to explain it to Chu Jingja. The childish voice tugged at Chu Jingja's heartstrings. Seeing her drenched clothes and disheveled face only deepened her sorrow, prompting her to hold Lin Bao'er even tighter. We must leave this place quickly while the rain is light. She crouched before Lin Bao'er. Can you still walk? Let me carry you. But you can barely keep going yourself. Why would you carry me? Lin Bao'er shook her head, taking her hand. Sister Chu, I can still walk. Despite her aching and weak ankles, she remained silent about her discomfort. Chu Jingja, seeing her determination, did not press the issue. Instead, she removed her outer garment and draped it over Lin Bao'er. Let us go. As they walked, Chu Jingja surveyed the terrain. Such dense thickets are uncommon within the city. We must be outside its borders. Our maidservants are missing. Perhaps that group only captured us too. I wonder if they harmed the others. If not, given our prolonged absence, my father must be aware that we are no longer in the city. Once he learns we are gone, he will certainly inform Lord Lynn, who will dispatch men to the crossroads, the post station, and the docks. Those people will not be able to take us far. Chapter 92. Survival in the Wilderness. I hope that fire served a purpose. With a soft sigh, she fell silent. After a while, they arrived at a rocky wall that left no further path upward. They would have to circumvent it, which would take several hours. As darkness approached, continuing on might expose them to danger. Bao'er, let us rest here for the night. Chu Jingja, struggling against her fatigue, pulled down some vines from the rock face, gradually revealing a cave. The cave's elevation offered some protection from the rain. Allicht, Lin Bao'er aglit. After trudging for a short while amidst the wind and rain, she was utterly exhausted, merely managing to stand by sheer will. The cave, though small and damp with moss, was not particularly comfortable. Chu Jingja spread the outer garment on the ground for Lin Bao'er to sit on. Having just endured a downpour, dry firewood was nowhere to be found. Chu Jingja retrieved the fire starter Lin Bao'er had given her earlier and shook off the water. Although it was not completely soaked, she felt a pang of worry. Upon opening it, she discovered the cotton inside remained dry, bringing a glimmer of hope to her eyes. After a moment, a faint flame flickered to life, illuminating their faces. Lin Bao'er, struggling to keep her eyes open, lifted her head. Seeing her like this deepened Chu Jingja's guilt. She instinctively pulled her into an embrace, her eyes reflecting sorrow. If it weren't for you, perhaps Lin Bao'er wouldn't have to endure such hardships. How will I explain this to the Lin family? After an indeterminate amount of time, when Lin Bao'er awoke, the outside world had plunged into darkness. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she was surprised to find a fire pit before her. Where did Chu Jingja find firewood? After a brief moment of contemplation, she lifted the garment covering her and glanced around, relieved to see Chu Jingja sleeping on the opposite side. The fire provided a comforting warmth. Lin Bao'er licked her dry lips, glancing towards Chu Jingja. She felt thirsty. What to do? Noticing that the garment covering her had dried, Lin Bao'er rose and draped it over Chu Jingja. Remembering the 2 heat packs she had placed on her earlier, she calculated that it was about time. Cautiously, she tested Chu Jingja's response, seeing her remain unresponsive. She quietly removed the 2 heat packs from her side. In her mind, she thought, if I just toss them out, they might be discovered. Before long, Lin Bao'er saw the 2 heat packs in her hands vanish in an instant, alleviating one of her concerns. With her earlier thoughts in mind, she exchanged a bottle of mineral water from the system's marketplace. Upon tasting it, she sighed contentedly. So refreshing. Yet she did not forget about Chu Jingja. While Chu Jingja was still in a deep slumber, Lin Bao'er offered her a sip as well. The bottle emptied quickly. After quenching her thirst, her stomach began to grumble. The marketplace offered food items, but how could she explain that to Chu Jingja? Or could she simply eat without considering Chu Jingja? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Bao'er shook her head vigorously and slapped her face. What am I thinking? Chu Jingja is risking everything to save me. And here I am, only thinking of myself. How ungrateful. After silencing that thought, Lin Bao'er approached the cave entrance. As she drew near, a chilling gust swept through, causing her to shiver. No, where can I find food in this desolate wilderness? After a long pause, Lin Bao'er suddenly clapped her hands. Of course, there is still that. Without hesitation, she browsed the system marketplace for a while before locating a live fish. Excitedly, she thought, finally, something to eat. System, could you assist me in preparing the fish? She eagerly requested. System, the system does not include handling such tasks. The host can redeem ready-to-eat food. If I could redeem it, why would I even ask you? Lin Bao'er puffed her cheeks in frustration, glancing at the 2 lively fish on the ground with a frown. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and retrieved the knife she had used before. Fine, if the system won't help, I'll do it myself. In modern times, she had dealt with fish before, albeit only after their innards were cleaned. You must help me kill it, right? The system remained silent, but soon enough, the 2 fish lay still. Seeing this, Lin Bao'er shakily grasped the knife. She did not start with the scales. Instead, she peeled away the skin. Thank goodness the knife was sharp. Otherwise, this would have been a daunting task. Once the skin was removed, she sliced the fish flesh directly. Since she couldn't handle the innards, she settled for fish fillets. The thought of roasting fish like those seen on television was too daunting to consider. After finishing her preparations, Lynn Bao'er felt a surge of pride. "Em truly remarquable. Who else could be as clever as I?" On the ground, one side was littered with the mangled bodies of fish, while the other side showcased an assortment of fish fillets, varying in thickness and size, with blood pooling in between. After admiring her handiwork, Lynn Bao'er exchanged for 2 bottles of water. After all, one bottle cost just 2 points, a price she was willing to pay. One bottle was used to rinse the fish, while the other was poured into a bowl crafted from a leaf she had previously gathered, claiming it was rainwater. Once her preparations were complete, Lynn Bao'er placed a stone in the fire, waiting for it to turn red before carefully laying the fish fillets upon it. Oh, how fragrant! The sizzling sounds made Lynn Bao'er's eyes sparkle with delight. The fish cooked rapidly, and she couldn't resist popping a piece in her mouth, only to scrunch her face in disappointment. "It has no flavor," she murmured. Since she had already used a significant amount of points today, she decided not to fret and casually exchanged for a small bottle of salt. "This is much more palatable," she thought contentedly, still retaining some sense. Lynn Bao'er refrained from exchanging for spices like chili or pepper, as that could have been difficult to explain. After satisfying her hunger and quenching her thirst, she sprawled on the ground, letting out a contented belch. Fortunately, being small in stature, she could not consume much, or else those 2 fish might not have sufficed for both her and Chu Jingzhe. As Lynn Bao'er basked in the warmth of the fire, feeling drowsy, Chu Jingzhe finally awoke. "Bao'er." She managed to lift her head slightly, her voice hoarse and her complexion pale. Lynn Bao'er hurried over, checking her forehead with a gentle touch. "Sister Chu, you're awake." It seemed the medicine she had administered earlier had taken effect. The wound on her forehead had formed a scab, and she no longer felt feverish. "What smells so good? Is that food?" Chu Jingzhe swallowed, gradually sitting up, only to catch sight of the chaotic scene nearby. "Is that fish?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lynn Bao'er, feeling a twinge of guilt, sheepishly touched her nose and chuckled. "I just woke up feeling hungry and thought I might find something to eat." She glanced around, continuing, "My second brother taught me that if one finds themselves lost without food, they should look for wild fruits in lush areas to stave off hunger. But I'm too small to reach the fruits on the tree I found." She feigned a pout, then added, "However, while passing by a stream, I discovered 2 small fish washed ashore." Chu Jingzhe's mind momentarily short-circuited, struggling to comprehend. So, Bao'er accomplished all this while she was asleep? Was this truly a child of merely a year and a half? She felt a mix of astonishment and envy towards the Lin family's remarkable lineage. Realizing the success of Lin family's 3 sons was evidently hereditary. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Jingzhe approached the fish. One had been partially filleted by Lynn Bao'er, with the remaining pieces resting on a leaf. The other fish lay intact, albeit lifeless. Observing the scene before her, Chu Jingzhe was somewhat convinced of Lynn Bao'er's words, recognizing that she had not skillfully handled the fish but rather made a mess of things. "When my second brother took me to the military camp, I witnessed them preparing fish in a similar manner, though I never knew why mine turned out poorly," Lynn Bao'er lamented. "Can you do it, Sister Chu?" Chu Jingzhe smiled ruefully. "I cannot either. I have only read about it in books." Nevertheless, she rolled up her sleeves and, using Lynn Bao'er's makeshift knife, carefully began to prepare the fish. To avoid startling Lynn Bao'er, she took the fish outside the cave to work on it. Once finished, she skewered the intact fish onto a stick and placed it beside the fire, while the other fillets were laid upon the red-hot stones, just as Lynn Bao'er had done. After sampling a piece, Chu Jingzhe tilted her head in confusion. "Why does this fish taste as though it has been salted?" Lynn Bao'er's heart raced, feigning ignorance as she glanced around. Earlier, feeling lazy, she had sprinkled salt on the fish fillets to save herself from adding it each time she ate. In the dim cave, the details were not easily discernible, and Chu Jingzhe assumed it was simply the fish's natural flavor. After their meal, having also drunk some of the rainwater Lynn Bao'er had collected, Chu Jingzhe felt a slight revival in her spirits. She gazed into the enveloping darkness outside, her thoughts swirling. "Once dawn breaks, we must leave. We cannot remain here idly. We must find a way out. As soon as we emerge from this dense forest, hope will be within reach." Thus, The two companions drifted back to sleep beside the fire. In the dead of night, a voice echoed, "Have you searched here?" "We have searched everywhere, young master, but there is no sign of the fourth Miss or Miss Chu." "What about the other side?" "None there either." In the dense forest, a group of people scoured the area, their torches flickering in the darkness, illuminating the path beneath their feet. Lin Jiu pressed her lips tightly together, her expression one of utter despair. Just 2 hours prior, they had spotted signs of a fire blazing high near Wanshui Ridge and rushed to this location, only to find it abandoned, with only a burning mansion remaining. Before long, another group arrived, with Lin Maobai approaching Lin Jiu closely. "From my perspective, Bao'er and Miss Chu must have escaped long ago." The source of the fire was a woodshed, likely where Bao'er and Miss Chu were held captive. "We also discovered Miss Chu's accessory at a nearby doghole." Lin Jiu's heart trembled at this revelation. "Can you discern where they might have fled?" Lin Maobai shook his head. "It is too dark now to see anything clearly. Even if there were traces, we could not identify them. We can only increase our numbers for a thorough search." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu's gaze darkened. In such darkness, they cannot move quickly. Bao'er is clever. Perhaps she is hiding in a concealed spot. Send more people to search for any narrow caves or crevices where they could be hiding. Lin Maobai nodded and departed with his men. The night stretched infinitely, mirroring the hopelessness in his heart. "Bao'er, Bao'er." Chu Jingzhe shook the sleeping figure. Urgency etched on her face. Lin Bao'er groggily opened her eyes, yawning sleepily. "What is it, Sister Chu?" "It seems someone is approaching," Chu Jingzhe replied, her brow furrowed. "We cannot stay here. We must leave quickly." Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er became alert. "Did you see who it was, Sister Chu?" Chu Jingzhe anxiously shook her head, extinguishing the nearby fire by kicking it over. "I didn't see anyone. I noticed the light while I was outside. What if it's my brother and the others?" Lin Bao'er hoped, considering how much time had passed. Surely they should have found this place by now. A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Jingzhe's face as she shook her head. "It's uncertain. It could very well be that group searching for us. For safety's sake, let's hide." Once outside the cave, the two girls sought refuge in a dense thicket. Deep down, Chu Jingzhe harbored a glimmer of hope that it was indeed the Lin or Chu family searching for them, but she feared that they might be mistaken. "Is anyone there?" "No one, but there are signs of fire. Go report this to the young master." Two young servants murmured, one hurriedly departing with a torch. Before long, a large group arrived, led by none other than Lin Jiu. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Chu Jingzhe's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. "Master, there are signs of a fire here, but we do not know if it was Miss Chu or Lin Bao'er emerged from the thicket," crying out as she rushed toward Lin Jiu. "Brother, you finally come. If you hadn't Sister Chu and I would have been left to feed the wolves in this desolate wilderness. Someone is trying to kill us. Fortunately, we managed to escape. Otherwise, you might never have seen me again." Lin Bao'er's sobs echoed as she clung to Lin Jiu's leg, wishing to recount her grievances in full. At that moment, Chu Jingzhe also emerged, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Despite the presence of others, she refrained from crying out loud. Lin Gongzi, her voice trembled, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she spoke. Witnessing the disheveled appearance of the two, Lin Jiu felt as though his heart was being sliced open, a suffocating pain engulfing him. Nonetheless, the weight that had hung heavily in his chest eventually began to lift. This was a sentiment he longed to express to her. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 500 points." At the Lin family estate near Wanshui Ridge, Shen Shulan hurriedly rushed into the house, disregarding everything else as she lifted her skirt. "Bao'er, mother!" Upon seeing her, Lin Bao'er sprang from the bed, her lips trembling, tears and snot streaming down her face. "Whoa, mother, you almost didn't see me again," she cried out, her sweet voice hoarse and heart-wrenching. "My Bao'er!" Shen Shulan, with reddened eyes, embraced her tightly, trembling as she wept alongside her daughter. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Tears streaming down her face, she examined Lin Bao'er from head to toe, her voice choked with emotion. "Oh, it hurts here, and here. Woo, mother." Lin Bao'er whimpered, revealing her arms and thighs. Both areas were marred with bruises and scratches, and her palms were riddled with cuts, causing Shun Xuelan's heart to ache with sorrow. My dear Bao'er has suffered so much, she bit her lip, her shoulders shaking as she pulled Lin Bao'er closer into her embrace. The Lin brothers nearby shared expressions of concern and guilt, wishing they could bear the pain in place of Lin Bao'er. "Oh, did they catch those bad people, mother?" Lin Bao'er asked through tear-filled eyes, sniffling and wiping her tears on Shun Xuelan's clothes. Shun Xuelan, undeterred, lovingly wiped her face and reassured her, "Don't worry. Your father has already sent people to pursue them." "What about Sister Chu?" "She was hurt far worse than I was," Lin Bao'er expressed her concern. "We accidentally rolled down the slope, and it was Sister Chu who protected me, or else I might have been in trouble. She suffered a huge gash on her forehead and bled a lot. I almost thought she wouldn't wake up, but thankfully, she is all right." Lin Jiu's expression shifted subtly as he clenched his fists in restraint. The more Lin Bao'er spoke, the more anxious she became, lifting her head from Shun Xuelan's embrace. "Mother, I want to see Sister Chu." "Naturally," Shun Xuelan agreed, as she wished to express her gratitude to Chu Jingjia for protecting Lin Bao'er along the way. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a young child to escape from the besieged estate alone without Chu Jingjia's constant vigilance. Upon arriving at the adjacent room, Lin Bao'er rushed to the bedside. "Sister Chu, are you all right?" At that moment, Chu Jingjia had changed into clean clothes, her forehead and wrists bound with cloth, her complexion pale and worn. She smiled gently, ruffling Lin Bao'er's hair. "I'm fine. Thanks to Miss Chu, or else my dear Bao'er might have been in serious trouble." Shun Xuelan wiped Lin Bao'er's tears with a handkerchief. Chu Jingjia shook her head, adding, "It was Bao'er who saved us. If it weren't for her, we might not have escaped from the woods. While I was unconscious, it was Bao'er who found food and water for me. Without her, I can hardly imagine what my fate would have been amidst the wolves and pursuers." Hearing this, Shun Xuelan's eyes filled with tears once more. This is true loyalty in times of hardship. Not only did she never consider me a burden, but she also risked her life to protect me. How many people today can display such courage? If my brother mistreats Sister Chu in the future, I shall not let him off. "Enough, let us allow them to rest properly for now," Lin Qiming interjected, arriving slightly late and rubbing his temples. "I have already dispatched people to pursue that group. With the roads, docks, and relay stations sealed off, they cannot escape far. We should have news by tomorrow." Fortunately, with Lord Lin's assistance, or else I would have been powerless in this matter, Lord Chu sighed. Lin Qiming could mobilize troops, which was why he had initially sent word to the Lin family. Without his intervention, the Chu family would likely have never captured those thieves. "Not at all," he replied. Once back home, Lin Bao'er soon fell asleep under Shun Xuelan's gentle words. The rest of the Lin family, except for Lin Ruqian, gathered in the study of the estate. Chapter 95. Whining and acting cute. Amongst the many letters, they concealed something significant, indicating ulterior motives. Lin Jiu paused and remarked, however, "To investigate whether Lord Su is connected to the third prince will take some effort." Lin Qiming nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Whether there is a connection or not is no longer important. Even if there isn't, Su Qiwei cannot escape. He is certainly involved in the silver mine smuggling. We will continue to follow this lead, and we must keep a close watch on that chief fellow day and night. However, if evidence surfaces, it would demonstrate that this matter was indeed orchestrated by the third prince, and Su Qiwei is merely a pawn in his scheme. I wonder how many of his people remain in the court." Lin Qiming's expression darkened as he gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his brow furrowed in anger. This incident involving Bao'er and Miss Chu was likely orchestrated by him. Lin Jiu's face darkened further, realizing it was a warning directed at them, a caution to refrain from meddling in these affairs. "I will not be intimidated by him." Lin Qiming slammed the table, his aura radiating defiance. "How dare he target the treasure of the Lin family? I will not let this go lightly. Father, I have made progress in investigating the rumors surrounding General Chang." Lin Maobai interjected, clasping his fists. Though he was tight-lipped about the matter, he inadvertently let slip some information after a few drinks. He admitted that someone had approached him, offering silver to travel to the coast. However, after the fall of the Prime Minister's residence, he was fortunate to escape and did not wish to get entangled in these matters again. Yet, I suspect the isn't telling the whole truth. so I discreetly interrogated his subordinates. It appears he has been secretly withdrawing men from the army, but where they have gone remains unknown. Lin Manor furrowed his brow. He is undoubtedly connected to this matter. He is aligned with Shun Qiantang, who serves the third prince. After the fall of the prime minister's residence, he surely began working for the third prince. His words seemed to indicate he sensed my doubts, attempting to dispel my suspicions. In due time, the other departments will also select individuals to be dispatched. Lin Qiming turned to Lin Jiyu, narrowing his eyes. We have made substantial preparations. Now we must see what the crown prince decides. However, Lin Bao'er dared not complain this time, for fear of retribution. Sister Qinglian, I wish to go to Huaisheng restaurant to eat. Lin Bao'er pouted, looking at Qinglian with pleading eyes, tugging at her sleeve. I haven tea had roasted lamb for ages. I crave it dearly. Qinglian wore a conflicted expression, but the lady has forbidden the fourth miss from going out. She pouted and playfully coaxed. Third brother went to the tavern early this morning. With him there, if mother is worried, she can have Qingard accompany me. However, Qinglian hesitated, conflicted and distressed. Fourth miss, please do not put me in a difficult position, she thought, tears welling in her heart. If something were to happen to Lin Bao'er, she would truly bear the weight of endless guilt. Seeing this, Lin Bao'er sighed, fine, then I shall seek mother myself. In the spring courtyard, the main residence. Mother, mother, mother. Lin Bao'er called out sweetly, throwing herself into Shun Xuelan's embrace. Shun Xuelan glanced at her, helplessly pinching Lin Bao'er's chubby cheeks. Little ancestor, nothing good comes from you acting like this. Was it this time? Lin Bao'er chuckled awkwardly, snuggling closer and said in a muffled voice, Mother, I want to eat the roasted lamb from Third Brother's Tavern. Pouting again, what is it that is not peaceful? We are in a time of peace, dear mother. Do you understand what a time of peace is? Shun Xuelan retorted mercilessly. I certainly do. Lin Bao'er shook her head vigorously. When the country thrives, the people are secure, well-fed, and content. Where's the lack of peace in that? Shun Xuelan shot her a sidelong glance. But what are the enemy's incursions and border disputes? Does that not count as unrest? Oh, mother. Lin Bao'er clambered onto her lap, wrapping her arms around her neck affectionately. What I am saying is that there's not much danger in Yanjing City. Besides, every time I go out, you have so many people escorting me. How could there be any danger? If you're still worried, let Qingard accompany me. He is a top-notch protector of the Lin family. 10 assassins would struggle against him. Or, at the very least, you could send second brother along. Shun Xuelan shot her an exasperated look and sighed. You always have countless reasons. Lin Bao'er chuckled and planted a kiss on Shun Xuelan's cheek. Mother, you are the best. Unable to resist her, Shun Xuelan ultimately allowed her to go out. She knew well that Lin Bao'er, though claiming she wanted to eat roasted lamb, merely wished to escape and enjoy herself rather than stay confined in the estate. At the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Bao'er took a deep breath and then spread her arms wide. Ah, it is the taste of freedom. And with that, she joyfully skipped away. Behind her, Qingard closely followed, fearing that this little ancestor might encounter trouble. Qingard, I want to eat that candy hawthorn. Lin Bao'er pointed excitedly at the high red skewers. Qingard, I want to eat sweet rice dumplings. And that flaky pastry looks delightful as well. Do you like roasted chicken legs? Before long, Qingard's hands were filled with treats. Even his little fingers were not spared. As they walked, Lin Bao'er found herself beside the pastry shop once run by Lin Ruqian. Although Lin Ruqian no longer managed it personally, it remained under the Lin family's name. Upon reaching this place, Lin Bao'er suddenly had a bright idea. Leaving Qingard behind as she hurried to another location, Anshuan Tavern, Lin Bao'er raised an eyebrow at the establishment. Whose little one is this? The young attendant at the door looked at Lin Bao'er, perplexed. Do you have fresh cow's milk? Fresh cow's milk? The attendant was baffled, yet seeing her fine attire, he did not dare to neglect her request. Hesitating, we do have it, but it will take a moment. Waiting is not an issue. Do not worry, I have money, Lin Bao'er assured, patting her chest and smiling. Fourth miss. Qingard caught up, relieved to see her unbothered. Do not run around, or else if the madam finds out, you won't be allowed to go out next time. Lin Bao'er pouted. How would she know if you do not tell her? It is merely you all who run to report. She muttered, snorting. Qingard dismissed her complaints, regarding them as mere childish grievances. But why's the fourth miss here? Aren't you supposed to be going to third, young master? Lin Bao'er raised an eyebrow, swaying on her feet with a knowing smile. You will find out soon enough. After a while, the fresh cow's milk arrived. The attendant placed a steaming bowl on the table, rubbing his hands in delight. This is undoubtedly the freshest milk. I just went to the kitchen to get it. Fresh cow's milk? Guard looked bewildered. Does the fourth miss want to drink this? The bowl of fresh cow's milk brought back memories for Guard from over half a year ago. Yet back then, hadn't the fourth miss been adamantly opposed to drinking it? Who said I wanted to drink it? Lin Bao'er pushed the bowl of fresh cow's milk towards Guard, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You have worked hard accompanying me. This is a reward for you. Guard's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, he stumbled backward, his voice trembling. How can a grown man drink this? Why can't you? Lin Bao'er feigned confusion. This fresh cow's milk is excellent for beauty and skincare. Your skin is too rough. This would be perfect for you. But just this bowl is not enough. You need to drink it daily for it to be effective. I will not drink it. Guard's face darkened as he gripped the sword sheath tightly, vehemently resisting. This is something women drink. Lin Bao'er suddenly stood on the table, glaring. Who said this is only for women? Is there a law stating that men cannot drink fresh cow's milk? The attendant stared, utterly dumbfounded by the argument between the two. Customer, actually, I do not care, Guard. This is my reward for you. If you do not drink it, you are looking down on me. Lin Bao'er narrowed her eyes. I will go tell my parents. Fourth miss you. Guard was so infuriated that his lips trembled, looking at her in disbelief. Because of you, I almost drank someone else's breast milk. I must repay this grudge. Lin Bao'er silently vowed. One must not suffer humiliation. Guard stubbornly averted his gaze. After a tense standoff, Lin Bao'er sighed and climbed down from the table. Fine. I remember that my father previously promised to help you find a good sword. Consider it my gratitude for your years of protection. Lin Bao'er smiled without revealing her teeth. Do not worry. My taste is always excellent. I will certainly find you an unparalleled sword. Guard froze, his expression shifting from disbelief to incredulity. A heavy breath lodged in his chest, unable to rise or fall. Finally, he bowed his head in despair, tears welling within. I will drink it. I must drink it every day, Lin Bao'er insisted. All right, she replied, satisfied. Guard, coughing up blood, utterly defeated. This tavern was not far from Shenghuai Tavern, and they arrived in a quarter of an hour. Third brother. The moment Lin Bao'er saw Lin Ruqian, her face lit up with joy as she rushed to him. I want to eat roasted lamb. Lin Ruqian affectionately ruffled her hair, lifting her up. All right, mother has already sent word. The roasted lamb is ready. Hooray! Lin Bao'er cheered with glee. Indeed, she sought fresh air, but also the roasted lamb, for she had long grown tired of the mundane fare at home. On the third floor, in the elegant room, where his brother Sun, while savoring the roasted lamb, Lin Bao'er looked around. Is he not at the tavern today? Lin Ruqian poured her a cup of tea, responding, I heard that brother Sun has been sent to the military camp. He's been absent for 10 to 15 days. A military camp? Lin Bao'er pondered. I recall brother Sun was last a civil official. Did he initially pursue a military path? Thus, they had never quite gotten along. This time during the spring examinations, brother Sun deliberately missed the exam and was severely reprimanded by Lord Sun, ultimately angering him so much that he sent him to the military camp. And he declared that no one was to assist him, insisting he start from the ranks of the soldiers and endure the hardships. After savoring the last piece of roasted lamb, Lin Bao'er licked her fingers, deep in thought, realizing the situation. What ultimately led Sun Tzu to abandon martial pursuits for scholarly endeavors? The narrative only chronicled the significant events of the past 5 years, leaving the backgrounds of other characters largely unelaborated. It seems she must explore this on her own. After a moment, Lin Bao'er blinked and said, Third brother, I wish to visit the military camp. Lin Ruqian exclaimed in shock, while Qin Hu Yuan's expression mirrored his disbelief. Mother will surely be furious. Lin Ruqian nearly jumped up in alarm. Oh dear. Lin Bao'er, with her greasy hands, tugged at Lin Ruqian's sleeve, pouting, if you don't tell her, how would mother know? Right? Hearing this, Lin Ruqian couldn't help but twitch his lips, looking at her as if she were foolish. Bao'er, do you genuinely believe our mother is Navi? Her informants are everywhere. Lin Bao'er was taken aback, astonished. Then she must have known about my earlier escapade. Meanwhile, Qin Hu Yuan maintained an impassive expression, inwardly relishing the situation and plotting his revenge. He would make sure to report her, ensuring the fourth miss would be confined to the estate for 6 months. Chapter 97. Sneaking into the military camp after a moment of turmoil, anxiety, and trepidation, Lynn Bao'er suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her gaze resolute. "I'm not afraid. Let us go." Lin Ruqian discreetly gave a thumbs up to his sister, proud of her courage. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Bao'er's bravado diminished, and she casually asked, "By the way, third brother, do you know where second brother is?" Lin Ruqian wiped the grease from his sleeve and pondered. He should also be in the military camp. A few days ago, he mentioned there would be assessments he needed to attend. Is that so? Lin Bao'er's eyes brightened. That makes things easier. When mother inquires, I can shift the blame to second brother and say it was his insistence for me to come. She relished the thought, while Lin Ruqian secretly sympathized with Lin Mo Bai. Poor second brother, caught in the crossfire of his sister's whims. No one could outmaneuver Lin Bao'er. Ultimately, the trio made their way to the military camp outside the city. Stop. This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel must not proceed. 2 soldiers with stern expressions blocked their path at the entrance. Lin Ruqian obediently presented a waist token, stating, "I am Lin Ruqian, and this is my younger sister. We have come to see Lin Mo Bai, my second brother." The soldiers recognized the Lin family token, exchanged glances, and bowed. "Ah, it is the third young master and fourth young lady. The second young master is currently inside. Please follow us." Lin Qiming had previously held military power, and many soldiers were promoted under his guidance. Although he had since relinquished his command and retired to the position of Minister of Rights, his past reputation still lingered. Consequently, the Lin family members were generally treated with respect and familiarity by the military personnel, especially with Lin Mo Bai currently stationed there. After navigating through several tents, they finally arrived at the training ground, where Lin Bao'er spotted Lin Mo Bai. He had shed his upper garments, engaged in a sparring match, his bare arms glistening. "Second young master, go for it. Defeat him. Second young master, I bet on your victory." Lin Mo Bai did not disappoint. With a fierce shout, he lifted his opponent and flung him aside. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. "I knew it. Second young master has won. Truly remarkable. Third brother, didn't you say second brother was here for an assessment?" Lin Bao'er questioned, puzzled. "Are military assessments conducted in such a haphazard manner? Or am I merely too traditional?" Lin Ruqian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. "I'm not entirely sure. That's what second brother told me." At that moment, someone recognized them. "Isn't that Lin Sangongzi? What brings you here to find your second brother? And who is this little girl?" The individual stared curiously at Lin Bao'er, momentarily forgetting to blink. After all, she appeared so delicate and refined, a stark contrast to the roughness of the military camp. "Xiao Dage," Lin Ruqian waved, approaching him. "We come to visit my second brother. This is my sister." Xiao Tianqing scratched his head, grinning. "So this is the fourth young lady? I've never had the pleasure of meeting her." Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled as she followed suit, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, brother Xiao." But in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of eager curiosity. "What's my second brother doing? He told me he was here for an assessment, yet he is fighting." Upon hearing her soft voice, Xiao Tianqing readily divulged, "Second young master is engaged in a sparring match. The wager is a knife. The actual assessment hasn't begun yet. It will commence in about half an hour. Are you tired, fourth young lady? If so, I can fetch a small stool for you," Xiao Tianqing offered, rubbing his hands together. His obsequious demeanor left Lin Ruqian and Qin Hu Yuan stifling their laughter. Lin Bao'er blinked and flashed him a sweet smile, feigning weariness. "I suppose I'm a little tired." At his words, Xiao Tianqing dashed off. "I'll go get a stool right away." Once he was out of sight, Lin Bao'er couldn't contain her laughter. "This person is truly amusing." Lin Ruqian affectionately ruffled her hair, whispering, "Brother Xiao is a simple fellow. Don't tease him." Moments later, Xiao Tianqing returned with a tiny stool. The very definition of small. Lin Bao'er sat upon it, just the right size for her. However, as she settled down, she sighed, realizing she couldn't see much from this low vantage point. What to do? This brother Chiu seems a bit dim-witted. Meanwhile, on the training ground, the match concluded, and Lin Mo emerged victorious, claiming the knife. Ruqian, Bao'er. Lin Mo rushed over, delight evident on his face. As he reached for Lin Bao'er, he suddenly recalled his dirty appearance. I'll change first, brother Chiu. Could you please take them to the side tent? Chiu Tianqing nodded eagerly. After waiting for a while in the side tent, Lin Mo finally arrived, looking refreshed. Ruqian Bao'er, what brings you here? He affectionately ruffled Lin Bao'er's hair, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. Chiu Tianqing watched enviously. I heard second brother was here for an assessment, so I wanted to come and watch. Lin Bao'er pouted, swinging her legs from the high stool. Did mother allow you to leave the estate? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Of course. Lin Bao'er puffed out her chest, prideful. Lin Ruqian interjected softly. She was permitted to go out, but not to come here. Lin Bao'er shot him a resentful glance, understanding her plight. Lin Mo shook his head in resignation. Only you would dare defy mother. All right, second brother, when does the assessment begin? I'm so eager to see. Lin Bao'er tugged at him, her eyes shining with excitement. Will it be like those special forces, showcasing all kinds of skills? Or will there be horseback riding, archery, and fighting? With your talent, wouldn't you pass in a heartbeat? Listening to her enthusiastic musings, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The assessment might be a bit dull. Perhaps Bao'er will find it tedious. Is that so? Lin Ruqian echoed, puzzled. He assumed military assessments should involve combat and action, not be mundane in nature. Lin Bao'er, too, was skeptical. However, half an hour later, she finally grasped Lin Mo's meaning. At that moment, the training ground was filled with small tables, and each candidate sat nearby, pen in hand, lost in thought, the silence almost eerie. Wait, which military assessment involves writing exams? Lin Bao'er exclaimed, Utterly astonished. Chapter 98, Building Connections for the Lin family, the military assessment proved to be quite a novelty. Lin Ruqian expressed the innermost thoughts of Lin Bao'er. After watching for a while in sheer boredom, Lin Bao'er yawned and asked, Third brother, didn't you say that brother son was sent to the military camp? Why haven't we seen him? Lin Ruqian scratched his head. I'm not sure either. At that moment, a low voice echoed from behind the two. Lord Sun was specifically instructed to be placed in the most arduous team. He is currently engaged in hard labor. Does the fourth miss wish to pay him a visit? Chiu Tianqing immediately stood upright and clasped his fists in salute. Yes, General. Ing Lushi nodded lightly. Acknowledging him with a soft hum, Lin Ruqian quickly straightened his posture, responding, Elder brother Ing, are you here to see your second brother? Ing Lushi cast a fleeting glance at him, then turned his attention to Lin Bao'er, scrutinizing her closely. Lin Bao'er struggled to look up at him and, after a moment of contemplation, chirped, I remember you. You were the one who recognized me. Oh, Ing Lushi crouched down with interest, his dark eyes fixated on her with an air of pressure. You remember? Of course, Lin Bao'er assured him earnestly, nodding seriously. Your beard scratched me quite painfully, but I understood you were saving me, which is why I didn't cry. Otherwise, I would have surely reported you to father. Bao'er, Lin Ruqian exclaimed in shock, his heart racing as he desperately wished to cover the mouth of this little ancestor. This ancestor truly feared nothing. Ha! Ing Lushi burst into hearty laughter, stroking his short, coarse beard with delight. It seems I do indeed need to shave. He appeared unfazed, reaching out to pinch Lin Bao'er's chubby cheeks with a meaningful look. The fourth miss is quite bold. Lin Bao'er was aware that ancient people often spoke in riddles, yet she took his words at face value, feigning modesty as she replied. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Brother Ing. You call me Elder Brother Ing? Ing Lushi seemed intrigued. At over 30 years of age, being addressed as Elder Brother by such a young child felt rather peculiar to him. Isn't that correct? Lin Bao'er tilted her head. All my brothers call you Elder Brother Ing. It is only fitting that I do the same. Ing Lushi's smile deepened, his tones softening considerably. Very well then. Seeing his good mood, Lin Bao'er inwardly celebrated. Indeed, men enjoy a sweet, affectionate girl. It's an easy win. Now that he is the deputy general, his future prospects are limitless. As long as I foster a good relationship, I need not worry about his assistance when the Lin family is in trouble. Lin Bao'er commended her own cleverness. Hearing her inner thoughts, Lin Ruqian felt a stirring in his heart. and his gaze towards Lin Bao'er softened. No matter the circumstance, it seemed his sister always had the Lin family's best interests at heart, never acting out of selfishness. Lin Bao'er's arrival might truly be a blessing for their family. Elder brother Ing, you just mentioned that brother's son has gone to the grassroots level? She inquired, swinging her feet and blinking innocently. Is it far from here? Grassroots level? Though puzzled by the term, Ing Lucier did not dwell on it. The way she sweetly called him elder brother, Ing warmed his heart. Clearing his throat, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Not far. It's only half an hour away on horseback. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I want to go see. Her face lit up with mischief. Son Zeiss, you have your day now. Haven't you been bullying me all this time? Just wait. I'll be right there to witness your embarrassment. If only this era had cameras, I could capture your disgrace and show it to Wei Jishu. Hey, hey, hey. Lin Bao'er chuckled to herself, filled with wicked ideas. Lin Ruqian rubbed his face, once again lighting a candle for Son Zeiss in his heart. His sister was perfect in every way, except for her remarkable grudge-holding, not even sparing their parents. Very well, once the examination is over, I shall send someone to escort you there, Ing Lucier promised. We have to wait for second brother to finish. Lin Bao'er lamented. When will this endless examination come to an end? About an hour later, the training grounds resumed their usual bustle. Just as the group was about to leave, a young girl suddenly appeared before them. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a fitted outfit with a high ponytail, a round face, and a flowing red skirt, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Who is this? Lin Bao'er leaned against Lin Mabai, filled with curiosity. Ing Genie, elder brother Ing's daughter. Lin Mabai whispered. Ing Genie seemed particularly familiar, holding a riding crop in her hand, smiling as she said, So you're the fourth miss? The first time I met you, you were just this small. I never expected you to have grown so much. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands to indicate size, but in the next moment, she received a light rap on the head. What are you doing here? Ing Lucier scolded sternly. Ing Genie dodged and rubbed her head, pouting. It's dreadfully boring inside. I heard that Mabai brother and the others are going to the Feimu army, so I wanted to join. Have you finished your studies? Ing Lucier narrowed his eyes at her. Ing Genie took a few steps back, smirking and feigning innocence. Father, it's not urgent to submit my assignments. The teacher said there's no rush. Since fourth sister is here, I must accompany her to have some fun. You. Ing Lucier glared, preparing to reprimand her, but Ing Genie seemed to anticipate his reaction, swiftly turning and bounding away, sticking out her tongue before disappearing in a flash. Mabai brother, wait for me just a mile away. Lin Mabai shook his head helplessly and, after bidding farewell to Ing Lucier, remarked as he rode. She's as lively as a little monkey. She has no interest in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. She only loves the thrill of swordplay and archery. Just like her father. Though elder brother Ing appears strict, we all know he dotes on her terribly. Having grown up in the military camp, Ing Genie would surely get along well with Bao'er. Lin Bao'er nodded obediently. Half an hour later, they arrived at a remote mountainside, where, aside from a deliberately cleared flat area, towering mountains surrounded them. Several tents were neatly pitched on the flat ground, with numerous soldiers patrolling back and forth. This time, without waiting for the guard to stop them, Ing Lucier's men went ahead to present their waste tokens and state their purpose. The commander of the military camp did not dare to neglect them. Upon learning they were there to find Son Zeiss, he hurriedly prepared to summon him. No. If he has called over, how will I witness Son Zeiss' embarrassing moment? It must be a surprise. Lin Mabai sighed in resignation and acquiesced to her wishes. No need for the guards. Just have someone lead us there. Chapter 99. Hunting wild game. Although supplies were scarce here, it was located near the Broken Mountain Cliff, so various birds and beasts often roamed in, making it ideal for hunting. Ing Genie bounced around with her hands clasped behind her back, exclaiming that wild rabbits, pheasants, and roe deer were abundant, and one need only be brave to find ample food. Those wild chickens and rabbits, once roasted, sizzle and ooze with oil. They're absolutely delicious. Lin Bao'er's mouth watered at the thought, her eyes sparkling. Sister Ing, is it really that tasty? Ing Genie mischievously winked, leaning closer to Lin Bao'er and enticing her. Calling me Sister Ing sounds so dull. Just call me Sister Genie, fourth sister. Let me tell you, it's beyond delicious. It's incomparable to the domesticated fowl in Yinjing City. The meat is firm and leaves a lingering fragrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er's craving intensified. Throughout history, it seems there's always been a notion that wild game is more delectable than domestic fare. Reflecting on her time in this world, she realized she had yet to sample wild game. You should encourage her, Lin Manor interjected. While it's true that wild game is plentiful, there are also fierce predators about. Should you encounter a tiger or leopard, there would be nowhere to cry for help. But you're all here. Ingenie chuckled, narrowing her eyes. Isn't that right, Brother Ruqian? Lin Ruqian quickly waved his hands, distancing himself from a situation. When it comes to encounters like that, I'm of no use. Perhaps I wouldn't run faster than you. Upon hearing those words, Ingenie instinctively shrank her neck, glancing around nervously. Too timid to speak further. Following the soldier's lead, they wandered into a secluded corner of the dense forest, where they finally encountered Sun Zeiss. With a suppressed giggle, Lin Bao'er began to stifle her laughter, nearly choking on it. Even Lin Manor, Lin Ruqian, and the Qing guard wore expressions of amusement. Ha ha! Is that Sun Zeiss busy scooping dung? Ha ha ha! Lin Bao'er laughed uncontrollably beside Lin Manor, almost collapsing with mirth. Sun Zeiss, meanwhile, was pinching his nose, a gesture even Ingenie found difficult to witness. About 100 meters ahead, 4 or 5 men, their clothes stained, with cloth stuffed in their noses, were laboriously lifting buckets of an unidentifiable substance. The tallest among them was unmistakably Sun Zeiss. The soldier leading them seemed somewhat embarrassed and softly explained, "This is a direct order from Lord Ing. Otherwise, with Sun Zeiss' status, he would never be assigned such a foul task." After thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, Lin Bao'er, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, called out, "Sun Gij, what are you doing?" As she shouted, she pinched her nose. Meanwhile, Sun Zeiss, cursing under his breath and contemplating abandoning the task, suddenly heard a familiar voice from afar. His movements froze, and he slowly turned his head, trembling, as despair washed over him. His reputation was irrevocably tarnished. "Sun Gij, you stink. Stay away from me," Lin Bao'er declared mercilessly, retreating 10 paces. Observing her exaggerated retreat, veins throbbed on Sun Zeiss's forehead as he gritted his teeth. "Is that so? Just when I was missing you, Bao'er," he declared, chasing after her with an unwavering determination to catch her. Seeing his earnest pursuit, Lin Bao'er panicked. "Help! Second brother! Third brother! Qingard! Help! Ah! Stop right there! Lin Bao'er, today, I'll make sure you get a whiff of it." Ultimately, it was Lin Manor who, fearing his sister would be overwhelmed by the stench, hurriedly intervened and stopped Sun Zeiss. "Lord Yu has granted you a day off. Go wash up and change your clothes." Only then did Sun Zeiss relent. However, before departing, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Bao'er, threatening her to remain silent about the incident. Lin Bao'er feigned compliance, but was already devising how to relay this amusing tale to Wei Jishu. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. In the meantime, Lin Manor sought out Lord Yu for a few bows and concealed arrows. "Brother Manor, are we going hunting?" Ingenie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Manor handed her the concealed arrows, reasoning that their trip should yield some game for the soldiers' feast, which elicited cheers from the soldiers eavesdropping nearby. Before departing, Lord Yu dispatched 2 additional men to accompany them, providing them with assistance. As they ascended the mountain via a narrow path, the sunlight above was soon obscured by the dense foliage. The sound of dry branches crackled in the air, and Lin Bao'er, holding a small cane, panted heavily. "I told you it was unwise to bring child. With those little arms and legs, how far can she walk?" Sun Zeiss remarked teasingly, casting a sidelong glance at her. Lin Bao'er shot him an indignant glare, retorting fiercely, "Little Qing, bite him." The green snake coiled around Lin Ruqian's hand, responding to her command by raising its body, its cold vertical pupils fixated on Sun Zeiss, occasionally flicking its tongue to reveal its fangs. The long, venomous fangs glistened ominously, evoking a sense of dread. "What does this have to do with little Qing?" "Lin Bao'er, I told you not to call her that," Sun Zeiss protested, hiding behind Lin Manor, exasperated. Lin Bao'er stuck out her tongue defiantly, turning her head away. "Look, pray ahead." Suddenly, Genie exclaimed. Everyone halted, and upon looking, they discovered two roe deer grazing peacefully. They dashed forward, and fearing she would struggle alone, Lin Ruqian and another soldier quickly followed suit. Just as Lin Bao'er attempted to join them, she caught sight of a chicken hopping nearby and exclaimed in delight, "Oh, there's a chicken." Not only was there a chicken, but not far from it, a small, dark creature darted into a hole upon hearing their footsteps. Lin Bao'er was particularly thrilled. "Second brother, I want that. I want that rabbit." Before Lin Mabai could respond, Sun Zai snorted, seizing a bow and arrow. "Little Bao'er, it's time to see your son Gij's skills. Watch me." As he prepared to shoot, Lin Bao'er cried out, "I want alive." Chapter 100. Stirring the hornet's nest alive it is. Sun Zai set down the bow and quietly approached. Behind him slithered the green snake, its emerald hue blending seamlessly with the foliage, only the faint rustle of its body against the leaves giving it away. Sun Zai positioned himself at the entrance of the hole, swiftly crafting a makeshift loop from nearby vines. Once prepared, he gestured behind him. The green snake's icy gaze shifted. It flicked its tongue before darting into the hole. Moments later, a commotion erupted from within. "It's coming out," Lin Bao'er whispered excitedly. 4 or 5 gray rabbits hastily emerged from the hole, attempting to scatter, but Sun Zai deftly ensnared them all with his loop. "How about that, little Bao'er? Am I impressive or what?" he boasted, lifting the captured rabbits triumphantly, a smug smile on his face. Lin Bao'er rushed over, pouting clearly. It was little Ching who did the most work. The green snake seemed to understand, shaking its head and flicking its tongue while coiling up Sun Zai's leg. Eyeing the rabbits hungrily, gently grasping the smallest rabbit, Lin Bao'er marveled at its soft, smooth fur, her delight palpable. "Roasted rabbit is delicious," Sun Zai interjected mischievously. "Especially this little one. Its tender meat needs no seasoning. Just a simple roast makes it delicious." With a teasing grin, he leaned closer. "Since you like it so much, how about I roast it for you?" Disinterested in his banter, Lin Bao'er cradled the smallest rabbit in her arms and turned to leave. "I want to eat it. While the meat may be tender, who knows if it's fragrant? It might even smell bad." Understanding her implication, Sun Zai's expression twisted as he chased after her. "Lin Bao'er, stop. What do you mean by that?" In addition to their haul of rabbits, the nearby wild chickens were also captured by Chingard and his men, while Genie's group easily secured the 2 unsuspecting roe deer. "Wow, today, those kids are in for a treat," one soldier exclaimed, fashioning a simple rope to carry the deer on his back. "I didn't expect it to be this easy. I haven't even had my fill of fun yet." Genie stretched her arms excitedly, gazing longingly into the endless forest. "Mabai brother, let us venture further. If we could find honey, that flavor would be exquisite." Lin Bao'er joined in her daydreaming, her mouth watering at the thought. "Yes, we've already gathered so much in such a short time. It would be a pity to leave now." After some contemplation, Lin Mabai concurred with the idea of proceeding deeper. "Rest assured, we frequent this area. As long as we don't venture too deep, we seldom encounter any predators." Another soldier rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Perhaps we might catch some other game soon." This hunting expedition had certainly stirred their appetites. Since they were going to feast, they might as well indulge. After walking a little further, just as the soldier had suggested, they found themselves surrounded by a plethora of small creatures lacking in combat prowess, with hardly any large birds of prey in sight. They captured and seized whatever they could, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. "Is that blueberries?" Lin Bao'er exclaimed as she dashed toward a nearby plant, plucking a small blue fruit to examine before popping it into her mouth. The sweet tart flavor made her eyes widen in delight. "It really is blueberries," she exclaimed joyfully. "We're blueberries?" Genie inquired, leaning closer and mimicking Lin Bao'er by plucking one to taste. However, the next moment, her face contorted in surprise. "So sour," she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Her face crinkled in distaste. Lin Bao'er burst into laughter at the sight, explaining in her sweet, childlike voice. "Blueberries are a type of wild fruit rich in vitamins, a delightful little treat." After a moment's pause, she suddenly pondered whether blueberries were called something else in ancient times, which might explain Genie's lack of recognition. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, noticing that Ingenie didn't seem to mind. She feared that if Ingenie were confused, she would chase after her, asking questions that would be difficult to answer. After filling a pouch with blueberries, Lin Bao'er followed Ingenie deeper into the woods. Suddenly, Ingenie halted, her voice tinged with excitement. Bao'er, look, honey. Lin Bao'er turned to see a beehive perched on a nearby tree. However, as she observed the buzzing bees circling the hive, she instinctively recoiled, tugging at Ingenie's sleeve. Hesitating. Sister Genie, will those bees sting us? She had seen countless videos of people stung by bees, and the scenes were truly frightening. After all, she had no experience disturbing a beehive in the wild. Don't worry, I'm here, Ingenie reassured, patting her chest, then began searching for a suitable tool. To stay back. Bao'er. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao'er quickly distanced herself. At that moment, Lin Ruqian and the others arrived. Why are you all so far away? Lin Ruqian asked, a hint of reproach in his tone. Oh, is that a beehive? Sun Zeiss exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Qin Huyuan's expression changed drastically as he saw Ingenie brandishing a stick to poke the hive. Missing. No, but he was too late. Ingenie jabbed at the hive several times, and as it fell, the swarm of bees buzzed furiously towards them. Run! Qin Huyuan cried in terror. Those are hornets. Ingenie too sensed the danger, stumbling backward before sprinting away. Bao'er, run! Lin Ruqian shouted as he scooped up Lin Bao'er and dashed off. The group fled at breakneck speed, soon encountering Lin Maobai and his party. Second brother, run! Genie just poked a hornet's nest. Lin Maobai's face paled at the news. Quick! Throw away everything and run. Then make a simple torch. The sight of the densely swarming hornets sent shivers down his spine, as they seemed determined to sting anyone in their path. The group ran for a kilometer before finally losing sight of the hornets. Chapter 101. Encounter with a brown bear. Lin Ruqian collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ouch! That hurts! One soldier, nearly in tears, scratched at a large swollen lump on his left arm. He carefully extracted the hornet's stinger, blowing on the wound. He was not alone. Another soldier bore several stings as well. Lin Maobai brandished a torch, scanning the area until he was certain the hornets were gone, allowing himself a sigh of relief. This is all my fault, Ingenie lamented, gripping her bow tightly, her head bowed in shame. If I hadn't poked the hornet's nest, we wouldn't have lost our catch. Now, their hands were entirely empty, devoid of any spoils. Lin Maobai, observing the unfamiliar surroundings illuminated by the torchlight, frowned. It seems we've strayed off the path. This is not the way down a mountain. After a moment, Lin Maobai's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. Indeed, carried along by Lin Ruqian, Lin Bao'er felt no fatigue. She dusted off the dirt from her clothes and approached one of the injured soldiers. Are you all right, fourth miss? The soldier asked, surprised. Lin Bao'er examined the swollen wound on his arm, unable to resist poking it gently. Does it hurt? Ow! The soldier winced, baring his teeth in pain. Qin Huyuan looked on with concern. Do you have any sanchi or ginger on you? Another soldier quickly replied yes. They often carried medicinal supplies when hunting, anticipating various mishaps. He first cleaned the wound with water, then ground the sanchi to apply it. Seeing this, Lin Bao'er felt reassured. Being stung by hornets was no trivial matter, and many had met their demise from such encounters. If they had no medicine, she would have to consider exchanging for some in the system's marketplace. The group unanimously agreed to rest for a while. Noticing Ingenie still appeared guilt-ridden, Lin Bao'er approached to offer comfort. It's all right, Sister Genie, she said softly, her voice sweet and soothing. When hunting, unexpected situations can arise, and you only wanted everyone to enjoy some honey. Really? Ingenie looked at her, her usually bright eyes now dulled with disappointment. Lin Bao'er nodded emphatically, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Of course. Besides, even if we don't have honey, we have this. She pulled out the pouch of blueberries from her pocket, rubbing them in her hands. She had also thought about how delightful it would be to mash the blueberries in a juice and spread it on roasted chicken or rabbit, perhaps even better than honey. Ingenie's eyes lit up at the sight, her self-reproach diminishing. Lin Bao'er blinked playfully and nodded eagerly. All right. Yet, deep down, she mused that while the deer and wild chickens shot with arrows would not escape, the wild rabbits were indeed caught alive, in the chaos. They had likely fled far away. However, she kept these thoughts to herself, not wanting to dampen Ingeni's spirits. After resting for a while, Lin Bao'er stretched lazily, ready to rise when she suddenly spotted a tree in the distance bearing glossy green fruit. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered if she was mistaken. After a closer look, excitement bubbled within her. "Little Ching," she called for the green snake and instructed it, "Can you bring some of those fruits down?" The green snake understood her command, swiftly climbing the tree and disappearing among the leaves. Before long, the snake poked its head out again, and several fruits tumbled down from the tree. Lin Bao'er hurried over to gather them, filling her pouch once more. Green jujube, Ingenie recognized this time. Lin Bao'er grinned brightly, casually wiping one on her sleeve before popping it into her mouth with a satisfying crunch. "Try it, Sister Genie. It's sweet." Ingenie, curious, tasted one and exclaimed in delight, "It really is sweet." The two began to share the jujubes, much to the envy of those nearby. "Little Bao'er, can you share one with Brother Sun?" Sun Zeiss implored, rubbing his hands together as he leaned closer. Lin Bao'er turned in a different direction, presenting her back to him, her attitude unmistakable. Sun Zeiss twitched the corner of his mouth and decided to seek out Qing Shi. "Xiao Qing, bring down some more," he shouted. However, Xiao Qing seemed disinclined to heed him, happily feasting on the tree. Sun Zeiss' temples throbbed and his expression darkened. This was a blatant display of a snake's arrogance. Yet he could do nothing about the little imp. He could only sulk and prepare to climb the tree to pick the fruits himself. At that moment, Lin Ruqian chimed in, "Brother Sun, I want some too. Pick more." Sun Zeiss shot him an annoyed glance, fuming. Halfway up the tree, just as he reached out to pluck a fruit, he tilted his head back and locked eyes with a pair of dark brown eyes. Seeing him frozen, Lin Ruqian urged, "Brother Sun, hurry up." Lin Maobai silently watched them with a smile. After a moment, Sun Zeiss' voice turned tight and panicked as he yelled, "There's a bear." "What?" Everyone turned to him, astonished. Lin Maobai abruptly stood up, his face pale. "What did you say?" Without wasting words, Sun Zeiss slid down the tree and quickly whispered, "Northeast direction, 6 feet tall by the rocks." The others looked and indeed spotted a large, brown-black figure. "What do we do now, second brother?" Lin Ruqian asked, a bit flustered, as he slowly backed in front of Lin Bao'er and Ingenie. The bear was not far from them, and they had no idea how long it had been watching. Qin Hun drew his sword, eyes fixed sternly on the northeastern direction. "Second young master, wild brown bears are not only strong but swift. We are outmatched." Chapter 102, Survived. But it is ultimately outnumbered. As long as we scatter and lure it elsewhere, we will be fine. Qin Hun tightened his grip on the sword, his expression resolute. "In a moment, I will lure it east. You all should head west." "No way. How can you handle it alone?" Lin Maobai rebuked. "This bear is not to be trifled with. Even wolves and leopards dare not provoke this giant in the wild." At this moment, the other two soldiers unsheathed their swords. "Second young master, rest assured, we will assist Qin Hu Yuan in diverting the bear." Seeing this, Lin Maobai finally relented. "All right, but..." Before he could finish, a sudden turn of events occurred. The bear seemed to sense their intention, abandoning its ambush and leaping down directly towards them. "Run!" someone shouted, and everyone scattered in panic. Lin Ruqian, clutching Lin Bao'er and Ingenie, ran west, while Sun Zeiss headed southwest alone, and Lin Maobai, along with Qin Hu Yuan, remained further east, much closer to the bear. The bear, appearing quite intelligent, chose to veer towards Lin Ruqian and the others, having noticed Lin Maobai and the others wielding weapons. "Help, second brother!" As the bear chased after them, Lin Ruqian's scream echoed through the forest, startling numerous birds into flight. Witnessing this dramatic scene, Lin Bao'er felt her mind nearly shut down. "I feel nauseous." She was tossed about by Lin Ruqian, her head spinning. "Quick, shoot it with arrows." Seeing this, Lin Maobai and the others quickly knocked their bows and released arrows, each one flying toward the bear. The sharp arrowheads struck the bear, but moments later, it shook them off as if they were nothing, leaving no visible wounds from distance. Its fur was too thick. "Arrows won't work," Qin Hu Yuan urged, charging directly toward it. Lin Maobai, more anxious, threw down his bow and shouted, "Brother Sun, run to the right." Sun Zeiss turned to see the bear mere inches from the trailing Ingenie gritted his teeth, and picked up a stone to hurl it at the bear. Stupid bear. What kind of skill is it to chase after a girl? Come at me. Perhaps fearing that Lin Bear might be caught by the bear, Sun Zeiss stopped running, armed himself with stones, and hurled them at the bear, his mouth spewing curses. Are you scared of me, you rotten bear? Come on. Is chasing a girl all you can do? Watch how I tear you apart. Perhaps annoyed by the commotion, the bear let out an angry roar. Yet, this roar did not intimidate Sun Zeiss. Instead, it startled Lin Ruqian, causing him to trip over his own feet. Carrying another person was particularly taxing, and after running for a while, Lin Ruqian found himself exhausted. Not just him, Ingenie was also weary. After escaping from the hornets for a kilometer and running this long, her stamina reached its limit. Upon seeing them slow down, the bear grew increasingly excited and lunged toward Lin Ruqian. Ruqian, Sun Zai shouted. Ruqian, Lin Mabai, rushing over, narrowed his eyes and forcefully hurled his sword. Sensing the heavy breathing behind him, Lin Ruqian's scalp tingled with fear, and with a final burst of strength, he threw Lin Bao'er away. Third brother. Lin Bao'er only had time to catch a last glimpse of Lin Ruqian before she fell to the ground. Ignoring her dizziness, she quickly retrieved a tranquilizer dart from her pocket and aimed it at the bear. This moment felt suspended in slow motion. The bear pounced on Lin Ruqian, baring its fangs, when suddenly, Lin Mabai's sword pierced the bear's left arm. The bear's anguished roar nearly shattered the eardrums of those nearby. Lin Ruqian suffered the most. He clamped his hands over his ears, but the sound still twisted his face and made his ears ring. Had he not felt the weight on him, he might have thought he was dying. Ingenie fell to the ground not far away, her limbs weak, eyes shut tight, unwilling to look. Quickly, third young master, Qin Hu Yuan urged. Despite his discomfort, Lin Ruqian instinctively crawled out from under the bear, not hesitating for a moment. At that time, 2 more arrows shot from either side, striking the bear. It was the 2 soldiers who had just arrived. This time, blood was visibly drawn. But Lin Mabai's expression changed drastically. Ruqian, run. These 2 arrows incited the bear's fury. It let out a furious roar and, with red eyes, lunged for Lin Ruqian. The injured bear moved much slower, and Lin Ruqian managed to evade its grasp by rolling and crawling. However, as he dodged, he noticed something amiss. The bear, unable to catch him, redirected its charge toward Lin Bao'er. Sun Zeiss, who had been stealthily approaching Lin Bao'er, felt a pang of guilt and scooped her up, sprinting away. Mabai, hurry, block it, he shouted while hiding behind a tree, even having the audacity to make a face at the bear. Perhaps the tranquilizer was taking effect. The bear gradually felt its limbs weaken. With Lin Mabai and the others continually harassing it, fear finally overwhelmed it, and it turned to flee in another direction. Seeing it run away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No need to pursue. Lin Mabai stopped the soldiers who wanted to chase after it and approached Lin Ruqian. Pulling him up, are you all right? Lin Ruqian shook his head, patting his ears, feeling a persistent ringing. Sun Zeiss emerged from behind the tree, still holding Lin Bao'er. Little Bao'er, you should thank me. Without me, you would have been eaten, he teased, puffing up his chest. Lin Bao'er rubbed her sore backside and pouted. Thank you, Brother Sunday. If it weren't for Sun Zeiss, she might not have escaped unscathed. Though she wouldn't have died, her chances of injury were uncertain. To her surprise, she was so compliant this time, which made Sun Zeiss raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Then he smiled heartily, clearly delighted. The situation here has become perilous. Let us hasten our descent down the mountain. Chapter 103, The Gathering Storm. Lin Mabai remained vigilant, retrieving his long sword from the ground, which had been snagged by the fleeing brown bear, still smeared with blood. This time, Ingenie dared not utter any further suggestions to linger and quickly nodded in agreement. Fortunately, their quarry had not been lost. One soldier joyfully patted a roe deer, exuberantly slinging it over his shoulder. Ingenie felt a pang of regret. Fourth sister, it seems I cannot roast a rabbit for you. Lin Bao'er's tender grasp on her hand offered reassurance. Do not worry. I shall prepare grilled fish for you later. My grilled fish is even better than what second brother makes. Is that so? Ingenie inquired, astonished. Lin Mabai smiled in agreement, stating, Indeed, for some reason. Bao'er's grilled fish is exceptionally delectable. Even I cannot compare. Lin Manor blinked, secretly contemplating which seasonings to exchange for later use. Naturally, Lin Manor was aware of his sister's little scheme, but chose not to expose her. Just as everyone was preparing to embark on their descent, a sudden rustle from the nearby thicket heightened their alertness. "Be cautious." Lin Manor raised his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. Qin Huyuan took the initiative to approach the thicket. Upon parting the underbrush, he discovered a nest of rabbits, much to everyone's astonishment. At that moment, Xiao Qing emerged from beside the rabbits, straightening her serpentine body and flicking her tongue as if to claim credit for the discovery. Sun Zeiss leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming in delight, "These are the very ones we just caught." The lock rings he had woven were still intact. Apart from the smallest rabbit that was missing, the others remained. "It seems fortune is on our side. Xiao Qing is indeed impressive," Qin Huyuan chuckled, effortlessly lifting the rabbits. Ingenie was overjoyed and nearly embraced Xiao Qing with affection, though she hesitated. Lin Manor, however, did not hold back and planted a kiss on Xiao Qing, exclaiming, "You shall receive an entire rabbit as a reward." Xiao Qing flicked her tongue and coiled around her wrist, appearing quite pleased. The entire military camp soon erupted into a fervent cookout, with deer being roasted, chickens being grilled, and rabbits being prepared. Ingenie honored her promise and caught several fish from the river. "Third brother, flip this over. Third brother, sprinkle this on. Third brother, do not let the fire burn my fish." Being too small to reach the fire pit, Lin Manor could only direct Lin Ruqian to assist. Despite the challenges, the results turned out quite well. Once Ingenie took her first bite, she could not stop. The fish Fourth Sister grilled is truly remarkable. It surpasses even that from the taverns. She praised, her mouth full of fish, her words muffled. Lin Manor smiled with satisfaction, sprinkling the remaining sea salt over the other grilled dishes, then took a hearty bite of the rabbit leg. Delicious, crisp on the outside, tender within. After a satisfying feast, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Manor waved her hand. Upon returning to the Lin residence, the group couldn't escape a scolding from Shan Shualan for their disheveled appearance. But seeing their evident joy, she relented. This, of course, was all Lin Manor's doing. After all, her points were abundant. Following a few peaceful days, Lin Manor noticed the absence of Lin Jiyu and Lin Qiming. "Mother, where are elder brother and father?" she inquired, perplexed, her brow furrowing. It seems the issue of the silver mine smuggling is pressing. If we follow the original narrative, it is about time for the case to conclude. She felt a sense of melancholy. In the original storyline, the third prince and the chancellor's plan proceeded smoothly, yielding the most significant benefits. This scheme was devised by Song Chu to gain favor and secure that exalted position. Thus, in the original narrative, he distanced himself cleanly, profiting immensely while maintaining his integrity. She wondered if her father and elder brother could somehow implicate him this time. Reflecting on this, Lin Manor lost her desire to play. 3 nights later, a commotion erupted at the Lin residence, revealing that Lin Manor had delivered a letter penned by Lin Jiyu to Shanchuan Garden. The letter instructed Lin Manor to take Lin Qiming's seal to find the crown prince and apprehend Lord Su. "Manor, exercise utmost caution on this journey," Shan Shualan advised. Having prepared the seal for him, Lin Manor nodded resolutely. That night was destined to be sleepless. Qinglian remarked. Lin Manor forced her eyes open slightly, still groggy. "That seems to be good news." Shan Shualan's expression remained tense, her gaze fixed on the darkening sky, her demeanor reflecting the foreboding storm. Meanwhile, Lin Qiming entered the imperial study with evidence, but he had yet to emerge. The third prince's residence. He could neither be used by him nor be eliminated at this juncture. Truly frustrating. Chapter 104, Breaking Wings. The informant trembled, unable to control his shivers. That Lord Lin not only carries the Emperor's edict, but also the Crown Prince's seal. Our men would be unable to resist. Clarify. Which Lord Lin? Song Chu kicked him viciously. The informant painfully rose. Lord Lin Jiyu. Lin Jiyu. Song Chu ground his teeth, his gaze cold and sinister, and struck the table before him with a fist, creating a hole in the fine wood. He expressionlessly shook off the blood from his hand, fixing a frosty glare upon him. Have they revealed anything? Rest assured, third prince. Most of those have been dealt with by our agents along the coast. save for two who were to rendezvous with young Master Qi. Lord Lin arrived too swiftly for us to handle them. However, we received word that Lord Su's distant cousin took his own life. Took his own life? Song Chu narrowed his eyes. What the other? The other one? We have yet to receive any news. The informant lowered his head, unable to meet Song Chu's gaze. At that moment, more commotion arose from outside the study. Report. Third Prince. Lord Su has been captured at his home and is currently being taken to the Dali Temple. Song Chu's eyes widened, his expression darkening. What? The one who captured him is the second young master of the Lin residence. Lin Manor. Song Chu clenched his fists, seething with rage, his voice cold and deliberate. Is the Lin residence intent on opposing me? He gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead. The capture of Su Qiwei indicated that the crown prince had likely received some intelligence and possessed concrete evidence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to apprehend a second-rank official in public. Thus, the connection to Su Qiwei was severed. The only question remained. Where was one? Song Chu's expression remained impassive. Since last night, we have lost track of her. We do not know her whereabouts. Song Chu frowned. Then you must send someone to warn Su Qiwei. If he wishes for his wife and children to be safe, he must keep his mouth shut. Yes. The informant breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew. Wait. The informant froze, immediately prostrating himself. Third Prince? Where is Qi Yin being held? Song Chu coldly regarded him. You know what must be done, correct? Yes, yes. The informant hurriedly nodded. When Song Chu fell silent, he quickly retreated, nearly collapsing again as he stood. Observing the disarray in the study, Song Chu rubbed his temples. Where is Xiao Si? Third Prince. Just as he mentioned Xiao Si, he entered hastily, kneeling with one knee to report. Third Prince, the situation at the silver mine has deteriorated. Originally, to guard against them, we opted for an alternate waterway for our shipment. However, unbeknownst to us, our plans have been compromised, and midway through our journey, we found ourselves besieged on the water by individuals claiming to be under General Fu Rui's command, here specifically to apprehend sea bandits. Fu Rui? Song Chu's lips pressed tightly together, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wasn't Fu Rui dispatched to the borders? It was only later that we learned the truth. General Fu had never gone to the borders. This was merely a smokescreen he had concocted with the crown prince. In reality, he had long been covertly investigating the silver mine. Song Chu staggered back a few paces, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? He roared. Fu Rui was dispatched 3 months ago. Are you implying that His Highness was aware of the silver mine all along? Xiao Si lowered his head in silence. After a long moment, a memory from 3 months prior flashed through Song Chu's mind, and his expression shifted dramatically. Lin Manor from the Lin estate, Lin Jiyu. Song Chu first chuckled softly, then threw his head back in a maniacal laugh, culminating in a grotesque grin as he smashed everything on the table into smithereens. Gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot. So, the Lin estate had conspired with Song Mo months ago, and feigned this charade for the crown prince? The third prince, Xiao Si, looked at him with concern. The official left in haste last night. He likely won't trace back to us. Song Chu remained silent, his eyes closed, his chest heaving violently. Report to the third prince. The entire team led by the official has been captured at the silver mine. They all committed suicide. Xiao Si gaped at the guard, incredulity washing over him. What did you say? Song Chu did not open his eyes, but his right hand trembled slightly, and he sank back into the chair. Xiao Si pressed urgently. What about the official? Frowning, he continued. The people he took were all death warriors. If they all committed suicide, it means they revealed nothing. Third Prince, for now, we should still be safe. However, if we wish to extricate ourselves from the silver mine incident unscathed, we must relinquish all our covert connections. After a long pause, Song Chu opened his eyes, his dark gaze engulfed in a tempest of rage, glimmering with murderous intent. His voice was hoarse and restrained. Very well. 3 days later, the smuggling of silver from a mine was thoroughly exposed. Lin Jiyu and his associates ambushed the sea bandits at sea, resulting in the confiscation of millions of taels of silver after half a month. The ramifications of the silver mine smuggling scandal were extensive, leading to the arrest of dozens of court officials, including Su Qiwei, Hua Zhongyun, Wei Ji Xian, and Chang Zifeng, who were sentenced to decapitation, exile, and other forms of punishment. Thus, the court underwent a significant cleansing, allowing many newly appointed officials from the spring examinations to become indispensable members of the court, ushering in a wave of fresh blood. Meanwhile, the crown prince, Lin Ming, Lin Jiyu, and Furue all gained recognition for their contributions to the silver mine smuggling case, receiving numerous rewards, with Lin Jiyu even promoted to assistant minister of personnel. As for the rest, the emperor granted them rewards. In the Lin estate, there was regret over Qi Yan's demise during transit. Despite heavy guarding, he could not be protected. Otherwise, the third prince would have undoubtedly been caught. Lin Jiyu lamented. Lin Ming could only shake his head in helplessness. Indeed, we had General Fu stationed near the silver mine as a precaution, and we nearly captured that one named one, who was just shy of revealing the third prince's whereabouts. Unfortunately, what happened to her? Lin Ruqian asked curiously. Lin Mo cast him a sidelong glance. She committed suicide. Committed suicide? Lin Ruqian exclaimed. She was a death warrior? Lin Jiyu shook his head. Not quite, but the people around her were all death warriors. Not a single one survived. It seems she attempted to eliminate potential threats after the incident, only to fall prey to unforeseen consequences. Lin Bao'er rested her head on Lin Ming's lap, feeling a mix of emotions. That one was indeed loyal. No wonder she later became the third prince's confidant. However, considering the loss the officials inflicted upon the third prince, I wonder if he will retaliate even more fiercely. He must be infuriated. Lin Bao'er pondered silently, then suddenly shivered. Perhaps she should remain within the estate for a while? She couldn't fathom what the deranged third prince might do next. Previously, he had kidnapped her and Chu Jingzhe. Who knows if he would resort to killing others now? With this unsettling thought, Lin Bao'er shrank her neck and buried her face in Lin Ming's embrace. After all, she could not die. Meanwhile, at the third prince's residence, my lord, she has hanged herself. She never revealed the third prince's identity. In the dimly lit study, Song Chu's face bore no expression. He merely hummed softly before closing his eyes. Moments later, the third prince's consort entered with a bowl of ginseng soup, her gentle hand resting on Song Chu's shoulder, applying just the right amount of pressure. Your Highness, why so troubled over a mere servant? Death is but death, as long as you remain unharmed. Leave. Song Chu's icy glare fixed upon her. The third prince's consort stiffened momentarily before lowering her gaze and departing. Once she was gone, a cacophony of crashing objects echoed from the study, causing her heart to tremble and her steps to quicken. Outwardly, the third prince, Song Chu, was regarded as a paragon of virtue, a radiant moon amidst the night, a rare beauty coveted by all young ladies of the capital. Initially, she too believed this, secretly reveling in her good fortune. However, she soon realized her error. He was no gentleman. He was a demon from hell, a tyrant. Half a month later, Yanjing City returned to tranquility. During this time, Lin Bao'er remained cautious, fearful of any retaliatory actions from the third prince that could threaten her life. Yet, after maintaining such vigilance for so long without any sign of the third prince, she felt emboldened. Perhaps, like before, he had retreated into the shadows following recent upheavals. Lin Bao'er thought this way, sensing that the danger surrounding her had lessened considerably. With the resolution of the silver mine smuggling incident, she had also accrued a significant number of points. Calculating her total, she realized she had over 1,000 points, transforming her into a wealthy individual. With such newfound wealth, Lin Bao'er found herself walking with an air of unwarranted confidence. At the entrance of the Lin estate, she was about to stride out boldly when suddenly she was intercepted by Qin Huyuan, unable to move an inch. Qin Huyuan, she glared, "What are you doing?" Qin Huyuan replied gravely, "Madam has instructed that the fourth miss is not to leave the estate." This declaration caused Lin Bao'er to erupt in fury. "Since when has my mother forbidden me from leaving the estate? Do you dare to defy her? I'll report you to father for your insubordination." Just a moment ago, Madam left, Qin Huyuan stated, unperturbed. Lin Bao'er's indignation waned momentarily. My mother left? Where did she go? To Han Shuang Temple. Lin Bao'er scoffed, muttering, "Why is she going to Han Shuang Temple again? What is there to gain? It's nothing but incense burning and worshipping Buddha. Does she never tire of it?" Qin Hu Yuan remained silent, observing with indifference. After a while, Lin Bao'er's eyes darted, and she relented. Fine, but I want some sweet pastries. Since I can't go out, why not have you fetch them for me? At once, I shall send someone to buy them. Qin Hu Yuan replied. Lin Bao'er frowned. I want you to go personally. Madam instructed me to supervise you personally, Qin Hu Yuan retorted. Lin Bao'er's lips twitched in irritation. Why must we include fresh milk? Qin Hu Yuan hesitated, his expression shifting. The fresh milk Lin Bao'er had previously forced him to drink still haunted him. Lin Bao'er raised an eyebrow. It's for you, of course. Don't forget your promise to me. You said you would always drink it. Since the fresh milk in the estate ran out recently, we must send someone to procure more. Qin Hu Yuan's forehead twitched slightly, seemingly on the verge of protest. Lin Bao'er leaned in closer, whispering, how about this? As long as you let me leave, we can put this matter behind us, and you won't have to drink fresh milk anymore. What do you say? Absolutely not. Qin Hu Yuan replied vehemently, his eyes filled with sorrow, appearing as if he bore the weight of the world. Taken aback by the rejection, Lin Bao'er's face darkened. Truly incomprehensible. Frustrated, she turned away, thinking that if Qin Hu Yuan would not agree, she would fulfill her promise instead. Daddy! Oh, little Bao'er, what brings you here? Do you miss your father? Lin Qiming exclaimed joyfully, lifting her into his arms and showering her with kisses, his beard tickling her cheek. Typically, due to his busy schedule, Lin Bao'er rarely got close to him, as she was often held by Shen Xuelon. Lin Qiming had often expressed his displeasure about it, but he could hardly go against his wife and could only suffer in silence. Who else could bear such a burden of not being able to embrace his wife and child? Unexpectedly, today his little darling took the initiative to come to him, which filled Lin Qiming with delight. Lin Bao'er grasped Lin Qiming's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Usually, she would push him away when he rubbed his beard against her, but this time she endured it. Daddy! Noticing something amiss, Lin Qiming furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Who dares to bully my precious Bao'er? It's not that, Daddy. Lin Bao'er hurriedly interjected, fearing that her father might inadvertently reveal the matter, which would ruin her plans. It's just that when I visited second brother in the military camp, Mother scolded me and then forbade me from leaving the house. She carefully observed Lin Qiming's expression, discreetly wiping away her tears. Is that so? Lin Qiming sighed in relief, gently comforting her. It's all right. Mother is just worried about you, afraid you might encounter danger. You mustn't blame her. Naturally, Bao'er didn't blame her mother and reflected on her words. She nodded obediently, agreeing that her mother was right. Outside is too dangerous. I cannot let mother and father worry. Exactly. My Bao'er is so sensible, Lin Qiming said with satisfaction. However, Lin Bao'er wore a troubled expression, piquing Lin Qiming's curiosity. What's the matter? He queried, perplexed. Seeing the moment was right, Lin Bao'er said, it's just that Qin Hu Yuan has protected me several times from danger, and my parents always taught me to be grateful. I want to find an opportunity to thank him properly. But now that I can't leave the house, I'm left without any means to express my thoughts. She scrunched her nose in distress, her eyes filled with grievance. Ah, so that is what you're thinking, Lin Qiming remarked, tapping her forehead gently, chuckling softly. What do you wish to buy? I can send someone to fetch it. He understood the little girl's intentions all too well. Sending someone to buy it lacks the personal touch. Lin Bao'er pouted. Should I just send someone for your birthday in the future? That won't do. Lin Qiming instinctively replied, seeing Lin Bao'er's wide eyes fixed on him. He coughed lightly and pretended to ponder. Well, if you truly wish to do something for him, I could perhaps assist with your mother's consent. Thank you, Daddy. Lin Bao'er interrupted, her face lighting up with joy, causing him to shake his head in exasperation. You, he chuckled with a sigh. Lin Bao'er nuzzled against him, beaming with happiness. So, Daddy, what do you think I should give to Qin Hu Yuan? Didn't you already have some ideas? Lin Qiming shot her a glance, calling her out. Even if I have many ideas, I still need to consult my father. Lin Bao'er pulled it playfully. I heard he has a distant cousin who recently came to Yanjing and is working in the east of the city. How about we bring her to the Lin residence? It would fulfill one of Qin Hu Yuan's wishes. Lin Bao'er was taken aback. The words she had previously said to Chu Jingjia were fabricated merely to advance her brother's relationship, and now had unexpectedly become a reality. Qin Hu Yuan truly had a distant cousin in the capital. After the initial shock, Lin Bao'er began to panic. No. If she brought her over, wouldn't she be pushing her brother into a fire pit? How would she explain it to Chu Jingjia? If she drove him away and lost her sister-in-law, she would have nowhere to cry. No, no. Lin seeming stared at Lin Bao'er in disbelief. Realizing her reaction was overly intense, Lin Bao'er quickly corrected herself. Father, think about it. If Qin Huyuan were genuinely worried about his cousin's livelihood, he would have mentioned it to us a long time ago. How could he wait until now without a word? Moreover, if you suddenly bring a woman into the house, who knows how mother might misunderstand? She deliberately spoke ambiguously, constantly seeking forgiveness within herself. Father, forgive your unfilial daughter for using you as a scapegoat. But if I don't do this, I fear you won't relent. As expected, upon hearing her words, Lin Qiming shivered and resolutely declared, Bao'er is right. We shouldn't act so hastily. Fearing her father's mind might wander elsewhere, Lin Bao'er guided. What is Qin Huyuan like? Does he have any hobbies? If he enjoys swords, we could simply gift him one. Or perhaps a bow, crossbow, or other weapons. Lin Qiming indeed pondered her suggestions. He does seem to have a fondness for weapons. I recall promising him a fine sword long ago, and I had completely forgotten about it. He felt a twinge of regret. No worries, father. Since that is the case, why not let me handle this matter? Lin Bao'er proposed earnestly epsilon. I promise I won't bring shame upon you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiming felt a sense of relief. If so, very well. Having received his approval, Lin Bao'er began contemplating what to present to Qin Huyuan. Under the guise of Lin Qiming, she could not simply offer him something trivial. She feared that if Lin Qiming discovered her deceit, she would face his reprimand. Yet, she could still afford to tease him a little. With determination, the following morning, Lin Bao'er was not hindered from leaving the house, as Lin Qiming had apparently persuaded Shen Shulan. Of course, she did not see Qin Huyuan's figure. Where's Qin Huyuan? She asked a servant at the gate. Lin Bao'er squinted her eyes, a knowing smile forming. Please tell him that regarding the matter we discussed previously, father has agreed, and I will be going out to procure something. He should wait patiently at home. Though the servant was curious about the matter, he dared not inquire further and simply complied. After giving her instructions, Lin Bao'er set out in high spirits. First, she visited Shenghuai Tavern to seek out Lin Ruqian. Third brother, are you knowledgeable about weapons? She asked, leaning over the table while savoring roasted lamb, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Ruqian was taken aback. Shouldn't Bao'er be asking second brother about weapons? Lin Bao'er makes her forward, realizing her oversights. How could I forget such an important point? She remembered Lin Ruqian was in business and should be well versed in places that sold weapons. But she had overlooked that Lin Mabai was likely the most knowledgeable in this area. After finishing her roasted lamb, she quickly changed direction to find Lin Mabai. Recently, Lin Mabai had not been at the military camp, but was instead at Anning Academy. Originally, Lin Ruqian should have been studying there daily, but he frequently skipped classes, showing little interest, and had become quite adept at evading detection from their parents. After locating Lin Mabai and explaining her purpose, she found him deep in thought. There are indeed many weapon shops in Yinjing. One day, I can take you to see them. However, the weapons shop primarily offers finished products. For something more meaningful, one can opt for customization. Customization? Lin Bao'er blinked in surprise. Did such sophisticated services exist in ancient times? Amused by her reaction, Lin Mabai gently patted her head and explained that one merely needed to inform the craftsmen of their desires, and they would create it accordingly, albeit at a higher price. Chapter 107. Preparing gifts. Yet any slight misstep could lead to failure. After all, not every sword forging is guaranteed success. It often hinges on luck. Lin Mabai remarked. Of course, if one seeks a skilled swordsmith, the likelihood of success increases. Lin Bao'er pondered her options and decided to first assess available choices before proceeding. The idea of customization sounded exorbitant, and even with Lin Qiming covering the costs, she felt a twinge of regret. The following day, Lin Mabai took her to several weapon shops. Lin Bao'er surveyed the offerings, only to find that most were either too mundane or of inferior quality. Any decent options had already been claimed. The only consolation was that the servant who had previously relayed her message mentioned that Qin Huyuan displayed a myriad of expressions upon hearing her words. followed by an entire day of silence. This revelation sent Lin Bao'er into fits of laughter, nearly prompting Shun Xuelan to toss her out of bed. In the days that followed, nothing caught her fancy, and Lin Bao'er ultimately had to settle on customization. The raw materials required for this endeavor could either be purchased or supplied personally. Initially, she contemplated buying the materials, but was horrified to discover the exorbitant prices, over 100 taels for a small piece of iron, not including processing fees. Alarmed, she hurriedly accessed the system's marketplace. Lin Bao'er scrolled through the weaponry section, her frown deepening with every glance. Purchasing an entire weapon was out of the question. A mere ordinary sword demanded 300 points, a steep price indeed. The system declared, products from a system are honest and fair. Ignoring this, she navigated to the stone section and finally selected a basic yet decent quality material. She knew that selecting something unavailable in this world could cost her dearly. After Lin Manor connected her with a master swordsmith, Lin Bao'er tossed the stone towards him, along with a blueprint she had exchanged for in the system's marketplace, a collection of ancient and modern melee weapons. She chose a particularly exquisite design and eagerly awaited the final product. A small episode unfolded during this process. Lin Bao'er was aware that the weapons from the system's marketplace were of superior quality, capable of slicing through iron with ease, much like the dagger she had once exchanged for Lin Manor, which he still carried. The stone she provided was likely of high quality as well, prompting the swordsmith to incessantly inquire about its origin, offering a handsome sum in return. Unfortunately, the more points she spent, the fewer she had left, and Lin Bao'er ultimately fabricated a story to deflect his inquiries. This experience made her acutely aware of the disparity between the system's offerings and the reality of the world, leading her to exercise greater caution in future exchanges. The forging process would take 1 to 2 months. During this time, Lin Bao'er playfully purchased a rather unsightly sword to provoke Qin Huiyuan. That evening, after dinner, she sent someone to invite him over. Has Bao'er chosen her precious sword? Lin Qiming inquired curiously. Shun Xuelan, overhearing, shot him a reproachful glance. Why don't you choose it yourself? Why leave it to Bao'er? At her age, is that not a bit much? Lin Qiming had no retort. Fortunately, Lin Bao'er was considerate of her father's predicament and quickly responded, Mother, this has nothing to do with father. I insisted that he let me handle this. Her parents had always taught her the importance of gratitude and empathy, lessons she held dear. This opportunity was a perfect chance to express her appreciation to Qin Huiyuan. Seeing this, Shun Xuelan relented. Lin Qiming secretly admirait Lin Bao'er's tactfulness. Meanwhile, Lin Ruqian and Lin Manor had also caught wind of the gathering at the spring courtyard, eager to see what weapon Lin Bao'er had selected. Before long, Qin Huiyuan arrived, greeting each member of the household. When he reached Lin Bao'er, his expression momentarily froze before he softly addressed her, Fourth Young Mississippi. Ah! Lin Bao'er narrowed her eyes, smiling as she jumped down from her seat, looking up at him. Do you know why I summoned you today? Qin Huiyuan's gaze shifted to the 2 young servants behind her, who were clearly carrying a weapon case. A vein throbbed at his temple as he took a deep breath and murmured, I apprehend. A glimmer of mischief danced in Lin Bao'er's eyes as she clapped her hands. Since you know, you may open it yourself. No need to thank me. Father is busy, so this is only fitting for me to do. Lin Manor, observing the mischievous smile on Lin Bao'er's face, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Recently, she had been quite fond of a certain piece of scrap metal, and he worried about what she might have chosen. Lin Ruqian and Lin Qiming were oblivious, both eagerly anticipating their sister's taste, even feeling a tinge of jealousy since Lin Bao'er had never gifted them anything. As they reflected on this, they felt a pang of bitterness. Qin Huiyuan, don't blame me for this. It's your fault for always messing up good intentions. I need to get my revenge somehow. In truth, I'm only teasing you. If there's blame, it lies with my father. Just imagining his expression is too amusing, huh? I can hardly wait. Open it quickly. I bet father will be dumbfounded too, huh? The unspoken thoughts filled the air, transforming the initially envious expressions of Lin Ruqian and Lin Qiming into sympathy for Qin Huiyuan. Why did he have to provoke this little imp? Shun Xuelan sighed in exasperation, her heart heavy with worry that Lin Bao'er might take things too far and hurt Qin Huiyuan's feelings. Lin Maobai averted his gaze, his eyes twitching. He wondered if Qin Huyuan would be utterly exasperated, given the sword's rather peculiar appearance. Unaware of Lin Bao'er's inner thoughts or the surrounding atmosphere, Qin Huyuan approached the weapon case, mentally preparing himself. It's all right. Perhaps the fourth young miss is merely trying to frighten me. After all, while she can be mischievous, she is also resourceful and kind-hearted, never indulging in arrogance or unfairness, treating the Lin household's servants with respect. With this reassurance, Qin Huyuan's anticipation grew. What if the fourth young miss truly had prepared a splendid gift for him? Perhaps her earlier remarks were merely a jest. His heart raced with excitement as he opened the weapon case. Chapter 108. Overwhelming guilt. Inside lay a slender, silver-green long sword with a sharp blade. One side featured 3 interlocking holes adorned with purple rings that glimmered faintly under the light, while the hilt was decorated with a red sleeve. Harmonizing with the delicate crimson tassel on the sword's tip, ultimately embellished with black obsidian. The overall color scheme was indescribable. It was difficult to fathom the aesthetic sensibilities of the one who forged this sword. Perhaps its sole merit lay in its extraordinary sharpness. As the sword emerged, an eerie silence enveloped the entire spring courtyard. Lin Maobai and the others collectively inhaled sharply, unable to bear the sight, their hearts filled with sympathy for Qin Huyuan. Meanwhile, Qin Huyuan's pupils dilated, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He stammered, struggling to utter a single word. Qin Huyuan, what do you think? This is what I meticulously selected over several days. Lin Bao'er's mischievous demeanor drew closer, hands clasped behind her back, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. I even sought my second brother's opinion on this. Fearing to be implicated, Lin Maobai hastily distanced himself from any suspicion, declaring, at that time, I took Bao'er to several weapon shops, but found nothing suitable. I never expected her to choose this one in the end. This was his way of asserting that the matter had nothing to do with him. After a moment, Qin Huyuan's contorted expression settled into tranquility, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Thank you, 4th Mississippi Qin Huyuan. You haven't told me if it looks good or not. Lin Bao'er pressed on, unwilling to relent. Qin Huyuan closed his eyes briefly, grinding his molars. It looks good. The words were almost forced out through clenched teeth, yet they brought immense joy to Lin Bao'er's heart. Since it looks good, shall we consider it your sword from now on? Qin Huyuan? Lin Bao'er smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. I have tested this sword for you. It slices through iron like mud, far sharper than your previous one. With this, your skills are bound to ascend to new heights. Qin Huyuan paid little heed to her later remarks, for he was only aware that after today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Lin residence. A thought that filled him with regret and dismay. Once Qin Huyuan departed, Shun Shualon promptly dragged Lin Bao'er into the room, preparing to give her a thorough reprimand. Fortunately, Lin Bao'er managed to explain herself in time. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Are you saying there's another sword? Shun Shualon scrutinized her, casting a fierce glare at Lin Qiming. Lin Qiming, feeling wronged, dared not speak. He had no idea that this little troublemaker harbored so many schemes, holding grudges and tormenting Qin Huyuan, all while showering him with compliments just for today as spectacle. Had he known from the start, he would have never agreed. Hiding behind Lin Qiming, Lin Bao'er nodded earnestly. Mother, rest assured, Qin Huyuan is loyal to the Lin family. How could I bear to chill his heart? This little jest is merely to repay a prior grievance. She murmured, and when Shun Shualon glared at her, she quickly added, the design of that sword was personally commissioned by me. As long as the swordsmith doesn't go awry, the final product will undoubtedly be exquisite, and Qin Huyuan will surely appreciate it. With this, Shun Shualon relented. Next time, you must not do such things, she warned Lin Bao'er, or you can forget about leaving the house. Understood, Lin Bao'er replied, somewhat dispirited. After that night, several days passed without a glimpse of Qin Huyuan, leaving Lin Bao'er puzzled. Father, where is Qin Huyuan? In the study, Lin Bao'er tugged at Lin Qiming's leg, shaking it insistently. Lin Qiming glanced at her, his upper body steady as a mountain, continuing to write on the paper. What mischief are you plotting now? Dissatisfied with his preconceived notion, Lin Bao'er pouted. What do you mean by that, father? Well, have I ever done anything bad? Although her latter words carried a hint of guilt. Father, Just tell me, where is Qin Huyuan? I intended to find him for something, but he hasn't been in the manor for several days. Where could he have gone? Lin Qiming set down his brush, lifted Lin Bao'er onto the table, and gently tapped her delicate nose with his finger. Ah, it's because you frightened him away. After that night, Qin Huyuan took the initiative to patrol the fields. Despite my best efforts to speak well of you, he has not relented. Fields? Lin Bao'er furrowed her brow. Upon learning the exact location of the fields, Lin Bao'er hesitated to venture there alone. Guilt washed over her as she recalled the many discussions among the servants about the sword she had gifted. Initially, they were mere jokes, harmless in nature. Yet now it seemed Qin Huyuan might have found those remarks intolerable, prompting him to leave the Lin residence voluntarily. Could it be that she had truly gone too far this time? The more she pondered, the more discomfort brewed within her. Thus, the following morning, she went to Lin Qiming to request an advance on her allowance. They say money can accomplish wonders. She refused to believe that crafting a sword would take 2 months under such financial pressure. After a round of bargaining, the swordsmith promised to deliver it to the Lin Manor in half a month, and Lin Bao'er finally relented. Half a month later, the Lin Manor received the sword case delivered by the swordsmith. Upon hearing the news, Lin Bao'er immediately dropped her chopsticks and rushed over to inspect the goods. The sword measured 2 feet and 1 inch, forged in a sleek black gold alloy, adorned with intricate, ancient patterns radiating a chilling gleam. The hilt was embellished with golden inscriptions. Hidden within the dark, ancient gilding, exuding an imposing aura while concealing its sharpness. Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Truly a master swordsmith. What exquisite craftsmanship. After rewarding the errand boy, Lin Bao'er hurried to Qin Huyuan's courtyard with the sword case. In truth, she had secretly tested the sword at night, and it was indeed as sharp as she had claimed, far superior to the one he currently wielded. Despite its lack of aesthetic appeal, it was undeniably a remarkable sword. Thus, he gradually accepted it, even finding reasons to justify it to himself. Perhaps the fourth miss is still young and merely playful, as a man of 7 feet. I should not hold grudges against a child. The fourth miss has a good heart and remembers me. Others do not share such honor. With time, he slowly persuaded himself, and his resentment towards Lin Bao'er dissipated like mist. Qin Huyuan, just as he was lost in thought, the familiar voice snapped him back, causing a vein to throb at his temple. Instinctively, he attempted to flee, but before he could reach the door, Lin Bao'er blocked his path. Chapter 109. Spring turns to summer. Lin Bao'er leaned breathlessly against the doorframe, her eyes gleaming with joy as she extended the sword case towards him. Qin Huyuan here? Another sword case. The moment Qin Huyuan laid eyes on it, his expression darkened. Did the fourth miss intend to play tricks on him again? His face grew serious. Fourth miss, though I'm a servant of the Lin household, I am not someone to be humiliated at will. Qin Huyuan, what are you talking about? Lin Bao'er looked at him in confusion, raising her hands to urge him. Hurry, Qin Huyuan, take it. It's so heavy. Upon hearing this, Qin Huyuan hesitated. He noticed the beads of sweat on Lin Bao'er's forehead and her disheveled hair, indicating she had sprinted here. Feeling a twinge of compassion, he sighed softly and reluctantly accepted the sword case. Fine, if it's a prank, then so be it. It won't cost me anything. With that thought, he opened the sword case. In the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise. Lin Bao'er smiled with her eyes narrowed, sunlight illuminating her face, highlighting her youthful radiance. Qin Huyuan, what do you think? Is it beautiful? This was her second inquiry. The pride and innocence in her voice caused his heart to race momentarily. The long sword, entirely in black and gold, caught his gaze. I intentionally bought that previous sword to tease you, Lin Bao'er admitted, offering a sincere apology. Please don't be angry. Qin Huyuan, look at this one. She proudly lifted her chin, barely containing her excitement. This is the design I personally commissioned. There is only one like it in the world. I wanted to gift it to you for a long time, but the swordsmith was too slow. Hence the delay until today. Do you like it? She asked with eager anticipation. Qin Huyuan swallowed hard, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he nodded, I like it. He anticipated that Lin Bao'er had genuinely put thought into this gift, not merely intending to mock him. In that instant, he forgot all previous grievances, and his gaze softened considerably. Thank you, 4th Mississippi. I truly appreciate it. His tone was notably more earnest this time. Upon hearing his response, Lin Manor let out a sigh of relief, her face beaming with joy. As long as you like it. However, you must be cautious. I have yet to show it to my second brother, who seems to have an affinity for such things and would likely be consumed with envy. Qin Hu Yuan involuntarily smiled at the corners of his mouth. As expected, that evening, upon seeing the sword, Lin Manor was driven mad with jealousy, incessantly pestering Lin Bao'er, urging her to procure one for him as well. Lin Bao'er, overwhelmed by his persistent nagging, reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, after conceding to one request, another soon followed. Lin Ruqian, upon hearing the news, became equally relentless. Although Lin Ji was not present in the residence at the time, he too secretly yearned for Lin Bao'er to bestow upon him a gift. Since Lin Bao'er did not offer it voluntarily, they felt compelled to shamelessly request it. After all, they were all members of the Lin family. At such a time, what need was there for pride? Moreover, there were also Lin Qiming and Shen Shuelon. Watching her dwindling points balance, Lin Bao'er felt a pang of heartache. After exchanging several hundred points for familial harmony, she found herself utterly exhausted. After all, the scenery of West Lake in June is unparalleled, with endless emerald lotus leaves reaching towards the sky and the sun illuminating the uniquely red blossoms. Following this tumultuous period, summer arrived in full swing. One day, while Lin Bao'er was fishing at home, she heard that Lin Ruqian had been assaulted. What? Third brother was attacked? Lin Bao'er exclaimed, nearly dropping her fishing rod. Who did this? A maid nearby replied, It is unknown. It is only said that he was beaten at a Ning Academy. A Ning Academy? That evening, Lin Bao'er learned the full story. It turned out Lin Ruqian had acted recklessly for a damsel's sake. Unfortunately, he was no match for his adversary. Ha ha! Lin Bao'er laughed so hard she nearly fell from her bed. Lin Ruqian glared at her, his expression a mix of grievance and indignation, with bruises visible on his cheeks, rendering him quite comical. You still dare to laugh? He accused. Lin Bao'er buried her face in Shen Shuelan's embrace, shaking with laughter. After a while, she wiped her tears and said, Third brother, considering you have never practiced martial arts, why would you confront someone in a physical battle? I was thinking about second brother's presence. Lin Ruqian pouted. Who knew that second brother happened to be on leave that day, leading to this mishap? Even Shen Shuelan found the situation to be rather exasperating. She carefully applied ointment to Lin Ruqian's bruises, admonishing him, You must exercise caution next time. Do not charge in recklessly without weighing the consequences. Lin Bao'er, propped up on the bed, curiously asked, Third brother, was it the son of the Sun family who attacked you? What does he have to do with Sun Ge? Before Lin Ruqian could respond, Shen Shuelan explained. Recently, a branch of the Sun family has arrived in the capital, and it is likely that he hails from this offshoot. I heard your second brother mention that Sun Ziyu is notoriously unruly and often stirs up trouble, warning Ruqian to avoid provoking him. Lin Ruqian frowned, clearly agitated. What did I do to provoke him? If he had not publicly slandered another family's daughter, I would not have intervened. Others either fear his family's influence or are wary of his identity and dare not speak out. I underestimated him. I had no idea he had trained in martial arts since childhood. Otherwise, I would not have confronted him head-on, he muttered. Upon hearing the name Sun Ziyu, Lin Bao'er fell into contemplation. But why did it sound so familiar? Suddenly, she recalled, Oh, Bao'er. Shen Shuelan paused, gently adding in half a year, You should be starting your education. Would you like to attend the academy? Lin Bao'er blinked in response. Is it enjoyable? It must be quite different from the modern 9-year compulsory education, right? If it's the same, I would rather not go. That arduous educational experience had nearly become a shadow haunting her. Shen Shuelan shot a disapproving glance at Lin Ruqian, continuing softly, It should be fun. Mother recalls that when she attended the academy, she encountered many intriguing events in addition to listening to the teacher's lectures. The look in Lin Ruqian's eyes towards Lin Bao'er gradually turned sympathetic. Oh no, Bao'er will also be deceived by mother. I was once lured into the academy by Shen Shuelan. Little did he know, it was a path of no return. After Shen Shuelan shared stories from her childhood, Lin Bao'er's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly agreed to attend, filled with anticipation. All right. Chapter 110. Tripping and pretending to be weak the next day at Ning Academy. Bao'er, you must stay here obediently. Lin Ruqian placed Lin Bao'er in the disciples' hall, giving her a few instructions before seeking out the scholar he was negotiating with. Lin Bao'er, filled with curiosity, looked around, marveling at the surroundings. So this is what an ancient academy looks like. It is truly akin to what is portrayed on television. With its bluestone steps, vermilion doors, carved corridors, and flowing waters beneath the emerald peaks, the atmosphere was rich with scholarly vigor. The only difference was that, unlike the television portrayals of children sitting together in one classroom, there were several separated halls, accommodating both younger and older students. And Lin Ruqian had brought her to one of them. At that moment, Lin Bao'er noticed a group of spirited young scholars approaching, dressed in long robes and adorned with jade crowns, appearing around 12 or 13 years old, exuding youthful charm. I wonder if that little brat from the Lin family dares to show up today. After being humiliated yesterday, he must be crying somewhere. One of them jeered. Ha ha, Sun Gu is right. I reckon that kid is all bark and no bite. He might even be seeking his second brother to avenge him. Another chimed in. Lin Bao'er's ears perked up as she squinted at the leader of the group, who bore a resemblance to Sun Zisu. It must be Sun Ziyu, as mentioned by Shun Shuelon. As the group drew nearer, Lin Bao'er's eyes darted about, and she purposefully stretched out her leg. Thud! Ah! Sun Gu! Sun Gu! Quickly help him up. Amidst the chaos, Sun Ziyu's furious shout echoed. Who did this? It was then they noticed Lin Bao'er standing in the corner, glaring at them. Which family's little brat is running amok in the academy? Are you the one who tripped Sun Gu? Lin Bao'er pouted, her eyes slightly red, hesitating to speak, embodying the very image of a wronged child. She whimpered, rubbing her ankle while squatting on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. It wasn't me. Observing her pitiable demeanor, one of the boys deliberately feigned a menacing expression, growling, was it you? Speak. Who brought you in here? The one referred to as Wang Gu seemed unsatisfied and was eager to teach her a lesson. Lin Bao'er, sensing the impending danger, instinctively shrank back and cursed internally. This person cannot be that shameless, right? Even a child is not spared. No wonder he looks so ugly. Just as she prepared to wail, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Wang Ergo, what are you doing? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lin Bao'er turned to look and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was Ying Jin-yi. Sister Jin-yi, she exclaimed. At that moment, Ying Jin-yi also recognized her, looking astonished. Fourth sister, what are you doing here? Upon seeing her, her expression swiftly shifted, and she glared at the group, led by Sun Ziyu. Are they bullying you? The one named Wang Ergo was incensed, shouting, Ying Jin-yi, try shouting again and see what happens. Don't force me to take action. Ying Jin-yi stood defiantly in front of Lin Bao'er, her gaze dripping with disdain. You wish to make a move? Go ahead and try. You follow Sun Ziyu around all day. Isn't that akin to being a sycophant? Even calling you Wang Ergo is a compliment. Wang Jingyu's pale face flushed crimson. Despite his fury, he dared not confront her, merely glaring in frustration. You! Wang Jingyu stammered, trembling as he pointed at her, his lips quivering with rage. Enough, Brother Wang, Jietai interjected quietly, stopping him, with someone offering a way out. Wang Jingyu relented, though his chest heaved violently, clearly infuriated. Sun Ziyu cast a sidelong glance at him and stepped forward, flamboyantly waving his folding fan. Ying Jin-yi, just because they can't defeat you doesn't imply that I cannot. I previously showed you courtesy due to your father's position, but do not presume upon it. Upon hearing this, Ying Jin-yi not only remained unperturbed, but even let out a cold laugh, revealing her sharp white teeth. Am I afraid of you? Bring it on, and we shall see if you are a horse or a donkey. Do not claim I am bullying you. I could easily handle you with one hand. Should it come to that? Feeling belittled, Sun Ziyu's expression turned frigid, and he barked, Enough of your nonsense. We are here for Scholar Zhou. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the entire disciple hall fell silent. Even Sun Ziyu and Ying Jin-yi had to momentarily cease their hostilities. Scholar Zhou, they respectfully called in unison. Scholar Zhou, with his head crowned in white hair, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aged face bearing a pair of sharp, penetrating eyes that glared with gravity. What is all this commotion about? His voice was steady and deep, reminiscent of an ancient tree weathered by time, exuding authority. Once the grand tutor to the crown prince, he had come to Anning Academy after his retirement, and his status commanded respect. Thus, none dared to provoke him lightly. At this moment, Lin Ruqian, who was accompanying Scholar Zhou, noticed Lin Bao'er with red-rimmed eyes and hurried over. Bao'er, what troubles you? Has someone been unkind? Lin Bao'er looked at him with a pitiful expression, her lips trembling, tears brimming. They said I tripped him with my foot. She sobbed, pointing at Sun Ziyu, then pitifully rolled up her pant leg to reveal a red mark. But he stepped on me first. Third brother, it hurts. With that, she collapsed into Lin Ruqian's arms, crying inconsolably. Hearing this, Ingeni's temper flared. I thought I saw you all surrounding fourth sister earlier. So, you took advantage of brother Ruqian's absence to bully her? You dare to slander a child? Have you no shame? We did not. Wang Jingyu retorted, glaring. This time, Even Scholar Schausch Brausch Furuet. Under his stern gaze, Wang Jingyu felt a twinge of panic. No, Scholar Xiao. This girl is lying. It was her who tripped son brother. So Ingenie scoffed. Let me ask you, why would fourth sister lie? Does she wish to frame you? She is merely a child of a little over a year, and before coming to the academy, she did not even know you. Why would she risk injury to frame you? What could she gain from it? Do you not think your lies lack logic? Can a child truly trip someone as large as Sun Ziyu? Is he lame or blind? Can he not see? Lin Bao'er silently admired Ingenie in her heart. Truly, she was her mouthpiece. Each sarcastic remark darkened the faces of Sun Ziyu and his companions, their eyes blazing with fury. It was unclear whether Lin Ruqian had lost the fight yesterday, prompting his sister to defend him. Wang Jingyu was about to finish his exasperated sentence when Sun Ziyu shot him a fierce glare. Even Jie Tai quickly covered his mouth, desperately signaling him to be quiet. They had concealed their earlier altercation with Lin Ruqian from Scholar Zhou. Scholar Zhou had strictly prohibited fighting among students within the academy. If discovered, the consequences would not merely entail copying texts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Jingyu's expression shifted to one of guilt. Yet it was too late to hide the truth. Sun Ziyu remained silent, his face darkened. Wang Jingyu, feeling guilty, also dared not speak. Jie Tai hesitated, unsure if he should say anything. The other two averted their eyes from Scholar Zhou, too afraid to meet his gaze. Lin Ruqian, speak, Scholar Zhou commanded, narrowing his eyes. Lin Ruqian managed a wry smile and recounted the events of the previous day, explaining how they had insulted Wei Zhiqian first, leading to his defense of her and the subsequent altercation. Is that correct? Scholar Zhou glared at them. Lin Ruqian also struck. Wang Jingyu protested. Lin Ruqian remained silent, merely comforting Lin Bao'er. He neither embellished their actions nor concealed his involvement in the fight. Very well. This is unacceptable. Engaging in fights is against our academy's rules. Each of you shall receive 10 strikes. How brutal! Wang Jingyu exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. 10 strikes would leave one bedridden for a day. Even Sun Ziyu's countenance shifted. Scholar Zhou, is that not excessive? Scholar Zhou paused, casting a cold glance at him. You need not receive 10 strikes. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyu's expression cleared slightly. Lin Bao'er, however, widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Scholar Zhou is in league with them? You have slandered a fellow student, violating academy rules. 20 strikes. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, no longer concerning himself with them. Go and receive your punishment. Scholar Xiao. Scholar Xiao. Wang Jingyu chased after him, tears brimming in his eyes as he protested. Scholar Zhou, this is not entirely our fault. To harm others while injuring oneself, Lin Ruqian, is it worth it? Sun Ziyu glared at Lin Ruqian, his eyes cold. Did you not consider the consequences before striking? Ingenie scoffed. Sun Ziyu. Bullying children is something I ceased doing at 3 years old. Have you not weaned yet? At your age, you still slander a child? If I were you, I would hasten to apologize to the Lin family to avoid tarnishing your own family's reputation. Who is privy to your intentions? Lin Bao'er muttered to herself, deliberately sticking her tongue out at Lin Ruqian. Sun Ziyu's anger only intensified as he pointed a trembling finger at them. You will pay for this. A gentleman does not forget a grudge. Let us leave. Jietai hesitated. Brother Sun, Scholar Zhou just said we must go receive our punishment, if we do not. Then let us leave. Sun Ziyu shot him a fierce glare, no longer waving his fan, and stormed out of the disciple hall in a fury. After their departure, the hall fell into a quieter atmosphere. Brother Ruqian, does this mean you must also? Ingenie hesitated. Lin Ruqian ruffled Lin Bao'er's hair and shook his head. It is nothing, merely 10 strikes, which mean little to me. However, after my departure, Genie, I entrust you with Bao'er's care. Of course. Ying Genie promptly embraced Lin petting her teeth. With me around, no one can bully her. Lin Ruqian nodded with satisfaction. Once he left, Ingenie settled down with Lin Bao'er, who had red, swollen hands, her tear-streaked face still damp. Why is Sun Ziyu absent? Ingenie inquired quietly. Upon hearing this, Ingenie curled her lip, choosing not to press further. With Sun Ziyu no longer supporting Wang Jingyu, that group became considerably more subdued. They not only avoided confrontation, but often steered clear of them altogether. This lack of challenge left Ingenie feeling rather disinterested. As she put it, these individuals are truly pathetic. The day's classes soon came to a close, and Lin Bao'er, having struggled to stay awake, began to doze off. She felt deceived by Shun Xiulan. Aside from the amusing incident in the morning, everything else was unbearably dull. The 4 books and 5 classics, along with astronomy and geography, left her feeling overwhelmed. Fourth sister, she remarked, I must say, studying is far less enjoyable than hunting in the mountains. After leaving the Anning Academy, the trio walked along the path, and Ingenie scoffed, My father insists that I attend the academy every day. It's driving me mad. Then why are you here today? Lin Bao'er inquired, holding a string of gourds with curiosity. Ingenie sighed, her little face scrunched up. Isn't it obvious? It's because my father threatened me. He said if I didn't go, he would dismantle my favorite sword. He always follows through on his threats, and I dare not take the risk.